Chapter 1. The Arrival in the Primordial Chaos. Amid the vast and boundless chaos, accompanied by a resounding roar, a colossal figure emerged, standing upon a 36-petal azure lotus. Suspended above his head was a jade disc of exquisite craftsmanship, and in his hand he wielded a massive axe, having shattered forth from a spherical egg. This was none other than the progenitor of the Great Dao, the King Pangu. With a thunderous voice, he proclaimed to the endless chaos, "I, Pangu, shall commence the creation of heaven and earth. Let the Great Dao bear witness." Simultaneously, within the murky expanse of chaos, a colossal eye devoid of emotion fixated upon Pangu, and a vague voice resonated, approved. Thus, Pangu began to swing his mighty axe, which thereafter was known as the heaven-opening axe. As he wielded it, chaos slowly began to separate, with the pure essence rising and the turbid energy descending. However, as Pangu initiated the creation of heaven and earth, the 3,000 chaotic deities, birthed from the same chaos, sensed their own paths to the Great Dao severing. An instinctive dread crept upon them, for they understood that should Pangu succeed, they would forever be deprived of the opportunity to attain the Dao in this lifetime. Consequently, they hastened to the newly formed realm of Pangu, intent on sowing destruction. Enraged by their actions, Pangu utilized the azure lotus beneath his feet to stabilize the nascent land and employed the jade disc above to protect the newly born firmament. With each swing of his axe, he struck down the approaching chaotic deities. None could stand against him. The cries and curses of the chaotic deities echoed throughout the new realm as they perished. "Pangu, we curse you. May you never attain the Great Dao in your lifetime." Even in their final moments, they could not comprehend why, despite their shared origins and cultivation at the same level, Pangu could so effortlessly slay them as though they were mere vegetables. "Since you refuse to allow my realm to exist, let you all serve as nourishment for my newly created world." As Pangu continued to vanquish the chaotic deities, he simultaneously reinforced the heavens and the earth. At last, Pangu eliminated all the chaotic deities, though a few managed to escape with a sliver of their true essence, reincarnating within the newly formed realm, a matter of little concern to Pangu. Just as he was about to swing his axe again, the newly birthed heavens and earth began to close. Alarmed by this, Pangu hurled his axe towards the heavens and the earth, which then split into three in midair. The axe blades transformed into the Pangu banner, continuing to disperse the chaotic energies at the edges of the realm. The axe face morphed into a Tai Chi diagram, evolving into a colossal bridge that spanned the heavens and the earth, delineating yin and yang. The axe handle took the form of a chaos bell, and with the resonant chime, the tumultuous chaotic space gradually subdued. The jade disc and azure lotus, strained by the act of creation, shattered, descending into this nascent realm, evolving into new primordial treasures. Pangu himself stood upon the earth, his hands propping up the heavens, growing ever taller as the heavens and earth stretched inch by inch. In that moment, the heavenly laws of the newly formed realm, tainted by the lingering resentment of the chaotic deities, converged their power against Pangu. Furious, Pangu unleashed the first sound of the Dao after the creation of heaven and earth, Zhou, extinguishing the newly birthed heavenly laws. Concurrently, the ensuing chaos in time and space birthed a soul from a later age, appearing in this new realm. Pangu cast a glance and simply let it be. As the separation of heaven and earth continued, Pangu gradually grew weary. He gazed at the newly formed realm, a smile of contentment gracing his face. "I shall name you Primordial Chaos, and let me bestow upon this realm one final act of creation." Thus, the breath exhaled by Pangu transformed into clouds, his body hair and orifices into countless stars, his skin into the membrane of the universe, and his flesh into the earth. His veins, tendons, and bones became the mountains and rivers. His eyes turned into the sun and moon, and with one last look at the world he had created, his neck transformed into the surrounding mountains that supported the heavens and earth. At that moment, auspicious energy filled the newly formed realm, Violet light shot into the sky, and the profound yellow of the Great Dao spread across the firmament. From the remnants of Pangu's physical form, 12 drops of crimson essence and 3 fragments of incomplete primordial spirits soared forth. Each carried away a portion of the merits from the creation, while the 12 drops of essence were drawn into Pangu's heart, vanishing at the foot of the surrounding mountains. 2 portions of the creation's merit fused with the profound yellow energy and the primordial violet energy, transforming into a magnificent tower of profound yellow and a cosmic measuring rod. The tower of profound yellow was drawn away by the 3 fragments of primordial spirit, disappearing into the cosmos. The cosmic measuring rod flew into the primordial chaos realm, vanishing from sight. The remaining 2 portions of merit dispersed throughout the primordial chaos, nurturing the realm and fortifying its foundation. The errant soul from the future, however, was drawn into the primordial chaos through the navel of Pangu as he created the world, disappearing from sight. As time flowed on, the new primordial chaos, under the might of time, gradually absorbed the creation bestowed by Pangu and the remnants of the chaotic deities, becoming increasingly stable, its essence steadily accumulating. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Consciousness. As the sun rose and set, and the clouds shifted, the primordial chaos knew no time. In the blink of an eye, an entire epoch had passed since Pangu opened the heavens and the earth. Within the realm of primordial chaos, all that Pangu had manifested through his physical form gradually completed its evolution, and the remnants of the chaotic deities dissolved into this realm. Suddenly, from the depths of the Great Dao, a beam of white light shone forth, and the residual true spirits of the chaotic deities, lingering in the chaos, felt their consciousness fade, their prior insights and cultivation dissipating into nothingness, leaving them unable to remember even the slightest detail. Thus, under the interference of the Great Dao, the remaining chaotic deities fell into a deep slumber, beginning to merge with some of the intrinsic primordial essence within the primordial chaos, nurturing forms of life suitable for this realm. Time passed for several hundred epochs, and in the boundless sea of blood and slaughter in the northeastern part of the primordial chaos, a faint voice echoed. Who am I? Where am I? Chang Yu felt a profound chaos within his mind. Suddenly, an epiphany arose from the depths of his consciousness, accompanied by a surge of immense ancestral memories, flooding into his awareness. Chang Yu felt as if his entire soul had been filled to the brim. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary youth enjoying the blessings of 007, who unexpectedly perished from staying up late reading a novel about the primordial chaos. By a twist of fate, he found himself in the primordial chaos, seemingly having replaced the position of the river of forgetfulness. As time passed for several more epochs, Chang Yu finally untangled the vast ancestral information within his mind and regained his clarity. The primordial chaos. I have actually arrived in this realm, where even the lowest of beings are akin to dogs, and the coexistence roam freely. Initially filled with panic, Chang Yu soon felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life, he was an avid fan of novels, having read countless tales, and he had often fantasized about becoming the protagonist in such stories. Now, that dream had finally come true, and he had a chance at eternal life. Although the river of forgetfulness had squandered its potential and ultimately failed to attain sanctification, was he not here now? Arriving so early, he had ample time to effect change. Resolute in his decision, he told himself, "The past is gone from now on. Let me etch my legend in the primordial chaos under the name of the river of forgetfulness." He would henceforth be known only as the river of forgetfulness. I seem to have yet to properly observe the world in which I find myself. With that, the river of forgetfulness slowly spread his awareness, revealing a sea of blood-red hue. His soul resided at the very center of this sanguine expanse, within a womb-like structure. I've read in novels that the river of forgetfulness is born from the mingling of the blood of Pangu's navel with the essence of the 3,000 chaotic deities, resulting in this sea of blood. It seems that holds true. Around the womb, there bloomed a blood-red 12-petal lotus and 2 uniquely shaped swords, the accompanying treasures of the River of Forgetfulness, the 12-petal fiery red lotus, and the swords Yuan Tu and Abi. Two swords that slay without incurring karmic retribution. All three were the highest grade among the innate treasures, with the 12-petal fiery red lotus possessing 48 restrictions, merely a step away from becoming a supreme innate treasure. Yuan Tu and Abi, however, bore only 38 restrictions, classifying them as top-tier innate treasures. Additionally, surrounding the womb and the treasures was a primordial formation. From his inheritance, the River of Forgetfulness learned that this formation was called the Blood Sea Creation Formation, which not only provided concealment and defense, but also extracted the essence from the blood of the entire sea, as well as the spiritual energy of the world, to nourish the embryo of the River of Forgetfulness and its treasures. Chapter 3. The Pure Bloodline. After clarifying his circumstances, Minghe could not help but exclaim, "When it comes to my origins, they are quite remarkable. Aside from the merits of the Great Dao, I am not much inferior to the three pure ones transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, and I even possess three supreme, innate spiritual treasures. However, having been birthed from a navel of Pangu and tainted by the residual essence of the 3,000 chaotic demons, my bloodline appears rather muddled and chaotic. Furthermore, having absorbed some lingering resentment from the chaotic demons at the moment of their demise, my temperament manifests a certain penchant for bloodshed and brutality. Although I hail from the Sea of Blood, a realm that encompasses the essence of nearly all the chaotic demons, I ultimately tread the path of slaughter. It is well known that to achieve enlightenment on the path of slaughter, one must kill humans, heavens, earth, and all living beings. One must slay at least a sage to attain the fruit of the Primordial Dao. Yet, I have chosen the path of Hongjun, severing the three corpses. One must question, how can a Quasi Saint possibly kill a sage? Subsequently, I emulated NWA in creating the Azure clan, and then followed the example of the 6 saints to establish the Azure sect. One could say that my resolve to seek the Dao is indeed unwavering. However, I have initially embarked on the wrong path, ultimately relying on the phrase, "As long as the Sea of Blood does not dry, Minghe shall not perish," to survive within the Sea of Blood. Reflecting on this, Minghe could not help but lament the arduousness of the path to enlightenment, far exceeding the challenges of ascending to the heavens. Since I've been brought into this world and occupy such advantageous conditions, if I do not strive for the primordial path, it would be a testament to my incompetence. Currently, we find ourselves in the early stages of the second epoch, where the wilderness is still under the watchful eye of the Great Dao. The nascent Heavenly Dao is still in the process of gestation, and it will likely take until the end of the 7th epoch for it to mature fully. Only by the middle of the 9th epoch will it be able to take complete control over the wilderness. Therefore, if I can attain the primordial state before that time, I shall face fewer constraints thereafter, Minghe mused. However, at present, the universe has only just been opened, and the Great Dao suppresses all. Furthermore, I have yet to fully develop, rendering me incapable of cultivation until the Great Dao gradually lifts its restrictions. Thus, what should I do during this interval? Although my bloodline is a composite of the essence from the 3,000 chaotic demons, its foundation is too sparse, resulting in excessive chaos and confusion. In later generations, it is said that not only can I not inherit the formidable physique of the chaotic demons, but even the physique of the Witch clan or some powerful demon clans pales in comparison. I can only rely on as long as the Sea of Blood does not dry. Minghe shall not perish to compete with the great powers, and I possess no remarkable achievements to speak of. In light of this, why not, while my bloodline is still incomplete, directly sever those chaotic strands and retain only the bloodline of Pangu, which is most attuned to the wilderness? Though I conceive this plan, executing it presents a significant challenge. After all, at this moment, Minghe is merely a placenta, incapable of making any substantial movements. Fortunately, heaven does not completely shut the door on humanity, and ultimately, Minghe has discovered method. Additionally, he possesses 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures, which are born alongside him and are nearly one with him, allowing for effortless mental control. Having traversed to this realm at the dawn of creation, I initially fell into the embryonic sea of blood, usurping the original position of Minghe and becoming the innate sanctity that nurtures within the sea of blood thus. There is no barrier between me and the accompanying spiritual treasures. The method Minghe has devised involves utilizing the red lotus of the fiery karma, an innate treasure formed from the seed of the chaos green lotus, to aid in severing those chaotic bloodlines. Utilizing the characteristics of the accompanying treasure, there is no inherent danger moreover. It allows my true spirit to enter a state of slumber, isolating the sensation of pain and preventing me from collapsing under the weight of suffering. With this thought in mind, Minghe first controlled the grand formation of the sea of blood, continuously extracting the vital essence from the sea to replenish himself. He then intertwined the fiery karma of the red lotus to incinerate the blood fetus of Minghe, simultaneously employing the inherited laws of blood to assist in the burning, gradually severing the chaotic strands of his bloodline. Fortunately, as the red lotus of the fiery karma is an innate treasure accompanying Minghe, it possesses an intrinsic affinity for him. Furthermore, as Minghe has only just awakened his consciousness, he remains untouched by any causal entanglements otherwise. Had another attempted to emulate Minghe's approach, they would likely have been reduced to ashes by the fiery karma in an instant. Thus, as time progressed, strands of primordial essence were gradually extracted from the blood fetus of Minghe, forming 3,000 luminous points around him, the very essence of the 3,000 demons that constitute Minghe's origin. During this process, the blood fetus of Minghe transformed from its former chaotic state into a gradually crystalline and translucent form. The exterior of the blood fetus began to closely resemble the innate Dao fetus depicted in the Fortinine manifestations of Pangu. After all, Minghe has only just awakened his consciousness, and instinctively, he is still more aligned with the human form of his previous life. Minghe's awareness gradually settled into the subtle insights brought forth by the purity of his bloodline. As the river of time surged onward, while Minghe refined his bloodline, the evolution of the wilderness continued unabated. In this tranquil interlude, time flowed imperceptibly. Chapter 4. The Awakening of Minghe. As the entire wilderness descended into silence, beneath the blood-red seabed in the northeastern part of the wilderness, there existed a space enveloped by formations. There, a 12th grade red lotus blazed with fierce karmic flames. At the center of the flames, a blood-colored figure occasionally released strands of crimson threads into the air. Surrounding this figure floated 3,000 droplets of chaotic blood, varying in size, resembling a myriad of stars encircling that silhouette. The crimson threads gradually intertwined with the various droplets of blood, an eternal process in the primordial void, the duration of which remains unknown. Until one day, no new threads of blood emerged from the silhouette. Both the figure and the 3,000 droplets of essence began to solidify, from which wisps of black impurities were expelled, incinerated by the blazing fire of the red lotus, until neither the figure nor the essence bore a trace of impurity. At this moment, the figure and the droplets became extraordinarily substantial, revealing a handsome young man, his blood-red hair flowing without wind. Surrounding him were 3,000 droplets of blood, resembling gems of crimson, circling the figure and bestowing upon him an air of alluring charm. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, and within the sanguine space, it was as if a shooting star had streaked across. This lifeless realm began to pulsate with vitality at that very moment. How long has it been? The young man murmured softly. After a brief moment of distraction, he gradually regained his awareness. This silhouette was none other than the blood sea of the Underworld River. As the Underworld River awakened, the fiercely burning flames of the red lotus gradually subsided, returning entirely to the lotus pedestal. The Underworld River gently caressed the flames of the red lotus, expressing gratitude for the hardships endured over the years. The red lotus leaped joyfully, as if responding to the Underworld River's touch. Subsequently, the Underworld River sat cross-legged upon the flames of the red lotus, deeply contemplating his condition. Upon awakening in the primordial realm years ago and absorbing the legacy of memories, the Underworld River had tirelessly refined himself, neglecting to comprehend the current state of the primordial world. Now, with this newfound clarity, the Underworld River was prepared to truly perceive the transformed world in his own evolution. After a deep contemplation, the river of Hades mused on the passage of time. Had it truly been so long since his awakening in the early Second Era? Now, the Second Era had progressed into its latter stages. Indeed, the path of cultivation knows no bounds. In the blink of an eye, the world had transformed. Through this introspection, he realized that nearly an entire era had not been spent in vain. Despite the depletion of his essence due to the conflagration of the Red Lotus and the stripping away of the primordial essence from the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, leaving his own source exceedingly hollow, he found solace in the nourishment provided by the essence of the Blood Sea, albeit meagerly. Although his essence appeared diminished, the essence of his being had been elevated to unprecedented heights. The river of Hades could now truly be regarded as a genuine descendant of Pangu, albeit in a somewhat intangible sense. Yet, the authenticity of his bloodline could not be contested. He was undoubtedly a legitimate scion of Pangu. Upon further reflection, he discerned that the once chaotic legacy in his mind had been meticulously organized, akin to a well-ordered tome. Moreover, he discovered a fragmented inheritance of the Nine Turns profound origin technique, comprising only a rough outline and a few layers of transmission. Though incomplete, this revelation filled him with exhilaration, for this technique was cultivated by the great Pangu himself, who had reached a half-step toward the Great Dao, mere steps away from full realization. While lacking the entirety of the Nine Turns profound origin technique, the River of Hades could, with the framework and the partial method at his disposal, integrate the teachings of other demon gods within his mind to forge a new cultivation method tailored to his essence. For what is most suited to oneself is always the best. In addition to this, the 3,000 droplets of blood, distilled from the primordial essence of the chaotic demon gods, encircled them. Initially, he contemplated refining them collectively into essence to replenish his own source. However, upon reflection, he recognized the potential significance of these droplets, each a fragment of the primordial essence from the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, each possessing latent power. Thus, he chose to carefully store them within his acupoints for nurturing. After further contemplation, the River of Hades began to organize the memories of his inheritance. He discovered that, although abundant, these memories were overwhelmingly disordered, with only fragments pertaining to each demon god. The more coherent ones centered around the laws of blood, the laws of duplication, the laws of slaughter, and the laws of the soul, which likely contributed to his future mastery of slaughter and the creation of the 1,296 million blood deities. The hierarchy of cultivation realms is classified as follows: Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Profound Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint. Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, Saint, Hunyuan Taiji Great Luo Golden Immortal, Heavenly Dao, and Hunyuan Wujing Great Luo Golden Immortal, culminating in the Great Dao. Chapter 5. The initial trial of cultivation. It is no wonder that, despite his illustrious lineage, the River of Hades gradually faded from prominence. First, the Earth Mother partitioned half of the Blood Sea, and later, even his own creation, the Azure tribe, was converted by the West, with the once mighty Rakshasa princess marrying a mere cow demon. Such a tumultuous inheritance and chaotic essence, if one were to cultivate to the end, would surely lead to self-destruction, prompting the River of Hades to chuckle at his own predicament. Thankfully, the Primordial Era was still in its infancy, governed by the Great Dao. Although his inheritance was tangled, it was still preferable to the future, where all beings would find their legacies stymied at the pinnacle of Great Luo Golden Immortal, awaiting the arrival of Hongjun's teachings. At the very least, the fragmented memories granted by the Great Dao, though shattered, had not been castrated. The teachings regarding the laws were shared openly. Unlike the era following the emergence of the Heavenly Dao, where only the ancestor Minghe remained to cultivate the laws, ultimately being expelled from the primordial realm after Hongjun attained enlightenment. Steadying his mind, the River of Hades continued to refine his inheritance while integrating the Nine Turns profound origin technique, slowly progressing in the development of his own methodology. Fortunately, the innate demon gods were beings of exceptional insight, coupled with the purification of his bloodline. Although his essence had weakened considerably, his innate understanding and fortune had seen a significant enhancement, accelerating the pace of his progression. Through his reflections, he swiftly formulated a foundational breathing technique, enabling him to absorb the spiritual essence of the world to augment his own. After all, as favored children of the Great Dao, the chaotic demon gods were born at least at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal, making it anachronistic to derive a low-level cultivation method from their teachings. Utilizing the breathing technique, the River of Hades began the slow refinement of his essence, striving for the earliest completion of his primordial body. Though he had begun to manifest one of Pangu's 49 corporeal forms, this state was merely a semi-finished product, shaped by the refinement of the Red Lotus and influenced by his subconscious. Only through the refinement of his essence could he fully achieve his innate form, the embodiment bestowed by the Great Dao, which was most suited to his path. Returning to the topic at hand, after the complete refinement of his essence, his primordial body coalesced into a defined form. Externally, there were little to no changes, yet internally, the complexity of his skeletal structure and meridians became more intricate, aligning more closely with the nature of the Dao. The brilliance in his mind intensified, marking the true completion of his innate form. With the successful condensation of his Dao body, the river of Hades embarked on his first official cultivation session. As for the previous breathing technique, it was hardly worthy of the term cultivation. It was merely a step above instinctual absorption of spiritual essence, transitioning from passive to active assimilation. With the aid of the fragments of the laws of blood within his sea of consciousness, the river of Hades commenced his inaugural journey into cultivation. He had clearly defined his path, focusing primarily on the laws of blood while concurrently exploring other laws. For now, the laws of blood would serve as his guiding direction, the laws of slaughter as his means of protection, and the laws of the soul and duplication as his survival strategies. After all, the primordial realm was far from a harmonious society. On the contrary, it was fraught with peril. One must preserve their life before pursuing the Great Dao. As time slipped away, another epoch passed unnoticed, and the river of Hades finally progressed into the initial stage of Earth Immortal. While this cultivation level might appear abysmally low compared to the naturally evolving innate deities, it was perfectly adequate for the current state of the primordial realm. At this juncture, many aspects of the primordial world were still in gestation, with the permissible limits capped at the initial stage of Earth Immortal. Only as the world continued to evolve would the constraints on cultivation gradually relax. Upon entering into cultivation, the river of Hades began to grasp the distinctions in the direction of cultivation, which could be succinctly categorized into three facets. 1. Mental realm, or simply realm. This pertains to one's comprehension of the Dao and understanding of the cosmos, essentially, the level attained. 2. Cultivation level. This involves the continuous accumulation of magical power and the strength one can wield. The cultivation level cannot exceed the realm, lest one be unable to master themselves, akin to a child wielding a heavy hammer. 3. Physical cultivation. This refers to the enhancement of the physical body through rigorous training. Currently, due to the dual pressures exerted by the Great Dao and Pangu upon the primordial world, progress in cultivation was relatively slow. However, the mental realm remained unaffected. In fact, due to the insights gained from comprehending the nuances of the Dao, a significant disparity emerged between the mental realm and cultivation level. Only when the shackles of the world were lifted would a balance be achieved between the two. Chapter 6. Refining the Foundation. Minghe took a moment to reflect upon his current state and realized that his spiritual realm was still rather lowly, considering he was originally a mere mortal. Suddenly thrust into this world brimming with ethereal energy, he was fortunate to maintain his initial cultivation at the Earth Immortal stage. Largely due to the absence of the heart demon tribulation in this primordial realm, coupled with the purity of his own essence. In order to further enhance his power, Minghe recognized the necessity of elevating his spiritual realm. Otherwise, his cultivation would stagnate. Once his spiritual realm ascended, even a slight loosening of the shackles of heaven and earth would allow his cultivation to flourish effortlessly. Moreover, he found himself in an era of cosmic genesis, where the universe was under the dual pressure of the Dao and Pangu, and it seemed that he alone remained conscious among all beings. Thus, Minghe had ample time to refine his spiritual state and solidify his foundation. After all, in his quest for self-perfection, he had discarded the essence that belonged to other chaotic deities. In comparison to other innate deities, his own essence was undoubtedly quite limited. Ordinarily, Minghe would have undergone his transformation at the end of the 9th era, but due to his premature awakening, he took form at the conclusion of the 2nd era. Although the current environment was challenging for cultivation, the abundant time and the formidable pressures from Pangu and the Dao presented an opportune moment to refine himself and rectify the deficiencies in his essence. To let this opportunity slip by would be a grave misstep. During this period, Minghe was likely the sole awakened entity in the primordial realm. While the conditions were not conducive to cultivation, they were ideal for him to hone his spiritual realm and comprehend his inheritance, integrating the diverse teachings into a cohesive understanding. He could also elevate each realm to the limits permitted by heaven and earth, thereby establishing a robust foundation. When the cosmos eventually unshackled, Minghe would be poised to elevate his cultivation with remarkable swiftness. After reflecting on his progress, Minghe realized that there would be no significant enhancement in his cultivation in the short term. He decided to utilize this time wisely to thoroughly organize his insights gained from his practice. He aimed to consolidate his experiences and simultaneously strengthen his physical form. After all, being of the Pangu bloodline, he could not afford to neglect his corporeal abilities, transitioning abruptly from a mere mortal to a primordial deity. There was an abundance of knowledge and cultivation that Minghe needed to acquire. Previously lacking the opportunity, he now seized this moment to elevate himself. Time flew by, and before long, he found himself in the midst of the third epoch. Immersed in the understanding of his heritage, Minghe gradually awakened. At this point, he had transformed considerably since his initial manifestation. His clear eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom. His spiritual realm had progressed from the early stages of an Earth Immortal to the mid-stage of a Celestial Immortal. His cultivation had quietly advanced to the mid-level of an Earth Immortal. After dedicating another 10 yuan Wei, through diligent practice and relentless effort, Minghe continuously amassed spiritual energy, ultimately reaching the current limit permitted by the universe, the pinnacle of Earth Immortal. Henceforth, regardless of how Minghe endeavored in his cultivation, he found no further advancement, only the solidification of his foundation. Consequently, he resolved to let go of any entanglements, maintaining a fragment of his consciousness to continue accumulating spiritual energy and reinforcing his roots. He then commenced his exploration into other realms of knowledge. The river of oblivion beckoned, and upon examining his 3 exquisite spiritual treasures, he discovered that the restrictions within these treasures had all been unlocked for him. Once he reached the requisite level of cultivation, he could effortlessly refine the restraints and unleash the full potential of his current abilities. Truly, these were indeed innate spiritual treasures, perfectly attuned to his essence. Seated cross-legged by the river of Hades, he began the intricate process of refining the restrictions of his spiritual treasures. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. And upon awakening from the refinement, the 3 accompanying spiritual treasures were each imbued with 5 layers of restrictions. Even his mental realm, influenced by the feedback from these treasures, ascended to the pinnacle of celestial immortality. In truth, had it not been for his desire to deeply comprehend the restrictions within the treasures and to enhance his own abilities, these 3 accompanying spiritual treasures could have been refined to their current state in less than a single decade. At the moment of his awakening, his cultivation began to stir with latent energy. He meticulously contemplated the limits permitted by the universe, which had reached the initial stage of celestial immortality. Should he desire, he could effortlessly advance to the realm of celestial immortality at any moment. However, a sudden thought struck him. He recalled numerous novels from his past life that spoke of mythic realms and the Dao fruit of the Great Luo. He wondered if such circumstances were present within the fragmented memories of the chaotic demon god. Upon a thorough search through his incomplete inheritance, he found no such references, leaving him uncertain whether the omission was due to incomplete memories or the absence of such concepts altogether. Nevertheless, he believed it was worth attempting. As his current cultivation was still modest, any potential missteps could be promptly corrected. Yet, should he succeed, it would undoubtedly bolster his foundation for the future. Chapter 7. The Dao fruit of the Earth Immortal. Resolute in his decision, he settled upon the red lotus of fiery karma, meticulously organizing his cultivation. Concurrently, he summoned the flames of the red lotus and began to refine his physical form. Another decade passed, and at last, his physical body, primordial spirit, and magical power reached their current zenith. The river of Underworld was poised to transcend into the Dao fruit realm. Through relentless attempts and profound insights, he ultimately discovered the method to condense the Dao fruit, unifying his essence, spirit, and energy into one. As a result, an ethereal Dao fruit materialized before him. Upon its manifestation, he immediately sensed the distinct nature of this realm. The Dao fruit realm represents the pinnacle of every stage, breaking free from constraints and achieving completeness. In that moment, the river of Underworld felt a sense of wholeness, as if his former self had been incomplete. The appearance of the Dao fruit marked a moment of restoration, rendering him unified. Hunyuan, Hunyuan. Perhaps this is why it is called the path of Hunyuan. As continual cultivation rectifies one's deficiencies, leading to a state of completeness, ultimately achieving unity in Hunyuan. At that point, he could very well attain the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Suddenly, the river of Underworld fell into a state of enlightenment. Upon awakening from this profound realization, he discovered that his mental state had advanced significantly, reaching the mid-stage of true immortal. Even his cultivation had become thoroughly stabilized, with the Earth Immortal Dao fruit radiating brilliantly. He was poised to break through to celestial immortal without any concerns of error. Without hesitation, he seated himself in a meditative posture, channeling his magical energy. and began his ascent towards the initial stage of Celestial Immortal. As the river of Underworld broke into the initial stage of Celestial Immortal, time advanced to the final 3 yuan meetings of the third epoch. After attaining the status of Celestial Immortal, he began to reflect on his cultivation journey. The Earth Immortal, as the name implies, signifies an immortal grounded in the earth. This realm involves enhancing one's alignment with the earth. Embodying the principle of the earth is receptive, and a gentleman should cultivate profound virtue to support all beings. Thus, the cultivation of Earth Immortal is akin to laying a solid foundation. Only with a robust foundation can one soar to the heavens and achieve the status of Celestial Immortal. Upon becoming a Celestial Immortal, one can freely soar through the skies, effortlessly capturing the ethereal energies that drift within. As for the true Immortal, although his mental state had reached the requisite level, his cultivation still required refinement. However, the river of Underworld had gained a glimmer of understanding. The essence of cultivation lies in the process of transforming the unreal into the real. Upon reaching the true Immortal stage, the various techniques he mastered would undergo a profound transformation. Yet, due to insufficient cultivation, he could not yet validate his insights. After transcending to Celestial Immortal, the river of Underworld ceased further cultivation, sensing that his abilities had reached the limits permitted by the current cosmos, and any additional practice would yield no progress. Consequently, he turned his focus to refining his physical form. Having previously attained the pinnacle of Earth Immortal when breaking through the Dao fruit, combined with his innate connection to the physical path through the Pangu bloodline, the river of Underworld effortlessly advanced his physical form into the mid-stage of Celestial Immortal. At this moment, time had merely reached the third yuan meeting of the fourth epoch. As the river of Oblivion sought to advance his cultivation, aspiring to elevate his prowess to the mid-stage of Celestial Immortality, he endeavored earnestly but discovered an insurmountable barrier. The constraints of heaven and earth steadfastly hindered his progress, firmly restraining his ascension and cultivation. The river of Hades no longer insists, since a breakthrough cannot be achieved. It is as it should be. I shall continue to retain a fragment of my spirit, channeling my magical energy and silently accumulating strength. When the time for a breakthrough arrives, it will naturally unfold with ease. The Underworld river turned its attention to the space it inhabited, observing that this realm was separated from the external sea of blood by a formation. While refining the abundant blood energy from outside, it simultaneously filtered the malevolent and vengeful energies within the blood sea to the greatest extent possible. Within the confines of the formation, besides the Underworld river itself, there existed unique spiritual entities native to the sea of blood, including 2 superior innate spiritual roots, representing yin and yang, which served as the 2 pivotal points of the blood sea's creation formation. One was known as the blood deity fruit tree, situated at the yang eye of creation, while the other was the soul phantom treasure tree, located at the yin eye of blood malevolence. Together, they suppressed the key points of the blood sea's creation formation. The roots of the blood deity fruit tree incessantly absorbed the tainted blood energy and malevolence within the formation, transforming it into the nutrients it required. The fruits it bore were known as blood deity fruits, blooming once every 10,000 years and yielding fruit at the same interval, with each harvest producing only 365 fruits. These fruits had the power to restore bloodlines, enhance blood energy, and refine the strength of one's bloodline, serving as a great tonic for body refinement. Conversely, the roots of the soul phantom treasure tree continually drew upon the resentments and remnants of shattered souls that had fallen into the sea of blood, converting them into necessary nourishment. It produced fruits named soul phantom fruits, also blooming and bearing once every 10,000 years, yielding 365 fruits per harvest. These fruits could restore the primordial spirit, refine one's essence, and elevate the realm of the primordial spirit, making them a treasure of the spirit path. These 2 precious trees embody the duality of yin and yang, offering similar benefits, one affecting the physical body and the other the primordial spirit. Furthermore, at present, both trees bore their first crop of fruits, having amassed medicinal potency over several epochs. As the saying goes, too much of a good thing can be detrimental. If this accumulation continues, these fruits may soon fall naturally from the trees. The river of Hades, devoid of pretense, plucked a fruit from each tree, consuming one of each kind while carefully stowing the others away. He then settled into a meditative posture, commencing the absorption of the medicinal potency. Chapter 8. Bloodline. Enhancement of the primordial spirit. In the depths of the river of the Underworld, one seeks the legacy enshrined within their mind, discovering refined bloodlines that elevate the essence of their spirit and, in conjunction with the fruits, engage in the process of refinement. In the blink of an eye, a millennium has passed. The river of the underworld has successfully refined 2 fruits and awakened from the cultivation, realizing that indeed, in the mountains, time is but an illusion. 1,000 years have swiftly elapsed. Had this been a previous life? The time taken to refine a single fruit could have witnessed the rise and fall of an entire nation multiple times. After this reflection, the river of the underworld delved deeply into self-awareness, discovering that, with the aid of the 2 fruits, their physical realm had solidified at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of celestial beings, poised to break through with the slightest relaxation of the heavenly constraints. Even the essence of the bloodline had subtly elevated. It is noteworthy that, although the river of the underworld had purged all bloodlines except for that of Pangu, undergoing a purification that eliminated all impurities, the essence here is merely a remnant of the great deity Pangu's navel. Compared to the ancestral witches, one might argue that even the bloodlines of the great witches are likely more refined than that of the river of the underworld. However, after this refinement and with the assistance of the legacy of the chaotic demon god, the power of the river of the underworld's bloodline has nearly reached parity with that of the great witches, offering further support in future cultivation. Significant transformations have also occurred in the essence of the spirit. It has become more substantial, with the range of perception enhanced by over 30%. Most crucially, the river of the underworld senses a newfound clarity in their essence of spirit. This clarity plays a vital role in cultivation, allowing for greater tranquility during meditation, leading to clearer insights into the Dao, and even a slight elevation in comprehension. Minghe was quite pleased with his recent enhancement. He withdrew his thoughts and began to harvest the mature spiritual artifacts within the formation space. As he focused on the formation, he contemplated whether he should venture outside to observe the current state of the primordial world. However, he soon dismissed this notion, realizing that with his current cultivation at the initial stage of the celestial immortal realm, not only would he be unable to explore the primordial realm, but he might not even escape the blood sea. Although the blood sea, being a nurturing ground, would not actively harm him. He was well aware of the chaotic demons slain by the great Pangu at the dawn of creation. While their physical forms had perished and their true spirits fell into silence, their lingering resentment and malevolence still permeated the primordial world. A careless encounter could spell disaster for him. Thus, Minghe resolutely abandoned the idea of venturing out. Nonetheless, he reasoned that he could still delve into the study of the formation. Since his cultivation could not grow at the moment, he decided to explore the myriad arts of cultivation, treating it as a path to enlightenment. Conveniently, the Blood Sea creation formation, as his accompanying formation, posed no defenses against him. Consequently, Minghe began to study the Blood Sea creation formation, referencing the fragmented knowledge of the chaotic demons regarding formations stored in his mind. As he engaged in the study of the formation, time slipped by unnoticed. Minghe realized that this accompanying formation was far from simple. It encompassed functions of concealment, defense, and purification, while also containing threads of creation power that evolved into nurturing energy. This was only natural, as the formation was designed to nurture him. Simultaneously, he sensed that this formation was merely a segment of a much larger formation, but his current shallow cultivation prevented him from delving deeper. Through his research on the Blood Sea creation formation, Minghe found that his understanding of formation techniques was rapidly advancing. His state of mind also deepened due to his insights into the Dao, elevating him to the later stage of true immortal. After all, formations inherently harness the momentum of heaven and earth, allowing one to comprehend the cosmos. Minghe continued to immerse himself in the study of formations until he felt he could no longer make progress in the short term, marking the conclusion of his seclusion. Based on his insights into formations, Minghe began to organize the spiritual artifacts within the formation space, ensuring that they would enhance the formation while also fostering their growth. After a thorough arrangement, the blood energy within the formation space increased quietly by 30%, and even the spiritual energy and creation power saw considerable growth, with the spiritual artifacts exhibiting a newfound vitality. The river of the underworld retrieved the fiery red lotus of karma and placed it in the position where the blood embryo of the river once resided. It divided the creative force generated by the grand formation into 4 parts, allocating the majority to nourish the fiery red lotus of karma, while 2 equal portions were dedicated to sustain the blood divine fruit tree and the soul gem tree. A mere trace of this force was reserved for the nourishment of other spiritual entities. The fiery red lotus of karma now served as the new focal point of the formation, enhancing its power while purifying the lingering impurities within the array with its purifying flames. The 12-franc fiery red lotus of karma, birthed from the chaos Azure lotus, can be considered an exquisite innate spiritual treasure as well as a supreme innate spiritual root. In many novels from a previous life, The golden lotus of virtue is often depicted with numerous lotus seeds, thus, it is unreasonable to regard the fiery red lotus merely as a spiritual treasure. The river of the underworld unearthed numerous top-tier earth element spiritual entities from the formation and also discovered a prime water element spiritual entity, the bloodwater of the yellow springs, in a small stream. While these two types of spiritual entities may be detrimental to other spiritual roots in the external world, they are regarded as the greatest treasures for the roots born from the sea of blood. The river of Hades first created a pool using the blood of the underworld, surrounding the 12-grade fiery red lotus. He then covered the bottom of the pool with the soil of the river of Hades and plucked the 12 matured lotus seeds from the fiery red lotus, tossing them into the pool with casual ease. The fiery red lotus quivered gently, expressing its delight. Chapter 9. The initial trial of forging instruments after completing the pool. The river of Hades replaced the soil for the two treasured trees and watered them. As a result, the two treasured trees thrived with remarkable rapidity. Once all was accomplished, the river of Hades seated himself atop the 12-grade fiery red lotus, engaging in profound contemplation. Following this period of relaxation, his state of mind experienced a slight elevation. However, his cultivation remained constrained by the shackles of the universe, rendering any advancement impossible. The river of oblivion does not impose its will. After all, hastily seeking to transcend one's cultivation lacks true significance. Furthermore, even if one were to forcefully break through, the potential repercussions from the Dao could be dire. Although the Dao is impartial, and amidst the collective slumber of all, one's awakening might seem incongruous with the Dao's design. The mere existence of such an anomaly bears a certain justification. The Dao, in its impartiality, does not excessively intervene. However, should one recklessly challenge the Dao, it would not show leniency. Presently, with no progress in cultivation and one's realm far surpassing their actual cultivation level, further contemplation seems unnecessary. What should be the next subject of inquiry? As Minghe gazed upon the intricate spatial formation before him, his eyes sparkled upon witnessing the abundance of spiritual materials scattered about. Ah, the myriad arts of cultivation, how could one not delve into the realms of alchemy and artifact forging? To neglect such resources would indeed be a grave misallocation. With a firm resolve, Minghe closed his eyes once more, embarking on a journey to extract every fragment of knowledge pertaining to alchemy and artifact crafting from the depths of his mind, with particular emphasis on the fragmented legacies of the two primordial demon gods of these disciplines. After several epochs of diligent extraction and organization, coupled with his own profound insights, Minghe at last commenced his inaugural endeavor in artifact forging. After all, to engage in alchemy, one must first possess an alchemical furnace. Minghe retrieved the spiritual materials he had gathered, carefully selecting them before drawing forth the strand of the Crimson Lotus Inferno. He commenced the forging process, aspiring to craft an alchemical furnace, which would facilitate his future endeavors in potion making. However, his inaugural attempt at forging encountered a setback. The intense heat of the Crimson Lotus Inferno caused the materials to melt too rapidly in the initial stage, resulting in a disastrous amalgamation of components and ultimately culminating in failure. The river of Hades, undeterred, sat cross-legged and pondered deeply, once again delving into the study of the Scarlet Lotus flame. With renewed enthusiasm, he commenced his second attempt at forging. This time, the flames presented no significant issues. However, when it came to integrating the alchemical furnace and inscribing the prohibitions, he faced a severe setback. The failure stemmed from either an illogical combination of prohibitions, a mismatch of materials, or a lack of precision and timing, all culminating in the unsuccessful forging. In deep contemplation, Minghe realized that he had initially set his sights on the wrong objectives. Without mastering the craft of artifact refining, he had aspired to forge a complex alchemical furnace, which explained his continual failures. Thus, Minghe revisited the teachings of artifact crafting and reflected on his previous missteps. He found a stone platform and began to forge iron like the blacksmiths of later generations. He first hammered the spiritual materials into the desired shapes and, through relentless striking, eliminated impurities to create the foundational forms. Once he became proficient in this process, he meticulously inscribed seals upon these forms. As he honed his skills in material combinations and effortlessly engraved the seals to achieve optimal results, the area around the stone platform became cluttered with a myriad of peculiar celestial artifacts. In the context of the primordial world, these artifacts were scarcely more valuable than refuse. The abundance of spiritual materials rendered even the finest artifacts inadequate against the defenses of primordial demonic beings. Nevertheless, Minghe remained undeterred. For his cultivation had only reached the celestial stage, and he was utilizing the most inferior spiritual materials. As long as he could successfully refine these artifacts, there would be room for future enhancement. Among the artifacts he crafted, the finest were a hammer and a casting platform, both integral for his subsequent studies in artifact refinement. Until he acquired a suitable alchemical furnace, he relied solely on these two tools, which were fashioned from superior materials, capable of withstanding the searing flames of the red lotus of karma. The exceptional quality of the materials nearly elevated them to the status of post-heavenly spiritual treasures, classifying them as extraordinary magical artifacts. Through this period of forging, Minghe unexpectedly gleaned insights into the post-heavenly path of crafting, enriching his understanding of the art of artifacts. Although he did not receive the accolades of the Grand Dao, he sensed a slight easing of the cosmic scrutiny, as perfecting the post-heavenly path contributed to the foundation of the Grand Dao. As he delved deeper into his practice, the distinctions among spiritual treasures became clearer. Beneath the realm of spiritual treasures lay magical artifacts and celestial instruments, which in the primordial world were considered inconsequential, given that all sentient beings emerged as at least Earth immortals. With the loosening of the cosmic pressure, Minghe felt the stirrings of his cultivation. Without hesitation, he sat in meditation atop the 12th tier red lotus of karma and entered a period of secluded breakthrough. Time flowed gently as he advanced through the mid-celestial stage. And just as he stabilized his newfound prowess, he sensed the cosmic restraints easing once more. He continued his practice, ascending to the late celestial stage, and subsequently directed his efforts toward enhancing his physical cultivation, which had long stagnated in the mid-celestial realm. This time, he experienced a significant surge, achieving the peak of celestial cultivation, while his state of mind quietly approached the threshold of true immortality. Due to the magnitude of his breakthroughs, Minghe invested considerable time solidifying his cultivation to ensure it would not hinder his future advancements. Upon thoroughly stabilizing his powers and emerging from his retreat, he discovered that the primordial world had progressed into the mid-fourth epoch, becoming increasingly stable. Having completed his seclusion, Minghe found no immediate desire to continue his cultivation. After organizing the insights gained from his retreat, he retrieved the casting platform and hammer to attempt the creation of an alchemical furnace and a cauldron. After 7 or 8 unsuccessful attempts, he finally succeeded in crafting both, achieving a level that barely qualified as post-heavenly spiritual treasures. Observing the enhancement in his cultivation, he noted an improvement in his artifact refining skills as well. He also upgraded the casting platform and hammer to the status of post-heavenly spiritual treasures. Normally, his current refining capabilities would only allow him to produce magical artifacts and spiritual treasures. However, the feedback from establishing the post-heavenly path of crafting, combined with the high quality of the chosen materials, enabled him to create these for spiritual treasures. Having consolidated the insights from crafting spiritual treasures, he continued his journey. The Nether River began to select spiritual herbs, preparing to embark on its inaugural journey of alchemy. First, it reflected on the profound insights of the alchemical deity regarding the art of pill refinement. Under this elevated perspective, it recalled interpretations from novels of its past life concerning alchemical practices. Although the experiences and formulas might seem nonsensical when applied to the primordial world, the understanding of medicinal properties and the harmonious combinations of various herbs, such as the roles of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy, provided significant inspiration for the Nether River. The River of Hades commenced its exploration of the medicinal properties of various herbs amidst the overgrown wilderness. For even a humble weed from the primordial realm could be considered a rare treasure within a miniature world. Guided by the principles of the 5 elements and the duality of yin and yang, it began to harmoniously combine the essences of these herbs, summoning a cauldron for alchemy. It eschewed the use of the red lotus flame, instead conjuring true fire from its own magical essence to commence the purification of the herbal properties. Initially, the mastery of the process proved challenging, resulting in the unfortunate wastage of numerous herbal materials, as they are far more delicate than spiritual materials. However, the River of Hades did not succumb to despair. This intricate process of refining herbs also served as a means to enhance its own control over magical power. With its current cultivation level stagnant, honing the precise manipulation of every inch of magical energy would yield a significant advantage in future confrontations or endeavors. By wielding an inch of magical power to unleash the force of 3, this could be regarded as a subtle enhancement of its own strength. Returning to the matter at hand, the River of Hades embarked on a new round of refinement using the available herbs, with ample time at its disposal and abundant materials surrounding it. There was no urgency. This pursuit would not only elevate its abilities but also allow for a tranquil and measured approach. The River of the Underworld was not in haste to refine elixirs. Instead, It meticulously distilled various herbs, placing them into hastily crafted jade vials according to their unique properties. Once the river of the underworld had adeptly and accurately harnessed its own magical energy, it felt a significant enhancement in its power, nearly a 30% increase, which filled it with immense joy. After familiarizing itself with its own capabilities, the river of the underworld embarked on its inaugural elixir refinement. It began by selecting several compatible herbal essences, casting them into the alchemical furnace, and using its spiritual energy to separate them. Following a devised sequence, it commenced the fusion of each essence. Thanks to the formidable spiritual force and the meticulous process of magic, the fusion proceeded in an orderly manner. The potent spiritual energy enabled the river of the underworld to easily detect any conflicts within the mixtures, allowing for timely adjustments. Before long, the first batch of elixirs emerged successfully. 9 lustrous pills soared from the furnace, promptly captured by the prepared river of the underworld and stored in the prearranged jade vials. It tasted one, and it dissolved instantly in its mouth, emanating a faint magical aura. Although it held little effect for the river of the underworld, it would serve as a miraculous remedy for those below the realm of immortals. The river of the underworld smiled with satisfaction, inscribing the name Qi cultivation pill upon the vial. Subsequently, the river of the underworld categorized the herbal essences it had refined over the years according to their effects, creating various elixirs such as healing pills, soul-nourishing pills, and body refinement pills, which could even exert some influence on Earth immortals. In Chapter 11, Blood Nerve. After demonstrating its skills by crafting ordinary herbal elixirs, the river of the underworld turned its attention to the low-grade spiritual herbs found within the array space. Being born from the sea of blood, these herbs possessed a relatively uniform nature, primarily aligning with blood and soul attributes, or emerging as purifying herbs due to the principle of balance. Thus, the elixirs produced, while varying in grade, shared similar properties, and their uses were akin to those of low-grade pills. The river of the underworld effortlessly created numerous soul and blood attribute pills of the first and second transformations, corresponding to Earth immortals and celestial immortals, respectively, yet higher cultivation levels remained unattainable for further refinement. For each type of elixir, the river of the underworld utilized just one to test its properties, setting the rest aside. After all, the primary constraint on its cultivation was the shackles of heaven and earth, rather than its magical energy. After refining the elixirs, the river of the underworld reflected on its insights gained from alchemy, array studies, and artifact crafting, returning to the 12th grade infernal flame Red Lotus to contemplate its recent experiences. Its realm began to show signs of loosening. The river of Hades has become increasingly engrossed in its reflections. In the blink of an eye, 3 celestial gatherings have quietly elapsed. The mindset of the river of Hades has firmly established itself in the early stage of the profound immortal realm. During this period, all insights have been thoroughly absorbed. Contemplating the events of this period, Minghe realized that he often delved into the heritage of his mind only when necessity arose, rendering the process quite cumbersome and challenging to synthesize. As he pondered, a thought struck him, akin to the computer folders of future generations, which categorically organize an array of knowledge for easy retrieval. Though he was immersed in the realm of cultivation rather than technology, the means at the disposal of cultivators far surpassed what technology could achieve. Why not create such a file for himself? This would not only clarify the lineage of his teachings but also transform the process of organization into a valuable learning experience. Thus, Minghe entered a state of meditation, meticulously sorting through the teachings in his mind along with his recent insights gained from cultivation. He reflected deeply on array formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting. Ultimately, he harmonized his recent experiences with the profound essence of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods and the remnants of the 9 transformations of primordial chaos from the Great Pangu. In this manner, he gradually distilled a cultivation method tailored to his own essence, thereby forging pathways for both Earth immortals and Heavenly immortals. The river of Hades named his cultivation technique Blood Divine Nerve, with the primary text serving as a method for self-cultivation. It allows for the simultaneous refinement of both spiritual essence and physical vitality, each complementing the other to achieve mutual progress. Additionally, he compiled 3 volumes of 100 Arts, which encompasses insights into formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting, as well as methods for arranging formations, concocting elixirs, and crafting artifacts, ranging from the foundational level to the celestial realm. Furthermore, there exist 3,000 miscellaneous writings that document his reflections and experiences gleaned from the fragmented inheritance of 3,000 demonic deities. Once his compilation was complete, the river of Hades contemplated how to record these insights. At that moment, he lacked paper, writing instruments, or any form of storage chips. Indeed, there were no characters. Only the innate script of the Dao, which was not something that could be easily preserved. However, the methods of cultivators are extraordinarily diverse. The River of Hades turned his gaze towards the blood divine fruit tree and the ghostly soul treasure tree, specifically their leaves and bark, as superior innate spiritual roots. It was a trivial task to preserve the innate script. Thus, he took immediate action. First plucking leaves from both trees and then carefully stripping a bit of bark from each. Afterward, he poured forth blood from the yellow springs to soothe them before beginning the crafting process. After all, spiritual treasures and roots possess their own sentience, albeit in a form that is not manifest. Through the River of Hades' meticulous refinement, the bark and leaves were successfully transformed into the semblance of books. Albeit temporarily resembling blank tomes, their grade yet to be revealed, merely a rough draft of a spiritual treasure. Once all preparations were made, he began to use his own ordinary blood as ink, inscribing the organized scriptures onto the blank tome using the innate script of the Dao. As he wrote, an invisible aura of fortune began to converge upon this book, specifically relating to the aspect of enlightenment. For the River of Hades was authoring the first book since the creation of the heavens, which naturally attracted fortune conducive to teaching. As the River of Hades concluded his final stroke, the intangible fortune began to refine the blood divine nerve. Although, due to the constraints of heaven and earth, no merit was granted for the birth of the first book, the fortune that was due seamlessly integrated into the blood divine nerve. This book thus ascended to become a treasured artifact for enlightenment, its grade firmly positioned as a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. However, the restrictions within it would increase alongside the River of Hades' continuous improvements. This would significantly aid in future teachings, deductions, and practices, functioning much like a search engine. Whenever the River of Hades desired to explore a particular topic, a mere thought would cause the blood divine nerve to manifest accordingly, proving to be extraordinarily convenient and efficient. Chapter 12. Severing the spiritual essence. The River of Hades reached out to grasp the blood nerve, a creation of his own meticulous crafting, inscribed with his own blood. There was no need for further refinement. All prohibitions were effortlessly under his dominion, rendering it even more convenient than a companion spirit treasure. The River of the Underworld began to deeply comprehend the blood nerves in his grasp, through the nurturing of fortune and the transformation into a treasure of enlightenment. The essence within the blood nerves became considerably clearer compared to the Taoist nuances inscribed by the River of the Underworld. It could even autonomously deduce various paths of cultivation that lay ahead. If employed for imparting teachings, it would undoubtedly facilitate profound realizations in others. Logically, having acquired such a treasure of enlightenment, the River of the Underworld should have delivered a discourse. On one hand, this would allow for a more profound analysis of his understanding of the Dao. On the other, it would yield some merits of fortune. However, he had only barely reached the late stage of the fourth epoch, and under the dual pressures of the Great Dao and Pangu, despite his numerous endeavors, no merits had descended upon him. It was unlikely this time would differ. It is well known that in the primordial chaos, initiating actions for the first time often brings forth merits. Should the River of the Underworld choose to deliver a discourse now, any subsequent teachings would undoubtedly yield fewer merits than the initial one. Thus, he set aside the notion of imparting teachings and began to earnestly contemplate the blood nerves, juxtaposing his insights from personal cultivation to innovate and enhance. After 3 epochs, this phase of contemplation reached a conclusion. His state of mind had evolved significantly due to the abundance of insights, allowing him to attain the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm, as it is relatively easier to ascend at lower levels. Through this contemplation, the River of the Underworld, by researching the path of his clones in the fragmented legacy of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, suddenly conceived new thoughts regarding the essence of the 3,000 drops of chaotic demon blood he had once refined. He retrieved the 3,000 drops of blood-red treasure blood and examined them for a moment. Then, he produced an alchemical furnace and took out the first fruit of the ghostly tree, alongside numerous medicinal herbs for the restoration and enhancement of his spiritual power, and commenced the alchemical process. Seated upon the 12th grade fiery red lotus, with the blood nerves atop his head, he became wholly focused, intently observing the alchemical furnace. After an epoch of refining, the River of the Underworld, in pursuit of perfection, transcended his usual capabilities in such a state, astonishingly producing the first batch of 3 transformation elixirs. The Spirit Restoration Pill, yielding 9 complete pills in one go. Minghe gazed intently at the elixir, lost in contemplation. Perhaps this was the influence of fate, enabling one to accomplish feats deemed impossible. After a moment of reflection, he began to close his eyes and regulate his breath. Once his vitality and spirit reached their zenith, Minghe opened his eyes, extended his hand, and drew forth the Yuan-Tu sword. With a single stroke, he cleaved through his primordial spirit, severing a third of its fragments in one decisive blow. Minghe felt an excruciating headache, his mind resonating with a deafening hum. The spirit within his sea of consciousness became lethargic, displaying signs of imminent collapse. Should his spirit shatter, even if Minghe were to survive, he would be left in a state of utter foolishness. Not daring to delay, Minghe hastily consumed all the spirit-replenishing pills, channeling the fragments of his spirit into the soul tree for nurturing. He then settled into a meditative stance, diligently refining the medicinal energy to mend the injuries to his spirit. After 10 cycles of meditation, he finally emerged from his recuperation, his eyes reflecting a lingering sense of trepidation. Fortuitously, he had concocted the spirit-replenishing pills, and under fortunate circumstances, had succeeded in creating a third-grade elixir. Had he not, this ordeal might have left him with enduring spiritual wounds, making survival exceedingly difficult. He had been careless, having severed too much too quickly, yet he had managed to endure. Truly, the third-grade elixirs not only restored him to his former self but also enhanced his spirit, significantly increasing its resilience. Minghe contemplated the remnants of his spirit with a shudder of apprehension. Previously, through his understanding of the paths of the avatar, the soul, and the inheritance of the chaotic demon god, Minghe conceived an idea. Although he could not yet achieve an unending sea of blood, nor could he currently forge the blood god child, he could commence preparations in advance. With his current realm being relatively low, it would be considerably easier to restore his spirit now. Waiting until he attained the golden immortal stage to sever his spirit would greatly complicate recovery due to the indestructibility of golden essence, though he would not perish. The difficulty of restoration would increase considerably. As he could not enhance his cultivation at present and had ample time for recovery, he resolved to prepare early. Chapter 13. The avatar of the chaotic demon god. Having concluded his reflections, Minghe immediately ignited the furnace. After refining several batches of third-grade spirit-replenishing pills, he retrieved the fragments of his spirit from the soul tree. Compared to 10 cycles prior, the fragments had become more robust and less prone to dissipation, having been nourished by the soul tree. Seeing this, Minghe hesitated no longer. He unsheathed the spirit-slaying sword, deftly splitting the spirit fragments into two. Crushing a vial of spirit-replenishing pills, he sprinkled the contents over one portion of the spirit fragments. This portion was then returned to the soul tree for further nurturing. Taking the remaining portion, he utilized the spirit-slaying sword to divide it into 3,000 equal strands of spirit essence. He then crushed several more vials of spirit-replenishing pills and infused them into these 3,000 strands, ensuring their stabilization in the depths of the River of Oblivion. A method was employed whereby the primordial avatar of the main body was infused with restrictions into the primordial spirit and essence, ensuring that even if these spirits and essences grew exceedingly powerful, they would forever remain under the control of their original entity, unable to sever their bonds with it. Upon completing this, the River of Oblivion merged the essence with fragments of the primordial spirit. Owing to their shared origin, the fusion transpired seamlessly, culminating in a final refinement with the crimson lotus of karmic flames, rendering the union of spirit and essence flawless. Subsequently, the River of Oblivion reabsorbed these 3,000 droplets of primordial essence into its corporeal form, nurturing and refining them to ensure their everlasting connection to the original body. Thereafter, a wisp of transformative energy was summoned from the formation and infused into these droplets, causing them to pulsate with vitality, life burgeoning within. The River of Oblivion then extracted the 3,000 chaotic demon imprints from its sea of consciousness and embedded them within the blood nerves. The blood nerves shimmered with brilliance, quietly elevating themselves into the ranks of high-grade spiritual treasures. Observing this phenomenon, the River of Oblivion summoned the blood nerves, combining them with the 3,000 droplets of essence and the formation to achieve profound insights. Ultimately, using the 3,000 droplets as a foundation and the blood nerves as an auxiliary, alongside the grand formation of the Sea of Blood, it evolved 3,000 miniature blood sea formations. The blood nerves projected the legacy of the 3,000 chaotic demons into these small formations. Instantaneously, the entire grand formation of the blood sea experienced a jolt, significantly enhancing its capacity to refine blood energy, while simultaneously drawing in the residual blood energy of the 3,000 chaotic demons, which was seamlessly integrated into the miniature formations. The transformative energy within the formation space surged, and the River of Oblivion divided this energy into two portions. One remained to nourish the 12th grade karmic flame crimson lotus, 2 treasure trees, and other spiritual roots, while the other transformed into 3,000 fine threads, each merging into the droplets of essence to expedite their maturation. By the time all these tasks were completed, The late stages of the fourth epoch had quietly arrived. Although it seemed that the previous endeavors had not consumed much time, the processes of refining elixirs, segmenting the primordial spirit, merging essences, and comprehending formations, as well as arranging the 3,000 small formations, had indeed demanded a considerable investment of time from the River of Oblivion. Fortunately, the outcomes were deemed satisfactory. Gazing at the essence within the 3,000 small formations, the River of Oblivion was filled with profound anticipation. Perhaps this would be the pivotal moment for my ascension. As time progressed into the late fourth epoch, the pressures left behind by the Dao and the primordial deity Pangu in the world began to wane significantly. The shackles of heaven and earth loosened considerably, and the River of Oblivion sensed an awakening within its own cultivation. Consequently, the River of Oblivion seated itself upon the 12th grade karmic flame Crimson Lotus, not immediately embarking on a breakthrough, but rather reflecting upon the events of the fourth epoch, drafting the blood nerves, nurturing the demon avatars. Such seemingly mundane tasks were, in truth, laying a solid foundation for future ascension. Upon concluding this reflection, the River of Oblivion delved deeply into the insights gained from constructing the 3,000 small formations and the experiences derived from creating demon avatars, resulting in significant elevation of its mindset. After organizing these insights, the River of Oblivion officially commenced its breakthrough in cultivation. This time, it aimed to ascend beyond the pinnacle of celestial immortality, crystallizing the Dao fruit of celestial immortality in preparation for stepping into the realm of true immortals. With the River of Oblivion entering seclusion, the formation space once again fell into silence. However, unlike before, this time the space was imbued with vibrant life energy. As the 3,000 droplets of demon essence inhaled and exhaled vast quantities of blood energy and transformative essence. Chapter 14. The true immortal realm. Time in the primordial world always flows swiftly. Unbeknownst to all, the era transitioned into the early fifth epoch, where the River of Oblivion had successfully coalesced the Dao fruit of celestial immortality, breaking through to the initial stage of true immortality, while its mindset had also reached the late stage of mysterious immortality. Minghe is acutely aware that he currently enjoys a fleeting advantage, having taken a step ahead during the gestation period of the first batch of primordial demons. This advantage, however, is not substantial. Although the primordial demons, reincarnated from the essence of chaotic demons, have had their previous cultivation techniques and insights erased due to the interference of the Great Dao, their fundamental essence remains largely intact. Once they successfully develop, they will effortlessly reach the limits imposed by the heavens and earth. In contrast, Minghe has purified his chaotic essence with the Red Lotus Karma Fire, achieving a more refined state devoid of impurities, allowing him to ascend to greater heights. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that his essence has become significantly diluted, currently equivalent to that of a great shaman, and he even falls short of the top-tier shamans like Quafu and Xingtian. Should Minghe become complacent, he risks being easily surpassed by the primordial demons that awaken later. Upon reflecting on this, Minghe has gained clarity regarding his future path of cultivation, which involves enhancing his bloodline strength and enriching his essence. However, he recognizes that there is no rush at this moment. The foremost priority is to consolidate his cultivation insights. Presently, Minghe has reached the early stage of true immortality, yet he has merely summarized his understanding of cultivation techniques, alchemy, weaponry, and array formations. He is yet to explore the combat techniques necessary for battle. It would be imprudent to confront adversaries wielding the Yuan Tu and Abi recklessly, relying solely on brute strength or regeneration through the sea of blood. The mere thought of such recklessness makes Minghe shake his head in dismay. With these considerations in mind, Minghe resolves to cease his hesitations, sitting cross-legged to begin organizing his cultivation insights. The journey from Earth Immortal to Celestial Immortal and then to True Immortal represents a progression from the terrestrial to the celestial, harmonizing the relationships between heaven, earth, and humanity. The so-called timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony lay the groundwork for future breakthroughs into the Tai Golden Immortal realm, ultimately culminating in the convergence of the three flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity. Upon completing his reflections, Minghe begins to peruse the fragmented images of the chaotic demons in battle from the blood divine nerve, seeking to synthesize this knowledge with his own to forge techniques and powers suited to him. With the determination to pursue the laws of blood as his future path, he contemplates the myriad techniques and powers that could emerge from this foundational principle. After careful contemplation, Minghe discerned that most techniques suitable for the blood law predominantly serve as auxiliary powers, leaning towards what later generations would classify as demonic arts. For instance, the heavenly demon disintegration technique employs the incineration of one's own essence blood to procure formidable strength. Similarly, The blood escape technique also relies on the combustion of essence blood to gain swiftness, albeit at the cost of personal frailty. However, such sacrifices are trivial to Minghe. For who decrees that the burning of essence blood must necessarily entail one's own? Furthermore, as a being of considerable stature, Minghe is backed by an entire underworld sea of blood, which, in time, he shall refine entirely. For others, these secret arts may inflict 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while inflicting 800 upon themselves, yet for Minghe, they resonate unexpectedly well, complementing his abilities splendidly. As for the arts of slaughter, are there not established principles of carnage? In this lifetime, Minghe merely chose not to primarily cultivate the slaughter law, not to forsake it entirely. Through profound insight, he merged his innate spiritual treasures, the Yuan Tu and the Ubi twin swords, with the slaughter law, thus forging several sword techniques, such as the soul-cleaving sword and the life-seizing sword. He also intertwined the laws of the soul with the slaughter law, drawing inspiration from the sword Saint S23 swords to create the God-seizing and soul-destroying sword, capable of directly assailing the primordial spirit. Furthermore, he recollected the descriptions of the 36 transformations of Tiangang, comprehending techniques such as the law of heaven and earth and the 3 heads and 6 arms. Subsequently, Minghe meticulously recorded all these techniques into the Blood Divine network, thereby completing his arsenal. He then plunged once more into the depths of cultivation, and upon emerging, he had fully absorbed the insights gained from this creative endeavor. Chapter 15. First steps into the sea of blood upon exiting his seclusion. Minghe recalled his previous thoughts on enhancing his bloodline essence to fortify his foundation. However, he found himself at a loss regarding how to augment this bloodline essence. Perusing numerous demon god legacies yielded no clarity, leaving him somewhat vexed. After much contemplation, Minghe resolved to be unperturbed if he could not devise a solution immediately. He would take a moment to clear his mind. Having spent so much time in the Hongwang realm, he had yet to venture outside this erased space, birthed from the sea of blood, which struck him as rather amusing. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated, rising from the fiery red lotus and, for safety's sake, bringing it along. With the fiery red lotus beneath his feet and wielding the Yuan Tu and Ubi blades in each hand, he stepped beyond the erased space. As he emerged, a sea of crimson engulfed him, plunging him into an ocean composed entirely of blood, what others perceived as a foul and perilous sea. Fraught with the danger of death, evoked in Minghe a sense of joy and acceptance, as if welcoming a long-lost child home. Indeed, Minghe was born of this blood sea. Although he had purified his essence, he remained of the Pangu bloodline, and the underworld sea of blood was, in fact, derived from the navel of the great Pangu. Thus, instinctively, the underworld sea of blood felt a closer kinship to Minghe. As he attuned to this state, he felt a profound joy. This was the cradle of his existence. And despite how repugnant it might appear to others, it was home to Minghe. With these thoughts, Minghe began to drift through the underworld sea of blood. At this moment, the blood sea was not yet as it would become in later ages, having endured numerous tribulations, although the expanse of the underworld sea had significantly increased. The original essence blood, containing the chaotic essence of 3,000 demon gods, had been infinitely diluted. There were no wailing souls scattered throughout, and its power and rank could not compare to the present blood sea. Contemplating these matters, Minghe ceased to ponder future concerns and resolved to thoroughly explore the blood sea while the opportunity presented itself. Thus, he commenced his exploration anew. However, certain areas within the blood sea, where the chaotic malevolent aura and resentment converged, caused him to frown. Although the underworld sea of blood was indeed a gathering place for the grievances, malevolence, and the blood aura of deceased beings from the Hongwang continent, as well as a destination for the true spirits of the departed, Minghe remained somewhat averse to the pervasive malevolent filth. For who among the living would relish dwelling in a latrine? As Minghe contemplated, he resolved to devise a means to alter these circumstances in the future. With this thought, he resumed his journey. Suddenly, he felt a profound pull on his spirit, and following this instinctive connection, he arrived before an intricate formation. Due to the barriers of the formation, Minghe could not discern what lay within. However, he remained undeterred, although the formation obstructed him. Its location amidst the sea of blood invoked an innate sense of affinity within him, preventing any hostile action. Thus, Minghe possessed ample time to decipher the intricacies of the formation and ultimately dismantle it. In an instant, Minghe settled into a meditative posture, delving into the intricacies of the formation. After an entire Yuan meeting of contemplation, he comprehended the essence of this array, whose primary function was protection. Although it possessed some offensive capabilities, their potency was relatively modest. Its defensive abilities, however, could withstand assaults from beings of the Tai Golden Immortal level. For Minghe, This was a meager advantage. After all, situated within the blood sea of the underworld, even a typical Luo golden immortal would hesitate to tread lightly. Even in the face of an impending calamity from ferocious beasts, those mindless creatures would remain wary of the blood sea. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility that the leaders of these beasts, such as Shinny and reincarnation, might venture into the blood sea due to the allure of its sanguine energy. Thus, he could not afford to be complacent. With this thought, Minghe formally entered the formation. The spatial realm of the array was not expansive. At its center stood a grand flag, surrounded by various spiritual materials. He first collected the spiritual materials before commencing the refinement of the flag. Through this process, Minghe discovered that the flag was named the Shura Battle Flag, a supreme innate spiritual treasure imbued with 36 prohibitions. The Shura clan, known for its innate belligerence, was undoubtedly influenced by this illustrious flag. After securing the Shura Battle Flag and dismantling the formation, Minghe resumed his explorations within the Blood Sea. Chapter 16. The Negue and the Other Shore Flower. Not long into his journey, Minghe sensed a compelling force drawing him toward another formation. Following this instinct, he arrived at its entrance, where he repeated his earlier method, first grasping the formation's principles before entering. Here, he discovered a jade gue. Upon refining it, Minghe learned its name, the Negue, also known as the Shura Jade Gue, a superior innate spiritual treasure that would later serve as the Shura clan's means to suppress destiny. Gazing at the jade gue, Minghe fell into deep contemplation. It seemed his connection to the Dao was profound. One of the three virtuous paths of the future 6 realms of reincarnation was the Shura path, and this treasure was integral to the Shura clan's destiny. He pondered whether it bore any relation to the Naya Bridge, but with the underworld yet to emerge, such inquiries remained elusive, and he chose to dwell no more on them. After securing the Negue, Minghe began to scrutinize the blood sea of the underworld. Previously, while refining the blood sea's creation formation, he sensed it was part of a larger scheme. However, after emerging, he could not locate this grand array. Through his recent insights into the innate spiritual treasure's protective formations, Minghe's understanding of formations had significantly enhanced, although he had yet to reach an exceptionally advanced level. The intimate connection to his own defenses made it feasible for him to uncover the greater array. After meticulous contemplation, Minghe finally discerned the formation's secrets. No wonder he had been unable to locate it before. The entire blood sea of the underworld constituted a fragment of the array. Such a grand design. He wondered if it was a natural occurrence or a legacy left by the Pangu deity. He mused on how the blood sea managed to amass the pervasive blood energy, malevolent aura, and lingering resentment from the vast wilderness. The river of the underworld found itself deeply engrossed in the contemplation of this particular formation. After several hundred epochs of reflection, it began to grasp the fundamental principles underlying the blood sea reincarnation array. In terms of rank, this formation should be on par with the great array of the celestial stars and the 12 capitals of divine killers. Yet, this array does not primarily focus on offense, nor does it excel in defense. Its operational principle is to extract the malevolent energies, grievances, and impurities from the entirety of the primordial world, absorbing them within itself to achieve the purification of the primordial realm. However, the river of the underworld sensed, albeit faintly, that this formation might not be entirely complete, possessing the ability to contain but lacking the capacity to transform. Regrettably, due to its currently low cultivation level, it could not probe further into the matter, and thus chose to keep these thoughts concealed until its cultivation improved. As the river of the underworld traversed the blood sea, time unknowingly advanced to the midpoint of the 5th epoch. It began to feel the stirrings of its cultivation. As the shackles imposed by the Great Luo and the primordial deity Pangu gradually loosened, allowing for further advancement. Consequently, the river of the underworld ceased its aimless wandering. The ethereal blood sea remained accessible at any time for exploration. It proceeded directly to the core of the formation it had sensed during its contemplation of the blood sea reincarnation array. Upon arriving at the core, the river of the underworld beheld a stone tablet alongside a primordial spiritual root. As for the barriers surrounding it, they ceased to impede its progress the moment it began to comprehend the blood sea reincarnation array. However, for others, overcoming these obstacles would still require considerable effort. The river of the underworld first devoted a whole yuan wei to refining the stone steel, thus gaining dominion over the entire abyssal blood sea. Subsequently, the river turned its gaze towards the innate spiritual root, which was remarkably extraordinary. Its blossoms were pure white, and in a brief moment, the flowers would wither only for new leaves to sprout forth. As the leaves emerged, the flowers would fall. Observing this, the river began to harbor certain conjectures. The ethereal flower, known as the ghost flower or manjusha, blooms before the leaves appear, The flowers blossom while the leaves fall, and when the leaves fall, the flowers bloom. The flowers and leaves eternally intertwine yet never meet across lifetimes, hence the name ghost flower, which signifies the appearance of flowers without the sight of leaves. Upon refining, it was indeed as the river had surmised. It was a superior innate spiritual root, the ghost flower. Little did it expect that this flower would come to rest in its hands, enabling the underworld to expand its reach even further, thought the river. Chapter 17. Bloodletting. Stowing away the ghost flower, the river of the underworld directly retrieved the 12th grade infernal fire-red lotus and seated itself before the enchanted stone steel, commencing the contemplation of its experiences traversing the blood sea. During this journey, it had acquired 2 superior innate treasures, refined the enchanted stone steel of the abyssal blood sea, and harvested a superior innate spiritual root. All innate entities are imbued with the resonance of the Dao. Through the refinement of these spiritual treasures, roots, and the core formations, the river garnered a wealth of insights, rapidly elevating its state of mind to reach the mid-stage of golden immortal. This absorption represented a complete assimilation of its gains, signifying that, devoid of the constraints of heaven and earth, the river could swiftly advance its cultivation to the golden immortal level without the trepidation of instability in its realms. Upon the enhancement of its state of mind, the river began to break through its cultivation. Upon emerging from its seclusion, its cultivation had ascended to the late stage of true immortal, achieving 2 successive breakthroughs in minor realms. In truth, under the pressures of the Great Dao and the Pangu deity, the pinnacle attainable by cultivators should rightly be the mid-stage of true immortal. It remains uncertain whether it was due to the bloodline of Pangu, combined with the previous creation of the post-heavenly path and the contributions of the blood god. But the Great Dao and the Pangu deity seemed to bestow certain privileges upon the river. After breaking through to the mid-stage of true immortal, the river sensed the potential for further advancement and thus seamlessly broke through to the late stage of true immortal, only then encountering the constraints once more. Minghe decisively emerged from his seclusion, likely due to the recent breakthrough in his cultivation, coupled with the successful refinement of the nether blood sea formation. He felt a profound sense of readiness, realizing that he could now commence the creation of the blood goddess avatar. As long as the blood sea remains abundant, Minghe shall not perish. This endeavor could soon be set in motion. Once the blood goddess avatar is complete, he could venture into the primordial wilderness. Minghe mused. Returning to the place of gestation, Minghe first retrieved the primordial spirit nurtured within the soul treasure tree. After nearly an epoch of nurturing, this primordial spirit had regained its original, robust form. If it were to be nurtured any further, it would likely begin to merge with the essence of the soul treasure tree. He carefully withdrew the primordial spirit back into his consciousness, utilizing the original essence to cleanse the residual energies tainting this spirit, thus restoring its purity. Next, he grasped the blood goddess technique, meticulously comprehending the methods contained within. In the original timeline, Minghe had transformed the entire blood sea into his corporeal form, with each drop of blood capable of manifesting as his avatar. However, from his current perspective, while such avatars could ensure the blood sea remains inexhaustible and Minghe immortal, their utility diminished once they left the blood sea. Moreover, the level of cultivation achieved at the time of their creation would remain fixed, unable to ascend further. If he were to continue along this path, the ultimate outcome would likely mirror that of the original Minghe in that timeline. As Minghe pondered how to concoct the blood god avatar, he was suddenly reminded of the scene where he previously crafted the 3,000 chaos demon avatars. By integrating the method of creating the blood god avatar, it seemed to hold great promise. Thus, after meticulous contemplation, he resolved to proceed without hesitation. He first retrieved the initial fruit from the blood god tree and selected an ample quantity of spiritual roots that replenished vitality. With the alchemical furnace in hand, he commenced the refining process. Once the fruit was entirely consumed, a small mountain of jade vials had accumulated before Minghe. The majority contained potent blood-replenishing elixirs. Yet a few vials contained spirit-replenishing pills, for the essence, energy, and spirit are interconnected and equally essential. Having prepared adequately, Minghe procured a jade basin and began the process of bloodletting. He first extracted 4 drops of his heart's essence blood. The moment this precious blood appeared, his complexion turned ashen, prompting him to hastily swallow a vial of blood-replenishing elixir. It is well understood that the heart's essence blood is a culmination of a cultivator's vitality and spirit, and each cultivator possesses only a finite amount. Once lost, it is exceedingly difficult to replenish. Fortunately, as Minghe's cultivation level was still low, the first fruit's elixir, derived from a high-grade innate spiritual root, was already far beyond what he could typically handle. Were it not for this safeguard, he would not dare to engage in such a risky endeavor. After a brief period of recovery, Minghe began to draw blood from himself, though this time it was merely ordinary blood. During the bloodletting process, he intermittently consumed a few spirit and blood-replenishing pills. Throughout this period, after regaining his strength, he extracted 2 additional drops of Heart's Essence blood. Time swiftly passed. Continue-on meetings flew by. Before Minghe, there appeared a staggering 12,960,000,000 drops of blood, intermittently shimmering with a faint glimmer. Above these droplets floated 12 ruby-like drops of essence blood. Chapter 18. The Refinement of the Blood God Avatar. As Minghe gazed upon the droplets of blood before him, a bittersweet smile graced his lips, lamenting the discomfort of self-inflicted bloodletting. Heaven knows how he had endured these 10 cycles. The blood within him, released and replenished, left his spirit oscillating between exhilaration and weakness. Fortunately, his cultivation and realm had reached a commendable level, otherwise, he might have succumbed to madness. Though the process was far from delightful, the outcome was indeed gratifying. Through this tug-of-war, Minghe's realm had successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the late Golden Immortal stage. And even his bloodline had experienced a significant enhancement. It was his estimation that whereas his original bloodline had been akin to that of an ordinary Great Witch, it now stood in comparison to the most formidable Great Witches, such as Xing Tian and Hou Yi, who resided beneath the Ancestral Witches. Having organized his gains, Minghe's gaze once again fell upon the blood droplets. Though the blood had been released, harnessing its power demanded considerable effort. He cast 8 of the 12 droplets of his precious blood into the scarlet lotus of infernal fire for refinement and nurturing. The remaining 4 droplets were dispersed, intermingling with the 12,960,000,000 ordinary blood droplets, summoning the accumulated essence of fortune over the years, and placed into the alchemical furnace for final refinement and fusion. After several cycles of refinement, the blood droplets reconstituted into 12,960,000,000 portions, with the 4 droplets of precious blood fully integrated into them. Subsequently, Minghe retrieved his nurtured primordial spirit from his sea of consciousness. At this moment, the primordial spirit had regained its clarity, indistinguishable from Minghe's own, devoid of any foreign essence. He then divided this primordial spirit into 2 halves. One was cast into the 12th grade scarlet lotus of infernal fire to merge with the 8 droplets of refined blood, while the other was placed at the center of the 12,960,000,000 blood droplets, allowing the primordial spirit to naturally fuse with them. Throughout this process, Minghe intermittently crushed several elixirs for replenishing spirit and blood, augmenting the foundation of these blood droplets. After a prolonged wait, as all the blood droplets absorbed a trace of primordial spirit, Minghe rose to extract the fruits of his years of effort, removing the cores and refining all the flesh into the essence of origin and soul, infusing it into the blood droplets. The droplets shimmered with brilliance, each resembling a radiant ruby, glistening with resplendent light. After meticulously counting the fruit cores, Minghe turned his attention to the 2 towering, exceptional innate spiritual roots. He began by excavating a circle around each of these superior spiritual roots, filling the trenches with the ethereal blood soil and saturating them with copious amounts of the blood water from the yellow springs. Subsequently, Minghe summoned the Ubijna sword and commenced pruning the branches of the 2 fruit trees. He first removed the lush foliage from the outermost layers and then selected 8 branches imbued with primal essence from each tree. Instantly, the vitality of the fruit trees diminished. Observing this, Minghe hastily poured in more yellow springs blood water and drew forth a substantial amount of transformative energy, infusing it into the 2 exceptional spiritual roots. He then continued to trim the discarded branches until he had precisely 12,096,000,000 portions of fruit cores. With that completed, Minghe gathered the blood droplets and all the rare materials he had collected over the years from his sojourn in the Blood Sea, and entered the depths of the Blood Sea. During the ensuing period, he wandered through the ethereal Blood Sea, setting up microcosmic Blood Sea creation arrays at each node of the Blood Sea cyclical formation. Utilizing the fruit cores and branches of the Blood God fruit tree and the Soul Treasure tree, alongside a plethora of rare materials. Undoubtedly, in terms of array grade, these newly established formations paled in comparison to the original Blood Sea creation array. And even the ones arranged with the essence of 3,000 Chaos Demon God's blood were far superior. Only the Blood Sea creation arrays arranged with the 8 pairs of primal branches could rival those formed outside the 3,000 Chaos Demon blood droplets. As time swiftly passed, Minghe's industriousness culminated just as the 5th epoch was drawing to a close. Within the Blood Sea, amid the cyclical formation, 8 small Blood Sea creation arrays encircled the original one, complemented by 12,096,000,000 even smaller arrays. Thanks to the amplification provided by these formations, The power of the Blood Sea's cyclical array surged dramatically, enhancing its ability to purify the tainted energies of the cosmos. Within the central array, all the Blood Sea creation arrays voraciously absorbed the malevolent energies, transforming them into creative energy, thereby nourishing the Blood God fruit tree and the Soul Treasure tree. With their fruit cores and branches. After undergoing purification, this energy was then infused into the blood droplets, which floated up and down, exhaling creative energy and blood essence. Their vitality continually growing stronger, due to the interconnected nature of the formations. Any portion of the 12 billion and 96 million smaller arrays that could not be transformed immediately transmitted back to the central 8 arrays, before ultimately returning to the original array, where 3,000 smaller arrays would share in the bounty. Under the operation of these arrays, the malevolent energies, grievances, and other impurities within the Blood Sea were substantially diminished, rendering the waters less murky. The subsequent negative energies absorbed by the Blood Sea's cyclical formation were swiftly fragmented and assimilated into each smaller array. It was evident that the Blood Sea, under the influence of these formations, would no longer be synonymous with filth. Upon returning to the nurturing grounds, Minghe discovered that the creative energy within the Blood Sea creation array was nearly overflowing. Each spiritual root greedily absorbed this energy, and surplus creative energy coalesced into droplets, falling into the central pool of the array. In the pool, the lotus seeds Minghe had previously cast aside began to sprout, heralding an abundance of the infernal fire red lotuses in the future, contingent only on their respective grades. Shortly thereafter, Minghe retrieved a 12th grade infernal fire red lotus, placing it in the center of the pool, while also releasing other spiritual treasures to soak in the creative waters. Over the years, for his own safety, the infernal fire red lotus and other treasures had been kept in his possession. As soon as the infernal fire red lotus touched the water, it began to fervently absorb creative energy, with the other treasures following suit, illuminating the entire spatial array with a brilliant glow. With the conclusion of the 5th epoch, the dual shackles of the Great Dao and the primordial Pangu had loosened once again. The relentless array formations and the meticulous refinements Minghe had undertaken in the Blood Sea had accumulated a wealth of insights, compelling him to retreat for contemplation. Without further hesitation, Minghe settled into a meditative posture atop the 12th grade infernal fire red lotus, embarking on the task of organizing the insights he had gathered over the years. Time in the primordial realm is unmeasured, and before long, he was unaware of how many springs had passed. As the pressures of the Great Dao and the primordial Pangu eased, Minghe's cultivation speed subtly accelerated. With the advent of the 6th epoch, he successfully attained the true Immortal Dao fruit, breaking through to the mid-stage of the profound Immortal realm, and subsequently advancing 2 minor realms to reach the mid-stage of the profound Immortal level. His mental state had also ascended to the pinnacle of the golden Immortal level. Additionally, unexpected joys surfaced, thanks to the years spent refining the Blood God seed and arranging formations. Minghe had silently comprehended the laws of blood and the laws of avatars to a significant extent, reaching 20% mastery, while the laws of the soul and the laws of formations had achieved 15%. It could be said that provided the constraints of heaven and earth were relaxed, Minghe could effortlessly breach the golden Immortal realm. Once he refined the 5 energies within him, he would step into the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. What Minghe needed to do was diligently accumulate his magical power, ready to ascend swiftly upon the loosening of the heavenly shackles. This was also due to the cultivation method of the primordial practitioners, upon condensing their essence, spirit, and energy to achieve a harmonious balance with heaven and earth. They transitioned into the profound Immortal realm. From there, they began to grasp the laws. As soon as they comprehended even a fragment of the laws, they could refine their understanding and break through to the golden Immortal realm. Thus, given Minghe's current situation, the path of cultivation in the profound Immortal realm appeared to be smooth sailing. He merely needed to continuously accumulate magical power to facilitate his growth. When the pressures of the Great Dao and the primordial Pangu eased once more, Minghe would effortlessly transcend into the golden Immortal realm. Chapter 20. Chaotic Spiritual Energy. As Minghe solidified his own cultivation, he recorded the newly organized methods of training in the realm of Xianxian into his blood nerves. He ceased further practice, finding joy in the vibrant vitality surrounding him. The space was suffused with strands of transformative energy, and in the pond beneath him, blood-red lotus flowers bloomed. In addition to the original 12-grade Yefei red lotus, several of the highest blooms had reached the level of 3-grade red lotus. Within the 12th-grade Yefei red lotus, immature lotus seeds had begun to form, gradually absorbing the transformative energy to grow. After comprehensively understanding the conditions within the formation space, Minghe felt a surge of inspiration and desire to explore the primordial wilderness. with his mid-Xuanxian cultivation and 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures for protection. Along with the already condensed blood divine child, he could embark on this journey without risk, especially in a time when other beings had yet to awaken their consciousness. However, before setting out, he needed to ensure that everything at home was in order, so as not to hinder the development of the blood seed due to his absence. He first examined the formation space and discovered that the blood divine fruit tree and the ghostly treasure tree had healed from the original source damage caused by his previous pruning, and even showed signs of enhancement under the infusion of transformative energy. Everything else was thriving vibrantly. Subsequently, Minghe stepped out of the blood sea transformation array and into the blood sea itself, meticulously checking all arrangements. Thanks to the support of transformative energy within the array, the aura of all blood divine children had noticeably increased compared to when they were first arranged, with the potential to take form by the end of the 6th calamity. Once everything was arranged, Minghe stepped out of the blood sea for the first time. The moment he exited, he felt the dual pressure of the Dao and the Pangu great deity, as if a great mountain bore down upon him, rendering the operation of his magical power obscure. The atmosphere was also infused with wisps of chaotic energy. Minghe realized that it was only the early stages of the 6th epoch, and the chaotic energy had yet to be converted into innate spiritual energy. It would only be by the end of this calamity that the chaotic spiritual energy would gradually transform into innate spiritual energy, completing its conversion by the mid-7th epoch when the first batch of innate demon gods would awaken and emerge to engage with the world. For those of lower cultivation, chaotic spiritual energy might be more harmful than beneficial, although its transformation through the heavens and earth's membranes made it less explosive than in its original state. It was still not something an ordinary person could withstand. However, Minghe's bloodline descended from the Pangu great deity, a child of the Dao, making an appropriate amount of chaotic spiritual energy a tremendous boon for him, particularly enhancing his physical realm. At this moment, the concentration of chaotic spiritual energy was perfectly suited to Minghe's current circumstances. The corporeal cultivation of the River of Hades had nearly exhausted its foundation upon reaching the initial stage of the profound immortal realm while attempting to solidify the true immortal fruit. In order to successfully condense the profound immortal fruit in the future, it would be essential to harmonize the corporeal body and cultivation, achieving a unity of essence, energy, and spirit. Simultaneously, the 12th grade fiery red lotus, a descendant of the chaotic Azure lotus, would require the assistance of chaos spiritual energy to break through to the innate supreme treasure, or even the chaos spiritual treasure. Given the current cultivation level of the River of Hades, it was improbable to enter the chaos to absorb such energy. Even flying under the dual pressure of the Great Dao and Pangu seemed a distant dream. This journey into the primordial chaos, despite lacking other gains, presented a remarkable opportunity in the form of the abundant chaos spiritual energy. After slightly acclimatizing to the prevailing pressure, the River of Hades discerned the direction and set forth towards the surrounding mountains, simultaneously retrieving the 12th grade fiery red lotus. He commenced the practice of his corporeal techniques, fervently absorbing the chaos spiritual energy alongside the lotus. Any energy that could not be refined at the moment was stored within the spiritual space of the fiery red lotus, as chaos spiritual energy was a rare treasure, and it would not be easily encountered again until he broke through to the primordial golden immortal level and ventured into the chaos himself. Chapter 21. Mid-profound immortal stage. Indeed, the journey felt like a relentless pursuit of a distant mountain. During his travels, the River of Hades recalled the legendary 36 celestial deists of the future and continuously endeavored to master the art of rapid movement, ultimately succeeding in comprehending the technique of earthly golden light, which greatly enhanced his speed. However, even after a full yuan meeting of travel, the surrounding mountains remained unchanged in his eyes. The River of Hades could not help but exclaim, "The great Pangu is truly our model, his divine might is immeasurable. With but a single axe, he forged such a vast world." This journey had been desolate, devoid of any spiritual roots or treasures. Not even a blade of grass was in sight. Yet, after years of cultivation, the River of Hades had developed a resolute heart. Had he arrived in the primordial chaos at an earlier time, he would have likely succumbed to madness. It is worth noting that even the refined chaos spiritual energy, filtered through the membranes of heaven and earth, was not something ordinary beings could endure. Exhausted from the journey, the River of Hades sat cross-legged upon the fiery red lotus, focusing on refining his corporeal form. Given the sentience of the lotus, it would not veer off course without guidance. When fatigue struck, he would descend and continue his journey with the earthly golden light, which had nearly reached a transcendent level of mastery through prolonged use. Throughout the journey, He encountered no heavenly materials or earthly treasures, yet his corporeal training had advanced to match his cultivation, reaching the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm, with signs of a potential breakthrough to the latter stage. Despite the material lack during these 2 yuan meetings, his state of mind had been tempered, rendering it more resilient, thus deepening his comprehension of the Dao to the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. At the moment of this elevation, the river of Hades suddenly felt a pull from his bloodline, guiding him to a mountain peak. There, he discovered an array, his first since emerging from the sea of blood. Overcome with excitement, he refrained from forcefully dismantling it and instead refined the grand array in accordance with the resonance of his bloodline. Remarkably, the difficulty of this refinement was significantly reduced due to the bloodline resonance, yet it still took a full yuan meeting to completely assimilate the array. Upon completion, the river of Hades felt a wave of relief, grateful that he had refined his bloodline to retain only that of Pangu. Had he acted with brute force, he might have met his end here, resurrected from the sea of blood. This array was known as the Azure Emperor's Opening Heaven Array, harboring within it the world tree, the very embodiment that was meant to uphold the heavens and the earth during Pangu's creation. It appeared that during Pangu's creation of the world tree was meant to emerge and support the cosmos. Perhaps due to Pangu's haste or the intensity of the battle, the world tree had yet to make its appearance when it suffered a devastating blow from Pangu's axe, nearly cleaving it in two. Even so, the world tree sustained grievous wounds, rendering it unable to support the heavens and earth. And it eventually fell from the chaos into the primordial chaos after Pangu's epic, because the residual energy of Pangu's axe remained embedded in the world tree. It delayed the tree's recovery, resulting in the primordial laws manifesting an innate array that combined the royal essence of the world tree, the progenitor of all trees, and the projection of Pangu's axe light, thus creating the Azure Emperor's Opening Heaven Array. It was also due to the river of Hades bloodline stemming from the great Pangu that, upon traversing this area, the essence of Pangu's axe light resonated with him, marking his arrival. However, the world tree instinctively repelled the approach of Pangu's bloodline due to its injuries, thus increasing the difficulty of the refinement. Without the assistance of Pangu's axe light, the river of Hades would have found it impossible to assimilate this grand array. Chapter 22, The World Tree upon completing the refinement. The river of Hades stepped into the space of the array and was immediately struck by the sight of an immense tree towering between heaven and earth, dwarfing the world around it. Yet, a deep axe mark marked its grandeur. The presence of this axe mark meant that, despite the world tree's efforts to absorb chaos spiritual energy to replenish itself, wisps of its primal essence still leaked through the wound, creating a vibrant display of colors in the surrounding space, teeming with spiritual roots and herbs, including several high-tier spiritual roots. Indeed, at its peak, the world tree was comparable to the Chaos Supreme Treasures, and although it had fallen from grace before reaching its zenith due to the actions of the great Pangu, it was not something that ordinary primeval spiritual roots could rival. It is evident how profound the impact of its emanating essence would be on any spiritual root of lesser grade. The river of the underworld was not in haste to seize the world tree or to comprehend the radiance of the Pangu axe. After all, the unfolding events remained uncertain. It was prudent to gather other treasures first. After a thorough search, the very ground of the arrayed space had been stripped bare, and the river of the underworld had amassed considerable spoils, compensating for the lack of discoveries throughout its travels in the primordial wilderness. Among the treasures was a supreme innate spiritual root, the Void Ming treasure tree formed from a segment of the world tree that had been cleaved off. This remarkable tree thrived by absorbing the ethereal essence that emanated from the world tree, thus achieving the status of a supreme innate spiritual root. It contained the laws of space, blooming once every 30,000 years and bearing fruit only once every 30,000 years, yielding a mere 9 fruits each time, which could aid one in comprehending the laws of space. This alone justified its esteemed title as a supreme innate spiritual treasure, for it was well known in the primordial realm that space reigns supreme, while time holds reverence. Furthermore, the tree harbored a vast expanse of space within itself. In addition to the Void Ming treasure tree, there were several other high-quality innate spiritual roots and dozens of mid-tier innate spiritual roots, alongside a wealth of various spiritual materials. With these newfound treasures, the foundation of the Underworld Blood Sea had significantly strengthened. After completing the gathering, the river of the Underworld seated itself cross-legged before the world tree, commencing its contemplation upon the radiant axe light. At the moment the river of the Underworld gazed into the axe light, it felt as though it had returned to the primordial moment when Pangu separated heaven and earth, perceiving the profound essence in each of Pangu's strokes, each glance brimming with boundless insights. The aura of the Dao emanating from its being became increasingly pronounced. Had it not been for the sudden tremor of the fiery red lotus at a critical moment, awakening the river of the underworld, it might have transcended completely. Gently caressing the fiery red lotus in gratitude, a wave of trepidation washed over it. Its cultivation level was still too low. For the Dao of the great Pangu was not something that could be grasped with its current prowess. Collecting its thoughts, the river of the underworld forced out a drop of vital blood, which it sprinkled upon the Pangu axe light. The light flickered brilliantly, detaching from the world tree and entering the body of the river of the underworld. At this moment, Minghe comprehended the significance of the axe of Pangu's radiance. By retaining it within his being, he could refine his Pangu bloodline and, at a later stage of cultivation, gain profound insights from this luminous axe. After absorbing the essence of the axe, Minghe turned his gaze towards the world tree. With the departure of the Pangu axe light, the world tree began to voraciously absorb the chaotic spiritual energy, mending its injuries. At this rate, it would not be long before restoration was achieved. As Minghe's gaze lingered upon it, the world tree swayed its branches, expressing its exuberance. Despite its resistance to the Pangu bloodline, the world tree could sense the diminishing chaotic spiritual energy in the world. Previously, it had withstood the erosion of the Pangu axe light through its absorption of this energy. Had it not been for Minghe's arrival, once the chaotic spiritual energy transformed into innate spiritual energy, the world tree might have faced the obliteration of its essence, leading to its erasure from existence. As he caressed the world tree, Minghe discerned that its current classification was merely that of an exquisite innate treasure. To restore its chaotic root status, it likely required a return to the depths of chaos. He then nurtured the world tree within his sea of qi, and immediately, the chaotic spiritual energy surged in abundance, surpassing his previous intake by a factor of 10. Truly, it was a remarkable chaotic root, thriving amidst chaos, despite its diminished rank. Chapter 23. Pinnacle of the mortal body. The gentler chaotic spiritual energy, filtered through the world tree, flooded into Minghe's body, assisting in the refinement of his physical form, which soon began to feel the imminent breakthrough. Without hesitation, Minghe sat cross-legged, channeling his cultivation techniques, harmonizing with the chaotic spiritual energy to refine his physical body. In an instant, it was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, propelling his physical cultivation forward at a remarkable pace. Before long, he ascended to the late stage of the profound immortal realm, striving towards the pinnacle. Just as he was about to breach the barrier of this peak and ascend to the golden immortal realm, Minghe suppressed the impulse to break through. After all, his current cultivation could not surpass this limit. To coalesce the essence of the profound immortal fruit, his physical form must not exceed his cultivation level significantly, ensuring the unity of spirit, energy, and essence. Consequently, Minghe began utilizing the chaotic spiritual energy in conjunction with the Pangu axe light to refine his bloodline power. The strength of the bloodline was intrinsically linked to his origin, and its enhancement was no simple feat. Minghe maintained a portion of his consciousness, continuously channeling chaotic spiritual energy into his bloodline, gradually merging it with the refinement of the Pangu axe light. With the world tree taking root in his sea of qi, it instantaneously caused an expansion of this reservoir. Minghe then devoted the majority of his focus to his cultivation, meticulously analyzing each realm from the Earth Immortal stage to his current profound immortal level, utilizing the abundant chaotic spiritual energy at his disposal. Minghe, having refined himself with chaotic spiritual energy, silently advanced to the late stage of the Shinsen realm. While his state of mind elevated to the mid-stage of the Tai Jingxian realm, his magical capacity multiplied several-fold, significantly enhancing his power. Once he stabilized his cultivation, Minghe turned his gaze towards the original site where the world tree had taken root. He discovered that the soil beneath was extraordinary, seemingly having fallen from chaos alongside the world tree. In the pit where the roots were anchored, there lay a small pond shimmering with 3 colors. Immediately, Minghe gathered samples of both the soil and the water for examination. After conducting various experiments, he concluded that these substances were indeed the 9 heaven soil and the 3 light divine water. The former could transform into towering mountains, brimming with immense vitality that greatly benefited the growth of plant spiritual roots, perpetually renewing itself. The latter, a combination of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, possessed formidable transformative power, capable of reviving the dead and mending spiritual root injuries. However, if separated, each would become a lethal poison, deadly upon contact. It was a mystery from where the world tree acquired such abundant 3 light divine water, with the substantial pit created by its roots. Nourishment for the spiritual roots would no longer be a concern. Stowing away these 2 precious items, Minghe contemplated the potential for grander designs with their acquisition. After tidying up, he continued his journey toward the surrounding mountains. At this moment, Minghe's state of mind was remarkably different. With this recent gain, even if further treasures eluded him, he felt no significant loss. His perspective became expansive, allowing him to appreciate the current scenery of the primordial world. Despite the desolation caused by the chaotic spiritual energy, which rendered the land barren and the sky gray, even the smallest hills he encountered towered above the highest mountains of later epochs, their majestic presence broadening the horizons of those who beheld them. In the blink of an eye, 10 Yuanhui cycles had passed, and Minghe fully sensed the desolation of the present primordial world. Throughout his journey, he had not encountered a single blade of grass. This was understandable, as the first batch of innate deities was still being nurtured, destined to emerge only at the end of this epoch, while ordinary innate beings would not be born until the 7th epoch, when the primordial world would finally bustle with life. Chapter 24. The Blood Essence of Pangu. The Imprint of Creation. It seemed that after acquiring the World Tree, Minghe's fortune had been entirely depleted, for in the subsequent 10 epochs, he had garnered not a single treasure. However, this was somewhat expected. The spoils from the World Tree alone could be deemed 5 exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Were it not for Minghe's own fortuitous fate, coupled with the suppression of his luck by the 12th grade karmic fire Red Lotus, he might have faltered in safeguarding such a grand opportunity. Given this, he resolved not to dwell further on it and set forth towards Zhou Mountain. Thus, Minghe unleashed his full speed, racing towards Zhou Mountain. Countless epochs passed, and the passage of time in the primordial chaos is nebulous, yet by his reckoning, it had been at least 20 epochs since he departed from the Blood Sea. At last, he arrived at the foot of Zhou Mountain, although merely at the base. The overwhelming pressure of the Pangu deity was palpable. Upon entering, Minghe nearly succumbed to its might. As Minghe contemplated, he could not help but admire the formidable presence of the great Pangu. Even after the passage of 5 epochs, the overwhelming force that now lingered was but a mere fraction of its former glory, yet it remained almost unbearable. However, the inexplicable sense of kinship that surged through his veins compelled Minghe to draw closer, were it not for his connection to the Pangu bloodline. Approaching the majestic Mount Zhou would have been a near impossibility. After acclimating to the surroundings of Mount Zhou, Minghe retrieved spiritual materials to forge a modest altar and a censer, both of which, though merely of superior quality among postnatal spiritual treasures, were crafted with utmost reverence. He then took out an abundance of spiritual herbs and roots, fashioning 3 sticks of incense. Upon igniting them, he bowed deeply in respect toward Mount Zhou, expressing his profound admiration for the great Pangu and his gratitude for the creation of this realm. O illustrious Father Pangu, you who opened the heavens and shaped all existence. Yet no entity can repay you. Here, in the blood-soaked depths of the infernal river, I offer these 3 sticks of incense with the deepest reverence. Henceforth, I shall traverse the primordial wilderness bearing your illustrious light, safeguarding the domain you have unveiled. Upon completing his offerings, he respectfully prostrated 3 times and placed the incense into the censer. Following Minghe's devotions, a radiant light erupted from Mount Zhou, emanating a wave of joyous energy. Subsequently, 2 beams of light surged from the mountain, directly entering Minghe's being, prompting him to close his eyes and enter a meditative state. As the first entity to pay homage to the great Pangu since the dawn of creation, and as a descendant of his bloodline, Minghe promised to protect the primordial wilderness-filled Mount Zhou with delight, compelling it to bestow upon him a fitting reward. Observing Minghe's inherent weakness despite his Pangu lineage, the will of Mount Zhou granted him the essence of Pangu's blood marrow, thereby enhancing his lineage. Additionally, it provided him with a mark of the heavens opening. This essence, derived from the marrow of Pangu's cervical vertebrae, is renowned for its blood-generating properties. With the Pangu blood marrow, Minghe's lineage would no longer be a formless source, potentially elevating him to a status akin to that of the ancestral shaman of the witch clan. As for the mark of the heavens opening, it is a rare gift, possessed only by Pangu, the 3 pure ones, and the 12 ancestral witches. The mark bestowed upon Minghe contained elements of both spiritual and physical cultivation techniques, though it remained incomplete. Coupled with the teachings of the great Pangu within his mind, he was able to advance his cultivation to the 5th level, attaining the pinnacle of the Human Dao golden immortal realm. Moreover, the mark of the heavens, upon entering Minghe's being, fused with the light of the Pangu axe, not only refining his bloodline but also spontaneously evolving the first 3 forms of Pangu's creation, thus greatly benefiting Minghe in his journey of enlightenment. After reaping the rewards of this endeavor, Minghe rose respectfully and knelt before Mount Zhou, uttering, I am grateful for the blessings bestowed by the Father God Pangu. I shall surely remember the vow made today, and will wholeheartedly guard the primordial realm that you have created. Chapter 25. Ascending Mount Zhou. Seated cross-legged upon the altar, Minghe diligently contemplated the newly acquired inheritance, integrating it with his own techniques for further refinement. Under the overwhelming pressure of the Pangu deity, his thoughts seemed to flourish. It was not long before Minghe revised his methods, effortlessly stowing away the altar. Having been imbued with the essence of Pangu, the altar had undergone extraordinary transformations. With further rituals, it held the potential to evolve into a postnatal treasure. As for the incense burner, it too had changed, yet Minghe chose not to take it, believing that moderation is key. Leaving the incense burner in place would allow for future offerings and facilitate the path for others to follow. He retrieved the blood essence of Pangu and began to operate his revised techniques, combining them with the refining glow of the Pangu axe as he ascended the Zhou mountain. The formidable pressure of the mountain and the dense aura of Pangu would enable Minghe to merge more swiftly and thoroughly with the Pangu blood essence, thereby enhancing his lineage. Simultaneously, he sought to ascertain the limits of his own capabilities. Following several significant advancements in both his physical form and cultivation, which remained stable, Minghe wished to further temper himself under the Pangu deity's might. A bit more consolidation would fortify his foundation for the future breakthrough to the Luo Golden Immortal stage, enriching his path with additional depth. He was also curious about any opportunities that might await him atop Zhou Mountain. Out of respect for the Pangu deity, Minghe refrained from employing divine powers, relying solely on his physical strength to ascend step by step. With each upward movement, he sensed that the speed of his bloodline absorbing the Pangu essence accelerated, and his physical form and cultivation grew increasingly stable. Time passed, marking a complete cycle of yuan. And as he climbed higher, the Pangu deity's pressure intensified. Each step became more laborious, and he found himself barely a seventh of the way up. This was due to the richness of his Pangu bloodline, which afforded him considerable leeway under the Pangu deity's might. However, at this juncture, he could ascend no further. Through this rigorous trial, he had completely absorbed the Pangu blood essence, elevating his bloodline to its ancestral pinnacle. Reflecting on the transformations he had undergone over the years, Minghe felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Although he had not acquired any celestial treasures, his path had become increasingly expansive. He did not seek celestial treasures with urgency, recognizing that under the Pangu deity's pressure and the encroachment of chaotic spiritual energy, the absence of innate formations made the emergence of such treasures unlikely. Upon reaching his limits, he did not force further ascension, as his current physical and cultivation state was not conducive to additional enhancement. Had he not exerted full restraint, he might have already surpassed the golden immortal threshold. Having resolved not to continue climbing, Minghe began to search laterally from his current position, hoping to discover some fortuitous encounters. After several tens of thousands of years of lateral exploration, he found little of worth, merely collecting some loosened stones from Zhou Mountain, remnants of the Pangu deity's vertebrae, which had withstood the deity's pressure for so long. They would surely prove useful in forging significant treasures in the future. Gradually, Minghe adopted a more tranquil mindset, accepting that fortune favors the fortunate, while misfortune is part of fate. With his current standing, few in the primordial realm could rival him. Having come to this understanding, he ceased to force matters and turned his attention downward, for even with acceptance, the search for opportunities must continue. One never knows when fortune may strike. It was during his descent that he sensed a sudden pull from the 12th rank fiery red lotus. The only entities capable of attracting the fiery red lotus were the spiritual treasures derived from the chaotic azure lotus or the flowers born from its seeds. Considering Zhou Mountain, the only possibility he could conceive was the 24th rank creation azure lotus, which had been divided into 3 treasures for enlightenment by Pangu's 3 purities. Minghe felt a surge of excitement at the thought of the creation azure lotus. A complete creation azure lotus is a treasure of innate origin, and it bears a resemblance to the chaotic azure lotus, offering significant insights for the advancement of the 12th rank fiery red lotus. It is worth noting that although Minghe possessed several spiritual treasures, including a few exceptional innate ones, he had yet to acquire a treasure of innate origin. Having elevated his bloodline to the level of ancestral witches and bearing the imprint of creation, Minghe could certainly be regarded as a true descendant of Pangu. Henceforth, he would refer to the Pangu deity as his father. Chapter 26. Creation Azure Lotus. With this thought in mind, Minghe no longer hesitated and followed the direction indicated by the 12th rank fiery red lotus. Soon, he discovered an innate grand formation near his climbing path. Driven by the desire to enhance his skills in array formation, Minghe, though eager to see the creation Azure Lotus, refrained from forcefully breaking the formation. Guided by the fiery red lotus, he began to refine the array, and after several tens of thousands of years, he successfully assimilated it. From the array's feedback, Minghe learned its name and functions. This array was called the Creation Yin-Yang Array, serving three primary purposes. First, it utilized the dual aspects of the creation laws, its yang aspect for concealment and transformation, allowing one to obscure their presence, rendering them undetectable even if one passed through the array without the right opportunity. The yin aspect was lethal, commanding life and death through the creation laws. Attempting to forcibly breach the array without the cultivation of a Luo golden immortal would result in dire consequences, while only those with the cultivation of a primordial golden immortal could hope to dismantle it. The third function was to absorb all energies imbued with creation from the world, transforming them into pure creation energy to nurture inner vitality. Minghe was quite pleased with this array, envisioning its optimization alongside his own blood sea creation array upon his return. At that time, he would likely never again lack for creation energy within his blood sea. He felt fortunate not to have forcibly breached the array, otherwise he might have found himself in dire straits, for he was still merely at the level of the profound immortal. After assimilating the grand array, Minghe ventured inside and immediately noticed a nearly dried-up pond where a 24th rank Azure Lotus swayed gracefully. At its roots lay a jade piece radiating a soft white light. As Minghe approached to collect the 24th rank creation Azure Lotus, he sensed a resistance emanating from the Pangu deity. An instinctive awareness informed him that the creation Azure Lotus could not be taken away. It possessed its own mission and played a crucial role in maintaining the stability of Zhou Mountain. Moreover, Minghe was not the one chosen by the will of Pangu. The river of Hades sighed, pondering whether it was destined to be torn apart by the three purities, a fate that seemed both tangible yet elusive. Unwilling to retreat in despair, it summoned the 12th grade flame of Karma Red Lotus, seeking to commune its essence with the 24 transformative Azure Lotus. The transformative Azure Lotus, aware of its own grim destiny, found itself powerless to resist. After an intense exchange, the river of Hades produced an altar to communicate with the will of Pangu, the primordial god atop the mount of surrounding peaks. O Pangu, the primordial deity. As the Great Dao unfolds in its 50 manifestations and the heavens derive from the four nines, all beings ought to possess a thread of opportunity for survival. The chaotic Azure Lotus, nurturing the primordial god, should have inherited the virtues of its mother as a descendant. Yet, it faces the dire fate of dismemberment. The compassion of the primordial god moves the river of Hades to boldly beseech a glimmer of hope for the transformative Azure Lotus, while simultaneously requesting some of its essence to aid the 12th grade flame of Karma Red Lotus in its ascension. In return, I shall compensate for the losses of the transformative Azure Lotus with the sacred water of the three lights. In the unseen realm, a wisp of the breath of the primordial father Pangu lingered above the chaotic Azure Lotus, seemingly communicating with it. Subsequently, 9 lotus seeds emerged from the chaotic Azure Lotus, while approximately 30% of its essence overflowed, surging into the body of the 12-grade fiery red lotus, which immediately fell silent, diligently absorbing the essence of the chaotic Azure Lotus. Observing this, the river of oblivion hastily produced the 3 light divine water and sprinkled it upon the chaotic Azure Lotus, rejuvenating its drooping form. At that moment, a surge of information flooded into the consciousness of the river of oblivion. It was the primordial father Pangu's arrangement for the lotus seeds. One of the seeds harbored the consciousness of the 24-grade chaotic Azure Lotus, while another was an opportunity bestowed by the father upon the Earth Mother, requiring the river of oblivion to relay it. The others were to be governed at the river's discretion. The river of oblivion promptly bowed to Mount Zhou, complying with the father's divine will. He then withdrew the 12-grade fiery red lotus into his consciousness for nurturing. The fiery red lotus was already the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures. Further advancement would elevate it to the status of an innate supreme treasure. Achieving this next step, even with the assistance of 30% of the essence from the chaotic Azure Lotus, would demand considerable time, during which it was best not to disturb the fiery red lotus. Chapter 27. Fragment of the chaotic jade dish. After retracting the 12-grade fiery red lotus, the river of oblivion turned his gaze toward the root of the chaotic Azure Lotus. There, at the nearly desiccated bottom of the pool, a jade fragment emanating a shimmering white light floated. Upon inspecting the water at the bottom, he discovered it was indeed the 3 light divine water. Combined with what the river had provided, it would likely be fully absorbed by the time they encountered the 3 purities. Without further contemplation, the river of oblivion picked up the jade fragment. After refining it, he realized it was a shard of the chaotic jade dish. During the primordial creation, the chaotic jade dish and the primal chaos Azure Lotus could not withstand the pressures of the heavens, shattering into numerous fragments that scattered throughout the vast wilderness. This particular piece had fallen upon Mount Shou alongside the seeds of the chaotic Azure Lotus. The river of the underworld was filled with joy, for it had discovered a fragment of the creation jade disk, an unparalleled artifact for enlightenment. Upon examination, the river revealed that it contained 3 complete laws, alongside several incomplete ones. Among these were fragments of the laws of Avatar and Blood, comprising less than half in total. The 3 complete laws were those of formation, artifice, and alchemy, which were indeed the specialties of the 3 pure ones in later generations. As for why only the legends of Pangu and the 3 pure ones' 3 treasures of enlightenment circulated in the primordial world, without a whisper of the creation jade disk fragments, it was likely because Pangu and the 3 pure ones were also wary of the venerable Hongjun. Without further contemplation, the river of the underworld joyfully secured the fragment of the creation jade disk. Although the laws of Blood and Avatar it primarily studied were not complete, they would still provide substantial assistance, and through mutual verification, the laws could be elevated more swiftly. After the river of the underworld engaged in actions 3 feet high in the realm of creation, he settled in meditation before the Azure Lotus of creation. Having emerged from his previous endeavors, he found his cultivation ripe for enhancement. However, he had been preoccupied with refining his bloodline and scavenging for spiritual treasures, leaving little time for actual practice. Now, he could utilize the vital energy of the Azure Lotus to cleanse himself in pursuit of a breakthrough. With closed eyes and focused mind, he began to circulate his cultivation technique. The vital energy from the Azure Lotus flowed gently into his being, traversing his meridians and continuously nourishing his magical power. As time passed, his aura grew increasingly potent. The passage of time felt fleeting, and the pressures of the heavens and the primordial Pangu seemed to loosen like 2 gradually untied ropes. The river of the underworld contemplated the possibility of seizing this opportunity to consolidate the Dao fruit of the profound immortal and refine the laws, successfully advancing to the golden immortal realm. Indeed, after a yuan meeting of meditation, he successfully condensed the Dao fruit of the profound immortal, achieving a breakthrough to the early stage of the golden immortal realm. Having already chosen the path of blood laws for his future, this breakthrough was executed with flawless precision. The repressed physical cultivation surged in tandem with the flow of blood, reaching the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. His mental state also ascended to the completion of the supreme one golden immortal. Over the years, though the opportunities he encountered were scarce, each was among the most exceptional in existence, embodying profound Dao rhythms that greatly benefited the river of the underworld. While his cultivation was hindered by the constraints of heaven and earth, his mental state evolved rapidly. The practice of the golden immortal realm, beyond the initial refinement of the innate laws, hinged on the consolidation of the 5 elemental energies, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to attain the state of the 5 energies returning to origin. To reach the supreme one golden immortal realm, one must continuously consolidate the essence of one's 3 flowers, infusing them with vitality and accumulating power in preparation for the blossoming of the 3 flowers at the Great Luo realm. It can be said that the golden immortal and supreme one golden immortal realms serve as the foundation for the Great Luo golden immortal realm. Therefore, the quality of the condensed 5 energies in the golden immortal stage directly influences the quality of the 3 flowers during the Great Luo stage. In the primordial chaos, the 3 flowers of the 3,000 divine demons, representing heaven, earth, and humanity, bloom at the 12th grade. Thus, once they comprehend their innate laws, they can effortlessly attain the status of the primordial Great Luo golden immortal. Hence, if the river of the underworld desires a smooth path ahead, he must seek the finest energies of the 5 elements during the golden immortal stage to condense the 5 energies within his chest. Fortunately, this is not a daunting task for him. His blood soil of the underworld and the blood water of the yellow springs are already top-tier treasures of earth and water attributes, complemented by the 9 heavens soil of breath and the 3 lights divine water. The red lotus of karmic fire within the karmic fire red lotus is also an exceptional treasure of fire attributes. Furthermore, the current surroundings of the Azure Lotus of creation and the world tree in the sea of energy are supreme spiritual entities of wood attributes. At this moment, the river of the underworld merely lacked a top-tier spiritual essence of the metal attribute to complete the condensation of all 5 energies. Once he finds a top-tier spiritual object of the metal attribute, and with the relaxation of the pressures from the Great Dao and the Primordial Pangu, he could effortlessly advance to the Supreme One Golden Immortal. Chapter 28. breaking through to the Golden Immortal after achieving the early stage of the Golden Immortal. The river of the Underworld exited the Grand Formation. Utilizing the pressure from the Primordial Pangu, he stabilized both his cultivation and physical realm before returning to the side of the Azure Lotus of creation. He began to condense the 5 energies in his chest according to the cycle of water nurturing wood, wood nurturing fire, fire nurturing earth, and earth nurturing metal. Thanks to the abundance of spiritual objects and the richness of the vital energy, he successfully condensed 4 energies within a single yuan meeting. In that instant, he felt his magical power surge, realizing that he had no rivals within the same realm. Once the constraints of heaven and earth are relaxed, the river of the Underworld could swiftly reach the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm. All that remained was to condense the final metal energy, allowing him to solidify the Dao fruit and break through the realm. Having completed his cultivation, the river of the Underworld wasted no time. He rose, bowed towards the surrounding mountain, and exited the formation, continuing his descent towards the foot of the mountain. Upon reaching the base, he sensed a pull that guided him to an innate formation. Observing the formation before him, he felt an unmistakable familiarity, as if it resonated with the essence of the 3 lights' divine water. Could it be that there was yet another innate spiritual root? The river of Hades did not hasten to break the formation. Instead, it engaged in a profound contemplation, refining the array over the course of several millennia, ultimately succeeding in its mastery. The formation bore the unremarkable name of the Trilite Divine Water Array. Beyond the inherent concealment attributes common to all primordial arrays, it possessed merely 2 functions. The first was to consolidate the powers of the sun, moon, and stars to nurture the Trilite Divine Water, and the second was to disintegrate the Trilite Divine Water, unleashing its toxic aspects as a vast ocean to assail foes. Even a Luo Golden Immortal would be reduced to mere blood should they inadvertently come into contact with it. Upon entering the array, the river of Hades discovered a glass vial. After conducting a preliminary refinement of the vial, it discerned both its name and purpose. The 8 treasure glass vial contained 36 high-grade primordial spiritual treasures bound by prohibitions. In the original timeline, it was meant to be received by the primordial heavenly venerable and subsequently gifted to the disciple Ci Hang Dao Ren. Later, upon Ci Hang Dao Ren's ascension to the west, becoming Guanyin Bodhisattva, this treasure transformed into the pure jade vial in the hands of the Bodhisattva. This vial, imbued with spatial properties, could autonomously gather the energies of the sun, moon, and stars, condensing a drop of Trilite Divine Water every 10,000 years. If the Trilite Divine Water Array were established, this rate could be significantly accelerated. The efficacy of the Trilite Divine Water was immense. It not only facilitated the consolidation of the 5 energies within one's chest, enhancing and restoring the root of one's spiritual essence, but it also had the power to heal all injuries, resurrecting the dead and restoring flesh to bones. Any poison would be effortlessly neutralized by the Trilite Divine Water. Moreover, it could be employed to replenish a cultivator's magical power. A single drop of Trilite Divine Water was sufficient to fully revive a Golden Immortal who had exhausted their energy, without any lingering side effects. As Minghe glanced at the 3 light divine water stored within the bottle, he realized that it had a mass to the size of a small lake. After all, several epochs had passed since the creation of the world, and with the continuous augmentation from the 3 light divine water formations, such a reserve was indeed quite reasonable. With a smile, he stowed away the 8-treasured glazed bottle, pleasantly surprised that just before departing from Zhou Mountain, he had managed to acquire such a remarkably potent high-grade innate spiritual treasure. His fortune was truly extraordinary. Approaching the incense burner, Minghe reignited 3 high incense sticks, bowed in reverence to Zhou Mountain, and then set forth towards the western wilderness. At present, he was merely lacking the essence of metal among the 5 elements to achieve perfect harmony. The west, being associated with metal, was undoubtedly the most fitting place to seek out the finest metal spiritual treasures. The western wilderness at this time was far from the ravaged land of later tales plagued by Luo Hu. It bore little difference from the east, for the primordial father Pangu would not show favoritism. Chapter 29. The emergence of beasts as he journeyed westward, perhaps due to that final bow before his departure. Minghe felt an inexplicable sense guiding him towards a certain direction, suggesting that this journey would fulfill his desires. This sensation seemed to be a manifestation of Pangu's will. Though the distance was considerable, Minghe estimated that to reach his destination would require at least several millennia. The river of Hades remained unhurried. At this juncture, nearing the midpoint of the 6th era, the first batch of primordial deities and demons had yet to be fully conceived, and for the time being, no one would contest him. He turned once more to pay his respects to the Zhou mountain. Then, stepping upon the golden light that spanned the ground, he proceeded towards the location he sensed. At this moment, the essence of the world had grown thin, and the primordial spiritual energy began to surge forth. Occasionally, one could behold the emergence of rare celestial and earthly treasures. As the river of Hades journeyed forth, he gathered them all along the way. While traversing a great mountain, a sudden roar erupted, and a grotesque giant beast, with eyes ablaze in crimson, obstructed his path. This colossal creature towered like a mountain, emanating a formidable and ferocious aura. In the realm of the Nether River, a sense of astonishment pervaded the air. Had the ferocious beasts truly begun to manifest? Unfazed by the monstrous creature before him, the Nether River maintained a gaze as tranquil as still water. Such a petty nuisance dares to obstruct my path, he murmured softly. The colossal beast, seemingly incensed by the insult, roared and lunged towards the Nether River. In an instant, a crimson glow flickered in his grasp, revealing the dual blades of the primordial slayer. With a delicate flick of his wrist, two streams of sword energy surged forth like a rainbow, piercing the sky, aimed directly at the beast. Despite its rough hide and robust flesh, the creature attempted to withstand the onslaught, sustaining injuries yet refusing to relent. The Nether River snorted coldly, transforming into myriad blood shadows, swiftly maneuvering behind the beast to deliver a simultaneous strike with both swords. The beast, racked with pain, flailed wildly, seizing the opportunity. The Nether River unleashed the celestial cleaving sword technique, and in a heartbeat, the beast's head was severed from its body. Gazing upon the lifeless form of the creature, the Nether River furrowed his brow in contemplation. With the emergence of such ferocity, it was likely that the primordial demonic entities would soon follow suit. The time he had to cultivate in solitude was dwindling. Nevertheless, after years of relentless training, his mental fortitude was as steadfast as a rock. What did it matter if the primordial demons came into existence? With each decisive step, he advanced. Their rapid progress would not cause him to falter in place. With a carefree smile, Minghe no longer pondered and gazed at the carcass of the fierce beast, suddenly struck by a peculiar thought. Having traversed the primordial realm for so long, aside from consuming a few fruits, he had yet to savor anything else. Previously, he had been the sole being in existence, akin to playing a solitary game, with no ingredients to indulge his culinary desires. Now, however, suitable ingredients lay before him. Although the ferocious beast had arrived imbued with the malice of the demon god, destined for destruction, it too was a product of heaven and earth. And the demon god's resentment could hardly taint its flavor. As his hunger intensified, Minghe hesitated no longer. He procured spiritual materials and fashioned a barbecue grill. Then selected from the innate spiritual roots he had previously gathered, choosing those reminiscent of spices such as cumin and chili to serve as seasonings. With the abyssal sword, he skillfully eviscerated the beast, stripped away its hide, and cleansed it with the spiritual water formed from innate spiritual energy. Finally, he placed it upon the grill, brushed it with an array of seasonings, and summoned the red lotus of annihilation flame to commence the first barbecue of the primordial realm. Though the beast's flesh was tough and sinewy, the red lotus flame was no mere idle force. With Minghe's diligent rotation and occasional slashes with the Yuan Slayer's sword, as well as the generous application of seasonings, the enticing aroma soon wafted through the air. After testing to ensure it was thoroughly cooked, Minghe eagerly indulged, devouring it voraciously, nearly swallowing the bones whole. After all, a being accustomed to 3 hearty meals a day, suddenly deprived of meat for several epochs, could only exhibit his stubbornness by leaving behind the bones. Chapter 30. The Culinary Path and Merits. Suddenly, a brilliant display of colors illuminated the horizon, as waves of auspicious light surged forth, with purple mist coiling like a great dragon approaching from the east. Ethereal melodies floated through the air, reminiscent of heavenly harmonies. A patch of mysterious yellow merit abruptly appeared above Minghe's head. Moments later, the clouds parted, and 1/10 of this merit descended onto the barbecue grill he had crafted, instantly transforming it into a superior treasure of merit. The remaining 9/10 fell upon Minghe, accompanied by a faint trace of fortune that enveloped him. Minghe infused the merit into the 12th grade annihilation flame red lotus, combining it with the 3/10 of the chaotic blue lotus essence. propelling the 12th grade annihilation flame Red Lotus toward evolution into an innate treasure. With the presence of this merit, once the 12th grade annihilation flame Red Lotus transformed into an innate treasure, it would no longer be targeted by the forces of heaven and earth. The river of the underworld has come to understand the reason behind the arrival of the Great Dao's merits. It turns out that this unexpected barbecue event led to the establishment of the culinary path in the postnatal realm, thereby enhancing the completeness beneath the Great Dao. The rewards bestowed by heaven and earth are also a reflection of the emergence of living beings, which is why merits are now descending. Much like the earlier emergence of the postnatal forging path, which relied solely on fortune without any merit. The scarcity of living beings has rendered the current fortune associated with the postnatal path nearly insignificant. This unforeseen episode has indeed brought considerable delight to the river of the underworld, for upon returning to the Sea of Blood, it may well begin to seek the merits of preaching, the true essence of merit, due to the rarity of living beings. This latest emergence of merit has appeared rather tranquil and has not stirred any tumult. After reflecting on these insights, the river of the underworld continued forward, guided by an unseen direction, racing through time. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 years had elapsed, and the river of the underworld arrived at the front of a formation. Finally, it had reached its destination. Since encountering that ferocious beast, it had not come across any living beings throughout these 30 millennia. Along the way, it had occasionally stumbled upon rare treasures of heaven and earth, all of which were collected by the river of the underworld. Without disrupting the surrounding ecological balance, it also extracted a considerable amount of spiritual veins from the earth, storing them within its treasure space. After all, the West is no less formidable than the East, should it ever be bombarded by Rahu. Such resources would be squandered unless preserved by itself. Once its thoughts were organized, the river of the underworld commenced the refinement of the formation before it. After a millennium of diligent effort, it succeeded in refining the formation, comprehending its name and function. The formation is named the Gung Metal 7 Killing Array, which has a singular purpose, to draw forth the essence of Gung Metal, condensing 7 killing swords to slay any who dare breach the array. Upon entering the formation, the river of the underworld immediately beheld a grand flag billowing in the wind. Through the refinement process, it discerned the flag's name, the Western Plain Cloud Realm Flag, an exceptional innate spiritual treasure fortified by 48 prohibitions, forged from the lotus leaves of the Chaos Green Lotus, and one of the innate 5-direction flags. It was precisely the gold element innate spiritual treasure that the river of the underworld sought. Having acquired the gold element spiritual treasure, the river of the underworld hesitated no longer. After gathering all the rare treasures within the formation space, it seated itself cross-legged before the Western Plain Cloud Realm flag, drawing forth the essence of Gung Metal to perfect the 5 energies within its body. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow. A decade passed quietly, and the river of the underworld awakened from its cultivation, benefiting from the perfect balance of the 5 energies within. Its physical cultivation quietly reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal state, while its overall cultivation advanced to the mid-level of the golden immortal, attaining the utmost limit permitted by the Great Dao and the pressure of Pangu. Chapter 31. Comprehending the formation, the Nether River firmly consolidated his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance flickering deep within their depths. He then gently waved his hand, and the Western Plain Cloud banner transformed into a stream of light, flying into his grasp. At this moment, the vast expanse of the primordial land still appeared exceedingly desolate and silent. Amidst the boundless heavens and earth, only the howling winds and the sounds of shifting sands echoed. Though this immense world conceals countless precious treasures, it was evident that the present circumstances were far from ideal for treasure hunting. After a moment of contemplation, the river of the underworld had already made a resolute decision. In an instant, he transformed into a crimson arc, hastening towards the abyssal blood sea. It was there that his true foundation lay, a place where he could calm his mind and meticulously reflect upon the invaluable experiences and insights he had garnered throughout his years of wandering. At this moment, the pressure of the cosmic path and the might of the primordial deity Pangu had significantly diminished compared to the time when the river first emerged from the abyssal blood sea. The journey was serene and uneventful. After a single cycle of the celestial gathering, the river of the underworld finally arrived at the abyssal blood sea. Upon stepping into the blood sea, he was enveloped by a familiar warmth, as if the abyssal blood sea itself was exuding a joyous aura, welcoming the wanderer home. As the river of oblivion returned to the blood sea creation array, it was met with a rich influx of creation energy. In the pond where the infernal fire crimson lotus took root, blood-red lotus blossoms flourished, their essence transforming into droplets of creation energy, continuously merging into the pond. Minghe promptly retrieved the 12-grade fiery red lotus and cast it into the center of the lotus pond. He then took out the 9 seeds of the primal green lotus acquired from the primal green lotus, carefully storing the gift left by the father Pangu for the Earth Mothers separately, nurturing them with the essence of creation. After establishing a connection with the consciousness of the seeds through divine thought, he cast the remaining 8 seeds into the waters of creation, allowing them to flourish freely. Subsequently, Minghe communicated with the primordial spirits of his 3,000 chaos demon avatars, sensing that their auras had already reached the realm of profound immortality, ready to manifest at any moment. However, Minghe chose not to allow their transformation just yet. Nurturing them further would deepen their foundation. After observing the 3,000 chaos demon avatars, Minghe decided against checking on the blood god's avatar for the time being. He resolved to solidify his own realm first, then to refine the insights gained from the creation yin-yang array and the primal green lotus, aiming to enhance the blood sea creation array. Thereafter, Minghe sat cross-legged upon the 12-grade fiery red lotus, diligently contemplating the experiences acquired over the years. His state of mind expanded throughout this process, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. Once his mental state was stabilized, he extracted the fragments of the creation jade plate, utilizing the principles of array formation within it to understand the interconnectedness between the creation yin-yang array and the blood sea creation array. He gradually endeavored to merge the strengths of both arrays, aiming to forge a more powerful formation. After an extensive period of deep contemplation, Minghe successfully integrated the insights from the various formations encountered over the years. He upgraded the blood sea creation array, enhancing its ability to refine malevolent energies and transform them into the essence of creation. Its nurturing capability was strengthened, superfluous functions were eliminated, and its protective capacity was significantly improved. The areas enveloped by the array would become increasingly fortified under the nurturing of the essence of creation, with their defensive prowess markedly amplified. With a satisfied smile, Minghe regarded the blood sea, recognizing that it did not require formidable offensive capabilities. The tumultuous waves within the sea of blood were sufficient to annihilate even the Luo golden immortals. Any ordinary quasi-saint lacking protective treasures would inevitably lose their way upon entering the blood sea. Instead, the enhancement of refining, transformation, and nurturing abilities proved to be far more crucial. As for protection, it served merely to ensure that the nurturing of the blood god child remained undisturbed. He would not forget that there existed a mosquito Taoist within the blood sea, and he would certainly seek it out when the opportunity arose. Chapter 32. Major overhaul of the formation. Upon completing his comprehension of the formation, Minghe chose to retain its original name, believing that the blood sea creation formation was quite fitting, as it was the very place of his initial gestation. In the ensuing time, after preparing the necessary materials for modifying the formation, he wasted no time and commenced the significant overhaul of the formation. Although the numerous formations were fundamentally similar, he feared that without a diligent approach, he might miss out on considerable opportunities for creation. The River of Hades commenced its rectification from the current formation it occupied, initially completing the overhaul of the 3,000 chaotic demon god avatars. Following the modification of the original formation, it stepped forth from the blood sea creation array to rectify the 12,960,000,000 blood god avatars. Time swiftly passed amidst the River of Hades' diligent endeavors. Over the course of 3 yuan meetings, the river scarcely dared to pause, tirelessly rectifying the formation until it was ultimately completed. The waters of the nether blood sea became remarkably clearer in an instant, with the 12,960,000,000 formations resembling a multitude of blood-red whirlpools, voraciously devouring the blood energy, hostility, malevolence, and wickedness permeating the entire sea. The blood gods within the formations radiated a brilliant crimson light, eagerly absorbing both the essence of creation and the blood energy. At this moment, the collective aura of the 12,960,000,000 blood god avatars surged, with those formed from 8 drops of essence blood achieving the pinnacle of true immortality, while the other avatars ascended to the early stage of true immortality. Benefiting from the continuous arrangement of formations over 3 yuan meetings and the insights gained from the feedback of the blood god avatars, the River of Hades felt its own state of mind elevating. Without further hesitation, it returned to the blood sea creation array to contemplate its mental state, leaving any changes within the blood sea to be observed upon its emergence. As the River of Hades entered a state of seclusion, the blood sea aided by the efforts of the 12,960,000,000 small blood sea creation arrays, grew increasingly clear. The blood-red waters became devoid of any impurities. Floating within were 12,960,000,000 crystal-like blood-red entities. The residual chaotic spiritual energy from the Primordial Era, intertwined with the sinister energies of the same epoch, converged towards the blood sea, amplifying its absorption capabilities to an unprecedented level. 10,000 years later, the river of Hades successfully integrated the insights from its mind, breaking through to the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, surpassing nearly 2 major levels of cultivation. The comprehension of the laws benefited from the arrangement of the blood gods and formations. The laws of blood and avatar reached 35%, while the array laws progressed to 30%. The laws of the soul and slaughter, however, saw little advancement, remaining at 15%. Upon the completion of the Tai Golden Immortal cultivation and the blossoming of the first 3 flowers, it would break into the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Once all 3 flowers fully bloomed, it would condense the Dao fruit, and upon achieving 10% in the laws, one could enter the Primordial Golden Immortal realm. Achieving 30 to 50% would elevate one to the mid-stage of the Primordial Golden Immortal, while 70 to 90% would signify the late stage, with 95% required for full mastery of the Primordial Golden Immortal. To fully comprehend a single law is essential for entering the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Thus, given the current level of understanding of the laws by the River of Hades, once its state of mind reaches the requisite level and its magical power is accumulated appropriately, a seamless breakthrough to the Primordial Golden Immortal realm is well within reach. The River of the Underworld primarily benefits from the legacy of the chaotic demon god, who commenced his cultivation by adhering to the laws, coupled with the unique environment of the Sea of Blood, which allowed for an early comprehension of these principles. In Chapter 33, after solidifying his own realm, the River of the Underworld rose to observe the transformations within the Sea of Blood. First, he examined the array space that nurtured him. The internal area of the array had expanded significantly, suffused with the vitality of creation, where spiritual roots and herbs thrived under its nurturing, experiencing considerable elevation in quality. The Blood God Fruit Tree and the Netherworld Treasure Tree, under the nurturing of this life-giving energy, appeared to be evolving towards supreme innate spiritual roots, while the spatial laws emanating from the 9 fruits on the Void Treasure Tree grew increasingly profound. Subsequently, the River of the Underworld released the World Tree from his Chi Sea, planting it beside the Lotus Pool. Originally, the World Tree had been healing, but it now seemed that new spiritual fruits were beginning to take shape. At the moment the World Tree touched the ground, the array space began to expand, as if it were on the verge of evolving into a world. Although the River of the Underworld felt a hint of surprise, it was not overwhelming. After all, the World Tree itself is an entity that supports heaven and earth, creating worlds, so such phenomena were not unexpected. This was merely due to the current depletion of the World Tree's essence, and the array space possessing rather singular functions, lacking sufficient resources to sustain a world. Otherwise, it could have been directly developed into a small 1,000 worlds. The Lotus Pool also saw the emergence of 4 9-grade red lotuses, along with 12 6-grade lotuses, and a plethora of 3-grade and 1-grade flowers. The seeds of the creation blue lotus, aside from one reserved for the Earth Mother, had already sprouted. Observing the flourishing vitality within the space, the River of the Underworld felt a surge of joy. He then stepped out of the array space, beginning to inspect the changes within the Sea of Blood. At that moment, although the Sea of Blood retained its crimson hue, it no longer bore the filthy red of before. Now, viewed from above, it resembled a blood-colored gem embedded in the earth, exuding a beautiful and dreamlike quality. The River of the Underworld, following the nodes of the formation, commenced an examination of the blood deity's condition. It was discovered that the 8 blood deities, formed from essence, were on the brink of manifesting their true forms, while the remaining 12,960,000,000 blood deities were also progressing along the path of transformation. Once the blood deities fully materialized, the long-cherished plan conceived in the depths of the heart could finally commence. As the River of the Underworld returned to the array space with a glimmer of anticipation, he settled upon the 12-grade Infernal Fire Red Lotus, commencing the meticulous organization of his cultivation experiences from Earth Immortal to the present mid-stage Golden Immortal. He began to recompile his techniques and inscribe them within the blood nerve. Upon completion, the River of the Underworld activated the blood nerve, allowing its ethereal manifestation to envelop the entire blood sea, initiating his first sermon. Given that the blood sea was yet to birth creatures with fully developed intelligence, he refrained from prior notification. Thus, The primary beneficiaries would likely be the numerous spiritual roots within the array and his own avatars. Although these avatars were an extension of himself, once separated, they no longer shared the same insights and experiences. While he could directly share his consciousness, he opted not to act prematurely, having resolved to cultivate the merits of his teachings. As the ethereal veil of the blood nerve enveloped the blood sea, the river of the underworld's voice resonated gently. Though devoid of dazzling displays or the blooming of golden lotuses, each word he uttered was imbued with profound mysteries, gradually revealing his understanding of the Dao and the path of cultivation. With the emergence of his teachings, the blood nerve began to exude waves of mystical energy, harmonizing with the river of the underworld's discourse, permeating the surrounding space. Chapter 34. The Harvest of Merits. As the sound of the Dao resonated, the river of the underworld chose to fully open his soul, resonating with all his avatars to assist them in comprehending the teachings, while the luminous essence of the blood nerve illuminated them with a sanguine glow. In his view, the path of the blood god avatars aligned with his own, channeling their insights to aid his understanding of the greater Dao, while the 3,000 chaos demon avatars were intended for the exploration of paths congruent with their origins, all aimed at assisting him in ascending to higher realms when the moment demanded. Thus, the greatest harvest from his teachings was the 12,960,000,000 blood god avatars, followed by the 3,000 chaos demon avatars, and finally, the innate beings within the blood sea. As the sermon progressed, the river of the underworld also refined his own understanding of the Dao, leading to new insights. He thus endeavored even more fervently in his teachings, enhancing both his own journey and that of the beings within the blood sea. As the discourse neared its conclusion, the 12,960,000,000 blood god avatars experienced a collective surge in their energies, ascending 2 minor realms, followed by a similar elevation among the 3,000 chaos demon avatars. The spiritual roots and spiritual herbs within the blood sea also exhibited a remarkable increase in vitality, with several particularly notable manifestations. Upon the completion of his teachings, the river of the underworld felt a significant elevation in his own state of mind. During his usual cultivation, he had overlooked subtle discrepancies, which were now rectified, rendering his path clearer and even hinting at imminent breakthroughs in his cultivation. Initially, he intended to conclude the sermon at this juncture. However, upon observing the awakening intelligence of several spiritual roots, he felt compelled to assist them further. Yet, having exhausted his insights, he found himself at a loss for direction. In a moment of contemplation, he recalled the Buddhist and Taoist classics he had perused during times of ennui, recognizing that, while some concepts may not perfectly align with the present epoch, certain principles remained universally applicable. Resolute, he began to articulate the teachings of the Tao Te Ching, though he did not recall its entirety. He subsequently shared select passages from the Huaning scripture and the Lotus Sutra. In the river of the underworld's perspective, while these scriptures diverged from his current path of cultivation, they encapsulated the insights of sages from later generations, embodying the essence of transcendence. Thus, they served as valuable references for him. After completing this discourse on the classics, just as he intended to assess the condition of the spiritual roots, auspicious energies began to cascade from above, akin to snowflakes falling softly. Even the blood sea was pierced by a radiant yellow glow, revealing once more a cloud of merits manifesting above the river of the underworld. Its vastness nearly tenfold that of the previous display of the post-Heavenly Dao. The cloud of merits then divided into 3, with approximately 1/10 descending into the blood nerve, birthing new restrictions within. Another segment dispersed into countless fragments, entering the bodies of all the beings who had listened. The remaining 80% fell upon the river of the underworld, which he split in 2, depositing 1 part into the 12-grade infernal fire-red lotus, ensuring its ascension faced no further obstacles. The remaining merits he set aside for future use. Chapter 35. Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, Chrysanthemum. After storing the merits, the river of the underworld began to observe the transformations within the blood sea. The 12,960,000,000 blood god avatars, aided by the merits, exhibited increasingly rounded energies. Their maturation accelerated, seemingly on the verge of manifesting form, with their energies reaching the perfection of true immortal. The 8 blood gods, birthed from refined essence, had already transcended the realm of profound immortal, their energies stabilizing at the mid-level of that stage. Within the array space, the 12,960,000,000 branches of the blood god fruit trees and the spectral treasure trees radiated vibrant vitality. The spiritual roots derived from the original branches had matured into mid-grade, innate spiritual roots. The remaining 12,960,000,000 pairs of spiritual roots had attained the pinnacle of post-heavenly spiritual roots. Their parent trees, nourished by their offspring and the merits, had officially advanced to the peak of innate spiritual roots, enhancing their efficacy. The other spiritual roots and herbs within the space thrived, with all but the peak innate roots experiencing some elevation in quality. The void treasure tree appeared rejuvenated, its fruits now imbued with a richer essence of spatial Dao. The river of Hades is not in haste to reap its harvest. For him, the paramount concern is not the multitude of laws he comprehends, but rather the profound cultivation of his innate law, the law of blood. Concurrently, he seeks to elevate his realm and amass his mystical energy. When the advancement of these laws becomes arduous, he shall then pursue the study of other principles at a more opportune time. The river of Hades turned its gaze towards the several spiritual roots on the verge of attaining complete sentience. It discovered that, nourished by the merits of the Great Path, their intelligence had fully developed, and they were gathering strength in preparation for transformation. Observing this, the river of Hades smiled faintly, casually shattering several vials of elixirs to infuse their potency into the spiritual roots. It then summoned some waters of creation and sprinkled them upon the roots. A century later, a wave of energy surged within the formation space, revealing 4 radiant beams of spiritual light. Suddenly, 4 young maidens with bright eyes and fair teeth appeared, embodying the previously sentient spiritual roots. Each possessed the rank of inferior spiritual roots of the preeminent realm: Blood Siyume, Hades Blood Orchid, Yellow Spring Hades Bamboo, and Hades Fire Chrysanthemum. As the 4 maidens transformed, they bowed deeply to the river of Hades, exclaiming, "We pay our respects, Master. We are eternally grateful for the opportunity you have bestowed upon us, enabling our transformation. From this day forth, we, your sisters, pledge to serve as your devoted maids. In gratitude for your profound grace." Minghe was momentarily taken aback, then a gentle smile graced his lips. "Please rise. From now on, you shall serve as my maidens. By the way, do you have names?" The emergence of new beings from the sea of blood brought Minghe a flicker of joy, though his resolve was unwavering. The briefness of his past life had nonetheless left an indelible imprint of his former worldview upon his soul. Perhaps solitude would become a source of solace in the future. Yet at present, the companionship of others filled him with delight, prompting him to extend a measure of care toward the 4 maidens. In unison, the 4 maidens bowed and replied, "Esteemed Master, we, your humble sisters, have yet to receive names. We humbly beseech you to bestow upon us our titles." With a faint smile, Minghe declared, "Since this is the case, let me bestow upon you names. From now on, you shall bear the surnames of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and your given names shall be Dongmei, Chunlan, Xiaozhu, and Xiugu." Upon hearing this, the 4 maidens bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude for the names bestowed by their lord. At that moment, a pillar of mysterious yellow light descended from the heavens, splitting into 5 and landing upon Minghe and the 4 maidens, instigating an enhancement of their innate qualities. As a result, Dongmei, Chunlan, Xiaozhu, and Xiugu's essence advanced to the level of mid-grade innate spiritual roots, while low-grade innate spiritual roots merely held the potential for attaining the status of a Great Luo golden immortal. Mid-grade innate spiritual roots assuredly paved the way for transcending that realm, and with sufficient fortune, even breaking through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Chapter 36. The Wheel of Virtuous Merit. As Dongmei, Chunlan, Xiaozhu, and Xiugu absorbed the merit and elevated their own ranks, Minghe began to deduce the origins of this merit. After a series of calculations, he realized that it stemmed from his unintentional refinement of the caste system, which introduced the concept of names into the primordial world. Observing the 4 maidens as they absorbed the merit to enhance their ranks, Minghe smiled gently. He then communicated with the 4, advising them that while they could utilize merit to elevate their status, they must refrain from using it to enhance their cultivation. The 4 maidens readily agreed. Seeing their response, Minghe smiled once more, nodding in satisfaction. Though the cultivation achieved through merit was indeed stable, it was ultimately derived from external sources, and one could never predict if they might encounter obstacles at a certain level, hindering further breakthroughs. As the river of the underworld contemplated how to utilize his merits, he recognized that such virtues, akin to a universal remedy, not only assist others in achieving enlightenment and enhancing their cultivation, but also hold significant sway over magical artifacts and spiritual roots. Yet, he hesitated to squander these hard-earned merits, especially the rare and precious merits of the Great Dao. It would indeed be a pity to expend them so readily. He recalled the tales of the future, where the esteemed ancestor Minghe transcended to the level of the primordial golden immortal, only to be expelled from the primordial chaos. Although it is said that the primordial golden immortal can cultivate in the midst of chaos, the river of the underworld sensed that his path lay within the primordial realm. He could not simply wait to be banished by the Heavenly Dao. With this realization, he made a resolute decision. He remembered that in later times, celestial beings and Buddhas often adorned themselves with a halo of merit, exuding an aura of enlightenment. Thus, he resolved to create one for himself as well. With the halo of Great Dao merit surrounding him, even if the Heavenly Dao sought to expel him, it would have to consider the stance of the Great Dao. Bestowing himself with such merits would mark him as favored by the Dao. Having contemplated this, the river of the underworld endeavored to condense a merit halo. Although he had accumulated a fair amount of merit from his teachings, it was still insufficient to fully form a complete merit halo. He could only compress it into a luminous ring behind his head, which resembled not a halo of merit, but rather the divine rings of Western deities. Nevertheless, a divine ring it was. The essence of merit would remain unchanged. He would devise further methods to acquire more merit in the future. The four maidens, Mei Lan, Zhou, and Zhou, had also absorbed their share of merit, reaching the pinnacle of mid-grade innate spiritual roots, yet unable to advance to the superior grade innate spiritual roots for the time being. Subsequently, they were tasked with overseeing the spiritual roots and herbs within the space, ensuring timely harvesting. Following 2 rounds of the illumination from the merit golden light, the vitality within the formation space significantly increased, complementing the world tree's rapid transformation into a small world. Once this metamorphosis was complete, the river of the underworld would possess a stable rear, a base for cultivating spiritual medicines. His gaze then fell upon the 12th grade fiery red lotus, which had quietly undergone evolution, now having transformed into the 13th grade fiery red lotus, swiftly progressing towards the 24th grade. For the fiery red lotus, the 12th grade represented a critical juncture. Should it fail to surpass this threshold, it would remain forever in the realm of supreme innate spiritual roots and spiritual treasures. However, upon transcending, it would find itself amidst boundless opportunities. Before reaching the 24th grade, no further obstacles would present themselves. Thus, despite the fiery red lotus only ascending 1 grade with the aid of the primal azure lotus and the river of the underworld's abundant merits, this represented a profound metamorphosis from 0 to 1. The path to the fiery red lotus's advancement to an innate treasure was now clear and unobstructed. After surveying all of this, the river of the underworld once again entered seclusion. During his previous teachings, he had corrected numerous minor errors, and his mind was now brimming with insights that required contemplation. As he entered this state of meditation, the blood sea of Yomi descended into silence once more. No one could know of the silent transformations occurring in this place, which future generations would deem a land of corruption. Chapter 37. Harvesting abundant spiritual fruits while the river of the underworld remained in seclusion, the development of the primordial realm officially entered the mid-stage of the 6th era. The chaotic spiritual energy within the primordial realm had diminished considerably, as innate spiritual energy began to dominate the world, becoming the prevailing force. Although innate spiritual energy was inherently a level below chaotic spiritual energy, its nurturing capabilities starkly contrasted with the latter's ferocity. Under chaotic spiritual energy, only certain special spiritual entities and beings within the innate great formations could thrive. Conversely, innate spiritual energy, devoid of the chaotic energy's anomalies, was gentler and more suitable for the newly emerging primordial realm. Under the nurturing of this gentle innate spiritual energy, the earth began to display signs of life, transforming from barren wasteland into flourishing oases, with new spiritual roots swaying in the breeze, creating a vibrant scene. Gradually, beyond spiritual herbs and roots, other forms of life began to emerge. Some fortunate beings seized the opportunity afforded by the primordial realm, achieving the title of first among their kind and receiving the bestowal of innate heritage from the Great Dao. Many, however, faced the vastness of this world with a sense of bewilderment. Yet, Nurtured by the innate spiritual energy, they would eventually awaken their consciousness, a fortune compared to beings of later generations. In such an environment, within the renowned mountains and rivers, the first batch of innate deities and demons within the innate formations began to awaken their consciousness. Although their previous cultivation methods and insights had been erased by the Great Dao, new legacies were bestowed upon them. With their heightened awareness, they slowly began to refine their essence, striving to manifest their forms at the earliest opportunity. Among the more recognizable figures were the venerable Hongjun, residing in the Kunlun Mountains, the demon Lord Rahu of the western Shumi Mountain, the Taoist of the mixed Kuan in the North Sea, the ancestor Yangmei of a certain small path overseas, as well as the ancestors of Inyang, Qin Kuan, and the inverted ancestor, among others. These first innate deities were racing against time to refine their essence, eager to seize the opportunity to become the first to manifest their forms as innate demons and claim a portion of fortune. Of course, one could not forget the protagonists of the fierce beast calamity, the divine inversions and reincarnations, alongside the ancestral dragon, phoenix, and Shilin, as these innate demons diligently practiced. After 3 gatherings of the Yuan, the river of the Underworld emerged from his retreat, having thoroughly stabilized his mindset at the initial stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while simultaneously reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm. He awaited the waning pressure from the Great Dao and the primordial god Pangu before he could solidify his Golden Immortal Dao fruit and transcend to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. His physical cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm, biding his time for the unification of essence, chi, and spirit to break through to the next level. After emerging from his secluded meditation, Minghe was immediately greeted by the 4 maidens, Mei Lan, Zhou, and Zhou, who presented him with the spiritual herbs and roots they had collected over the years. Upon witnessing their abundant harvest, Minghe was momentarily taken aback, but soon found solace in the realization that among their treasures were mountains of postnatal supreme spirit fruits, namely the blood god fruit and the soul ghost fruit. In comparison, the other spiritual roots and herbs seemed rather insignificant. Initially astonished, Minghe soon comprehended that the 12,096,000,000 blood god fruit trees and soul ghost treasures he had planted before his retreat had matured into complete spiritual roots. Given the substantial bounty accumulated during his 3 cycles of meditation, it was entirely reasonable. After all, these were merely postnatal roots, blooming once every 3,000 years and yielding fruit in the same span, with each tree producing only 9 fruits at a time. However, the sheer volume of trees made the yield overwhelming. Gazing at the mountain of fruits and various spirit fruits, Minghe fell into deep contemplation. With such an abundance, even the entire Blood Sea's denizens would be unable to consume it all. Although the Blood Sea had transformed following Minghe's teachings, no longer limited to just himself and the 4 maidens, but now teeming with spirits born from the myriad roots, herbs, and materials gaining sentience, the bounty still paled in comparison to the towering fruits. Chapter 38. Brewing wine after a prolonged period of reflection, a spark of inspiration ignited within Minghe. Since there was an excess that could not possibly be consumed, why not transform them into wine? Perhaps the effects would be even more remarkable. Resolute in his decision, he summoned the 4 maidens, instructing them to categorize the spirit fruits while also crafting vessels for the brewing of wine. Minghe recognized this endeavor as an opportunity to accrue merit, thus involving his companions in the process to share in the glory. Minghe personally undertook the creation of a top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, a wine pool, for the purpose of brewing. After 3 centuries of diligent effort from Minghe and the 4 maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, they finally transformed all the postnatal spiritual fruits into a rich brew, yielding a staggering 1 billion jars of blood god wine, crafted primarily from blood god fruits, and another 1 billion jars of ghostly wine, derived chiefly from ghostly fruits. The Underworld River commanded the 4 beauties, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, to bury the wine jars deep within the earth. Once all matters were settled, a radiant aura appeared on the horizon, illuminating the sky with resplendent hues of yellow and black. A cloud of merit floated gracefully down, hovering above the heads of the Underworld River and the 4 beauties. Each of the 4 beauties received a portion of merit, which merged into the wine pool, transforming it into a superior postnatal treasure of merit. This transformation scattered into billions of fragments, integrating into the buried wine jars, causing the liquid within to shimmer with the same radiant yellow and black light. Observing this spectacle, the Underworld River smiled with satisfaction. For the Blood Sea had gained yet another treasure of merit. Unlike other artifacts, each treasure of merit possessed unique effects and could also exert a certain influence over fortune. The four beauties had once again acquired profound merit, enriching their foundation, ensuring a smoother path in their future endeavors, whether for personal enhancement or to elevate their roots. Seizing the moment while the light of merit still lingered, and recognizing this place as one favored by the Great Dao, the Underworld River resolved to impart another teaching to the beings of the Blood Sea. Without further ado, he retrieved the altar, seated himself upon it, and began his discourse. The simple yet profound tones of his teachings resonated within the Blood Sea, harmonizing with the radiant light from the heavens. The spiritual roots and herbs within the Blood Sea swayed gracefully, their intelligence rapidly evolving. A millennium later, as the Underworld River concluded his teachings, a new batch of plant spirits emerged, bowing reverently to the ground, proclaiming, "Thank you, Venerable Master, for your benevolence and teachings, which have granted us this transformation." From the heavens, additional merit descended, merging into the merit ring behind the Underworld River. However, compared to the initial teaching, this time the merit was only about half as much. Due to the accumulation of merit from these two occasions, the merit ring of the Underworld River began its transformation into a golden wheel of merit. Though its form remained somewhat ethereal, it had indeed taken shape. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the plant spirits and instructed the four beauties to oversee these beings, taking care of this nascent small world that had finally begun to take form under the influence of several instances of merit. As the river of the Underworld emerged from the small world, he began to observe the Blood Sea. During his previous sermon, he sensed a subtle disturbance in the spectral Blood Sea. However, engrossed in his teachings, he deemed it insignificant and continued undeterred. Now, having concluded his discourse, he found it opportune to examine the state of the Blood Sea. His first task was to inspect the 1,296 million blood deities. To his relief, they were all intact, each emanating a crimson glow, poised to take form at any moment. Subsequently, the river of the Underworld ascended from the ocean depths to the surface, where he beheld wisps of sanguine energy surging into the Blood Sea. Scattered across the waters were remnants of lost souls, not abundant, yet sufficient to provoke contemplation within him. It was said that in the age to come, prior to the establishment of reincarnation by the Earth Mother, the Blood Sea was rife with the wails of tormented spirits. The thought of such a future scene caused the corners of the river's mouth to twitch. Regardless of how things ought to be, this realm was his home. An incessant cacophony of lamentations would render it uninhabitable. Chapter 39. The Spirit Banner. The Blood Sea, as a primordial world, serves as a confluence for all foul blood energies, malevolent forces, and sinister essences. Coupled with the Blood Sea's reincarnation formation, all beings of the primordial realm, upon death, instinctively gravitate towards the Blood Sea. The accompanying death energy, resentments, and malevolence are absorbed into the sea. Through years of study, the river of the Underworld has come to comprehend the operational principles of the Blood Sea's reincarnation formation. Essentially, the formation's intricate pathways are interconnected with the veins of the primordial earth. Thus, the blood energy of fallen beings will converge into the Blood Sea, drawn by the Earth's channels, where it is transformed into positive energy. Consequently, the river of the Underworld, presiding over the Blood Sea, accumulates merit over time. Even through the inherent allure of the sea, historically, it is believed that the river may have lost its transformative powers due to the pollution from the resentments and foulness carried by the fallen beings, leading to its eventual obscurity from the collective vision of the primordial populace. In truth, the first generation of innate deities, such as the Three Pure Ones and Zenyuanzi, were born with a celestial mission. If they adhered to their paths, a bright future awaited them, much like Zenyuanzi, the progenitor of Earth Immortals. Yet, the Heavenly Dao played favorites. These innate deities were initially thwarted by the Dao, severing their potential for enlightenment, and were further schemed against by the venerable Hongjun, resulting in their incomplete cultivation of the three-corpse path, leaving them trapped in mediocrity. As an innate deity born from the Blood Sea, the river of the Underworld's inherent duty was to operate the Blood Sea, purifying its tainted energies and transforming them into refined spiritual essence. However, if the Blood Sea continued to be soiled, his authority would become ineffectual, and even the quality of the Blood Sea would diminish, leading to its division by the Earth Mother and the establishment of the Underworld. Contemplating this, the river of the Underworld resolved to take action to prevent a recurrence of the original timeline's course. Gazing at the struggling true spirits within the Blood Sea, A sudden spark ignited within him, a recollection of a legendary artifact, often depicted in countless tales, known for its ominous allure and rich purple-black aura. Coveted by many yet feared by all, the Human Emperor banner. As a traveler through time, how could he remain without such a treasure? The river of the Underworld summoned several true spirits for meticulous study and then returned to the Bloodsea's small world, from which he carefully harvested 9 branches from the Blood Fruit Tree, the Soul Treasure Tree, the Void Treasure Tree, and the World Tree, along with countless leaves for his crafting endeavors. The river of the Underworld resolved to first utilize the branches and materials of these exquisite innate spiritual roots to forge 9 principal banners, thereby safeguarding the 8 cardinal points and the center of the abyssal blood sea. Subsequently, he would employ the finer twigs and leaves of postnatal spiritual roots or superior spiritual roots to create 300,000 auxiliary banners, which would assist the 9 principal banners in absorbing the newly emerged resentful and malevolent energies, as well as the fragmented true spirits from the primordial chaos. By harnessing the unique characteristic of the blood god fruit tree, which converts resentful energy into pure blood essence, and the soul-nourishing tree, which nurtures true spirits, alongside the spatial transmission ability of the void tree and the world tree's power to create small worlds, he aimed to optimize the process. The superior quality of materials allowed him to successfully forge the 9 principal banners, each achieving the level of postnatal supreme treasures, with each banner containing a small world. Through the transformation of blood essence by the blood god fruit tree and the soul-nurturing capabilities of the soul-nourishing tree, combined with the small worlds opened by the branches and leaves of the world tree, he successfully established 9 soul-filled microcosms. Upon testing the functions of these 9 principal banners, the river of the Underworld felt that they should not be referred to as the human sovereign banners, but rather renamed them. First, humanity had yet to emerge, and he did not wish to inadvertently entangle himself in causality. Secondly, the capabilities of these 9 principal banners surpassed the mere classification of human sovereign banners. These banners could utilize the spatial powers of the void tree to traverse space and automatically attract fragmented true spirits, while also processing the blood malice within the blood sea, nourishing the beings absorbed into the banners, repairing their shattered souls. Under the nurturing of blood and soul energy, these true spirits could gradually grow. Hence, the river of the Underworld decided to abolish the name of human sovereign banners and instead named them the spirit-nurturing banners. Chapter 40. The soul-nurturing array of the blood sea. After settling on the name spirit-nurturing banners, the river of the Underworld instructed the 4 maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou, to gather the branches of the blood god fruit trees and soul-nourishing trees of middle-grade innate spiritual roots from the blood sea, along with 12 billion and 96 million pairs of branches from superior postnatal spiritual roots. Meanwhile, he personally trimmed the finer branches of the void tree and the world tree, dividing them into 300,000 portions. When the 4 maidens returned, he first taught them the method for forging auxiliary banners, providing detailed explanations and crafting 4 high-quality postnatal spiritual treasure furnaces for them. Observing their successful creation of several banners using postnatal materials, he entrusted the task of crafting 300,000 auxiliary banners to the 4 maidens. This allowed them to potentially share in any merits gained and freed him to delve into matters of greater significance. Long ago, the river of the Underworld had planned to isolate the original abyssal blood sea from the blood waters that would later flood in, ensuring the purity of the source blood sea and preventing postnatal blood from diluting the blood of the chaotic demon gods. His design involved dividing the blood sea into 6 layers. 1 layer for the primordial chaotic demon god blood, another for the blood of innate beings and fierce beasts from the imperial and ferocious beast eras, a layer for the blood of fallen dragons, phoenixes, and Chilants from the Dragon Han period, another for the formidable demon gods and shamans of the witch demon period, 1 for the blood of powerful, innate divine demons from various eras, such as the Yin-Yang ancestor, the Qinquan ancestor, and the ancestors of dragons and phoenixes, and the final layer for the blood of ordinary beings, postnatal beings, and those with less notable bloodlines. However, with his current capabilities, even as the favored child of the abyssal blood sea, he could not achieve this isolation. For now, he would seek to use this opportunity to set up an array that would prevent the blood of ordinary beings from contaminating the blood sea. Resolute, he retrieved fragments of the creation jade dish and settled beneath the world tree, beginning to comprehend the principles of the array, seeking to merge them with the spirit-nurturing banners to create an array that would draw in the malevolent energies, thus isolating the blood sea from the impurities of ordinary beings. After 3 cycles of enlightenment, he finally devised the preliminary array, capable of attracting, isolating it, and transforming impurities at the level of Tai golden immortals. Although it fell short of his expectations, it sufficed for the current primordial chaos. At this time, the four maidens had completed the crafting of 300,000 auxiliary banners, all achieving the level of middle-grade postnatal spiritual treasures, thanks to the superior quality of materials, including some derived from excellent postnatal spiritual roots. Subsequently, the river of the Underworld himself opened a furnace, utilizing materials from the middle-grade innate blood god fruit trees and soul-nourishing trees to forge 36 auxiliary banners of superior postnatal spiritual treasure quality and 72 auxiliary banners of high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure quality. Accompanied by the four maidens, he ascended above the Blood Sea, instructing them to position the 300,000 auxiliary banners according to a specific arrangement. He personally arranged the 9 principal banners and 108 auxiliary banners. Once everything was in place, he unleashed a powerful wave of divine consciousness, leveraging the unique qualities of the abyssal Blood Sea to inscribe array patterns within the spirit-nurturing banners. 3,000 years later, all preparations were complete. The river of the Underworld cast a spell, infusing it into the 9 principal banners, which began to radiate a crimson glow, gradually spreading throughout the Blood Sea. As the bloodlight enveloped the entire sea, assisted by this crimson illumination, all the spirit-nurturing banners began to flicker and activate. As the array operated, the previously submerged impurities, blood energies, and fragmented true spirits within the Blood Sea were absorbed into the spirit-nurturing banners. As the array functioned, it gradually extended into the primordial chaos, utilizing the characteristics from the void tree to draw in impurities and blood energies from afar, while the array itself began to gradually fade from sight. This array was named the soul-nurturing array of the Blood Sea, endowed with the capabilities of absorption, transformation, nurturing souls, and concealment. Chapter 41. The teaching once more. With the array fully operational, strange phenomena reappeared in the sky. Petals fell like rain, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. Above the heads of the river of the Underworld and the four maidens, merit clouds manifested once more. This time, the merit clouds were not abundant, comparable to those obtained during their previous winemaking efforts. The clouds split in the sky, with 30% descending into the soul-nurturing array of the Blood Sea, integrating into the 9 principal banners and casting gentle strands of merit light upon the over 300,000 auxiliary banners. Under the illumination of merit, the soul-nurturing array of the Blood Sea shimmered with threads of profound yellow light, while 50% settled upon the river of the Underworld's merit golden wheel, significantly solidifying it. The remaining 20% was evenly distributed among the four maidens. Having followed the river of the Underworld, the four maidens had often benefited from his merits. Their own fortunes and blessings elevated through the power of the Great Dao. They were destined for a promising future. Moreover, these merits were not one-off rewards. As the soul-nurturing array of the Blood Sea continued to operate, each being absorbed would yield a trace of merit for the river of the Underworld and his companions. Although each contribution was minor, the sheer volume accumulated over time would be considerable, effectively granting them a continuous source of merit. After digesting the profound insights gleaned from the Blood Sea Convergence formation, Minghe finally sensed the opportunity to transcend to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. It is essential to note that we are on the brink of the late 6th epoch, where the innate demonic deities are soon to emerge. In the ensuing ages, the 3 pure ones and their cohort of primordial sanctified beings will manifest, predominantly attaining the lofty status of the 9-rank Heavenly Flower Golden Immortal upon their arrival. Although they may have been hindered by the Dao of Heaven, casting doubts upon their foundational strength. How many other beings can aspire to reach the realm of the Golden Immortal, let alone the exalted 9-rank 3 flowers? Minghe perceived that the first batch of innate divine demons, due to the inheritance of the Great Dao, would fundamentally refrain from evolving into the Luo Golden Immortal stage. Instead, they sought to establish a solid foundation at the Golden Immortal realm. Their essence, however, remained lofty. Although they bore slight imperfections from the loss of comprehension during the primordial chaos, this did not hinder their rapid ascension in the Hongjun realm. Thus, a sense of urgency emerged within Minghe, influenced by the awareness of potential threats stemming from future souls. Resolving to act, he returned to the Blood Sea's miniature world and commenced a period of seclusion to transcend his current limitations. In the blink of an eye, 3 yuan meetings passed, during which Minghe successfully crystallized his golden immortal fruit, thereby achieving the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. His corporeal form also thrived under the influence of his cultivation, breaking through to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. As the enhancement of his bloodline origin alleviated previous constraints on his physical advancement, the only remaining concern was to ensure that his cultivation and physical state remained in synchrony, avoiding excessive disparity that could disrupt the unity of spirit, energy, and essence. As his cultivation and corporeal form ascended, his mental state broke through a barrier, reaching the mid-stage of Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, Minghe's breakthrough was deemed a resounding success. After stabilizing his newfound power, he meticulously organized his insights from transcending to Tai Golden Immortal, along with the newly devised techniques, integrating them into the Blood Divine Network before preparing to impart his teachings. Seated beneath the World Tree, Minghe projected his voice across the Blood Sea, announcing that he would commence his discourse on the Great Dao in 300 years, welcoming all fated beings to attend. 300 years flitted by like a fleeting shadow. Outside the World Tree, a multitude of nature spirits born from the miniature world gathered, each exuding pure and harmonious energy, distinctly unlike the beings nurtured within the Blood Sea. As the moment approached, Minghe enveloped the entire Blood Sea with the Blood Divine Network and began his teachings. As the sound of his Dao resonated, the beings within the Blood Sea listened in rapt attention, leading to the emergence of even more nature spirits. 300 years later, having shared his insights on the transition from Earth Immortal to Golden Immortal, Minghe concluded his teachings. Presently, apart from himself, no other beings of Golden Immortal caliber existed in the Blood Sea, while the four maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou, were merely at the Shin Immortal stage. With the conclusion of Minghe's teachings, a fresh infusion of merit energy descended from the heavens, merging into his merit golden wheel. Given this momentum, it seemed that after two more discourses, the merit gained from the Great Dao would become negligible. Yet, he held no regrets. Observing the increasing population of beings within the Blood Sea and contemplating management strategies, after some reflection, a smile broke on his face. Why overthink? He resolved to let them govern themselves. He designated the 108 beings who had garnered the most from his teachings, excluding the four maidens, bestowing upon them several postnatal spiritual treasures and appointing them as Minghe's emissaries. He also appointed the four maidens as stewards of the Blood Sea, entrusting them with the Blood Divine Network and sealing off any aspects unsuited for the nature spirits. He instructed the maidens to guide the 108 emissaries in comprehending the contents of the Blood Divine Network, regularly addressing the queries of the Blood Sea's inhabitants and disseminating the network's teachings to suitable beings. Having completed these tasks, Minghe found himself in a state of quiet contemplation, pondering the current state of the Hongjun realm, where innate spiritual energy had begun to thicken, likely giving rise to numerous heavenly materials and treasures. He felt an urge to venture into the vastness of the Hongjun land. Upon exiting the Blood Sea's miniature world, he gazed thoughtfully at the 12,960,000,000 blood divine suns arrayed within the formations. With his own cultivation having advanced to the mid-stage of Golden Immortal, the blood divine suns within the 8 main focal points had also reached the perfected Shin Immortal stage. In this period before the emergence of the innate demon gods, even within the Hongjun realm, the blood divine suns possessed sufficient strength to avoid peril. It seemed an aspect of Minghe's grand plan could finally be set into motion. Resolving to proceed, he instructed the blood divine suns to emerge from the formations, advising them to follow the Blood Sea's reincarnation array and its connection to the Earth's veins, scattering throughout the Hongjun landscape. Their mission was to gather the primordial spiritual herbs, roots, and minerals birthed over the years while maintaining ecological balance, extracting the essence of the Earth's veins without disrupting their flow, and ultimately reorganizing the Hongjun geographical environment to repay karmic debts. After dispersing the 12,960,000,000 blood divine suns across the Hongjun realm, Minghe summoned several clusters of blood soil from the River of Blood, Yellow Springs blood water, 9 heavens soil, and 3 lights divine water. He refined these within a cauldron, blending them with a substantial mass of creation water and squeezing out 3 drops of his essence blood. This mixture was then crafted into a blood-red clay and divided into 12,960,000,000 portions, each placed within individual formations for nurturing. It was not yet time for their emergence. Nurturing them further would ensure their strength upon birth. After consuming several pills and sipping some 3 lights divine water to replenish lost essence, Minghe rose from the Blood Sea, choosing not to head towards the Zhou mountain this time, for it was always there, accessible at his convenience. However, the Blood Sea felt excessively monotonous. Solely relying on the nature spirits birthed from it seemed overly simplistic, and the Azure clan had yet to reach their time of emergence. Unlike the solitary Minghe of the original timeline, the current Minghe relished the vibrancy of life. Thus, his journey was directed toward the East Sea. In search of the legendary Punlai Island of the Three Immortals, aiming to bring it into the Blood Sea. He recalled having read in a novel long ago that Punlai Island had sunk into the Blood Sea, but rather than sinking, he envisioned integrating the three immortal islands into his realm, knowing well that they had a special connection with traversers. Chapter 43, The Compendium of Herbs. Upon exiting the Nether Blood Sea and discerning his direction, Minghe stepped forth, riding the golden light towards the East Sea. The vast expanse of the Hongjun land held numerous opportunities, and with no urgency, he decided to take his time, perhaps stumbling upon some fortuitous encounter. Indeed, not long after leaving the Blood Sea, he chanced upon a formation nestled within a valley, suffused with the rich essence of Immu. Delighted, Minghe commenced the process of refining the array. After a millennium of effort, he successfully mastered the formation, uncovering both its name and purpose. The innate Immu Grand Array was a purely defensive and concealing formation, utilizing the perpetual vitality of the wood element to bolster its defenses against foes while camouflaging its own presence. Entering the Great Formation, Minghe discovered a scroll suspended in midair. Following his usual practice, he first collected the celestial materials within the formation before refining the scroll. Upon completion, he grasped its name and function. Under the Great Dao. The innate rare treasure, Compendium of Herbs. Innate treasures were far rarer than innate spiritual treasures in the Hongjun realm, lacking specific grades but possessing extraordinary capabilities. For instance, in later tales, the sacred destruction pill wielded by Hongjun Laozu, the heavenly burial coffin held by Yuanchi Tianzuan, and the six-soul banner of Tongtian Daoist could, under certain conditions, even slay saints. Other treasures, such as the myriad auspicious clouds of Yuanchi Tianzuan, were said to harbor boundless righteous energy, offering unparalleled defense. The Baisao Illustrated Compendium, an innate treasure, possesses unique abilities, harboring a special space that greatly benefits the growth of spiritual roots and herbs. This space can enhance itself in accordance with the grade and quantity of the planted spiritual roots. Moreover, it contains a trace of the power of the Great Dao of Time, which can accelerate the growth of these roots, also increasing with their number and quality. Regrettably, at present, Minghe carries no additional spiritual roots or herbs. He has solely planted those harvested from the innate Immu Great Array into the Baisao Illustrated Compendium, achieving merely a tenfold acceleration of time compared to the outside world. Subsequently, Minghe continued his journey towards the Eastern Sea. After 30,000 years, he finally arrived at the shores of the Eastern Sea, having encountered little fortune along the way. However, he managed to catalog a multitude of spiritual roots and herbs into the Baisao Illustrated Compendium. Although their quality was not high, their sheer quantity allowed the internal time flow of the compendium to reach 100-fold compared to the outside world. Unfortunately, the landscape along his journey had become barren, leaving only a few spiritual roots and herbs to thrive, as he had collected the rest. Upon reaching the Eastern Sea, Minghe communicated with the Blood God's son, instructing them to meticulously search the vicinity for a treasured artifact of the human race, which he recalled was located near the Eastern Sea, hoping to acquire it in advance. Furthermore, if memory served correctly, Wuyi Mountain should not be too far from the Eastern Sea. Whether it be the innate treasure, Luo Bao gold money, or the legendary Wu Dao tea tree, Minghe was immensely intrigued. After all, the Wu Dao tea tree's ability to aid in enlightenment was formidable. Possessing it would undoubtedly facilitate the Dao journey for both himself and the beings of the Blood Sea. As for the Luo Bao gold money, beyond its capacity to attract spiritual treasures, its very appearance represented something of great interest. The first coin spontaneously birthed by heaven and earth. Should Minghe acquire it, he could potentially establish a trade pathway and currency system, leading to an unending influx of merit. With these thoughts, Minghe felt an even greater urge to instruct the Blood God's son to diligently search for Wuyi Mountain. Chapter 44, Seeking the Immortal Mountain in the Eastern Sea. After issuing his orders to the Blood God's son, Minghe embarked on the path to locate the Immortal Mountain. The Eastern Sea presented a stark contrast to the Blood Sea. Although both are oceans, the Blood Sea lies inland with its own unique mission. Under Minghe's control, the Blood Sea generally remains calm, concealing all dangers beneath its surface, appearing as though a ruby were embedded in the earth. In stark contrast, upon entering the domain of the Eastern Sea, one is immediately struck by a profound and overwhelming sensation. The boundless sea roils with tumultuous waves, exuding an imposing aura. The waves surge forth like a stampede of wild horses, crashing relentlessly against the shore. Simultaneously, numerous unseen undercurrents lurk beneath the surface, darting through the water like ferocious dragons, rendering the already turbulent sea even more perilous and unpredictable. Amidst this chaos, the sea winds fiercely howl across the surface, harmonizing with the waves to produce a grand symphony of the ocean, an exhilarating and thunderous composition that inspires awe. Despite having reached the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, Minghe approached the unknown Eastern Sea with ample preparation. Although his 13th grade Yephire Red Lotus was in the process of advancing, he still carried it with him. Nestled within his sea of consciousness, the Yephire Red Lotus was currently perfecting its internal restrictions, making its need for space less pressing, allowing Minghe to bring it along. After all, it was rumored in later generations that the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus resided on the 3 Immortal Islands, having sensed the 24th grade Creation Green Lotus before. The Yephire Red Lotus might also be able to detect the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus this time. Additionally, he had refined a Western Plain Cloud Banner, a defensive spiritual treasure recognized for its protective qualities, one of the innate 5 directions banners. Minghe was confident that with its protection, his safety would be significantly assured. Raising the Western Plain Cloud Banner for protection, Minghe officially commenced his quest for the 3 Immortal Islands. However, an entire Yuan festival passed, and he had traversed from the inner seas of the Eastern Sea to its outer realms. Not only had he failed to locate the 3 Immortal Islands, but he had also not discovered even a single spiritual treasure. The only findings were some innate items from the seabed and small islands, with the highest grade being mid-grade innate spiritual roots and treasures, which offered little assistance to Minghe. The river of the underworld felt a twinge of unease. Had my fortune been entirely consumed? I contemplated sacrificing a portion of my merits to fortify the connection with the fire of karma and facilitate its evolution. Just as I was poised to act, I sensed a disturbance ahead. A wave emanating from the outer seas that subtly tugged at the blood laws of the river of the underworld. The outer seas of the primordial world differ greatly from the inner seas. In later generations, although the dragon clan occupied the 4 seas, they merely claimed dominion over the inner waters. The outer seas, in stark contrast, harbored far greater peril, lying perilously close to the world's edge. Within, tumultuous waves surged, and treacherous currents flowed. One could frequently witness rifts in space appearing in the skies, where a moment's inattention could lead to a collision with shards of spatial debris. Even the Hongjun Golden Immortals must tread with utmost caution in these waters. As time progressed, the rules of the primordial world gradually evolved, rendering the outer seas less turbulent, allowing the Azure dragon to transform into a sacred beast, safeguarding this eastern extremity. Legends speak of the boundless seas, where 10 continents and 3 islands exist, each born from fragments of chaos that fell into the primordial world, becoming celestial mountains of fortune. However, in later generations, only 3 islands are widely recognized: Polai, Yingzhou, and Hongjun. The fates of the others remain shrouded in mystery, lost to the outer seas, ultimately disappearing into unknowable spatial rifts or being obliterated by the capricious waters. Chapter 45. The Cauldron of Heaven and Earth and the Essence of the Chaos Demon God, reflecting upon the dangers of the outer seas. The river of the underworld dared not delay. I promptly activated the defenses of the Western Ethereal Cloud Banner while retrieving the Fire of Karma Red Lotus, ensuring that should danger arise, I could swiftly invoke its protective power. Once prepared, I followed the faint tug, arriving safely upon the surface of the sea. Before me lay only the endless expanse of water, yet I could discern nothing that had drawn me here. Minghe felt a sense of peculiarity as he followed the sensation to a specific location, channeling a surge of magical energy. In a fleeting moment, a formation subtly manifested. Had he not been vigilantly observing that spot, its emergence would have gone unnoticed. It seemed that the treasures within this formation were indeed extraordinary. For its protective array was remarkably elusive, Minghe pondered. He then approached the formation he had previously discovered, invoking the principles of the array from the creation jade dish, and began to perceive its intricacies. After 3 centuries, he finally uncovered a thread of the formation's operational nodes. Following this lead, he successfully initiated the process of refinement. This array was undoubtedly the most formidable he had encountered in all his years. Within it, waves of blood energy surged, intertwining with cycles of reincarnation, as if drawing one into an endless loop of rebirth. The river of Hades sensed the familiar aura of blood, allowing it to grasp the subtle node of the formation. After expending 3 units of time from the Yuanhui, the river of Hades finally refined the formation. following a brief period of recuperation to restore its state. The River of Hades activated the defenses of the Western Plain Cloud Banner, while the fiery red Lotus was firmly gripped in hand, and thus ventured into the heart of the formation. Before its eyes lay an island of black and red hues, one side pulsating with a torrent of blood energy that surged skyward, shrouding the heavens, while the other emanated a radiant black light, with whirlpools appearing and vanishing incessantly. A closer inspection revealed a mesmerizing spectacle, akin to being drawn into the cycle of reincarnation. At the center of this black and red realm stood a grand cauldron, exuding a shimmering brilliance that repelled the encroaching darkness and crimson, subtly guarding the mysterious dragon-like entity that lay beneath it. Upon a mere glance, Minghe immediately recognized that the serpentine entity before him was none other than a primordial ancestral vein. Legends speak of such a vein residing within the majestic Kunlun Mountains, a feature that has contributed to the grandeur of this mountainous range. It is said that figures like Hongjun, the three pure ones, and the Queen Mother of the West were all birthed from this very place. To his astonishment, he discovered that another primordial ancestral vein existed here. However, it puzzled him as to why this vein, which should have thrived endlessly, now teetered on the brink of vanishing. With a sense of bewilderment, Minghe approached the colossal cauldron. Commencing the process of refinement, the cauldron offered no resistance to his efforts, seemingly responding favorably to Minghe's Pangu bloodline. Following the refinement, the cauldron imparted a message to Minghe, enlightening him about the circumstances at hand. Firstly, this cauldron was none other than the renowned Qian Kuanding of later generations. Yet its classification was not as the exquisite innate spiritual treasure that the future would claim, but rather as an innate supreme treasure. At this moment, however, it appeared quite feeble, subtly hinting at a potential decline in its status. The River of the Underworld, unwilling to delay, swiftly allocated a portion of merit and cast it into the Qian Kuan cauldron, initiating the stabilization of its rank. Subsequently, it resumed its scrutiny of the information, discovering that its predicament stemmed from the presence of two ominous auras. One, a blood-red essence, belonged to the remnant of the blood demon god, a master of the law of blood among the chaos 3,000 demon gods. This remnant had fallen onto the island, having lost its self-awareness, yet instinctively sought to devour the primal veins of the primordial world to restore itself. The other, a black whirlpool, was a fragment of the reincarnation demon god, fortuitously landing on the same chaotic shard as the blood demon god's remnant, driven by an innate desire for restoration, thus entering into conflict with the essence of the blood demon god. Sensing a crisis, the primordial vein instinctively emitted fluctuations, seeking external aid. It fortuitously encountered the Qian Kuan cauldron, and since the dawn of creation, it had endeavored to survive amidst the assault of the two demon god remnants. Now, it was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 46. The acquisition of merit. It was highly likely that in a few epochs, the last vestiges of the primordial vein's spirit would be completely eroded, leading to the Qian Kuan cauldron's decline in rank and subsequent escape. Upon realizing this, the River of the Underworld began to devise a strategy to preserve the primordial vein while also securing the Qian Kuan cauldron and the remnants of the chaos demon gods. It was crucial to maintain the balance among these three entities. A slight misstep could spell disaster, potentially leading to its own obliteration. After communicating with the consciousness of the Qian Kuan cauldron, the River of the Underworld made a decisive move, first summoning the flame Lotus of Karma, then shielding itself with the Western Cloud Banner, and releasing the Wheel of Merit to augment its chances of success. Finally, it coordinated with the Qian Kuan cauldron, unleashing both the cauldron and the flame Lotus to counter the onslaught of the chaos demon god remnants. The River of the Underworld acted swiftly, first securing the remnant of the blood demon god within the sanctum of the flame Lotus, sealing it away, followed by the rapid retrieval of the reincarnation demon god's remnant into the Qian Kuan cauldron for sealing. Upon completing this endeavor, the River of the Underworld exhaled deeply, recognizing that while the process appeared straightforward, any miscalculation could lead to utter annihilation. It then produced the three radiance divine water, sprinkling it upon the primordial vein to aid in its restoration. At that moment, a sudden influx of purple energy descended from the heavens, a cascade of merit raining down, bifurcating to land upon both the River of the Underworld and the Qian Kuan cauldron, a divine reward for their preservation of the primordial vein. It is understood that the primordial vein is the source of endless vitality, enabling the absorption of chaotic energy and its transformation into innate spiritual essence. The existence of the primordial vein ensures the stability of the primordial space, facilitating the conversion of more spiritual essence from the chaos. The actions of the river of the underworld also contributed to the preservation of more primordial vitality, elevating its fortunes in a subtle manner. Given the significance of this act, the merit obtained by the river of the underworld was substantial, comparable to that earned during its first sermon. This merit instantaneously solidified the wheel of merit, enhancing its radiance. With the assistance of the merit, the Qian Kuan cauldron fully recovered from years of vitality damage and stabilized its rank as an innate treasure, even showing signs of enhancement. Content with the outcome, the river of the underworld had not only acquired an innate treasure but also obtained 2 demon god remnants. The remnant of the blood demon god would greatly benefit its future cultivation, laying a path toward the attainment of the primordial golden immortal. The remnant of the reincarnation demon god would assist in comprehending the laws of reincarnation, proving invaluable for future endeavors related to reincarnation. Eventually, in a secluded corner of the island, the river of the underworld discovered the monument of restrictions, and upon refining it, learned the name of the island. It was none other than the famed Yuan Xiao, one of the 5 mountains. According to legend, the immortal peaks of Dai Yu and Yuan Xiao disappeared into the North Sea due to the fishing activities of the longbow people, ultimately submerging, leaving only Fang Hu, Zhou, and Peng Lai. Gazing upon the barren Yuan Xiao Island, the river of the underworld recognized that with the nourishment of the primordial vein, it would eventually regain vitality, qualifying it as a blessed land. If left to drift in the outer sea, it could be consumed by spatial fissures at any moment. Fortunately, the river of the underworld had prepared to transport the 3 immortal islands, thus carrying the world tree, which could temporarily seal Yuan Xiao within its singular fruit. This was also facilitated by Yuan Xiao's origin from chaotic fragments, with minimal causal entanglement, coupled with a genuine connection to the river of the underworld. Otherwise, it would not have dared to carry away a primordial vein. After making the necessary preparations, the river of the underworld retracted the protective formation, utilized the world tree to envelop Yuan Xiao, and swiftly made its way back to the inner sea. Chapter 47. The 12 calming sea pearls and the primordial measuring ruler on the journey back to the inner sea. The river of the underworld inadvertently became ensnared in a storm. Fortunately, protected by a supreme innate treasure, it emerged unscathed. Amidst the tempest, it discovered 12 multicolored pearls, glowing faintly and resisting the storm's onslaught. Upon sensing the aura of the river of the underworld, these pearls automatically flew into its hands, a sign of elevated fortune. As the treasure willingly presented itself, after a brief refinement, the river of the underworld discerned the origins of these 12 pearls. They were the calming sea pearls capable of transforming the heavens. Legend has it that there were originally 36 of these pearls, with 1 being a low-grade innate treasure, 6 of medium grade, 12 of high grade, and 24 of supreme grade, with the latter being among the finest. As for the complete set of 36, it was said to attain the status of an innate treasure. Moreover, each pearl had the potential to open a realm, culminating in the establishment of 36 heavens. In later tales, the Tongdian Daoist acquired 24 of these pearls and bestowed them upon Zhou Gongming, who, utilizing them, shone brightly during the Hongjun era. Ultimately, this attracted the schemes of Ran Ding, who seized the pearls, transforming them into the 24 heavens, thus supporting Ran Ding in achieving the revered status of Buddha. Setting aside such tales, the 12 calming sea pearls now in the possession of the river of the underworld were likely the long-lost 12. Swept away by the storm of the outer sea and inadvertently lost within a spatial fissure, rendering them inaccessible to the world. Now that the river of the underworld had acquired these 12 calming sea pearls, it sought to gather the remaining 36 to validate another path of enlightenment. After securing the calming sea pearls, the river of the underworld summoned the Abhijna sword, cleaving through the storm to continue its journey toward the inner sea. As its fortune ascended, it traveled smoothly, free from peril, returning to the inner sea. Upon entering the inner sea, the river of the underworld began to utilize the chaotic essence obtained from Yuan Xiao to deduce the location of the 3 immortal islands. Although its divination abilities were somewhat stifled under the pressure of the Great Dao, with a thread of energy, it was still possible to unravel the mystery and locate the 3 immortal islands. Due to the river of the underworld's enhanced fortune, after a complete cycle of divination, it finally detected a trace of connection. Following this thread, it uncovered a deeply concealed formation in a vast expanse of ocean. After refining for a full cycle, it successfully entered this spatial formation, finally understanding the formidable nature of this array. Inside the formation was a square island, each side approximately equivalent in length. The island was adorned with breathtaking scenery, featuring stunning mountains and rivers, shrouded in swirling mists, resembling a paradise. On the island, treasures abound, and majestic palaces rise high, adorned with an array of exotic flowers, rare grasses, and extraordinary creatures. At the very center, a colossal ruler radiating a violet glow spans the heavens and the earth. In that instant of encountering the mighty ruler, Minghe comprehended its name and origin. It was none other than the postnatal treasure of merit, forged from the primordial energy and the great virtue derived from Pangu's creation of the world, the Hongming Liangtian ruler, which possessed an attack power comparable to the innate treasures, such as the Pangu banner. This protective array was intricately woven around the Hongming Liangtian ruler, embodying layers of space. Sensing the aura of Pangu's bloodline, it refrained from launching an attack, for had it done so, Minghe's frail form would have surely succumbed. At that moment, Minghe felt a chill of fear. Upon beholding the Hongming Liangtian ruler, Minghe was elated. Soon his fiery red lotus of karma would ascend, destined to become at least an innate treasure, complemented by the Qian Kuanding, an auxiliary innate treasure. In terms of offensive capabilities, only the Yuan Tu and the Abyss could hold their ground. Now, with the Hongming Liangtian ruler in his possession, even amidst the battles of saints, Minghe need not fret about breaching his opponent's defenses. Chapter 48, a great breakthrough with this thought. Minghe eagerly soared into the island, yet he refrained from hastily refining the Hongming Liangtian ruler, for he had yet to explore the island thoroughly. Subsequently, he commenced the collection of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures scattered across the isle, as well as the occasional appearance of innate spiritual treasures, leaving a trail of chaos in his wake. Aside from some redundant spiritual herbs and roots, everything else, whether peculiar flowers or rare grasses, was catalogued into the Baichao Illustrated Guide. Among his discoveries on the island were several superior innate spiritual roots, alongside dozens of medium-grade and an abundance of inferior innate spiritual roots. The superior innate spiritual roots included a sunflower, a pear tree, an apple tree, and a pine tree. After cataloging them all, the flow of time within the Baichao Illustrated Guide accelerated to a pace 1,000 times that of the outside world. Additionally, he unearthed several superior innate spiritual treasures, including a pair of orbs embodying yin and yang attributes, a battle spear, and a robe of law. After refining the robe and donning it, Minghe turned his gaze toward a stone tablet at the center, along with the towering ruler in the sky. He first approached the stone tablet, refining it to acquire information about the island, which was none other than Fangzhong Island, one of the legendary 5 mountains, also known as Fanghu Mountain, and one of the 3 immortal islands of Penglai. Thereafter, Minghe commenced the refinement of the Hongming Liangtian ruler. After a laborious process spanning a yuanhui, he successfully achieved preliminary refinement of the ruler, which truly rivaled innate treasures. The time consumed was considerable, yet its potential power already equaled that of the accompanying spiritual treasures, Yuan Tu and Abyss. Moreover, the Hongming Liangtian ruler could measure the cosmos and served as a supreme treasure of formations. With it in hand, Minghe could unveil flaws in even the most formidable formations, allowing him to dismantle them at will, while lesser formations would offer him unimpeded access, unnoticed. Not all postnatal treasures are created equal. Those Minghe had previously refined paled in comparison to the Hongming Liangtian ruler. However, with sufficient merit to nourish them, they might still catch up. Storing the Hongming Liangtian ruler within his primordial spirit for nurturing, Minghe did not hastily depart Fangzhong Island. After a period of travel, coupled with encounters of high-caliber formations and even remnants of chaotic demonic beings, along with the refinement of an innate treasure and a postnatal treasure that rivaled innate status, he had accumulated profound insights. Eager to absorb these revelations, he resolved to temporarily halt his treasure-seeking endeavors, retreating instead to consolidate and organize his newfound understanding before embarking on his next journey. Casually extracting the fiery red lotus of karma, he settled atop it, placing the blood divine nerve upon his head, emanating waves of brilliance. There was no longer any concern about disrupting the advancement of the fiery red lotus of karma. As a companion spiritual treasure, the aura of Minghe's breakthrough could even facilitate the evolution of the fiery red lotus. Without further contemplation, Minghe earnestly began to distill the insights he had gleaned during this time. Though brief, the experiences he had encountered were of such high caliber that it could be said this was his most fruitful period of cultivation to date. Time flowed imperceptibly, and before long, 30 yuanwees had elapsed. In the serene middle of a tranquil path, a blood-colored figure finally opened its eyes, which had been tightly shut for 30 yuanweis. Two beams of brilliance shot forth from his eyes, nearly piercing through the void. The recent retreat of Minghe has yielded astonishing rewards, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Firstly, his state of mind has ascended to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. While his physical cultivation has been solidified at the consummate level of the Tai Golden Immortal through the baptism of two extraordinary treasures, simultaneously, his cultivation has advanced to the later stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. In terms of laws, the law of blood has progressed to 50%, attributed to his observation of the remnants of the blood demon god. The laws of formations have similarly reached 50% due to the refinement of the primordial measuring ruler and numerous formations he has assimilated during this period. Other laws remain unchanged. Chapter 49. Encountering the Immortal Island again with such significant gains, the tension that had gripped Minghe's heart has finally begun to ease. As an anomaly, he must acquire sufficient means of self-preservation before the emergence of the Heavenly Dao. After all, the Great Way is without action, while the Heavenly Dao is partial. He cannot guarantee that he will not be obliterated by the Heavenly Dao due to unforeseen circumstances. Thus, since the advent of sentient beings, Minghe has been fervently accumulating merit. Now, he possesses a modicum of confidence in his ability to safeguard himself. Once he has stabilized his cultivation, before Minghe could even seek out the other two Immortal Islands, he felt a subtle pull from somewhere in the void, intertwined with a hint of desperation. Surprised by this unfamiliar occurrence, he followed the direction of the sensation and halted before a formation. With the primordial measuring ruler in hand, formations have become a simple matter for him. He summoned the ruler and began to refine the formation at its weak points, completing the process in less than a century. With the colorless cloud banner shielding him and the primordial measuring ruler in hand, he stepped into the formation, maintaining the necessary caution. For this was indeed an unprecedented situation for him. Upon entering the formation, he was astounded by the dense aura of spiritual energy within, which was not the innate spiritual energy he was accustomed to, but rather the primordial chaotic energy that had long since vanished from the wilderness. Yet, amidst this rich chaotic energy, numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures flourished, with spiritual roots thriving abundantly. Minghe found it incredible that these innate spiritual roots, under the influence of chaotic energy, not only survived but thrived, continually absorbing the chaotic essence to grow. Upon further contemplation, he discerned that the explosive portions of the chaotic energy had been eradicated, or more accurately, purified. The remaining energy retained the quality of chaotic energy while also embodying the gentleness of innate spiritual energy, nurturing all living things. This explained the generally high caliber of the spiritual roots on the island. Contemplating the notion of purification, Minghe harbored a vague suspicion. After thoroughly searching the island, he acquired 3 ordinary supreme innate spiritual roots, 100 superior innate spiritual roots, and a plethora of medium-grade innate spiritual roots, all of which had successfully transcended their original ranks under the nurturing of chaotic energy. Among the supreme innate spiritual roots was a purple jade grape tree, bearing fruit every 30,000 years, capable of cleansing the soul, refining true essence, and aiding in the formation of the purple jade spiritual body, showcasing extraordinary potential. Another was a peach tree, not to be confused with the renowned rainwater peach among the top 10 innate spiritual roots, but a superior innate spiritual root that had broken through its rank after prolonged exposure to chaotic energy, yielding fruit every 30,000 years that could help one evade calamities and extend their lifespan. Lastly, there was a goji berry tree, also bearing fruit every 30,000 years, whose berries could replenish kidney essence, enhance yang energy, and facilitate a transformation towards a pure yang constitution. After storing all the harvested spiritual roots within the compendium of herbs, the time flow effect of the compendium reached 3,000 times that of the outside world. Subsequently, Minghe fully armed himself and proceeded towards the central area shrouded in mist. Upon entering the island, he felt a beckoning from that location, yet out of caution, he resolved to first seize any available opportunities before investigating the reality within. As Minghe ventured into the mist, he discovered that it was composed of pure chaotic spiritual energy, with each breath bringing a slight enhancement to his magical prowess. However, he did not dare to be careless. Holding his breath, he stepped deeper into the heart of the mist. He uncovered a pond brimming with spiritual energy, its surface adorned with lotus flowers resembling white jade. At the center lay a 24-petal white jade lotus platform, surrounded by 4 12-petal lotus platforms, and encircled by a multitude of 9, 6, and 3-petal platforms. The river of Hades was immediately taken aback, for it was the 24th grade lotus platform at the center that summoned him. He could never have imagined that one day he would witness an entire pool brimming with innate spiritual treasures. At that moment, a stream of radiant light surged from the central 24th grade lotus platform towards the river of Hades. Upon discerning its nature, he made no attempt to resist, allowing the light to enter his mind, where a deluge of information flooded in. This 24th grade lotus platform was indeed the pure world white lotus. As anticipated by the river of Hades, it had transformed from the seeds of the chaos green lotus, which was originally destined to evolve into the 12th grade turbid world yellow lotus. However, it unexpectedly fell upon the essence of the pure world demon god. Undergoing a metamorphosis into the pure world lotus, its hue shifting from yellow to a lustrous white jade. The pond itself was no ordinary one. It was formed from the flesh and blood of the pure world demon god. The soil at the bottom was composed of the finest earth attribute spiritual material, while the water was distilled from the blood of the pure world demon god, a treasure of the water attribute known as the waters of pure world. In terms of the pond's grade, it was classified as an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, possessing the potential to evolve into a 12th grade supreme innate spiritual treasure. Furthermore, having absorbed the essence equivalent to that of a peak chaos demon god, it was able to transcend its original grade, evolving into the innate treasure level 24th grade lotus platform and simultaneously nurturing 4 12th grade pure world white lotuses of exceptional innate spiritual treasure status. The summoning of the river of Hades was also prompted by the sensation of an impending calamity. With the elevation of its grade to 24th, it constantly felt the looming threat of obliteration by the Great Dao, as the 3 islands of Pangu sensed one another. While the river of Hades was in seclusion on the Abbot Island, the pure world white lotus sensed the ascendant aura of the karma fire red lotus, also born from the chaos green lotus seeds, and could feel the rich power of virtue emanating from it, its savior, thus eagerly calling for the river of Hades to arrive. Had he arrived a few moments later, the 24th grade pure world white lotus would have faced annihilation by the Great Dao, and the 12th grade pure world white lotus in the lotus pool would have been demoted, leaving only a single 12th grade pure world white lotus of exceptional innate spiritual treasure status. After understanding the situation, the river of the Underworld communicated with the 24 grade pure world white lotus, confirming its willingness to be refined by the river and its eagerness to protect the path of the river's future. Generously, it allocated 1/3 of its great merit into the 24 grade pure world white lotus, which, empowered by this merit, finally liberated itself from the fear of impending annihilation. It transformed into a stream of light and entered the sea of consciousness of the river of the Underworld, releasing all restrictions and cooperating with the river's refining process. Simultaneously, a stream of light surged from the 24 grade pure world white lotus into the fiery red lotus, which immediately radiated a brilliant red light. It soared from the sea of consciousness and descended into the center of the lotus pond, where the dense chaotic spiritual energy was engulfed by the fiery red lotus. The grade of the fiery red lotus continuously ascended, reaching the 15th, 16th, and ultimately the 24th grade. The originally slow evolution process surged dramatically under the influence of the 24 grade pure world white lotus, completing its evolution into the 24th grade fiery red lotus in a mere 3 yuan meetings. Due to the abundance of great merit, this evolution proceeded smoothly, bolstered by the substantial essence of the primal blue lotus and the ample transformative energy and merit provided by the river of the Underworld, culminating in the pure world white lotus gently nudging it across the threshold of innate treasures. As the fiery red lotus broke through to the 24th grade, the previously dense chaotic spiritual energy on the island became sparse. However, the river of the Underworld felt no regret. After all, this was trivial compared to the ascension of a companion spiritual treasure to the status of an innate treasure. Moreover, during the refinement of the 24 grade pure world white lotus, the river gained insight into the mysteries of the island's spiritual energy. It was the role of the 24 grade pure world white lotus that allowed for the absorption of chaotic energy through the formation, which then transformed into gentle chaotic spiritual energy within the pure world grand formation. In the future, should the river desire, It could easily set up formations for conversion at any time. Chapter 51. Harvest of Pulai Island with the companion spiritual treasure, the fiery red lotus. Advancing to the grade of an innate treasure, it also imparted a wealth of insights back to the river of the underworld. However, having just achieved a breakthrough, he was in no rush to advance further. Instead, he chose to internalize these insights, planning to reflect upon them again upon returning to the blood sea of the underworld. As he stored the newly elevated 24-grade fiery red lotus, he unexpectedly discovered 24 luminous pearls and a barrel-shaped spiritual treasure at the bottom of the pond. Upon refining these treasures, he was astounded. Indeed, this island, formed from the fusion of the body of the chaos demon god and fragments of chaos, was replete with treasures, yielding such substantial rewards. It turned out that these spiritual treasures were none other than the 24 conch pearls, which were indeed of the highest caliber among innate spiritual treasures. Upon gathering the remaining 12 pearls, he found that the 36 conch pearls combined achieved the potency of an innate treasure. Yet, in comparison to innate treasures, there were slight differences that the river did not mind, as he was not particularly concerned with their innate treasure power. The completeness he achieved was already satisfactory. The barrel-shaped spiritual treasure was the renowned Hongjun Golden Dipper, an exquisite innate treasure possessed by the 3 stars of the future. It could seal the 5 energies within a person's chest, dissipate the 3 flowers atop the head, and was utilized by the 3 stars to establish the 9 curves Yellow River formation during the time of the deities. Even the 12 immortals of the Chan sect met their downfall within this formation, and even the quasi-saint, Lantern, suffered significant losses, ultimately forcing the primordial heavenly venerable to intervene to break the formation. What a splendid treasure! What a splendid treasure! The river of the underworld felt immense pride. With such a bountiful harvest, even his steadfast nature could not suppress a hearty laugh. This excursion proved to be extraordinarily rewarding. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm. As the early emergence and diligent cultivation of those innate demons finally bore sweet fruit today, with renewed vigor, the river sought out the stone tablet of prohibitions on this island for refinement, discovering it to be the island of Zhou within the 3 immortal islands of Pulai. He then sat cross-legged in the void, following the connections among the 3 immortal islands. The river of the underworld swiftly discerned the location of Pulai Island, following its instinct to arrive before a formation. Summoning the primordial measuring, it harmonized its energies with the protective array surrounding Pulai Island. Time, like a fleeting shadow, slipped away. And after a century, the river of the underworld successfully refined the island's protective formation. The gains from this venture were substantial, so there was no excessive concern regarding the outcomes of the journey. After all, as one of the foremost entities among the 3 immortals of Pulai Island, it was unlikely to be lacking in rewards. Hence, there were no extraordinary expectations, but rather a sense of delight akin to unboxing a surprise. Leisurely collecting the innate spiritual roots and treasures surrounding Pulai Island without haste to reach the central area. Truly, as the premier immortal isle, the later East King relied solely on a single Pulai Island to bolster the celestial court to near the level of the witch and demon races. Had it not been for its own limitations, the Primordial Era might have seen a resurgence of a tripartite balance of power. As the river of the underworld meandered along, pausing intermittently, it unexpectedly gathered over 200 innate spiritual treasures of varying grades. Although most were of inferior and medium quality, the sheer quantity was overwhelming, including a dozen superior innate spiritual treasures and 3 exceptional ones. These 3 exceptional treasures comprised the transformation pool, capable of facilitating one's metamorphosis into an immortal clan member, the ascension platform, likely a fragment of the transformation pool, and a pure yang sword, which later shone brilliantly in the hands of the reincarnated Eldon Bin, the East King. Additionally, it acquired the core of one of the 4 great formations of the Primordial Era, the 10,000 Immortals formation, which nearly exhausted the East Kings. Though it mattered little, for it was first come, first served. Unlike the 3 pure ones, he had no benefactor to support him. Chapter 52. Huangjun Li and the Dao Understanding Tea Tree. After accounting for the treasures surrounding Pulai Island, the river of the underworld finally stepped into the core area of Pulai Island. Before it lay another pond. However, this time the water was not the pure world divine water, but rather the 3 light divine water. And the mud had transformed from pure world divine mud to the 9 heavens breathing soil. In the pond floated a milky white jade block, and on either side of the pond stood a fruit tree and a tea tree. At a glance, Minghe recognized the fragments in the pond as identical to the shard of the cosmic jade plate he held, albeit slightly larger. It was indeed another fragment of the cosmic jade plate, and upon summoning the shard for examination, he confirmed his suspicions. It contained 5 complete laws, namely, the law of blood, the law of reincarnation, the law of cause and effect, the law of creation, and the law of space. These were predominantly superior laws. Holding this fragment, Minghe found it hard to believe he had acquired such a monumental treasure. He pondered whether it had been obtained by the ancient ancestor Hongjun or reclaimed by the Heavenly Dao, as the contained creation was immense. With this fragment, coupled with the assistance of the blood demon goddess remnants, Minghe was set on a fast track toward the attainment of the Human Dao golden immortal realm. He swiftly stored the cosmic jade plate fragment, intending to return to the underworld blood sea to meditate and thoroughly study his recent gains, which had been so substantial that they had unsettled his state of mind. Eager to return to the blood sea and collect his thoughts, he then turned his gaze to the 2 innate spiritual roots beside the 3 light, divine water pool. Upon refining them, he discovered that one was the long-sought premium innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree. Its leaves, when brewed as tea, could assist one in achieving enlightenment, and meditating beneath it maximized one's potential for cultivation. The other was the legendary premium innate spiritual root, Hongjun, which blossomed once every 30,000 years and bore fruit only once every 30,000 years, yielding merely 9 fruits at a time. Consuming a fruit could elevate even an ordinary mortal to the realm of a Luo golden immortal, albeit without the corresponding enlightenment for further advancement. Minghe acutely sensed the immense benefit Hongjun offered him. His incarnations of the chaos demon god and the blood god were in sync with his primordial spirit, indicating a shared comprehension of realms. With Hongjun's assistance, once the restrictions of heaven and earth were lifted in the future, Minghe could swiftly elevate numerous blood god incarnations to the Luo golden immortal realm without any peril. This realization filled him with profound delight. He plucked the first fruit from Hongjun and stored it, along with the enlightenment tea tree and all the spiritual roots and herbs he had gathered from the Pinglai 3 Immortals Island, into the compendium of herbs. The time flow within the compendium accelerated to a staggering 10,000 times that of the outside world, significantly enhancing the growth of the spiritual roots within it. Hongjun and the enlightenment tea tree would also yield results more swiftly. After securing the spiritual roots, Minghe commenced the refinement of the restrictive monument from Pinglai Island. Once fully refined, he summoned the world tree to assist in incorporating the entirety of the Pinglai 3 Immortals Island into the apex of the fruit. He sensed that the fruit was on the verge of collapsing under the weight of the contained power, prompting him to act without hesitation. He quickly summoned the primordial measurement ruler to stabilize the space within the fruit. Without further delay, he glanced back at the original location of the 3 Immortals Island and activated the blood escape technique, heading towards the blood sea. He did not linger, even in search of the blood god's son near the shores of the East Sea, as his sole focus was to hasten his return to the blood sea, settle the 4 mountains overseas, and organize his recent acquisitions. Chapter 53. Return to the blood sea. As time sped by under Minghe's focused journey, 5,000 years later, he finally returned to the underworld blood sea. Although he had been solely intent on his journey, he could perceive the burgeoning vitality that now filled the primordial world. As sentient beings gradually began to awaken to intelligence, the time for the emergence of the first batch of innate deities and demons grew closer. When that moment arrived, the overwhelming pressure of the Great Dao would be entirely retracted, and the might of the Father God Pangu would recede into the surrounding mountains, allowing for unfettered advancement and cultivation. Fortunately, Minghe's current accumulation was sufficient to face any challenge, and he looked forward to the future with great anticipation. Upon reaching the underworld blood sea, Minghe immediately released the 4 immortal islands, temporarily supported by the world tree above the blood sea. He then entered the miniature world within the blood sea, casually tossing the yin and yang pearls into it, transforming into the sun and moon of that small realm. Subsequently, he gathered all spiritual roots from the miniature world, except for the blood god fruit tree, the ghostly spirit treasure tree, and the world tree, into the compendium of herbs, allowing the spirit beings and the 4 maidens of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum to also temporarily enter the compendium to experience the profound Dao rhythm within. The time flow in the compendium thus reached an astonishing 20,000 times that of the outside world. He then retrieved the enlightenment tea tree, placing it by the pond, and excavated another pond nearby, introducing the 9 heaven soil and 3 light divine water to nourish the enlightenment tree. He then took out the 2 fragments of the cosmic jade plate he had obtained, placing them together, Remarkably, the complete laws had further unified, adding the laws of the soul and the laws of Avatar, leaving Minghe astounded at his stroke of fortune, as these were indeed the very laws he cultivated. His merit and fortune had evidently increased, making his endeavors remarkably fruitful. Seated beneath the enlightenment tree, he brewed a cup of enlightenment tea with the 3 light divine water. After consuming it, he activated the blood goddess essence, prompting him to begin comprehending the laws of formations. This time, Minghe aimed to integrate all formations within the Blood Sea and incorporate the 4 immortal islands into the operational system of the Blood Sea. Time, like a fleeting shadow, vanished in an instant. After 3 yuan meetings, Minghe finally opened his eyes, which had been closed throughout. Within his gaze sparkled brilliance, as if countless runes danced in his eyes, radiating the light of wisdom. The 3 yuan meetings of seclusion had successfully unified all formations of the Underworld Blood Sea, merging them into the great cycle formation of the Blood Sea. Yet, a minor flaw remained. The celestial islands formed from chaotic fragments numbered only 4, failing to align with the operational principles of the 5 elements and 5 directions. However, Minghe utilized the first fruit produced by the World Tree as a temporary substitute. Ultimately, he would need to locate a truly corresponding celestial island among the 5 mountains overseas, particularly the Mount Daiyu. Minghe believed firmly that he would eventually find what he sought. It was merely a matter of time, and thus he did not feel an urgent need to rush. With the substitution of the world fruit, he successfully completed the modifications to the formation. From that moment on, all formations within the Abyssal Blood Sea were integrated into the Blood Sea Reincarnation Grand Array. The array nurturing the blood godchild within the Blood Sea, which encompassed 12,960,000,000 formations, as well as the Blood Sea's miniature world, now renamed the Blood God Realm, was no longer stationary. The spirit banner upon the surface of the sea became enigmatic, no longer fixed in place, but constantly shifting due to the spatial characteristics it possessed. Once the Blood Sea Reincarnation Grand Array was established, the primordial abyssal Blood Sea was finally concealed, effectively isolating it from the foul energies that followed. All formation nodes ceased to remain static and began to transform continuously throughout the Blood Sea. Chapter 54. The Blood God Realm. The entire Abyssal Blood Sea operated like a wound-up mechanism, rapidly evolving. The Blood God Realm beneath the sea merged with 4 celestial islands and the World Fruit, causing its swift expansion. Simultaneously, the Blood Sea Reincarnation Grand Array perpetually operated, converting primordial energy and infusing it into the Blood God Realm. This energy acted as fuel, aiding the world in its ascent while the formations laid within. The pure world White Lotus and the chaotic sky mending array extracted chaotic spiritual energy, transforming it into innate spiritual energy to nourish the realm. The World Tree and the 24-petal pure world White Lotus served temporarily as treasures to stabilize the world. At last, after 30,000 years, the Blood God Realm ascended to the status of a minor thousand worlds. This realm was distinct from others, fully integrated into the Blood Sea, coexisting with it. The heavenly principles within were derived from a fragment of Minghe's soul, amalgamated with the rules of the miniature world, maintaining an absolute state of ruthlessness, thus aiding Minghe in comprehending the path within the Blood God Realm, reinforcing his own path through the insights gained from myriad beings. After the world ascended to a minor thousand realms, Minghe withdrew the World Tree and the 24-petal pure world White Lotus, leaving behind the original formation eye of the Blood God Fruit Tree and the Soul Treasure Tree. He also integrated the Empty Void Treasure Tree into the Blood God Realm, forming a trinity to assist in its growth. These 3 exceptional innate spiritual roots would henceforth serve as the World Tree within the Blood God Realm, producing numerous descendants, effortlessly stabilizing the realm through various formations while accumulating foundational strength to pave the path for future ascension. Thus, the primordial Blood Sea was isolated by the minor thousand realms, sinking to the depths of the abyss, while above it, the newly birthed Blood Sea took its place, fulfilling its original mission. From this foundation, Minghe gradually constructed the envisioned 6-tier Blood Sea within his heart. Unlike other minor thousand realms, the Blood God Realm not only possessed 3 supreme innate spiritual roots to suppress it, but also featured numerous grand formations that merged completely with the Abyssal Blood Sea. The relationship with the primordial world could be likened to a dual governance system, operating independently while sharing a common origin. Consequently, even if the heavenly principles manifested, they would exist as an entity attuned to discretion rather than decree. In general, the limit for the most powerful beings in minor thousand realms is the golden immortal level. whereas the blood god realm's threshold equates to that of the primordial world. However, it bore a flaw. As long as the primordial world existed, so too would the blood god realm. If the primordial world perished, the blood god realm would also face annihilation. Upon completing the reconstruction of the blood sea, Minghe arrived at a concealed formation within the abyssal blood sea. Previously, he had not fully refined the blood sea, but after this rectification, he had finally achieved complete refinement of the primordial blood sea. He discovered a secret previously unnoticed, a crimson orb emitting an aura of ferocity. After a thorough investigation, Minghe realized that this orb was likely the remnant of a formidable beast, the blood-winged black mosquito, which had inadvertently fallen into the abyssal blood sea. Due to Minghe's prior advantage in refining the sea, it could only take on a form and escape. Yet, under Minghe's perception, this orb possessed a formidable essence, rivaling his own, though it was steeped solely in a ferocious aura. It bore the mark of true spirit but lacked any trace of sentience. Perhaps it had yet to begin cultivating consciousness, or maybe his actions had disrupted its development. After all, the alterations to the blood sea were significant, Minghe mused. Contemplating the orb before him, Minghe deliberated. My cultivation has now entered a stable trajectory, and it is predestined that I shall reach the level of the primordial supreme golden immortal before the impending calamity of the witch and demon tribes. At that point, even if no one drives me away, I will inevitably have to establish a sanctuary within the chaos. But it is certain that there are great secrets within the primordial world that I cannot completely forsake. Thus, I must leave some contingencies. Chapter 55. Nurturing the external incarnation. Reflecting on his future path and strategies, Minghe no longer hesitated. He directly separated a fragment of his primordial spirit and squeezed out a drop of essence blood, merging them into the crimson orb. Through the method of external incarnation, he allowed his primordial spirit and essence blood to permeate the true spirit aura within the orb, and then began the gradual refinement of its essence. He subsequently transferred the orb to a designated nurturing location, utilizing its transformative energy to expedite the refinement process, thereby strengthening its foundation. Considering the timeline for the emergence of the Mosquito Daoist in later generations was rather late, Minghe also set up numerous formations around the area, placing a plethora of spiritual materials within, leveraging the formations to absorb the power from these materials to bolster the essence of his incarnation. After completing these arrangements, Minghe estimated that at the current pace, by the time his primordial spirit fully refined the essence, he would likely manifest around the same time as the first batch of innate divine beings like the three pure ones. Having organized the matters concerning his external incarnation, Minghe once again settled beneath the enlightenment tea tree, delving into the insights he had gained over the years regarding creation and the recent rectification of the blood sea, as well as the benefits acquired from its transformation into a minor thousand realm. Previously, he had to suppress countless realizations due to the urgency surrounding the four celestial islands. But now he could finally explore the depths of his understanding. Countless thoughts surged forth from the depths of his consciousness, and in an instant, Minghe found himself immersed in enlightenment. The leaves of the enlightenment tea tree swayed gently, emanating an aura of profound mystery that enveloped Minghe entirely. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and during Minghe's seclusion, the primordial world progressed through the latter half of the sixth epoch, witnessing the complete disappearance of chaotic spiritual energy, while innate spiritual energy grew ever more abundant. The avatars of the blood god of the river of the underworld wander through the ley lines of the primordial world, gathering a vast abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. While these items may seem insignificant in the current landscape of the primordial realm, once sentient beings multiply and the innate spiritual energy transforms into acquired spiritual energy, even a mere blade of grass will become the coveted dream of those born of the acquired realm. While diligently collecting these treasures, the avatars have not forgotten the blood god's instructions to gather the essence of the ley lines, document the nodes of the ley lines and the features of the primordial world, and meticulously refine the ley lines to repay karmic debts. During this endeavor, the avatars have also discovered several locations shrouded by innate formations. They have successfully dismantled some of the simpler ones, reaping a considerable bounty of spiritual roots and spiritual treasures. As for the particularly perilous formations, they have quietly recorded their locations, awaiting the blood god's availability for further exploration. Along the way, they encountered several sanctuaries of innate deities and demons, noting their astonishing speed in refining their essence, with their auras growing stronger by the day. At this rate, it is anticipated that by the onset of the seventh epoch, these innate deities and demons will be able to take form. As time flowed on, at the tail end of the sixth epoch, the river of the underworld finally emerged from its seclusion. The insights gained during this period were overwhelming. causing the river of the underworld to nearly lose itself in contemplation. Had it not been for the assistance of two innate treasures within its sea of consciousness, it might have transcended entirely. Fortunately, with the aid of these treasures, the river of the underworld successfully stabilized its mind. Using the primordial measuring ruler to anchor the surging insights within its consciousness, gradually absorbing the knowledge. Ultimately, its formidable fortune and profound merits allowed it to endure this trial and seize the opportunity. The state of mind has transcended to the early stage of the primordial golden immortal. Its cultivation has crystallized into the Tao fruit of the supreme unity golden immortal. And its physical form has reached the pinnacle of the supreme unity golden immortal. It has newly comprehended a tenth of the laws of the world. While the laws of blood and formations have advanced to 60%, with other laws remaining unchanged. Chapter 56. The advancement of the beings of the sea of blood. In fact, during this period of seclusion, the river of the underworld could have surged forth to break through to the early stage of the Great Luo golden immortal. However, reflecting on the rapid pace of its recent breakthroughs, despite their stability, it decided to calm its mind and refine its capabilities before pursuing further advancement, thereby achieving the perfect convergence of the three flowers. After consolidating its gains and stabilizing its current realm, the river of the underworld summoned the four maidens Minghe, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou from the compendium of herbal illustrations to assess their progress over the years. With the assistance of the compendium and substantial merits, the essences of the four maidens have evolved into high-grade innate spiritual roots, and their cultivation has reached the consummate stage of the golden immortal, poised to solidify their foundations and coalesce their Tao fruit for a breakthrough to the supreme unity golden immortal. However, their current state of mind only reflects the early stage of the supreme unity golden immortal. They have remained within the sea of blood, never having ventured out to experience the world, which has hindered their growth and life experience, resulting in a correspondingly slow elevation of their state of mind. The river of the underworld contemplated that it was time for them to embark on a journey through the primordial wilderness. However, he was not in haste. He intended to once again impart wisdom to the beings of the blood sea, aiding them in comprehending their realms. It would not do for them to continue in solitude, attending to every matter by themselves. He aimed to cultivate capable disciples so that he might focus on his own cultivation. After instructing the four maidens, Minghe, Lan, Zhou, and 108 envoys of the blood sea to maintain order, the river of the underworld settled beneath the enlightenment tea tree and proclaimed, "I am the river of the underworld. 300 years hence, I shall expound the great Dao within the blood sea. Those of fate may come to listen." He bestowed the leaves of the enlightenment tea tree upon the four maidens and the 108 envoys, enabling them to gain a deeper understanding of the teachings he would share. As 300 years swiftly passed, the river of the underworld beheld a multitude of woodland spirits, each arranged in precise formations according to their respective positions. Through years of cultivation, the four maidens and the 108 envoys had completely won the admiration of these spirits. Additionally, in another formation, various flying and terrestrial creatures gathered, all hailing from the original isle of the three immortals of Palai. With the four celestial islands now merged into the realm of the blood god, these beings had become an integral part of it. Gazing at the throng of beings before him, the river of the underworld smiled with satisfaction. For his ethereal blood sea had now blossomed with talents, amassing a considerable fortune of destiny. The river of oblivion spoke little, yet it stirred the blood nerves, allowing the enlightenment tea tree to emanate a profound essence capable of guiding beings toward enlightenment. Enveloped by the blood sea, it commenced a discourse that, while intricate, remained accessible. Beginning with the early stages of Earth Immortal cultivation, it meticulously dissected the nuances of each realm's cultivation conditions, the precautions required, the existence of the Dao fruit, and the methods for its consolidation. Furthermore, taking into account the peculiar environment of the blood sea and the characteristics of its inhabitants, a comprehensive cultivation manual was crafted and imparted to numerous beings of the blood sea. It also instructed them on how to adapt the techniques to suit their individual circumstances, thereby tailoring the practices to their unique situations. This level of meticulous guidance was made possible by the River of Oblivion's elevated cultivation, its profound state of mind, and the assistance of enlightenment artifacts such as the Enlightenment Tea Tree and the Creation Jade Disc. This series of teachings spanned a remarkable 30,000 years, concluding only after addressing the doubts harbored by various beings. Following this discourse, a collective enhancement in the cultivation levels of the blood sea's inhabitants was observed, with each individual ascending at least one tier. The quartet of Minghe, Lan, Zhou, successfully coalesced their Dao fruits, breaking through to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. while 108 emissaries of the Blood Sea collectively attained the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm. During the course of imparting his teachings, Minghe himself gained a great deal, despite lacking a serene mindset and experiencing a further elevation in his cultivation. This meticulous analysis of the path for myriad sentient beings effectively allowed him to reorganize his own journey, enabling him to master every aspect of his mystical powers at will. Chapter 57. Revisit to Mount Zhou. After consolidating the insights gained from his teachings, Minghe instructed Milan, Zhou, and Zhou to lead the beings of the Blood God realm to disperse throughout it, initiating a systematic examination of its geological veins and environment. Ever since the integration with the primordial Blood Sea, the Blood God realm had not undergone any thorough organization. Minghe had been in seclusion, while Milan and the others were engrossed in their cultivation within the herbal compendium, resulting in a chaotic state throughout the Blood God realm. Once he delegated the tasks to Milan and her companions, Minghe rose and exited the Blood Sea. It had been a while since he last beheld the current state of the primordial wilderness. The last time he emerged, it was barren. This time, he resolved to head towards Mount Zhou, renowned for its abundant treasures. Who wouldn't he want to make a few trips there? Moreover, he could refine his cultivation and temper his mindset along the way, striving to condense the perfect 12-grade celestial flower atop Mount Zhou and step into the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. As he journeyed, he paused intermittently, admiring the beautiful scenery and collecting items that piqued his interest, refraining from the previously lofty demeanor he once held. After all, with the assistance of the Blood God, he preferred to maintain the appearance of an enlightened being. Along the way, he encountered two locations marked by the Blood God, enveloped in innate spiritual formations. Utilizing the primordial measuring device to refine them, he enriched his array of formations and acquired two spiritual treasures, one being a pagoda, revealed to be a superior innate spiritual treasure, the Four Symbols Pagoda, which later came into the possession of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. The other was the Earth Spirit Pearl, one of the 9 spiritual pearls, akin to the Yin Spirit Pearl and Yang Spirit Pearl in his possession. Also a superior innate spiritual treasure. Perhaps one day, if he could gather all 9, they might serve a purpose for him. For now, they remained in Minghe's collection. With the will of the Great Dao and the pressure of the primordial Father Pangu gradually receding from the primordial wilderness, his pace quickened, surpassing that of the past. In less than a yuan meeting, Minghe arrived at the base of Mount Zhou. Gazing upon the magnificent and towering Mount Zhou, which seemed to connect heaven and earth, he marveled at the might and grandeur of the primordial Father Pangu, even though he had visited once before. At the sight of his previous offerings, Minghe retrieved the altar, reigniting 3 high incense sticks, and placed the spiritual items he had collected over the years, which could solidify the mountain and enhance the hardness of the earth and stone. On either side of the incense burner, though Mount Zhou still exuded an imposing aura, Minghe sensed that, with the passage of time, the Dao rhythm of the primordial Father Pangu was gradually fading, contemplating the future when Mount Zhou was inevitably toppled by Gong Gong. Minghe silently vowed that as long as he existed in this lifetime, he would not stand idly by while that foolish one was manipulated into crashing into Mount Zhou. It is essential to note that Mount Zhou is a transformation of the spine of the primordial Father Pangu, the pillar of the primordial world, even if it weakens. Aside from the 12 ancestor witches and the descendants of Pangu, no one could ever shake it. Historically, after Mount Zhou was struck down by Gong Gong, the status of the primordial world began to decline. The magnificent world founded by the half-step Great Dao level primordial Father Pangu ultimately became devoid of immortals and gods, entering an age of decline. Collecting his thoughts, Minghe began to respectfully worship Mount Zhou, uttering no unnecessary words, but bowing with a sincere attitude. Upon rising, a flash of light emanated from the offering platform, causing all that he had presented to vanish. This time, no radiant light surged into Minghe's body. Yet he could feel the primordial world drawing closer to him, while the laws of the Great Dao within the wilderness became easier to comprehend, imparting a profound sense of clarity. After once again bowing respectfully, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Father God, for your benevolence." Chapter 58. The physical body reaches the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. After venerating the will of the primordial Father Pangu, Minghe commenced his ascent of Mount Zhou, opting not to follow his previous route but instead choosing another direction to explore for potential opportunities. Although he was not lacking in spiritual treasures or roots, who would refuse a fortuitous encounter? As he climbed, Minghe initially restrained all of his mystical powers, relying solely on the strength of his physical body to ascend Mount Zhou, hoping to use the mountain's pressure to further refine his form. Having already condensed the Dao fruit of the Tai Golden Immortal, Even if his physical body were to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal first, it would not matter. It might even provide assistance during his cultivation elevation when the celestial flower blooms. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his physical cultivation or the diminishing pressure from the primordial father Pangu, Minghe reached a position that previously took a Yuan meeting to attain in less than 10,000 years, experiencing little pressure and remaining undeterred as he continued his ascent. However, upon reaching 1/5 of the way up, he found himself unable to progress further. While climbing, Minghe had to contend not only with the pressure from the primordial father Pangu but also with the unpredictable and extreme weather conditions on Mount Zhou. At the base, the climate was relatively mild, comparable to other areas of the primordial wilderness. Although unstable, it was bearable. Yet, after leaving the foot of the mountain, a howling wind arose from unknown origins, accompanied by a tumult of snowstorms, seemingly intent on driving all climbers down. The temperature plummeted, and Minghe's previously easy pace became arduous. By the time he reached 1/5 of the way up, he resembled a bloodied figure, his body marred with cracks akin to a fragile porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. Nevertheless, Minghe did not relent. He had come to temper himself, after all. A bit of pressure could transform into motivation, could it not? To withstand the pressure of the primordial father Pangu, Minghe fervently circulated his techniques, nourishing his physical body. Upon reaching 1/4 of the ascent, he felt a release throughout his being as a torrent of innate spiritual energy surged, pulling strands of Pangu's pressure into his body. After absorbing this pressure and merging it with the essence of his father, Minghe sensed a transformation occurring within his Pangu bloodline, as if something were about to surge forth from within. Soon, under the infusion of innate spiritual energy and the continuous influx of Pangu's essence, Minghe's injuries began to mend. This process continued for an indeterminate duration until a sound resembling shattering emanated from within him. At that moment, the aura of his ancestor surged dramatically, as a thread of primordial spirit energy was drawn into his bloodline amidst the overpowering surge of his physical strength. At this moment, Minghe attained a profound understanding. Transcending the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, his physical form broke through, merging his primordial spirit with his bloodline, rendering his corporeal body indestructible and capable of rebirth through blood. Minghe felt a sense of satisfaction with his physical advancement, despite the risks associated with his actions. The rewards were considerable. Moreover, as a descendant of the Pangu bloodline, he believed that the will of the Pangu Father God would not allow him to suffer significant injuries on the Mount Zhou. However, excess can lead to deficiency. Thus, he resolved to proceed with caution, diligently climbing Mount Zhou. Upon reaching 1/3 of the way up, he encountered the limits of his physical form once again. Consequently, Minghe began to employ his magical powers, channeling the strength of his primordial spirit in conjunction with his physical resilience to refine both his spirit and magical energy. After all, the primary objective of his journey was to continue honing himself and to break through to become a Great Luo Golden Immortal. As Minghe exerted himself toward this goal, the 6th epoch quietly passed, ushering in the 7th epoch without fanfare. At this moment, it seemed that the primordial world was undergoing significant transformation. The pressures of the Great Dao began to recede, and the will of the Pangu Father God gradually contracted toward Mount Zhou. Minghe sensed this shift, feeling an intensified weight upon him. The tide of primordial chaos was approaching. With a sigh of realization, Minghe resumed his ascent of Mount Zhou. As the pressures of the Great Dao and the will of the Pangu Father God withdrew, the primordial realm experienced earth-shattering changes. The surging primordial spiritual energy coalesced into a mist-like form, with an abundance of spiritual entities, flora, and spiritual roots emerging from the ground, flourishing rapidly. Countless beings began to awaken their intelligence, and a myriad of bizarre species appeared, bringing vitality to the primordial world in this brief span of time. The first generation of innate deities and demons, unwilling to remain dormant, began to take on forms. In the northern expanse of the 10,000 mountains, 2 gray pillars of light shot skyward, accompanied by roars that echoed through the heavens and earth. In the western lands, a resonant voice emerged from Mount Shumi. I, Luo Hu, have returned at last. Pangu, let this realm you have created compensate for the enmity of my demise. This was the essence of one of the 3,000 chaotic demons, the Slaughter Demon, having escaped and taken form. In the eastern territories, within the Kunlun Mountains, an angry voice erupted. How infuriating. Lacking a suitable essence to anchor myself, I must take the form of this creature. This was the essence of another of the 3,000 chaotic demons, the Balancer Demon, which had sought a worthy foundation to merge with its essence and transform. However, during its search, it encountered disruptions from the Great Dao, causing all remaining chaotic demons to slumber. Upon awakening, it found itself trapped within the Jade Capital Mountain. with the best essence available being the first primordial creature, the Tsusan. Though Hongjun did not initially wish to take this form. Sensing that other innate deities and demons were beginning to manifest, he had no choice but to merge with the Tsusan and commence his transformation. In the northern sea, a colossal Kuan rose from the waters, stirring unimaginable waves. The primordial Kuan, have arrived in the primordial realm. In the southern sea, a towering willow tree emerged from layers of space, taking shape. Yin and Yang, inversion, the cosmos, and the five elements. These essences that had escaped from the axe of the Pangu father god began to take form at the onset of this seventh calamity. At this moment, the river of the underworld felt an ample reservoir of energy, prompting it to launch an assault towards the Great Luo golden immortal realm. As the first being to emerge in the universe, it harbored no desire to lag behind others. Although these primordial divine demons had lost their comprehension within the chaos due to the interference of the Great Dao and needed to reforge their foundations to ascend once more, their essence remained that of reincarnated chaos demonic gods, endowed with formidable power and robust true spirits. In comparison, while the river of the underworld possessed the bloodline of Pangu, granting it certain advantages in this primal world, its true spirit and soul had previously belonged to an ordinary mortal, devoid of extraordinary experiences. Every step it took demanded 100-fold effort compared to the innate divine demons for understanding and insight. Fortunately, the river of the underworld seized the initiative, being the first to awaken consciousness ahead of the primordial divine demons that took several epochs to manifest. Although shackled by the pressures of the Great Dao and the will of the primordial father Pangu, its cultivation did not advance by leaps and bounds. However, the accumulated insights and wealth rendered it not inferior to others. In the vast wilderness, every first accomplishment garnered a portion of fortune. For instance, the ancestral dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, as the first of their respective species to emerge, claimed a significant share of their race's fortune, maintaining a consistent lead in cultivation. The river of the underworld, lacking a race, nevertheless stood as the first to take form amid the primal chaos, while its cultivation remained hindered by the constraints of heaven and earth. Other aspects flourished smoothly, even abounding in fortuitous opportunities. This was also due to the river of the underworld's timely grasp of the situation, not only claiming the fortune of being the first to take form, but also maintaining that status through the subsequent realms of Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, and now the perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal. Its fortune accumulated steadily, further amplified by Pangu's recognition, dominion over the blood sea of the underworld, possession of numerous innate spiritual roots, and 3 innate supreme treasures, along with a postnatal merit treasure that suppressed fortune. It could be asserted that the river of the underworld now possessed the most profound fortune in the primal realm, fortified by the supreme treasures that ensured a one-way influx without any outflow. Previously, the dual pressures of the Great Dao and Father Pangu served as both constraints and opportunities for the river of the underworld, allowing it to refine its foundation to perfection while simultaneously preventing breakthroughs. Other demonic gods were similarly impeded, alleviating concerns that the primordial demonic gods would easily surpass it due to their robust origins. Now, with the pressures dissipated, the river of the underworld could no longer disregard the fortune that accompanied its first breakthrough into the Great Luo Golden Immortal. After all, the advantages of possessing immense fortune were not lost on it. It could be said that fortune favored it unceasingly. As the first step towards transcendence, the fortune encapsulated in the initial breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal might surpass all the fortunes it had acquired in its previous realms combined. Although yearning to be the first living being to achieve the Great Luo Golden Immortal status, the river of the underworld would not forsake the opportunity to solidify its foundation, which is why it remained at the perfected stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Moreover, it sought refuge within the surrounding mountains, leveraging their pressures to further refine itself and solidify its foundation. After a considerable passage of time, the river of the underworld felt ready to commence its breakthrough into the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, convinced of its ability to manifest the coveted 12th grade celestial flower sought by all beings. Subsequently, the river of the underworld adjusted its state and began its assault on the Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation. As it persistently pressed forward, the barriers between the Tai Golden Immortal and the Great Luo Golden Immortal began to weaken, gradually revealing fissures, first a single crack, then a second, and a third. With the increasing number of cracks in the barriers, the river of the underworld's aura surged, and it instinctively sensed that the moment for a breakthrough into the Great Luo Golden Immortal had matured. Consequently, it gathered all its mental faculties and unleashed a final, monumental strike. With a resounding roar, the river of the underworld felt its consciousness being drawn forth. Upon regaining awareness, it beheld a rushing river. Though this was its first sight of such a river, an innate resonance illuminated the understanding that this was indeed the river of fate for this world. While it was true that upon reaching the golden immortal stage, one could attain an immortal essence, living as long as the heavens themselves, free from the constraints of lifespan, destiny remained elusive. The powerful still wielded the capacity to manipulate one's fate along the river of destiny. Only by achieving the Great Luo could one retrieve all traces of existence, past, present, and future, within the river of fate, consolidating all cause and effect into oneself, thus transcending the river of destiny to attain true liberation. The Great Luo Golden Immortal, even upon an untimely demise, could return from the endless expanse of time and space once more. The river of destiny witnessed the unprecedented breakthrough of the Nether River into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The specifics of the operation remain shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, one can only rely on instinct, endeavoring to salvage one's entire true essence from the currents of fate. The river of destiny is replete with countless tributaries, and each choice gives rise to a distinct destiny. To transcend, one must amalgamate the myriad divergent paths of fate that have evolved from these tributaries, culminating in the singularity of one's own existence. The river of Hades meanders above the river of fate, instinctively calling upon all its true spirits to extricate themselves from the currents of destiny. The pressure increases with every ascent, and thus, the river of Hades has long been accustomed to the weight of this burden, having diligently cultivated under such duress. It is uncertain what dire consequences would ensue if these true spirits were to plunge back into the depths. Through the river's relentless efforts, all true spirits gradually emerged from the depths of the water. At the moment when all spirits surfaced, they instinctively began to converge towards the river of Hades. Chapter 61. Breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. As all true spirits merged with the river of Hades, it felt as though it had finally attained completeness. Once the spirits were fully integrated, the river of Hades sought to ascertain the situation upstream in the river of fate, but barely caught a glimpse before being forcefully expelled by its currents. It beheld a towering figure standing at the pinnacle of the river of fate, severing all that lay ahead. Minghe was utterly astounded. Although he had always been aware of the formidable strength of the primordial deity Pangu, he never anticipated such overwhelming power, capable of directly subduing the river of fate itself. Minghe reined in his thoughts, refraining from delving too deeply into such an existence, which was beyond his current comprehension. Once his consciousness returned to himself, Minghe sensed that his cultivation had unknowingly ascended to the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. This was akin to attaining the cultivation level achieved by one who had consumed the essence of Hongjun. He had reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Yet he was still not at the early phase of this realm. He still needed the blooming of heavenly flowers to truly break through to the initial stage. The river of Hades did not hesitate. A celebration cloud appeared above, and 3 flower buds emerged from it. The river of Hades infused all its magical power and profound insights into the flower buds corresponding to the celestial flower. In an instant, the celestial flower began to bloom. Its rank swiftly ascended from the 1st to the 9th. After reaching the 9th rank, the transformation of the celestial flower slowed, yet it did not cease to evolve. Soon, it blossomed into the 10th and then the 11th rank, and upon reaching the 11th rank, its pace once again diminished, but the transformation remained resolute. Observing this, the river of Hades felt it was time to provide a boost. After such preparation, if the celestial flower did not reach the 12th rank, how much more challenging would it be for the earthly and human flowers in the future? Although an 11th rank celestial flower was already rare in the primordial world, where the later 3 purities and the 9 rank 3 flowers could attain sagehood, for the sake of an unobstructed path ahead, every step must be executed to perfection. As the blooming speed of the celestial flower continued to decelerate, the river of Hades produced a Hongjun and consumed it. For those below the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, the Hongjun could facilitate their ascension to that level, while for those already in the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, it served as the finest tonic to replenish magical power. One Hongjun could fully restore the magical power of an early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal without any adverse effects, exemplifying the exceptional value of this supreme innate spiritual root. With the effects of the Hongjun taking hold, powerful magical energy surged within the river of Hades, which was then entirely channeled into the celestial flower. In an instant, the previously sluggish transformation accelerated dramatically, as if fueled by fire. Time passed, and the primordial spirit began to resonate. The 3 flowers above fully bloomed into the 12th rank. The river of Hades had successfully stepped into the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. At last, it broke free from the shackles of fate, unafraid of being utterly extinguished. With the complete breakthrough into the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the River of Hades sighed in relief, reflecting on the journey of its advancement. Fortunately, its fortune was robust, having acquired the Hongjun Li early on. Otherwise, achieving the 12th rank would not have been so smooth. With the celestial flower blooming at the 12th rank, as long as the River of Hades remained steady and did not recklessly squander its foundation, the future earthly and human flowers attaining the 12th rank would pose no issue. After the River of Hades broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, a crimson light soared from its location, causing celestial flowers to rain down and golden lotuses to emerge from the earth. A surge of transformative energy from heaven and earth entered the River of Hades, instantly invigorating it, restoring its magical power, and subtly deepening its understanding of the cosmos. Chapter 62. The Blessing of Pangu, bloodline infused with laws. At that moment, a stream of light surged from the surrounding mountains into the River of Hades. What had been gestating within its bloodline finally hatched, a law of blood autonomously nurtured by the bloodline itself. This was a blessing from the surrounding mountains, celebrating the River of Hades' child stepping into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, thus transcending the River of Fate. Following this transformation of bloodline, the River of Hades now bore an origin nearly indistinguishable from the 12 ancestral witches born of Pangu's essence. The laws of the 12 ancestral witches were inherently contained within their bloodline, requiring only familiarity to master. Minghe felt an overwhelming joy as he respectfully bowed towards the direction of Mount Zhou. He was acutely aware that such an opportunity was a tremendous boon. At this moment, his identity and lineage were undeniably the purest representation of the Pangu legacy, a fact that could not be contested. In the primordial world, this was a distinct advantage, prompting him to decide to enter seclusion for a period to fully assimilate his recent gains. Within his secluded space, Minghe was enveloped in a swirling aura of vital energy. He diligently practiced his techniques, cross-referencing the principles of blood he had previously comprehended with the laws that resided within his bloodline. As time passed, he found his understanding of the blood principles deepening significantly. He then began to imprint these insights into his bloodline. Unlike the ancestral witches, whose bloodlines contained principles once mastered by the Pangu deity, Minghe's understanding was self-derived and gradually inscribed into his essence. This method, while not as expedient as that of the 12 ancestral witches, granted him a stronger sense of control over the laws he was internalizing. Centuries later, upon emerging from his seclusion, Minghe's aura was now more restrained, yet the occasional pressure he exuded was far greater than before. He felt an expansive sense of freedom, as if the vastness of the universe was open to him. In high spirits and with enhanced strength, Minghe resolved to continue his ascent of Mount Zhou, eager to discover the limits of his current capabilities. As he climbed, he distinctly sensed a transformation. The once oppressive aura of Mount Zhou now felt welcoming, almost familial. With each step, the pressure he encountered acted as a purifying force, cleansing his body of impurities and allowing remnants of chaotic demonic energy to be expelled from his bloodline. With every ascent, both his physical form and bloodline became increasingly refined. While he did not need to entirely align himself with the Pangu deity, he understood that a pure Pangu bloodline would garner greater favor from the cosmos. Minghe recognized that, although he could no longer rely on the oppressive forces to temper his body, this current opportunity for ascent was of paramount importance. For such chances would dwindle once the Pangu deities fell into dormancy. After another epoch, when the will of the Pangu deity quieted, even the purest bloodline would not enjoy the same privileges. Thus, Minghe made no effort to resist. He allowed the Pangu deity's pressure to circulate within him, even relinquishing his powers and essence to undergo a comprehensive purification. The light of the Pangu axe, which had been nurturing within him, began to resonate joyfully as it absorbed some of the Pangu pressure. In this state of purification, Minghe successfully reached the summit of Mount Zhou. Given the current pressure of the mountain, it was evident that few could ascend, even at the peak of the primordial golden immortal realm. Only Minghe, at the nascent stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, had the fortune to attain the summit and receive a boon of fortune. Although his cultivation level did not visibly shift, his physical form, essence, bloodline, and powers had all become more refined, leaving him feeling invigorated and mentally clear, with an apparent enhancement in his comprehension. However, at that moment, Minghe was not preoccupied with assessing his changes. Instead, he was struck by a profoundly shocking sight at the summit of Mount Zhou, a towering ethereal figure wielding a colossal, spectral axe, standing amidst a hazy expanse. It was none other than the Pangu deity, performing the act of creation. With a casual swing of the massive axe, Pangu separated the chaos, bringing forth the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind, forming the nascent world. With the second swing, yin and yang emerged, illuminating the cosmos. The third swing established the three realms, while the fourth fixed the four symbols, restoring order. The fifth swing initiated the evolution of the five elements, flowing in perpetual motion. By the ninth swing, the cosmos had taken shape, albeit lacking a stabilizing force, as the heavens began to close. Pangu relinquished the axe and became the very pillar of the universe. The vision concluded there. The river of Hades had swiftly immersed itself in enlightenment. Within the sea of consciousness, the radiance of the Pangu axe continuously evolved the 9 techniques of creation, even with the profound understanding of the river of Hades. Complete comprehension eluded him. He could only grasp the initial 3 techniques, constrained by his cultivation level. Presently, he could only wield the first technique. Yet this became his trump card. By harnessing the light of the Pangu axe to execute this first technique, even beings at the pinnacle of the Great Dao could not withstand its might. A careless early-stage Hongjun golden immortal might even find themselves injured by it. The river of the underworld smiled contentedly and bowed to the ethereal figure of the primordial god Pangu, expressing gratitude for the divine favor bestowed upon him. At that moment, he comprehended that this celestial vision of creation was intended solely for the first individual to ascend Mount Zhou. After this occasion, even if others were to reach its summit, such a vision would never again manifest. While bowing, a beam of light from the Pangu axe surged forth from his consciousness, directly approaching the vision and absorbing it. After assimilating the celestial imagery, the form of the Pangu axe light became more solidified, enhancing its refining power within him. Having grasped the significance of this fortunate encounter, the river of the underworld began to traverse the pinnacle of Mount Zhou, seeking any potential opportunities. Above him loomed the 9 heavens of the celestial barrier, each layer representing a distinct challenge. By overcoming these 9 obstacles, one could access the primordial starry expanse. However, the river of the underworld merely observed the 9 heavens above, lacking any desire to ascend. Although the 9 heavens at the summit of Mount Zhou were considered the weakest in the entirety of the primordial realm, thus serving as a gateway to the cosmos, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. As a mere early-stage Luo Jinxian, he recognized that without the primordial god's favor, ascending to the pinnacle of Mount Zhou at this juncture would have been unattainable within the 9 heavens. The primordial god's blessings were absent. Reflecting on his own modest stature, he resolved to return to the Sea of Blood to assimilate his recent gains. Strengthening his physical form would better prepare him for future celestial endeavors, allowing him to leverage the 9 heavens for rigorous training when the time came. With this thought, the river of the underworld ceased to regard the 9 heavens above and seized the rare opportunity to search for treasures atop Mount Zhou. Chapter 64, The Map of Mountains and Rivers. After a thorough search, he eventually detected some anomalies in a certain location. Without hesitation, he summoned the primordial measuring ruler to begin his exploration. Under the scrutiny of the ruler, a formation swiftly came into view. With the aid of the primordial measuring ruler, he refined the formation in less than 300 years, revealing the treasures within. The river of the underworld stepped into the formation, adhering to his customary practice of first collecting the various celestial materials and earthly treasures within, before advancing to claim the treasures at the heart of the formation. What unfolded before his eyes was a magnificent scroll, and as he gazed upon its contents, memories of the primordial landscape conveyed by the blood god's offspring surfaced in his mind, perfectly aligning with the imagery depicted, as if someone had meticulously illustrated the primordial realm upon this scroll. Upon contemplating the origins of this scroll, Minghe formed several conjectures. Whether he was correct would only be revealed through the process of refinement. Without further hesitation, he stepped forward and commenced the refining process. After an arduous endeavor, it was, as anticipated, the treasure he had surmised, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, bestowed upon Nuwa by the venerable Hongjun in the illustrious Purple Clouds Palace. In Nuwa's possession, this unparalleled treasure had not garnered much fame, with its sole notable action occurring during the calamity of the Fengshen, when it captured Yuan Hong, the mighty monkey. Now, this spiritual treasure had unexpectedly come into Minghe's possession. Gazing at the scroll before him, a myriad of thoughts surged in his mind. Possessing this map could significantly aid a certain scheme of his. With this notion in mind, Minghe resolved to refrain from further contemplation, for he would ascertain its efficacy in due time. For now, he would continue his quest for treasures. Scouring the mountaintop once more yielded no new opportunities, yet he did collect a substantial amount of scattered Zhoushan stones. Although these stones were not treasures in themselves, they were of the highest quality for crafting. The question lingered, however, as to whether forging these stones into a magical artifact would be deemed disrespectful to the primordial deity Pangu. Minghe expressed that respect resides within the heart. This entire universe is a manifestation of the primordial deity Pangu's creation, and many elements within it evolved from Pangu's very essence. One cannot simply allow these fortuitous opportunities to fall into the hands of others merely out of respect. After scouring the summit, Minghe altered his course down the mountain, collecting all that was within reach along the way. During his descent, he encountered no significant fortunes. However, at a midpoint, he felt a subtle pull. Upon breaking through a formation, he discovered a superior innate spiritual root in the form of a banana tree, adorned with 4 leaves, each pulsating with the essences of earth, fire, water, and wind. In an instant, Minghe comprehended the origins of this banana tree. It was a seed from the chaos, infused with the primordial energies of earth, fire, water, and wind from the time Pangu opened the heavens and the earth. The 4 leaves gave rise to 4 superior innate spiritual treasures. Among them, the fire fan fell into the hands of the Supreme Old Lord, who utilized it to fan flames during alchemical processes. The wind fan was acquired by Minghe and eventually bestowed upon the Rakshasa woman, who later became the Iron Fan Princess, shining brilliantly during the journey to the west, extinguishing the flames of the 800-leaf fire mountain with just 3 fans. As for the water fan and earth fan, their fates remain unknown, having vanished without a trace. After refining this spiritual root in the river of Hades, it became evident that, if utilized wisely, it might yield even greater benefits. After all, it is nearly unheard of in the primordial world to possess a spiritual object that embodies the 4 fundamental essences of earth, fire, water, and wind. The only other contender that could rival it is the exquisite primordial spiritual root known as the gourd vine. Resolute in his decision, he stored the banana tree within the herbal compendium, nurturing it with the 9 heavens breath soil and the 3 luminaries divine water, before continuing his descent down the mountain. This time, however, there were no significant gains. He merely collected some spiritual materials and stones. Chapter 65, The Golden Spirit Pearl. Upon exiting the Zhou mountain, the river of Hades bowed respectfully towards it, then discerned his direction and set forth towards the western lands. Taking advantage of the fact that Luo who had yet to fully dominate the west, he intended to explore the region and gather its unique resources. It was uncertain whether it was due to the insufficient fortune of the blood divine seeds, but despite the abundant release of these seeds, the ordinary celestial treasures collected were so plentiful that describing them as a mountain would scarcely suffice. However, truly precious items were notably scarce. Nevertheless, he stumbled upon many peculiar phenomena, perhaps indicating the presence of formations. Yet, the blood divine seeds lacked the keen vision to perceive them. Seizing the opportunity during this journey through the primordial realm, the river of Hades resolved to claim all potential fortunes before others could benefit. After a millennium, the river of Hades finally arrived in the western territories. One could not help but remark on the formidable strength of the primordial world at this time. With its spatial stability, even with his current cultivation as a Great Luo golden immortal, employing the blood escape technique required considerable time. Reflecting on the future of the primordial realm, he recalled how it was first ravaged by the ferocious beasts during the Great Calamity, and later, during the Long-On Calamity. How the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans engaged in endless strife, neglecting their spiritual merits, which led to the gradual weakening of the primordial world. Additionally, the madman Luo who, dragging the entire West into ruin, compounded the damage inflicted by subsequent calamities, resulting in an increasingly fragile primordial realm. Eventually, it was said that not only could the saints observe the world with a mere thought, but even Great Luo golden immortals could traverse the primordial realm at will. Contemplating these matters, a cold glint flickered in the river of Hades' eyes. Perhaps it was due to the bloodline of Pangu, or perhaps it was his genuine affection for this realm, but he could not bear to witness its destined decline. Thus, he silently vowed that as long as he existed, he would exert every ounce of effort to liberate the primordial world from its predestined fate. With this determination, the river of Hades summoned all the blood divine seeds, commanding them to collect the earth and spiritual veins with utmost diligence, ensuring that it did not disrupt the ecological balance of the primordial realm. They were to explore every possible means to repay the karmic debts of these veins, such as organizing the local earth veins, imparting teachings to the indigenous beings, and establishing spiritual formations in the areas where they collected, all while maintaining the natural environment, particularly in the western continent. He sought to prepare in advance for the damage to the spiritual veins, as such destruction was easy, but restoration was far more challenging. The current western lands, rich in spiritual essence, were not inferior to the east. As for why he did not attempt to preemptively stop Luo Hu from damaging the spiritual veins, it was merely a reflection of the overwhelming circumstances. The river of Hades might not be able to intervene effectively. However, if he possessed the ability at that time, he would certainly be inclined to try. After arranging matters with the blood divine seeds, the river of Hades turned his thoughts inward. His most pressing concern was to enhance his own strength. Without sufficient power, all aspirations would remain mere illusions. Having refocused his mind, he arrived at a secluded valley where a blood divine seed emerged. Within the valley lay a formation that the seed wished to breach, a task that would demand considerable time. Seizing the opportunity of his travels through the primordial realm, the River of Hades sent a message to his true self to come and investigate. The River of Hades spoke little. Upon invoking the primordial measuring ruler, it commenced the process of refining the formation. A century later, it succeeded in completely assimilating the formation. As it entered the array, a rich essence of metal energy enveloped the surroundings, with roots and materials of spiritual origin growing abundantly, all bearing the attributes of gold. After collecting these precious roots and materials, the River of Hades approached the center, where a singular orb came into view. With a slight refinement, its origin became apparent. It was none other than the golden spirit pearl, one of the 9 sacred pearls. For the River of Hades, it held little immediate utility. So it absorbed the gathered energy into the golden spirit pearl and stored it alongside the earth spirit pearl. Upon securing the golden spirit pearl, the River of Hades discovered several remarkable treasures and hidden locales unearthed by the blood gods. Among these was a supreme innate spiritual root, which astonished even the River of Hades upon its discovery of the formation. The power contained within the array subtly sealed off the space, rendering the senses unclear and forcing one to act solely on instinct. It was only with the aid of the primordial measuring ruler that the River of Hades could ultimately refine the formation and gain entry. This spatial formation was peculiar. It did not harbor other spiritual roots, but instead was a vast bamboo grove. Within the grove, the sound of the wind rustling through the bamboo leaves had a soothing effect, calming the restless heart. Each bamboo exuded a similar aura, leading to a misdirection of the soul's power and a distortion of the senses, making it difficult to discern the treasures hidden within. Had it not been for the River of Hades summoning the herbal compendium and releasing the merit-laden golden wool behind it in an attempt to extract the entire grove, the supreme innate spiritual root would have remained concealed. After a brief refinement, it became clear that this root was none other than the bitter bamboo, one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots. Its essence was said to cultivate tranquility and resist the interference of inner demons, enabling one to comprehend the Great Way with an ethereal mindset. Furthermore, its roots could naturally generate new spiritual roots, albeit of a lesser grade, serving as excellent materials for artifact forging, providing benefits akin to the bitter bamboo itself, an exceptional choice for safeguarding one's path. In later generations, it is believed that the demon ancestor, Luo, detonated the Western spiritual veins, causing them to suffer spiritual degradation. Ultimately, it fell to the likes of Zhou and Jade, 2 impoverished souls, to acquire this invaluable innate spiritual root, the golden chicken that lays golden eggs, only for Zhou to refine it into the 6 roots of purity bamboo, relegating it to a tool that merely seals the senses. This rendered it ineffective against formidable foes and useless for those who could easily overpower it, ultimately becoming a mere instrument for Jane and Zhou's human trafficking. As the River of Hades caressed the distinct segments of the bitter bamboo, it could not help but silently scorn Jane and Zhou. However, a wry smile emerged. Indeed, the River of Hades, have a profound affinity with spiritual roots. It was no exaggeration. Counting the innate spiritual roots in the River of Hades' possession, not to mention those below the supreme grade, there were numerous. Among the supreme ones, there were the half-chaotic world tree, the Hongjun, the calming treasure tree, the blood god fruit tree, and the soul treasure tree, all having ascended to supreme status. Additionally, there were the Dao wisdom tea tree and the 3 supreme roots obtained from Minghe Island, culminating in the current bitter bamboo. The River of Hades alone now possessed over a dozen supreme innate spiritual roots. After securing the bitter bamboo, the River of Hades chose not to seek other treasures in the West. Instead, it delved deep into the Earth's veins, harnessing their power to trace the origins of the Western land's ancestral veins. The River of Hades began gathering the Earth's veins and spiritual veins, alongside the billions of postnatal spiritual roots it cultivated. When the demon ancestor Luo detonated the Western spiritual veins, it would not be an issue for the River of Hades to temporarily restore them. After all, even disregarding the gathered spiritual veins, should it be willing to unleash the cultivated spiritual roots, temporarily restoring the Western veins would pose no trouble. After all, spiritual roots possess the innate ability to stabilize spiritual veins, gather fortune, and regulate the Earth's veins. However, once these spiritual veins exhaust their energy, everything would revert to its original state. Although spiritual veins can autonomously generate spiritual energy, if there is no primal ancestral vein from the chaos to convert energy into this realm, these veins will inevitably deplete. Concerned that the demon ancestor Luo might obliterate the ancestral veins as well, the river of Hades sought to locate the ancestral veins first. The ancestral veins, imbued with spirit, would surely sense the impending danger by identifying the ancestral veins and ensuring their safety. Even if the entirety of the Western spiritual veins were to be annihilated, there would still be a chance for restoration. Chapter 67. The source of the annihilation demon god. The ancestral veins are imbued with spirit, and the river of Hades continuously emanated goodwill, strengthened by its intrinsic connection to the primal realm. Following a breakthrough in the vicinity of the Zhou mountain, the essence of the Pangu father god became even more pronounced, fostering a close affinity between the Earth's veins and the river of Hades. In less than a millennium, the river of Hades detected a wave of energy. Following this wave, it effortlessly discovered the ancestral veins of the West, only to find, to its surprise, that underneath this ancestral vein lay a suppressed essence of the chaotic demon god. After careful examination, it became evident that the spirit within this essence had been eroded by the Western ancestral vein, imbued with a profound sense of annihilation. It was clear that this must be the essence of the annihilation demon god. The Western realm, characterized by its murderous intent, shares a connection with this sense of annihilation, making their convergence somewhat palatable. In later narratives, it is said that Jane's true form is a golden lotus that blossomed beside the Bodhi tree, while Zhuanti is the Bodhi tree itself. However, Zhuanti's cultivation has perpetually lagged behind that of the ordinary golden lotus Jane, with Jane's prowess often rivaling that of the great purity Laozi. Achieving sainthood in such a barren expanse, both managed to emerge as sages, ultimately defying the Xianmin and transforming the Dao of the Pangu ancestor into the path of relics, establishing their own sect, an achievement that cannot merely be explained by the notion that the Pangu ancestor owes the West some karmic debt. It is rumored that Jane possesses profound wisdom and attained extraordinary legacies, achieving enlightenment through dreams, culminating in supreme freedom and great annihilation. Undoubtedly, this journey would have been significantly aided by the essence of the demon god. It is highly likely that Jane, by sheer coincidence, fused with this essence, acquiring the legacy of the chaotic demon god, leading to a meteoric rise in power. Upon investigating the essence, Jane indeed uncovered fragments of the demon god's legacy, including the path of annihilation, methods for opening dream realms, and various other knowledge. Minghe did not scrutinize the situation closely. His current energy was limited, and the resources at his disposal were sufficient for his advancement. Overextending oneself could yield diminishing returns. These matters could at best serve as references for him. He communicated with the ancestral vein of the West, subtly conveying some of the information he possessed, while persuading them to retain some contingency for future restoration. Under Minghe's gentle coaxing, the ancestral vein of the West extracted a portion of its original essence, which Minghe promptly collected. The essence, however, quickly diminished in vitality. Minghe hastily produced some divine water from the three lights in the soil of 9 heavens. He refined these materials to supplement the ancestral vein of the West. The divine water from the 3 lights could mend all wounds, being the finest healing substance, while the soil of 9 heavens, having been derived from the essence of the Earth's veins, could also aid in restoring the ancestral essence. Observing that the Earth's essence had significantly recovered, Minghe decided to depart. He did not linger on the Western continent. Although he was somewhat stronger than the demon ancestor Luo, he preferred to avoid an encounter with him at this juncture. As a descendant of Pangu, he was inherently opposed to these primordial demon gods born from chaos. A meeting could easily escalate into conflict. After contemplating where to wander next, Minghe acknowledged that despite the presence of blood god sons throughout the vast wilderness, he cherished the sensation of measuring the world on his own terms. Ultimately, he resolved to head south with the hope of visiting the undying volcano to see if the primordial gods and demons of the Phoenix clan had emerged. He had heard of the 2 ancient ancestors of the Phoenix clan, the male Fengzhu and the female Huangzhu. The beauty of Huangzhu was said to eclipse all in the wilderness, and Minghe's curiosity was piqued regarding the appearance of the most beautiful woman in the wilderness. He thought that his 4 maidens were quite lovely in their own right. Chapter 68. Entering the undying volcano as another millennium slipped by unnoticed, Minghe arrived in the southern lands. His journey had evoked much reflection, having witnessed the transformation of the wilderness from barren desolation to a realm of opulence and freedom. He gained profound insights into the passage of time, even grasping a fragment of the laws of time itself. Beneath the great path, where power reigns supreme, space is sovereign, and time is revered, Minghe possessed the empty void treasure tree, upon which a fruit of spatial Dao had matured for quite some time. However, he had yet to pluck it, as he had not yet comprehended even a sliver of the spatial laws. Unexpectedly, he had begun to grasp a hint of the laws of time, albeit minuscule, less than 10%. Nonetheless, this understanding was significant. Once Minghe achieved the Blood Dao's primordial state, he could dedicate time to further research. With the Homage measure and the empty void treasure tree at his disposal, mastering the spatial laws would merely be a matter of time. In due course, the integration of time and space would yield boundless possibilities, facilitating his cultivation within the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Suppressing his joy, Minghe focused his mind. With the increase of fortune, waves of delight washed over him, and his mental fortitude had also seen substantial growth. Following his established routine, Minghe first sought to collect the opportunities discovered by the blood god sons, successfully acquiring several spiritual treasures, including one of the 9 spirit pearls, the fire spirit pearl, and a superior innate spiritual treasure, the 5 fire 7 birds fan, which harbored 5 formidable flames. The 7 feathers adorning it could be launched as projectiles, wielding immense power. He also obtained one of the innate 5 directions flags, the Southern Ground Flame Light Flag. Minghe couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. With his current luck, he might just gather all 5 directions flags during his travels through the wilderness. This is the advantage of great fortune, much like the fabled children of fortune in smaller worlds, who stumble upon treasures effortlessly. With all 5 directions flags, he could later relocate Mount Diyu into the Blood Sea, and, alongside the 5 directions flags, establish the primordial 5 elements great array. The blood god realm would likely ascend to the realm of a middle thousand world, significantly accelerating the refinement of chaotic energy. Resolved, he planned to explore the undying volcano first, then set sail to traverse the southern sea, before heading to the northern sea in search of Mount Dayu's whereabouts. Clearing his thoughts, Minghe made his way toward the undying volcano. Time passed swiftly. As he approached the volcano, the abundance of fire-attributed treasures increased, greatly enriching his collection. The rising temperature intensified as he neared the undying volcano, the air thick with warmth. However, this posed little challenge for Minghe, whose physical form had already reached the early stages of the primordial golden immortal. Upon entering the interior of the undying volcano, however, the temperature surged drastically. The flames transformed from red to black, and as Minghe drew closer to the core, the flame shifted to white, beginning to inflict harm upon his physical body. Yet, as Minghe's techniques activated, he swiftly restored himself. Thus, as he continued forward, his body alternated between damage and repair, each restoration strengthening him further. Minghe refined his previously casual approach and began to earnestly utilize the flames to temper his physique. Upon reaching the central area, the flames had become colorless, and the air shimmered from the intense heat, distorting the very fabric of space. These flames were far from ordinary, akin to his own red Lotus karma fire. They belonged to the 10 great divine fires of the wilderness, specifically the southern Minghe fire. Minghe dared not be careless, quickly channeling his techniques to assist in his body-ash transformation. Chapter 69, Bodily Breakthrough to Mid-Primordial Golden Immortal. As Minghe ventured deeper, the scorching southern Minghe fire surged into his body, continuously tempering his form through the operation of his techniques. With the passage of time, the surrounding temperature began to lower slightly. Suddenly, Minghe felt a powerful tremor throughout his being, and an aura of might emanated from him as his physical body broke through to the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal. Simultaneously, a seed of the southern Minghe fire appeared within his dantian. With the presence of this seed, Minghe could now manipulate the southern Minghe fire at will. Under Minghe's perception, this fire was extraordinary, while each of the 10 great divine fires possessed their unique attributes. The characteristics of the southern Minghe fire would undoubtedly attract the desire of many. In Minghe's awareness, the southern Minghe fire not only exuded intense heat but also embodied the essence of rebirth, being the fire of life itself. It was no wonder that the phoenixes, who wielded this fire, were often referred to as immortal birds, and their flames were dubbed the flames of rebirth. Even in death, they could rise anew. During the calamity of the Dragon Han era, had it not been for the overwhelming karma, the entire Phoenix clan would have been engulfed by immense karmic retribution, rendering them perpetually in a state of rebirth, unable to return. It is likely that the Phoenix clan could emerge as the last to laugh in the end. As Minghe drew closer, 2 consciousnesses within the core array trembled in fear. The overwhelming aura from Minghe's physical breakthrough startled them. They were currently refining their essence, preparing to take form, and how could they possibly contend with such a formidable being? The 2 consciousnesses exchanged silent thoughts. Could it be that he has not noticed us? What a terrifying demon god! The southern Minghe fire cannot harm him. What shall we do if he turns his attention toward us? The river of Hades indeed uncovered them. To be precise, it revealed this primordial grand formation. Subsequently, it summoned the primordial measuring ruler, poised to refine it. only to encounter an unexpected resistance. Alas, a formation governed by a sentient being. The river of the underworld could not help but exclaim in astonishment. However, upon further reflection, enlightenment dawned upon him. Being situated at the core of the immortal volcano, safeguarded by an innate grand formation, it was evident that the two ancestral beings of the Phoenix clan were likely present. Judging by the resistance of the formation, it seemed they were still in the process of refining their essence and had not yet fully emerged. Subsequently, the river of the underworld withdrew the primordial measuring ruler, ceasing his attempts to refine the formation, although he possessed the power to forcibly refine it given the current strength of the formation. His status as a Great Luo Golden Immortal made him reluctant to engage with the protagonists of the calamity too early, for fear of inadvertently becoming entangled in the tribulation and delaying his path to enlightenment. Sensing a slight decrease in temperature around him, he couldn't help but smile wryly, pondering whether his presence might cause the two ancestral beings of the Phoenix clan to miss their optimal development period. Observing himself silently, he indeed detected a thread of causal connection, prompting him to rub his forehead in exasperation. What a predicament! He then decided to act decisively, setting up a spirit-gathering array on the periphery and subsequently sat cross-legged outside the formation to commence his teachings. 300 years later, having concluded his discourse, the river of the underworld sensed the surrounding temperature had notably returned to normal. He then rose and conveyed a message to those within the innate grand formation, stating that his breakthrough had inadvertently affected their cultivation, creating a debt of causality. To repay this, he had lectured for 300 years, and thus, all causality would now be extinguished. Upon feeling the thread of causality dissipate, he turned and departed. It was not that the river of the underworld was overly cautious, but rather that when one could not suppress all, it was prudent to maintain distance from calamity. Once entangled, it was all too easy to lose oneself and face annihilation. After the river of the underworld left, the two consciousnesses within the formation dared to speak, with one cautiously inquiring, "Has he truly departed? His aura is indeed terrifying. I feel he could slay me with but a glance. Yet, this senior seems to be a decent individual." The other consciousness quickly responded, "Indeed. Truly fearsome. We should diligently cultivate to achieve transformation as soon as possible." With a murmur of agreement, the formation fell back into tranquility, though the state of the two essences indicated that transformation was imminent. Chapter 70. The Islands of the South Sea. Unbeknownst to the two consciousnesses behind him, the river of the underworld remained indifferent. After all, his reluctance to become entangled in the calamity was not rooted in fear of them. Should they provoke him, he could easily obliterate them without a second thought. At this moment, the river of the underworld had departed from the immortal volcano, making his way toward the South Sea. While he felt a tinge of regret for not witnessing the beauty of the Phoenix ancestor, he was far more elated by the breakthrough of his physical form. As for why he did not breach the formation to take a closer look, he reasoned that there was little to admire in a mere essence. There would be ample opportunities once they transformed. The South Sea was unlike other regions of the primordial world, exuding an unusual tranquility. Aside from legends of Guanyin Bodhisattva residing on Mount Luojia in the South Sea, little was known about the area. Amidst the chaos of the primordial world, the South Sea seemed to maintain a low profile, rarely disturbed and seldom appearing in the sights of others, embodying a serene current in a tumultuous world. At that moment, the river of the underworld stood on the shore of the South Sea, gazing at the boundless expanse of water, feeling a sense of openness. As time passed and the myriad beings of the primordial world multiplied, numerous conflicts arose. Throughout his journey, he had heard no news of the first batch of innate deities and demons, suggesting they were all preoccupied with enhancing their own powers. Reflecting on the struggles of the lower beings, the river of the underworld felt a deep sense of gratitude for not having been reborn as one of those ordinary creatures. Otherwise, the aspiration to attain enlightenment would be a distant dream, let alone mere survival. It is essential to recognize that these ordinary beings lack the innate legacies and comprehension possessed by innate deities and demons, making it challenging for them to deduce their own paths. Although the abundance of resources in the primordial world compensated for the absence of systematic cultivation methods, the ignorance of how to cultivate led some ordinary beings to follow their instincts, devouring one another to enhance their strength, resulting in ceaseless conflict. Alas, the primordial world was indeed chaotic, a continuous turmoil from beginning to end. The river of the underworld could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind, and upon careful consideration, he found it feasible. Thus, he called upon the blood god children, instructing them to send a portion of their number to integrate with various races, observing their lifestyles, physical structures, and acquiring some rudimentary legacies of their kin. The remainder would continue to explore the Earth's veins, completing the tasks he had yet to finish, for the expanse of the primordial world was vast, and it would take considerable time to spread the blood god children throughout. Having arranged these matters, the river of the Underworld embarked on his journey through the South Sea. Unlike the East Sea, the South Sea appeared calmer, with numerous islands of varying sizes dotting the tranquil waters. Some of these islands even housed innate grand formations. However, after refining the formations, he found little of value, primarily low to mid-grade innate spiritual roots and spiritual treasures. For the river of the Underworld, these held little significance. Yet upon encountering some promising spiritual islands, he would set up formations to conceal them. Although he had no immediate use for them, it was prudent to prepare for a future where he might take on disciples, providing them with sanctuaries. After nearly 10,000 years of wandering the South Sea, he had collected numerous spiritual islands, yet still encountered no exceptional opportunities. He could not help but sigh, pondering whether it was merely a lack of fate or if the islands of the South Sea were devoid of significant fortunes, for in the legends of his past life, there were indeed no tales of the South Sea bearing great fortunes. Chapter 71. Encounter with Minghe. Having found no opportunities in the South Sea, the river of the Underworld resolved to proceed directly to the North Sea, eager to ascertain whether Dao had truly become lost there. With 4 of the 5 immortal mountains already in his possession, he believed that if Dao was indeed in the North Sea, he could surely locate him. Just as he was about to leave the South Sea, the river of the Underworld unexpectedly discovered an innate formation, specifically a spatial formation. With excitement, he retrieved the primordial measuring ruler, preparing to breach the formation. However, upon contact, his enthusiasm waned. It was evidently a formation with a master. Quickly, he recalled the knowledge from the primordial novels he had read in his past life. A spatial formation with a master. During the era of the first innate deities and demons, almost instantaneously, a name came to mind: the ancestor Minghe, the reincarnation of the spatial demon god. The only known innate deity who achieved the status of a Great Luo golden immortal in the primordial world. After Hongjun attained sanctification, he battled Hongjun and claimed all of his spiritual treasures, only to later return them and gracefully depart from the primordial world. Upon recalling this name, the river of the Underworld felt a moment of hesitation. Given his current strength, he certainly did not fear the ancestor Minghe. However, he was reluctant to make an enemy of a reincarnated chaos demon god, as the ability to manipulate spatial laws made it perilous. Once adversarial, he could not guarantee he would be able to retain him. Throughout his journey, the river of the Underworld had been solitary in his cultivation, akin to a craftsman laboring in isolation. Now, having finally encountered an innate demon god, he yearned for a dialogue to validate his own path. Yet, as a descendant of Pangu, he feared that those reincarnated chaos demon gods would harbor hostility toward him. Minghe now finds himself uncertain of the intentions of the esteemed elder Minghe, which breeds a sense of hesitation within him. However, he soon steels his resolve, recognizing that there is little merit in lingering indecisively. At present, he is in a position of strength while Minghe appears weaker. The worst outcome would merely be a disagreement, for he cannot retain Minghe, just as Minghe cannot retain him. Having made up his mind, Minghe raises his hand and channels a strand of his magical energy into the formation, accompanied by a transmission of his voice. I am Minghe. In this vast, primordial expanse, I am elated to encounter a fellow traveler on the path. Might I request your presence for a discussion on our shared philosophies? Before long, a rift opens within the formation, and an elderly man with white brows and a beard steps forth. His aura exudes warmth and benevolence, with his elongated white brows resembling willow fronds. I am Minghe. Today, I have the pleasure of meeting you, my friend. What connection do you have with Pangu? How is it that you bear such a potent essence of Pangu? As Minghe speaks, he suddenly seems to realize something, and his tone shifts sharply as he questions Minghe with intensity. It dawns on him that he stands before the space demon god, and thus, Minghe feels a twinge of embarrassment. Minghe bows respectfully and replies, I am Minghe, a descendant of the father god Pangu. I have long admired the illustrious presence of the space demon god, and it brings me great joy to meet you today. Although Elder Minghe harbors an aversion to Pangu's essence, he refrains from expressing his displeasure openly. Instead, he suppresses his distaste and responds, since you are familiar with me, you must also know of the enmity between my kind and Pangu. Given your aura, it is evident that you possess the cultivation of a Great Luo golden immortal. Have you come here with intentions of harming me? My friend, you are mistaken, Minghe assures him. I possess some understanding of the enmity between the chaos demon god and the father god, yet that is merely a conflict of paths between you and the father. Now that the father god lies in slumber, a aside from a limited number of reincarnated chaos demon gods, what living being in this primordial realm is not connected to him? Many are but the remnants of his corporeal form. This is the tendency of the Great Dao, given the Father God's cultivation. If he has left a sliver of opportunity for you, and you're kind to cultivate anew in this primordial realm, it surely indicates that he is indifferent to the grievances of chaos. Why not transform hostility into harmony? The path is fraught with challenges. Why not support one another as fellow travelers on the Dao? Minghe speaks earnestly to Elder Yangmei. Upon hearing Minghe's words, Elder Yangmei ponders for a moment before responding. You make some valid points, yet the grievances of life and death cannot simply be resolved with mere words. My esteemed friend Yangmei, your sentiments are somewhat misaligned. As the saying goes, one must adapt with the times. I have a question for you. Do you believe the conditions in chaos are superior, or do the current circumstances in the primordial realm hold more promise? Minghe inquires with a smile. Elder Yangmei hesitates briefly before replying. In terms of cultivation conditions, chaos is indeed more suitable for us. However, the present primordial realm seems more conducive to enlightenment. The river of Underworld smiled faintly and spoke again. My friend, consider this. If chaos truly holds the key to enlightenment, why would the Father God Pangu cleave through it? And why, upon the opening of the heavens, would the Great Dao bestow such abundant merit? To be candid, I have long harbored a notion that perhaps the existence of the primordial chaos is of particular significance to the Great Dao, which is why it takes a personal interest in overseeing the primordial realm. Could it be that your path lies within this very realm? Within the primordial, many beings resonate with the essence of the Father God. Do you truly intend to annihilate them, adopting the methods of the slaughtering demons? Upon hearing this, the ancestor Yangmei felt a jolt in his heart. It was the first time he contemplated this question. Indeed, why would the Great Dao show such concern for the primordial? Could it be that there lies an opportunity for us to attain enlightenment within it? Yangmei could not help but glance at the river of Underworld. This descendant of Pangu seemed truly extraordinary, not only surpassing him in cultivation but also possessing a perspective that was distinctly unique. Yet, there was some merit in his words. So he resolved to observe further. Then, turning his gaze back to the river of Underworld, he inquired, there is some validity to your claims. But from where do you derive this knowledge? To be forthright, these insights stem from my years of wandering through the primordial, the river of Underworld replied, half truthfully. I have a premonition that as long as we nurture the growth of the primordial, we, its inhabitants, shall also grow stronger. In reality, he himself was uncertain of these notions. However, reflecting on the long-standing rumors regarding the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, he wondered if only through their equilibrium could the world of the primordial continue to flourish. He recalled the original timeline, where the heavenly path reigned supreme, while the earthly and human paths remained dormant, leading to a gradual decline of the world through successive calamities until it fell into a dark age. Perhaps now was the time to awaken the earthly and human paths, to see if achieving balance among the three would yield a more favorable outcome for the primordial realm. The words spoken by the river of Hades to the ancestor Yangmei reflect his innermost thoughts. At the level of the chaos demon god, ordinary lies cannot possibly deceive their spiritual perception. Only sincerity serves as the ultimate weapon. The river Styx, with honest and heartfelt persuasion, sought to win over the venerable ancestor Yangmei, aspiring to enlist a companion to stand against the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun in the future. It was not imperative for him to be entirely on his side. The crucial matter was to avoid becoming adversaries at critical junctures. Upon hearing the words of the river Styx, ancestor Yangmei fell into deep contemplation. He could sense the sincerity in the river's sentiments, which were devoid of deceit. After introspection, he discovered that his spiritual intuition did not harbor any ominous forebodings in response to the river's discourse. Rather, he found a semblance of truth in the river's reasoning. Subsequently, he bowed solemnly and remarked, "Indeed, my friend, you speak with a measure of wisdom. The path to the Great Dao is elusive, and today, to have a companion on this journey is a source of joy for me. Dear friend of the river Styx, I kindly invite you to my island for further discourse." Upon witnessing this, the river of Oblivion smiled faintly. Those of great skill possess great courage, and thus he bore no misgivings. After offering a respectful bow, he expressed, "It is a profound honor to have the space demon god as a companion. Please, my friend." Without hesitation, he followed the esteemed ancestor Yangmei into the formation. Chapter 73. A discourse with ancestor Yangmei. As the river of the Underworld leisurely strolled into the Yangmei dojo, it immediately beheld a grand willow tree, towering majestically like a mountain amidst the heavens and the earth. Countless willow branches cascaded down like waterfalls, each vibrant green leaf shimmering with a dazzling emerald light. As if meticulously carved from jade, crystalline and translucent. The robust trunk was entwined with intertwining vines, resembling coiled dragons, exuding a vigorous and noble aura. A magnificent creation of nature that left one in awe. Simultaneously, behind the willow, the ethereal shadows of the 3,000 worlds flickered in and out of sight. Reminiscent of an expansive starry sky, breathtaking in its grandeur. The river of the underworld speculated that this tree must indeed be the legendary hollow willow. The very essence of the ancestor Yangmei. Gazing at this awe-inspiring spectacle, the river of the underworld could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, esteemed friend. Your prowess is akin to that of creation itself, possessing such an imposing presence." Upon hearing this, Yangmei felt a surge of pride. To astonish a descendant of Pangu in such a manner was no small feat. He then replied, "There is no need for modesty, my friend. You are no ordinary individual. To attain such cultivation at this early stage in your journey speaks volumes of your fortune. Your words are too kind," the river of the underworld replied. "I owe my current cultivation to the grace of the Father God." After bowing respectfully, he continued, "May I inquire if you would be willing to engage in a discourse on the Tao with me?" How could the ancestor Yangmei refuse such a proposal? His very invitation to the river of the underworld into the dojo was predicated on the desire for philosophical exchange, a means to both enhance their respective cultivation and to gauge the caliber of this descendant of Pangu. Thus, upon the river of the underworld's suggestion, ancestor Yangmei readily acquiesced. Excellent. Their discussion on the Tao lacked the extravagant flourishes typical of a sage's teachings. There were no celestial flowers erupting from the earth or auspicious clouds illuminating their dialogue, though such displays would have been more efficient. Each individual's auspicious clouds concealed their own secrets. The river of the underworld would not presume that the ancestor Yangmei had truly lowered his guard at this moment. Thus, their discourse appeared remarkably plain and unadorned, perhaps embodying the essence of simplicity in the Grand Tao. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 years swiftly passed. The discussion between the river of the underworld and ancestor Yangmei reached its conclusion. Both parties benefited immensely, although ancestor Yangmei's cultivation was slightly inferior at present. His comprehension of the Tao was equally profound. Through associative understanding, the river of the underworld perceived a notable enhancement in his own state of mind. Nearing the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal, even his mastery of the laws had seen some advancement, with the spatial laws beginning to show promise. His innate law of blood had already achieved 65% proficiency. Consequently, upon the conclusion of their discourse, the river of the underworld rose and respectfully bowed to ancestor Yangmei, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your generous teachings. I have truly reaped great benefits." "Your praise is unwarranted," ancestor Yangmei replied, feeling a sense of humility. "I too have gained immensely from this discussion." Ancestor Yangmei was not merely offering pleasantries. He genuinely benefited from their exchange. Despite being a reincarnated deity of space, his time in this realm had been brief, compounded by the interference of the Tao, which had erased his previous cultivation memories. While his innate understanding remained extraordinary, he could not compare to the river of the underworld, who had steadily cultivated under the pressures of the Tao and the will of Pangu. Furthermore, the river's current cultivation surpassed his by an entire realm. It was precisely because ancestor Yangmei's realm was not high that his gains during this discourse were comparatively greater. As a reincarnated chaotic demon god, he naturally faced no issues with his state of mind, allowing his cultivation to surge from the pinnacle of the golden immortal to the initial stage of the Tai golden immortal. Chapter 74, Bestowed Opportunities. Fellow Taoist is too modest. With our discussion concluded, may I inquire about your next plans? The river of the underworld asked. In response to this inquiry, ancestor Yangmei harbored no reservations. Though their dialogue had not reached an intimate level, a measure of trust had been established. He candidly replied, "I intend to wander through the primordial realm, to see if this expanse truly holds the opportunity for us to attain the Tao." The river of the underworld had anticipated ancestor Yangmei's response, as he did not expect that his mere words could earn the complete trust of a top-tier innate demon god, especially one with a bloodline tied to his adversaries. However, this had been part of his calculations. Within the primordial realm, calamities abound. Is it not evident that those who achieve the Tao in later generations often do so in pairs? In the primordial, solitary endeavors yield little success, much like the conflict between Hongjun and Luo. Even if Luo were immensely powerful, facing 3 or 4 opponents of equal standing would surely lead to a dismal outcome. Likewise, looking at the 3 pure ones, the Western 2 saints, and Nuwa, who among them achieved the Tao without the support of a companion, Minghe was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead, not only in the distant future but also in light of the recent calamity wrought by the ferocious beasts. while other primordial demons merely needed to contend with these beasts as a scion of the Pangu bloodline. He faced not only their vengeance but also the potential treachery of reincarnated chaos demons lurking in the shadows. At present, it would be prudent to ally with one such being, both to fortify himself and to sow discord among his adversaries, though myriad thoughts raced through his mind. To the outside world, this contemplation transpired in mere moments. Thus, the esteemed elder Yame remained oblivious to Minghe's distraction, having resolved his course of action. Minghe spoke. I intend to continue my journey across this maritime expanse in search of fortuitous encounters and to establish my own sanctuary. He then produced a portion of Jiutian Shirong and some Sanguang divine water, presenting them to Elder Yame, as a friend who has undergone rebirth from chaos. You have not forsaken your true essence. These treasures are rare and valuable resources I discovered in the primordial world, and given our newfound camaraderie, I wish to bestow them upon you. May your path in the Dao be ever flourishing. Upon witnessing the treasures Minghe offered, Elder Yame was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had expected mere commonplace materials, yet to his astonishment, they were indeed Jiutian Shirong and Sanguang divine water, two of the most exceptional resources available. For Elder Yame, these items held significant potential. Having been reborn from chaos, he still bore considerable Dao wounds, and while the Sanguang divine water would not restore him entirely, its complete absorption could substantially reduce his healing time. As the saying goes, good soil nurtures good trees. No matter how formidable Elder Yame was, he remained a hollow willow of the wood attribute. Jiutian Shirong, being the pinnacle of earth attribute treasures, harbors the essence of creation, greatly enhancing the growth of flora, a benefit that would certainly apply to him. Thus, Minghe's gesture was tantamount to gifting Elder Yame a considerable opportunity. Your generous gift humbles me greatly. Elder Yame replied with a deep bow. Minghe, too, wished to foster a bond of goodwill, recognizing the arduous nature of cultivation. Having a companion on this journey could lead to mutual support and shared progress, which filled Minghe with joy. He spoke sincerely, acknowledging the value of friendship along the arduous path of cultivation. Elder Yame, taken aback by Minghe's words, understood the significance of having more companions on the road of cultivation. Recognizing the sincerity in Minghe's intentions, naturally, it was an honor to have such a fellow traveler. However, Elder Yame refrained from pursuing the topic further. For who could predict the nature of future encounters? Today's ally might well become a foe tomorrow. Thank you for your kindness, Minghe said. My sanctuary is located in the northeastern region of the Underworld Blood Sea. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me there. Excellent, Elder Yame responded. With that, I shall take my leave. Should you wish to discuss matters regarding the primordial world during your travels, feel free to visit the Underworld Blood Sea, Minghe stated. Have I not been a gracious host? Elder Yame inquired. Not at all. I am a restless spirit and have overstayed my welcome in your sanctuary. It is time for me to venture forth and seek new opportunities, Minghe answered with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Elder Yame recognized Minghe's intention to depart and did not insist on retaining him. He simply replied, in that case, I will not impose. If you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me in the South Sea. Should you need anything, you may seek me in the Underworld Blood Sea. I frequently traverse that area, Minghe assured him. Excellent. Elder Yame nodded with a smile. With that, Minghe took his leave. After departing Elder Yame's sanctuary, he continued his journey toward the North Sea, mindful of the goal he had not forgotten. Having nearly reached the boundary of the South Sea, Minghe opted to traverse the East Sea en route to the North Sea, as he had already scoured the East Sea previously. With his swift pace, he soon arrived at the North Sea. In contrast to the tranquil South Sea, the North Sea's atmosphere was tinged with a sharp chill, dotted with icebergs that accentuated its unique character. Minghe remained unfazed by this slight change in temperature, for as a Great Luo golden immortal, it was of little consequence to him. Not long into his exploration of the North Sea, Minghe sensed an inexplicable pull, a familiar force that signified a connection to a treasured artifact. Following this attraction, he arrived at a vast expanse of ocean, where, upon glancing around, he beheld nothing but water, devoid of any other presence. Minghe was aware that most treasures in the primordial world were concealed by innate formations, thus he felt no surprise. He took out the Hongmeng Liangtian and began to sense the location of the formations. With the Hongmeng Liangtian in hand, there were virtually no formations in the primordial realm that could elude his detection. His mastery of formations was steadily ascending, with the principles of formation closely paralleling those of his innate blood loss. With the aid of the Homage Liangtian, it didn't take long for Minghe to locate the formation. Without hesitation, he commenced the process of refining the formation. After several millennia of meticulous refinement, he finally completed the formation and was now able to seek the treasures within. As per his customary practice, he first collected all the peripheral treasures before advancing to the central area to acquire the true ultimate treasures. After a considerable effort, the periphery was thoroughly plundered by Minghe, reaching heights of 3 cubits. The river of Hades arrived at the central region, where a grand flag caught his eye. It bore a striking resemblance to the plain cloud realm flag and the earthly flame light flag, at least an 8-part likeness. Thus, even without having refined it, the river of Hades harbored a conjecture. As anticipated, after a brief refinement, the flag's name and function were revealed. It was none other than one of the innate 5 directions flags, the Northern Xin Yuan water control flag. A master of the waterway, unparalleled in defense. At this moment, the river of Hades had already gathered 3 of the innate 5 directions flags. Truly a testament to extraordinary fortune. If this continued, the unification of all 5 directions flags in one hand would not be far off. In later generations, there arose a legend within the vast wilderness that the gathering of the innate 5 directions flags could establish the grand array of the 5 elements, capable of rivaling the great array of the celestial stars or the 12 capitals of divine suppression. Chapter 76. The acquisition of Dao. What a fortuitous beginning. The river of Hades couldn't help but chuckle. Upon entering the Northern Sea, he had already acquired a supreme innate spiritual treasure, dispelling the slight frustration he had felt from his fruitless treasure hunt in the Southern Sea. With renewed vigor, the river of Hades continued his exploration of the Northern Sea, occasionally delving into the depths to investigate further. According to later accounts, there existed a mysterious tortoise in the Northern Sea that had once witnessed the formidable form of the Pangu father deity standing tall. From that moment, the young mind was indelibly marked by the majestic presence of the Pangu father deity. Driven by instinct, the tortoise incessantly absorbed spiritual energy, continually strengthening its physical form, aspiring to cultivate itself to a stature akin to that of the Pangu father deity. However, as its physical body grew continuously, the accumulation of primal essence became excessive, rendering it unable to take shape. When Luo repaired the heavens, the sage severed the tortoise's limbs, utilizing them for the restoration. Its corpse was carelessly discarded upon the northern Zhou continent. The tortoise's lingering resentment and bitterness before its demise tainted the entire northern Zhou continent, transforming it into a land of malevolent aura, where ordinary beings found it nearly impossible to survive amidst the pervasive ominousness. The river of Hades harbored a profound interest in this mystical tortoise. With his presence firmly established, the incident of Gonggong toppling Mount Zhou was unlikely to recur. Furthermore, with the world tree in proximity, the tortoise's utility diminished considerably. If the tortoise indeed bore witness to Pangu standing tall, even if its intellect had yet to awaken at that time, it was nonetheless a being born from chaos, possessing significant intrinsic value. Should he succeed in taking it as a disciple, the power of the blood sea of Hades would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Contemplating this, the river of Hades felt an even deeper anticipation for his visit to the Northern Sea. As the saying goes, the heart that plants flowers may find them reluctant to bloom, while the heart that casually inserts willows may find them thriving. Just as the river of Hades prepared to seek the shadow of the Northern Sea tortoise, he suddenly sensed a subtle force of attraction. Following this pull, he arrived before a formation which evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Although not entirely identical, it bore many resemblances to the formations beyond the 3 immortal islands of Palai and the Mount Yuanqiao. At that moment, the river of Hades experienced a moment of enlightenment. Perhaps the Dao he had been searching for lay in this very place. Without further hesitation, he summoned the primordial measuring ruler to begin refining the formation. After several millennia of effort, he finally succeeded in entering the formation. Before him unfolded a scene of verdant trees casting shade, with ethereal energy wafting through the air. Amidst the lush undergrowth, various creatures frolicked and played, a sight that brought great joy to the ancestral spirit of the river of Hades, further solidifying his belief that this was indeed Dao. As per his usual practice, he first gathered all valuable celestial materials and treasures from the periphery before venturing into the core area. In the heart of the spiritual island stood a magnificent pine tree, its layers of needles resembling a grand pagoda, aglow with 5-colored radiance. Beneath the tree lay a stone tablet inscribed with the words Dao, marking the very island he had longed for, the final peak of the 5 mountains of chaos. Observing this, the river of Hades approached to commence the process of refining. And upon completing the refinement of the restrictive stone tablet, he set forth on his journey. The river of Hades began to refine the colossal pine tree, gaining insights into its name and significance through the process. This magnificent tree was none other than the 5-needle pine, one of the top 10 extraordinary innate spiritual roots. Infused with the essence of the 5 primordial elements, its needles were exquisite materials for crafting a complete set of postnatal spiritual treasures. While the pine nuts could inspire profound understanding of the path of the 5 elements, the expedition to the northern sea proved to be truly worthwhile, as not only did it yield the island of Dao, but it also bestowed upon him a supreme innate spiritual root and an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Should he manage to draw the northern sea's mystical tortoise into the blood sea of Hades, it would be the crowning achievement. Subsequently, the river of Hades secured the island of Dao within the confines of the Pearl of Stability, with the elevation of his cultivation. The supreme innate spiritual treasures in his possession could now unleash even greater power, alleviating the need to carry the world tree at all times. He opted to leave the world tree in the blood god realm, allowing it to temporarily accumulate resources for that realm. Chapter 77, The Gathering of the 5 Directions Flags. After securing Dao, the river of Hades continued his search for the whereabouts of the mystical tortoise in the northern sea. To be frank, with the myriad of spiritual roots and treasures at his disposal, while he would still collect any he encountered, it was merely a fleeting desire for accumulation. The truly useful treasures had become few and far between. After wandering the northern sea for several millennia without discovering the mystical tortoise, he was left pondering whether it was fate that eluded him or if the creature was deliberately avoiding him. Thus, he resolved to cease his search, believing that if destiny allowed, they would eventually meet. Instead, he decided to take advantage of this tranquil period to explore other regions and gather more spiritual materials from the primordial wilderness. After all, the present age was vastly different from the dawn of creation. Even a humble weed today could be a precious herb in the future. Subsequently, the river of Hades journeyed along the coastline towards the Western Sea. In his recollections, he found little in the way of legends regarding the Western Sea, save for a faint memory of the Dragon King Arwen, the sole female Dragon King. This thought brought a chuckle to his lips. How long would it be until the reign of the Western Sea Dragon King? In his presence, even the most insignificant creature was inconsequential. He chose not to dwell on other matters, instead embracing a heart full of anticipation and curiosity as he embarked on his journey in the Western Sea. When he finally immersed himself in the vast expanse of the Western Sea, he was awestruck by the breathtaking beauty before him. The waters were strikingly clear and transparent, as if one could gaze straight to the ocean floor. The surface resembled a colossal, smooth mirror, tranquil and devoid of ripples, reflecting the fluffy white clouds and distant mountains, creating an exquisite natural tableau. Sunlight danced upon the water, sparkling like countless tiny diamonds embedded in the mirror, dazzling to behold and utterly captivating. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it the refreshing scent of the ocean, invigorating the spirit and leaving one entranced. Ah, what a truly splendid vista! The river of Hades smiled faintly, recognizing that such beauty could indeed uplift the soul and bring joy to the heart. However, in terms of fortune, the river of Hades felt somewhat disheartened. After traversing the Western Sea for 10,000 years, aside from the stunning scenery, he had only acquired one fine innate spiritual treasure, the Water Spirit Pearl, which was one of the 9 spirit pearls. He simply placed it alongside the Earth Spirit Pearl in his collection, paying it little further attention. As Minghe pondered, he couldn't help but wonder if he would ultimately gather all 9 spirit pearls. If that were indeed the case, it would prove somewhat beneficial to him. His other acquisitions consisted merely of rare treasures unique to the sea. After all, in the grand scheme of things, he would always manage to reap some rewards. Millennia later, Minghe prepared to depart from the Western Sea, lamenting the scarcity of treasures in such a breathtaking locale. With a sigh of resignation, he left the Western Sea and returned to the primordial continent. News from Blood God Sun reached him, revealing the discovery of 2 innate formations near the Eastern Sea, which they were unable to breach. Upon hearing this, Minghe recalled the 2 supreme treasures he had instructed them to seek many years prior. Could they finally have been located? Given his meager gains from the Western Sea, he hastened towards the Eastern Sea. Along his journey, he encountered an increasing number of beings, as the saying goes. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. The disputes along the way were numerous, especially as he passed through the Central Land. Unbeknownst to Minghe, he inadvertently stumbled into a primordial grand formation. Fortunately, over the years, his mastery of formations had advanced remarkably, and with the Homage measuring ruler in his possession, he ultimately managed to refine the formation without peril and entered its confines. After acquiring a trove of celestial materials, he emerged from the center of the formation with a banner, the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Banner, one of the primordial 5-element flags. Thus, Minghe had now obtained 4 of the 5-element flags, and regardless of the fate of the remaining Eastern Chilean precious color flag, He was confident that with these 4 banners, he could establish a connection to locate the last one. Indeed, as Minghe approached the eastern coastline, he encountered yet another primordial grand formation, from which he procured the final banner, the Eastern Chilean Precious Color Flag. With this, the 5 element flags were finally gathered in unison. Chapter 78, The Golden Treasure of the Fallen. Upon acquiring the Chilean Precious Color Flag, Minghe did not linger to study it extensively. He could always delve into its mysteries upon returning to the blood sea of the Netherworld. Comparatively, the treasures along the eastern coastline captivated him far more. Stowing away the Chilean Precious Color Flag, he summoned his escape light and continued his swift journey. After a century, he arrived at the foot of a mountain. Though it paled in comparison to the majestic Zhou mountain, it was nonetheless imposing and grand. The scenery atop the mountain was undeniably exquisite. However, Minghe had no inclination to admire it. He proceeded directly to the peak, where a blood god manifested and gestured towards the void before them. Minghe understood that there lay yet another primordial grand formation. The River of Oblivion did not hesitate. It took out the primordial measuring ruler and began to refine the formation. In merely a few hundred years, it successfully mastered the array. Upon entering the formation, it beheld 3 tea trees swaying in the breeze, alongside a circular coin adorned with wings, gently floating above the tea trees. Minghe immediately stepped forward, taking the coin to refine it. Initially, he believed that the Luo Bao coin should be an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure. However, upon refining it, he discovered that it was, in fact, an innate rare treasure. Its ability to attract wealth depended entirely on the virtue and fortune of its possessor. Should one lack sufficient virtue and fortune and attempt to use it forcefully, they would be ensnared by misfortune and meet a tragic end. In later times, Xiao Baoxiao perished because he used the Luo Bao coin to obtain the 24C stabilizing pearls of Zhao Gongming, ultimately leading to his demise. Conversely, if one possessed ample virtue and fortune, even an innate supreme treasure could be attracted. Minghe was not particularly concerned with the coin's ability to attract wealth. Rather, he was focused on another capability. It is well known that the path of trade, established since the dawn of sentient beings, was destined to thrive. The virtues and fortunes involved in this exchange were certainly not to be underestimated. At present, with the Homage Liangtian ruler and the Luo Bao coin in his possession, Minghe sought opportunities to establish standards for the Hongwang realm and to propagate trading norms. The virtues and fortunes that could be garnered from this endeavor were not something even Minghe could disregard. After stowing away the Luo Bao coin, Minghe turned his gaze toward the 3 tea trees. Following another round of refinement, he came to know their names and functions. All 3 tea trees were superior innate spiritual roots, known as the Da Hong Pao mother trees. Consuming their leaves would clear the mind and enhance perception, allowing one to enter a state of ethereal clarity, marking them as lower-tier spiritual roots for the path of enlightenment. As the river of the underworld expressed satisfaction and prepared to depart, it chanced upon 2 saplings of peach and willow trees nestled in the corner of the formation. Sensing their ordinary spiritual roots, it paused for a moment, then recollected itself, realizing that these must be the true forms of Chao Bao and Xiao Sheng. To be born in the blessed land of Wui Mountain and to possess innate treasures, such as the falling treasure gold. These 2 individuals have indeed been fortunate in their destinies. Had they not been misled by the burning lamp into a path of demise, they would not have found themselves inscribed on the divine list. Reflecting on their performance during the apotheosis, they initially entered with great flair, engaging in chess and posturing as sages. Yet, their only moment of brilliance was fleetingly captured when they seized 24C stabilizing pearls from Zhao Gongming, after which they vanished from sight, their names forever etched on the divine list. After a moment of contemplation, Minghe discerned that there was indeed a modicum of fortune associated with these 2 entities. Thus, he resolved to bestow upon them a fragment of opportunity, which would serve to resolve the karmic ties related to the acquisition of wealth, while also casually leaving behind a pawn on the board of fate. Consequently, he inscribed the universal technique he had previously imparted to the beings of the Blood Sea upon the mountainside. After all, the majority of those entities were spirits of flora. And even if they could not comprehend the intricacies of the technique, they could still grasp its essence and intuit its meaning. Subsequently, he retrieved a main branch from each of the 3 red robe mother trees, replanting them in their original positions. He dripped a single drop of the 3 light divine water onto one, and left behind 2 artifacts he had casually forged before exiting the formation with an elegant flourish. Chapter 79, Kontong Seal. After taking the wealth, Minghe, guided by the blood god child, arrived before a modest hill. This mountain appeared unremarkable, seemingly indistinguishable from other diminutive hills of the primordial chaos. Yet, a subtle disquietude stirred within Minghe, stemming from his current cultivation and mastery of formations. He astutely perceived that the hill before him was not as ordinary as it presented itself to be. Divine entities often cloak their true nature, and celestial realms possess their own methods of concealment. With that realization, Minghe summoned the primordial measurement ruler to begin his investigation. At first, the small hill showed no signs of response, as if it were indeed as it appeared. However, as Minghe continuously infused the ruler with his spiritual energy, he eventually uncovered a hint of anomaly. As the river of the underworld rejoiced, it followed the thread of anomaly, meticulously unraveling the intricacies of the grand primordial formation. After nearly a full lunar cycle, it successfully refined the array. It is worth noting that ever since the river of the underworld advanced in cultivation and acquired the primordial measuring ruler, it had not encountered any formation that demanded such extensive effort. Fortunately, through relentless endeavor, it ultimately succeeded in assimilating the formation and stepped within. Upon entering the array, the river of the underworld was momentarily taken aback, astonished to discover that the seemingly unremarkable mountain concealed such breathtaking landscapes, majestic and grand. This celestial mountain, thus far, was the most magnificent peak it had seen, second only to the Zhou mountain. The mountain was adorned with lush vegetation, and spiritual herbs and roots flourished abundantly, glimmering under the sunlight and exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. Auspicious vapors intertwined in the air like vibrant ribbons, crafting a stunning tableau. Witnessing the mountain's splendor only reinforced the river of the underworld's burgeoning suspicions. Whether these conjectures held true would soon be revealed upon further exploration. Adhering to previous protocols, it decided to meticulously scour the mountain, leaving behind seeds. After a flurry of activity, the once verdant celestial mountain appeared somewhat bare, having been stripped of its outer treasures. With the peripheral spiritual resources thoroughly gathered, the river of the underworld turned its gaze toward the central peak. There, halfway up the mountain, it discovered a cave. At the heart of the cave lay a stone platform, encircled by what appeared to be 9 dragons, all vigilantly guarding a grand seal that hovered above the platform. The river of the underworld approached and grasped the seal, only to frown slightly upon sensing its ordinary nature. To its perception, the grand seal was unremarkable, a mere slab of stone devoid of any extraordinary attributes. Unfazed by skepticism, the river of the underworld began to channel its magical energy into the seal, only to find it surprisingly easy to refine. Indeed, it was the long-sought Kongtong seal, yet at this moment, it bore no resemblance to the legendary accounts of the future, where 9 dragons spiraled around it, intricately inscribed with the sacred visages of the 5 directions. Currently, the Kongtong seal appeared unremarkable, with only a primordial restriction indicating its status among the innate treasures. However, upon meticulous examination, the river of the underworld discerned a hint of its extraordinary nature. The Kongtong seal belonged to the realm of primordial treasures, and its restriction could automatically augment under specific conditions. Ultimately, the magnitude of its power would be determined by the auspicious fortunes of the lineage capable of enhancing it. The river of Hades also comprehended in an instant. Nowadays, not to mention the emergence of the human race, even Yuhua, the creator of humanity, is still in the process of gestation. Therefore, this supreme treasure that suppresses the fate of humanity naturally finds itself without purpose. The divine artifact remains hidden, awaiting its destined moment to manifest. Upon discovering this information, Minghe remained undeterred. He had long been prepared for such eventualities, and his quest for the Kongtong seal was a proactive measure to establish a foothold, shielding himself from future trivialities that might allow others to seize opportunities. Chapter 80. The Celestial Lantern. The significance of the Kongtong seal within the human realm is virtually irreplaceable. Possessing the Kongtong seal grants one dominion over a third of humanity's fortune and the authority to elevate or depose emperors. In later generations, the revered Ta Ching Laozi wielded the Kongtong seal, establishing the teachings of humanity. Despite his apparent indifference to human affairs, he manipulated events while steadfastly maintaining control over humanity's destiny. With the ancestral treasure held by others, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were relegated to a state of perpetual confinement within the Fire Cloud Cave, suppressing the fortunes of humanity. Although they were hailed as emperors, they remained prisoners in essence. Minghe, who once hailed from the human lineage, was unwilling to see humanity manipulated by the deities, ultimately reduced to mere vessels of faith. He recognized the necessity of the Kongtong seal for the emergence of humanity and the equilibrium of the 3 paths in the primordial chaos. Furthermore, the possession of the Kongtong seal by Minghe would undoubtedly bode well for the yet-to-emerge human race. as the matters concerning humanity were still in their infancy. There was no urgency to devise plans at this moment. After securing the Kongtong seal, Minghe turned his gaze toward a stone platform. Through his perception, he discerned that this platform was no ordinary stone. Upon excavation, it emanated a brass-like radiance, suggesting it was an exceptional material for forging. Instantly, Minghe comprehended that this must be the legendary copper of Shoshan. According to lore, during the hunt for the deer, the Yellow Emperor's weapon faltered against Chiyo's tiger blade. The sage procured Shoshan copper to forge the Xianyuan sword for the Yellow Emperor, aiding him in vanquishing Chiyo. Now, witnessing the Shoshan copper firsthand, Minghe could feel its extraordinary nature. It was said that Shoshan was transformed from the head of the primordial god Pangu, designated as the birthplace of humanity by the Father God. Indeed, this notion held considerable merit. After collecting 2/3 of the Shoshan copper and leaving 1/3 for a destined individual, Minghe continued his ascent toward the mountain's peak. He believed that, given Shoshan's stature, it was improbable that it had only nurtured the Kongtong seal as its sole treasure. Otherwise, Ta-Ching Laozi would not have chosen Shoshan as his place of cultivation. Among the three purities, Ta-Ching Laozi's cultivation was always the most formidable. And Minghe surmised that Shoshan must have played an indispensable role. Upon thorough exploration, he indeed discovered an array at the mountain's summit. Utilizing the Hongming Liangtian ruler for a process of refinement, it took him a millennium to finally penetrate the array, revealing a small pond within. From the depths of the Nether River, a familiar aura reminiscent of Pangu enveloped him, akin to the Pangu essence bestowed by the Zhou mountain long ago. However, this essence diverged from the sanguine nature of Pangu's blood marrow, leaning instead toward the ethereal realm of the primordial spirit. The river of Hades faintly harbored a conjecture. This place was transformed from the cranium of the Father God. If that were the case, then the essence within this pool must be the spiritual artifact born from Pangu's cerebral fluid. Contemplating this notion, the river of Hades could not help but feel a surge of excitement. For if it were indeed true, it would undoubtedly facilitate a profound metamorphosis. Not in haste to verify, for treasures are best savored in due time, the river of Hades turned its gaze toward a palace lantern suspended above the small pond. Upon retrieving it for refinement, it was revealed that this lantern was none other than the celestial lamp, one of the triad of lamps representing heaven, earth, and humanity. In later generations, due to its placement by the revered Laozi outside the Eight Scenery Palace, it was also known as the Eight Scenery Lantern. It contained the celestial purple fire, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The other two lamps were the earth lamp, the jade void glass lamp, which housed the ancient fire of myriad spirits, ultimately falling into the hands of the primordial supreme being, and the final human lamp, the spirit coffin lamp, imbued with the ghostly flames of the underworld, a companion spiritual treasure to the lamp of enlightenment. Recalling the origins of these three lamps, the river of Hades was reminded of the path of severing the three corpses pioneered by the venerable Hongjun. Apart from Hongjun himself, no one had truly achieved the unity of the three corpses. Many speculated that this was due to the severing treasures not being of the same origin. Should an opportunity arise in the future, one must endeavor to locate the other two lamps. Though they may not be of personal use, they could be bestowed upon others. For under the celestial laws, the path of severing the three corpses remains an easier path to cultivate. Chapter 81. On the possibility of uniting the three corpses. In the realm of the Underworld River, the potential to aid in the unification of the three corpses lies within a select few primordial treasures, of which the most formidable are the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the chaotic bell, three supreme artifacts of creation. Should one manage to gather these relics, their prowess in severing the corporeal form could potentially rival the very essence of the Heavenly Dao itself. The second option resides in the Lotus platform he possesses. If he were to unite the three varieties of the chaotic blue lotus seeds to forge a Lotus platform, it too could facilitate the merging of the three corpses. Additionally, the Lotus platforms cultivated within his Lotus pond may yield lesser forms of this unification. The third possibility involves the 36 sea-stabilizing pearls he holds. Grouped in sets of 12, upon severing the corpses and subsequently merging them, it is conceivable that they might harness a fragment of the power of worldly enlightenment. This is indeed one of the treasures most esteemed by the Underworld River. The fourth treasure is the tri-lamps of heaven, earth, and man. Three exquisite innate spiritual artifacts capable of severing the corpses. Each possesses distinct abilities through their unique flames, and their combination may give rise to a supreme entity. The fifth, a triad of divine scriptures, the heavenly book of the divine list, the earthly book of the maternal veil, and the human book of life and death, along with the book of fates, are all sacred artifacts of the divine path. Utilizing them to sever the corpses may grant dominion over the celestial order after their unification. The sixth consists of 3 exquisite innate treasures birthed from the 24 grades of primordial transformation, the dragon-formed staff, the 3 treasures Rui, and the green raft sword. If the 3 pure ones are not driven by ulterior motives, success is highly probable. Furthermore, the primordial jade disc wielded by the venerable Hongjun, originally a singular entity, circumvents the challenge of merging the 3 corpses altogether, a feat achievable solely by such a primordial artifact. Lastly, there exists a rather cunning method from the West involving the condensation of relics, which, disregarding combat strength and future implications, may also facilitate the unification of the 3 corpses. Moreover, there are specific methods accessible solely to certain beings. For instance, the 3 pure ones could potentially unify the primordial sources of Taiji, Yuqing, and Shanqing, enabling the merging of the 3 corpses. The Taiji Laozi could embody this method. Otherwise, how could only he transform the 3 pure ones into a singular essence, while Yuqing and Shanqing remain incapable? Additionally, the subsequent rift among the 3 pure ones, with Taiji, the eldest, remaining inactive, underscores this notion. Among the 3,000 demonic deities, the chaotic demon ape, born from a division of primordial essence, gives rise to the 4 monkeys of the world: crimson buttock horse monkey, luminous stone monkey, long-armed monkey, and 6-eared macaque, whether through mutual consumption or slaying. Utilizing their primordial essence to sever the corpses and subsequently unite them could very well lead to the attainment of the Great Luo golden immortal status. Beyond these methods, the Underworld River finds little else to contemplate regarding the path of severing the 3 corpses for enlightenment, as the prerequisites are exceedingly stringent. Consequently, most inhabitants of the primordial realm find themselves incapable of achieving enlightenment through corpse severance. Even the later 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao primarily attained their saintly might through corpse severance, followed by the accumulation of great merit. Thus, within the primordial realm, while they wield saintly power, beyond its confines, they merely stand as peak quasi-saints. In light of future plans, the Underworld River is intent on gathering these spiritual treasures. After all, even if not utilized for severing the 3 corpses, their intrinsic value as exquisite innate treasures warrants collection. At this moment, the Underworld River recalls the innate treasure in his possession, the Qian Kuan Ding, which can reverse the postnatal into the prenatal. One wonders if it might be possible to refine primordial treasures of the same origin using the Qian Kuan Ding. If so, upon taking disciples in the future, they could be guided along the path of severing the 3 corpses. Given that the emergence of the Heavenly Dao has obscured the laws, the difficulty of attaining enlightenment through these laws has surged, rendering success nearly impossible. Chapter 82. Mid-Great Luo, Affection of Heaven and Earth after stowing away the heavenly lamps. The Underworld River shifted his gaze towards the water pool, where an instinctual yearning emanated from the depths of his primordial spirit, urging him to hasten the process of refining it. As Minghe surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing else of significance, he retrieved the 24-grade fiery red lotus and the primordial measuring ruler, placing them aside to safeguard himself. The intrinsic essence of these innate treasures was sufficient to automatically protect their master. Without further hesitation, he stepped into the pool, closing his eyes to commence his alchemical refinement. In the blink of an eye, the span of a yuan meeting had elapsed. The once small pool had now dried up completely. The fluctuations of Minghe's aura were incessant, and amidst the ethereal silence, a resonant voice seemed to echo. At that moment, Minghe's aura surged dramatically. He ascended to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, achieving a state of completion in the middle phase, and was on the verge of breaking through to the latter stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal before gradually calming down. At this juncture, Minghe's aura radiated with a harmonious roundness, as if he had merged with the very essence of the universe. Without the need for the naked eye, one would find it nearly impossible to discern his presence. The river of the underworld slowly opened its eyes, and a fleeting brilliance flickered within them. At that moment, the river felt as if the entire universe was rejoicing in exuberance. The connection with the cosmos had never felt so vivid. Everything in the world seemed to grant him unprecedented access, and his comprehension of the Dao accelerated dramatically, as if he were the progeny of this realm, the true heir of its bloodline. Having first merged with the essence of Pangu and then the wisdom of Pangu, along with the baptism of the will of the surrounding mountains, he had indeed become the favored child of destiny in this realm. Minghe silently assessed his own condition and smiled with satisfaction. His pace of cultivation had increased exponentially compared to before. Previously, he was engaged in solitary hardship. But now it felt as though the very heavens and earth were propelling him forward. This realization further solidified his resolve to protect the primordial wilderness. However, with such advantages come inherent disadvantages. The benefits he reaped also meant that when the Heavenly Dao emerged, he would be the first to be scrutinized. The Heavenly Dao had long sought to eradicate every trace left by the primordial father Pangu within the wilderness. The calamity of the Dragon Han era had already ensnared the three clans, Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, derived from Pangu's remains, binding them with karma that led to their tragic demise. During the Wu Yao calamity, a strand of primordial purple energy ensnared the three purities, binding them to the chariot of the Heavenly Dao, while the essence of Red Cloud, born from Pangu's breath and vital blood, met a similarly grim fate. The two golden crows birthed from Pangu's eyes and the resentment generated by the bloodline of the Witch clan were also manipulated, leading to endless strife until the Grand Witch of Earth transformed into reincarnation. Only then, when the strength of the Witch clan and the Demon clan reached an equilibrium, did they engage in a cataclysmic battle that resulted in mutual destruction, leaving behind the last Grand Witch, who was tragically misled to collide with the Zhou mountain. Considering the respect the Grand Witch held for Pangu, she would rather perish than desecrate Pangu's legacy. Even the three purities, despite attaining the status of saints within the Heavenly Dao, failed to fully assuage its concerns. After the canonization calamity, the Supreme Clarity was imprisoned within the Purple Cloud Palace, and the Jade Clarity, Yuan Shi, and the Grand Clarity S. Laozi consumed the elixir of fallen saints, vanishing from the primordial wilderness. Their teachings also faded into obscurity. Consequently, the Heavenly Dao ultimately calculated the downfall of all beings connected to Pangu, assimilating both the earthly and human paths under its dominion. Typically, a single calamity would lead to the demise of countless beings, allowing the essence to return to the cosmos, presenting an opportunity for ascension. However, under the unilateral dominance of the Heavenly Dao, the primordial wilderness experienced the opposite. With each calamity, the essence of the wilderness continuously depleted, leading to a degradation from a half-step eternal realm to the final age of lawlessness. In this series of manipulations, the Heavenly Dao perhaps gained immense advantages, ultimately transcending the confines of rules during the age of lawlessness, resulting in a significant loss of the forces of law within the cosmos. World hierarchy, ephemeral world. Sands of time world, minor world, medium world, major world, small thousand worlds, medium thousand worlds, great thousand worlds, primordial world, eternal world. Chapter 83. Return to the Blood Sea. Regarding the impending scrutiny from the Heavenly Dao, Minghe acknowledged the pressure. However, compared to his initial arrival in the primordial wilderness, where he was a mere variable constantly fearing elimination by the Heavenly Dao, he now bore the blessings of the primordial father Pangu, significantly enhancing the essence of his bloodline and primordial spirit. He was nearly certain that before the Heavenly Dao fully governed the wilderness, he could transcend to the realm of Hongjun Daoyujingxian. With the protection of the merits from the Great Dao, he would remain vigilant against the machinations of the Heavenly Dao, as long as it did not directly engage him. Having digested his recent gains, Minghe pondered and set up several formations atop Shoshan. He summoned a few botanical spirits from the compendium of herbs, instructing them to tend to Shoshan daily before activating his escape light to return to the Blood Sea. He had suddenly conceived some notions regarding this blessed realm, which he intended to validate in the future. Reflecting on the Blood Sea, Minghe felt an overwhelming urge to return home. Having been away for so long, his recent harvest was not insignificant. He felt an urgent need to return to the Blood Sea to thoroughly process his gains and advance some of his plans. As Minghe traversed through the skies, millennia passed swiftly. Although he remained focused on his journey, his perception as a Daoyujingxian allowed him to notice many changes along the way. As he approached the midpoint of the 7th era, the population of beings in the cosmos had increased significantly. The myriad races of the primordial wilderness were no longer mere concepts. The current wilderness was teeming with a diverse array of extraordinary beings, transcending the simplistic notion of myriad races. Due to the abundant innate spiritual energy within the wilderness, all beings instinctively yearned for cultivation. However, not every being possessed a suitable method for cultivation. Despite the adage that Daoyujingxians were abundant and golden immortals were as common as dogs, it was evident that regardless of the era, the lower echelons were numerous, and for most beings, the golden immortal status remained an aspirational yet elusive existence. Countless beings relentlessly sought a worthy cultivation method, yet many met with failure. Throughout his journey, Minghe had witnessed numerous life and death battles sparked by the pursuit of cultivation opportunities, instilling within him a sense of urgency. Once the matters concerning the Blood Sea were resolved, he would need to commence preparations. Suppressing his thoughts, Minghe stepped into the Blood Sea, which erupted with jubilant cheers. He smiled softly, akin to a wayward child returning home. In a fleeting moment, less than an epic span, the second layer of the Blood Sea has already taken shape. It is noteworthy that in the present primordial world, the inhabitants are predominantly long-lived beings, and there are no significant calamities to contend with. This indicates that the strife within the primordial realm has never truly abated. Within the 30,000 spirit-infused banners, true spirits abound, which momentarily weighs heavily upon the heart of the river of Hades, previously filled with joy. Shaking his head, he reflects on the saying of later generations, wherever there are people, there exists a world of strife. In contemporary terms, this translates to, wherever there are sentient beings, conflict is inevitable. Unless one achieves the state of emptiness as posited by certain teachings, devoid of all desires, one becomes nothing more than a mere shell of existence. Ironically, those who propagate such ideals are often the most avaricious. Regarding the current conflicts in the primordial realm, the river of Hades feels neither the inclination nor the obligation to intervene. This phase is one of the birth of myriad races and the flourishing of diverse talents. For the lower beings, he can only offer a glimmer of hope in their paths. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the lower echelons will invariably persist, relying solely on their own endeavors to seize opportunities for transformation. Subsequently, the river of Hades summoned the blood god's progeny to ascertain the progress of previously assigned tasks. He learned that they were nearing completion. Within a span of 1,000 or 800 years, the tasks would be finalized. The river of Hades nodded slightly, appreciating the efficiency of this development. Chapter 84. A surprising Lotus platform having reflected on the struggles of sentient beings. The river of Hades entered the realm of the blood god, immersing himself in the rich aura of creation that permeated the space. He felt a profound sense of joy enveloping both body and spirit. A smile unconsciously graced his lips as he leisurely admired this world, crafted by his own hands, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Although the realm of the blood god still bore the status of a minor world, its vital energies were evidently on the cusp of ascending to a medium world. Moreover, the abundance of spiritual energy and the flickering essence of creation did not impose the same limitations on its inhabitants as those found in other lesser worlds. While it harmonized with the primordial essence, the Blood Sea existed as a realm unto itself. It was akin to the primordial essence in the future demon realm. Yet it was established during the period before the heavenly laws were unveiled, further complicated by the chaotic fragments of the Chaos Spirit Island, granting it a level of freedom far surpassing that of the demon realm. As he continued to admire the scenery within the realm of the blood god, observing the beings engaged in joyous play and cultivation, everything appeared so natural and harmonious. Anyone witnessing such a scene would find it hard to believe that this was indeed the infamous Blood Sea, known for its filth. With a faint smile, Minghe stepped into the central area, revealing a magnificent lotus pond adorned with azure, crimson, and white lotuses, their hues spreading across the surface like a delicate tapestry, suffused with the aura of creation, while the water shimmered with rippling reflections. At the pond's edge, 3 exquisite innate spiritual roots encircled the towering world tree at the center, creating a scene of perfect harmony. Observing this picturesque vista, Minghe felt a profound sense of satisfaction. All of this was his own handiwork. As he stepped into the pond, Minghe paused, startled to discover that in the center of the pond, which had previously only housed 4 12th grade pure world white lotuses, 3 additional 12th grade creation azure lotuses and 4 12th grade karmic fire red lotuses had emerged during his absence. This unexpected revelation took Minghe by surprise. For 12th grade lotus platforms were exceedingly rare. History had already borne witness to this, as only 3 complete 12th grade lotus platforms had manifested in the later ages: the Xian Shui black lotus, the Merit golden lotus, and the karmic fire red lotus. Yet now, within Minghe's lotus pond, there existed 11, aside from the fortuitous 4 12th grade white lotuses and the lotus seed that encompassed 24 grade creation azure lotuses. How had the others come to be? Even Minghe found this occurrence surreal. At that moment, a beam of light shot from one of the 12th grade creation azure lotuses towards Minghe, conveying a message that elucidated the situation before him. If the current primordial world operated under the dominion of the Heavenly Dao, such a phenomenon would certainly not manifest. However, since the Great Dao now reigned supreme and was characterized by its impartiality. The progenitors of the karmic fire Red Lotus and the creation Azure Lotus had attained the level of 24 grade Lotus platforms, leading to a less stringent oversight beneath them. Yet, only 4 12th grade Lotus platforms were permitted to flourish, unless one was to perish or venture beyond the purview of the Great Dao. Otherwise, no further 12th grade Lotus platforms would arise. Additionally, unless the progenitor ceased to exist, the upper limit of these Lotus platforms would remain eternally at the 12th grade level. Minghe's Lotus Pond gathered the most superior divine soil and divine water currently present in the primordial realm, nourished continuously by a rich aura of creation. After Minghe established the blood god realm, the world's essence from that realm coalesced within this Lotus Pond. With such abundant creation surrounding him, and guided by the 4 12th grade pure world white lotuses, the merging of the 3 Lotus platform essences gave rise to a spectacular scene of collective ascendance. Receiving this information, Minghe, though still somewhat incredulous, embraced this fortuitous creation, recognizing it as a moment worthy of celebration. As for why there were only 3 creation Azure Lotuses, Minghe understood that the final 12th grade Lotus platform would likely emerge from the seed left by the Pangu father god for the ancestral witches. However, it was uncertain whether it would still be a creation Azure Lotus. It was believed that only at that time would the last 12th grade creation Azure Lotus potentially come into being. Chapter 85. The innate 5 elements and the 5 directions. Great formation. After this unexpected windfall brought him great joy, Minghe's spirits lifted considerably. He promptly retrieved the 24 pure world white lotuses and the 24 grade karmic fire red lotuses, placing them into the pond to allow them to engage in spiritual communion with the Lotus platforms. After admiring the Lotus pond for a while, Minghe turned his attention away and walked directly to the Wu Dao tea tree. With a wave of his hand, he released 3 Da Hong Pao mother plants, planting them in front of the Wu Dao tea tree. Instantly, the 3 Da Hong Pao mother plants swayed their leaves in delight, while the Wu Dao tea tree emitted a gentle aura, merging its essence with that of the 3 Da Hong Pao mother plants. The river of the underworld sat directly beneath the 4 tea trees, brewing a cup of enlightenment tea. After taking a sip, he withdrew the complete set of the primordial 5 directions flags, balancing the creation jade disc atop his head to assist in his understanding. It was said that when the primordial 5 directions flags converged, they could establish the formidable primordial 5 elements grand formation, rivaling the 4 great primordial divine arrays, the sword array of extermination, the 12 capital heavenly god array, the 10,000 immortals array, and the Zhou Tian star array. Today, the river of the underworld intended to witness the might of the primordial 5 elements grand formation. In the vast wilderness, most beings could utilize the 5 elements spiritual materials to arrange various formations, each varying in rank according to the materials employed. Although the 5 elements grand formation appeared to have a low threshold, the ceaseless circulation of the 5 energies made it exceedingly difficult to dismantle, even for those adept in its deployment. The primordial 5 directions flags, however, contained a profound understanding of the 5 elements grand formation, transcending the simplicity of mere 5-element arrays. The heavens embraced the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while the earth embodies the 5 cardinal directions: east, south, west, north, and center. Once the formation was laid out, it encompassed the 5 directions internally and the 5 elements externally. The harmonious integration of the internal and external realms created a seamless unity, wherein the 5 elements intermingled, generating a cycle of creation and destruction. Within this formation, the balance of yin and yang was inverted, blurring the distinctions of direction. Externally, the flow of the 5 elements manifested an unbroken cycle of the Great Dao, rendering even the sages powerless against its defenses. It was both the strongest protective formation in the 3 realms and a means to gradually sap the willpower of those within, extinguishing their innate powers and returning them to their primordial state. After a cycle of a yuan meeting, the river of the underworld fully refined the primordial 5 directions flags. Familiarizing himself with each restriction, he then comprehended the formation's intricacies, combining them with the creation jade disc, ultimately achieving a complete understanding of the primordial 5 elements grand formation. Gradually opening his eyes after a prolonged meditation, 2 beams of brilliance flickered within them. After a moment of contemplation, the river of the underworld waved his hand to retrieve 5 branches from the world tree, along with the 5 spiritual branches of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth from the 5 pine tree, as well as a plethora of 5-element spiritual materials accumulated over the years. He produced the Qian Kuan cauldron and summoned the southern brightly fire to begin forging a spiritual treasure. After millennia of refinement, he infused the 5 spiritual branches from the 5-pine tree and a significant quantity of 5 elements materials into the 5 trunks of the world tree. He then extracted a portion of the original essence from the primordial 5 directions flags and merged it into these 5 trunks, placing the flags into a lotus pool for nurturing and restoration. All the spiritual treasure restrictions gleaned from the primordial 5 directions flags were subsequently integrated into these 5 trunks. Gradually, these trunks began to take on the form of flags, temporarily resting within the Qian Kuan cauldron for nurturing. He also released the Dao, retrieved from the northern sea, and arranged it alongside the 4 other celestial mountains formed from chaos fragments at the cardinal points of the blood god realm, utilizing the heavenly power of the blood god realm to fully integrate them into its fabric. Following this, he summoned the replicas of the primordial 5 directions flags, employing the heavenly power of the blood god realm to align them according to the positions of the primordial 5 elements grand formation, embedding them within the 5 celestial mountains formed from chaos fragments. With a thunderous roar as the replicas of the primordial 5 directions flags merged into the 5 celestial mountains, the heavenly power of the blood god realm was activated, igniting the primordial 5 elements grand formation. As the formation was set into motion, the blood god realm reverberated with sound, drawing vast quantities of chaotic energy through the eye of the blood sea, which was subsequently refined into pure primordial spiritual energy circulating within the blood god realm. The source power of the blood god realm, bolstered by the assistance of the primordial 5 elements grand formation, continuously increased, commencing its ascent towards the middle 1,000 worlds. Observing this, the river of the underworld summoned the 4 maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhu, and 108 blood sea envoys, offering each a cup of enlightenment tea to witness the fluctuations of the laws generated during the realm's ascension. Other beings of the blood sea, however, were left to their own devices, as some lacked the requisite opportunities and cultivation to comprehend the unfolding events. With a wave of his hand, he cast 36 stabilizing sea pearls into the world tree, ensuring stability while nourishing the pearls with the power of the world, transforming the celestial powers within into the essence of the world to enhance its source. The blood god realm continued to rumble, with its edges extending into the void, as surging chaotic spiritual power filled the emptiness, subsequently transformed into newly birthed primordial spiritual energy by the 5 elements grand formation, causing the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind to surge within the realm. As the river of the underworld observed the tumultuous forces of earth, fire, water, and wind unleashed by the ascension of the world, it could not help but furrow its brow at the devastation inflicted upon numerous spiritual entities. Subsequently, it extracted the banana tree and cast it into the swirling elements, aiming to pacify the raging powers while simultaneously enabling the tree to accumulate a more profound essence. With the nurturing of the banana tree, the chaotic forces of earth, fire, water, and wind began to stabilize. An endless surge of energy erupted from the depths of the earth, enveloping the sky in a resplendent glow, while the tumultuous spiritual energy surged forth like a deluge, engulfing every corner of the realm. The once tranquil mountains and rivers instantly became agitated, with trees growing wildly, their branches swaying and releasing an intense aura of spirituality. The waves of rivers, lakes, and seas churned violently, crashing against the shores and creating layers of mist, within which the spiritual essence transformed into delicate wisps of white vapor ascending into the air. Even the hidden minerals and gemstones beneath the ground radiated brilliant light at this moment, their emitted spiritual energy intertwining with the surrounding environment, crafting a dreamlike spectacle. At the center of the world, the river of the underworld served as the blood god realm's divine fruit tree, the soul treasure tree, and the void treasure tree, embodying the trinity of creation. It fervently refined the gentle chaotic energy transformed by the world tree, saturating the realm. In the central lotus pond, a supreme innate spiritual treasure-grade lotus emerged, guided by 2 24-petaled lotus platforms, dispersing throughout the world to stabilize the somewhat unstable heavens and earth due to the world's ascension. In an instant, the blood god realm, having already reached the pinnacle of the small 1,000 worlds and accumulated nearly an epic's worth of power, broke free from the constraints of the small 1,000 world, ascending into the middle 1,000 world. Yet, this process did not cease. With the enhancement of numerous precious treasures, the innate 5 elements and 5 directions formation operated with fervor, drawing vast amounts of chaotic spiritual energy into the blood god realm. This energy was then decomposed and transformed by the numerous treasures, based upon the innate 5 elements and 5 directions formation, into the purest innate spiritual energy, reinforcing the foundation of the blood god realm. As an abundance of refined spiritual energy flooded in, the 5 celestial mountains, formed from chaotic fragments, gradually transformed into the 5 elemental source continents. The 5 elements' powers circulated endlessly within, each entity intertwined with the other. Under the influence of the blood god realm's heavenly path incarnation, they merged into the 5 directions of heaven and earth, the primordial ancestral veins within the wilderness. Under such a tremendous influx of spiritual energy, experienced a complete restoration. Empowered by the blood god realm's heavenly path force, these veins morphed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, connecting the 5 continents. The essence of the blood god realm continuously blended with the original continents. And as the primordial ancestral veins submerged into the depths of the blood god realm, the 5 celestial mountains vanished entirely, fully integrating into the realm. Chapter 87. Cultivation and Enhancement of Laws. Following the complete integration of the 5 celestial mountains formed from chaotic fragments into the blood god realm, the realm's essence experienced a dramatic surge. Just having ascended to the middle thousand world, the blood god realm immediately exhibited signs of breaking through to the great thousand world. Had it not been for the direct connection between the blood god realm and the wilderness, with their rules and harmony, the essence of beings in the blood god realm being no different from those in the wilderness, it would likely have resulted in numerous beings being unable to withstand the violent surge of essence, leading to genetic collapse. This phenomenon is akin to certain smaller worlds suddenly reviving spiritual energy, where many who cannot endure would transform into the undead. Witnessing the unfolding scene, the river of the underworld did not hesitate to decide to further empower the blood god realm, aiding its breakthrough to the great thousand world and accumulating experience for the future. In the depths of the nether river, the cosmic jade disk was extracted and entrusted to the avatar of the Heavenly Dao within the blood god realm. This avatar utilized the 10 complete principles of the Dao contained within the disk to temporarily construct a flawed wheel of the Heavenly Dao. Subsequently, the nether river awakened 3,000 incarnations of the chaotic demons, who, without further ado, sat cross-legged. Waves of comprehension regarding their corresponding Dao principles surged into the imperfect Heavenly Dao wheel. Although these 3,000 Dao principles were not yet fully grasped, this influx of energy allowed a phantom wheel of the Heavenly Dao to take shape, dominated by the principle of blood, with the other 9 complete principles serving as support, while the 3,000 incomplete principles collectively safeguarded it. Once the wheel of the Heavenly Dao in the blood god realm had formed, the tumultuous primordial spiritual energy stabilized, integrating into the fabric of the world under the wheel's regulation, thus remedying the final shortcomings in ascending to the great thousand world. Henceforth, the blood god realm embarked upon a methodical advancement process. Within the vastness of the primordial chaos, countless worlds exist, in a single stone or grain of sand. One might find an infinitesimal world or a fleeting existence. In areas rich in spiritual energy, various small worlds lie hidden in the void, while renowned mountains and rivers essentially harbor miniature thousand worlds, and even medium thousand worlds. Among the most renowned in the primordial realm are the 36 blessed lands, which have reached the level of medium thousand worlds. However, the great thousand world has yet to be conceived in the current primordial chaos. In the future, it is anticipated that the demon ancestor Luo hosts transformation into the heavenly demon realm, alongside the 36 heavens formed after the fall of the 3 heavens. And the underworld that accommodates reincarnation post the creation by the Earth Mother will also embody the great thousand world. Collecting his thoughts, the nether river diligently observed the ascension of the blood god realm. Under the impetus of the wheel of the Heavenly Dao, the power of the principles within the cosmic jade disk was fully unleashed, cutting through the heavens and the earth. Such a direct opportunity to observe the principles was rare, and the nether river could not afford to miss it, as he sought to inspire the blood god and envelop figures such as Minghe, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou, assisting them in their path of enlightenment. The underworld directly seated itself upon the wisdom tea tree, commencing the validation of its own principles. In the blink of an eye, A Yuan meeting's duration had elapsed, and the elevation of the world approached its conclusion. The wheel of heaven's Dao gradually faded into the blood god realm, while the laws themselves slipped into the void. Awakening from the depths of the river of Hades, a sense of profound loss washed over him. This rare opportunity bestowed upon him a significant breakthrough. His physical form and cultivation ascended to the advanced stage of Luo Jinstian, bolstered by the abundant influx of spiritual energy from the world. Had he not restrained himself with unwavering determination, he would have effortlessly transcended to the pinnacle of Luo Jinstian. However, he felt that the time for such a leap had yet to arrive. Hence he chose to maintain his restraint. In contrast to the breakthrough in the power of the laws, the advancements in his physical form and cultivation seemed trivial. With the aid of the manifestation of the laws, his primary focus on the blood law surged to an impressive 91%. Reaching 90% in the laws signifies that every increment of progress poses a challenge comparable to the cumulative difficulty of achieving 90% previously. Nevertheless, this advancement afforded him a significant saving of time, equivalent to several decades of effort. Moreover, the other 9 complete laws contained within the creation jade disc also showed remarkable progress. The 3 commonly utilized laws concerning elixirs and formations reached 85%, while the soul law, avatar law, and creation law achieved 70%. The remaining laws also experienced various degrees of enhancement. After reflecting upon his own acquisitions, he turned his gaze towards Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou. At that moment, the 4 women had coalesced their energies, each forming the Dao fruit of Tai Yi Jin Xian. Fully primed and on the verge of breaking through to Luo Jinstian, the cultivation of the remaining 108 Blood Sea envoys had also ascended to the mid-stage of Tai Yi Jin Xian. Observing his entourage, he could not help but feel a swell of emotion, recognizing that he had indeed rewritten their fates, offering them a brighter future. For instance, the 4 women, who originally possessed innate spiritual roots, faced formidable challenges in achieving transformation. Given their inferior innate qualities, even if they managed to transform, reaching Luo would have been the pinnacle of their potential. However, through his multiple efforts to assist them, they harnessed the power of Dao merit to elevate their status to that of superior innate spiritual roots. Coupled with the overwhelming fortune within the Blood Sea, they emerged as his chief stewards, enjoying the most abundant fortunes after him, which facilitated their rapid advancement in cultivation. It was reasonable to assert that attaining the status of Hunyuan Jin Xian was virtually assured, with prospects of reaching Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian as well. The remaining 108 Blood Sea envoys experienced similar fortunes, benefiting from the auspicious energies of the Blood Sea, second only to him and the 4 women. Furthermore, the innate qualities of most of these individuals surpassed those of Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou at their inception, with the blood god realm advancing into the grand thousand world. The fortuitous energies of the entire realm empowered those following him, promising a remarkably bright future. There was even a possibility that among these 108 Blood Sea envoys, a few might become Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian, should their fortunes align favorably. The ascension of the blood god realm to the grand thousand world was not merely an opportunity for him to comprehend the essence of this transition. In the present era, while the Heavenly Dao remained unmanifested, the blood god realm, as a subordinate domain of the Primordial, had preemptively coalesced the Heavenly Dao wheel. Although it could not seize the authority of the Heavenly Dao, it enabled him and his 3,000 Chaos Demon avatars to grasp the functions of the Heavenly Dao wheel, thereby facilitating their understanding of the laws before entrusting the Hunyuan Dao fruit to the Grand River of the Dao. The 3,000 Chaos Demon avatars also experienced rapid enhancement through this process. At present, the Lord of the River of the Underworld needs only to diligently accumulate his magical power and refine his physical form, elevating both his corporeal and spiritual states. His recent insights into the ascension of the world have propelled his realm to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level, indicating that beneath the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, he faces no further bottlenecks. In preparation for his future path, he has established the Heavenly Dao will during this world ascension, with the essence of blood laws as its core and the integration of other laws as its objective. Consequently, the newly birthed beings within the blood god realm will subtly cultivate the path of blood, while the other laws will serve as nourishment for this primary path. This aligns perfectly with the blood god realm's designation within the primordial chaos. Just as he was poised to further explore other transformations, the blood god realm suddenly trembled, culminating in its complete ascension to a grand world. At that moment, the entire space stabilized, and the innate 5 elements and 5 directions formation, along with the chaotic fragments and the replicas of the innate 5 directions flags crafted by the Lord of the River, seamlessly integrated into the blood god realm, solidifying into the world barrier and the cosmic membrane of this newly born grand world. Furthermore, the ultimate defenses of the innate 5 elements and 5 directions formation, as well as the refinement of chaotic spiritual energy into innate spiritual energy, continuously function in unison. Chapter 89. The Manifestation of Merit, the Transformation of the Blue Lotus. As the Nether River was poised to continue its exploration of the profound mysteries of this vast world, an unexpected phenomenon unfolded above the blood god realm. Ethereal purple mists swirled in the sky, while celestial flowers cascaded down and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. A radiant mass, akin to the merits of the primordial Father God-esque creation of heaven and earth, coalesced in the heavens. Ultimately, a portion of this merit descended upon the golden wheel of virtue behind the Nether River ancestor, while another portion nourished the Heavenly Dao wheel, enriching the world. The remaining merits were distributed among the world tree, the banana tree, and the 3 exceptional innate spiritual roots that served as the local world tree within the blood god realm, as well as among the 3,000 chaotic demon avatars of the Nether River. This sudden influx of merit left the Nether River momentarily astonished. Yet, an innate understanding soon dawned upon him. The act of independently creating a vast world not only did not deplete the primordial realm, but actually augmented its essence. Much like the future heavenly demon realm, which would exist as 2 facets of the same entity. The blood god realm was now directly capable of drawing power from the chaos, free from its previous dependency on the blood sea. With the Heavenly Dao yet to emerge, the blood god realm could be considered a world directly affiliated with the Great Dao. Thus, although it was fundamentally a subordinate realm of the primordial world, the Heavenly Dao wheel within it was intrinsically linked to the Great Dao, ensuring that even when the Heavenly Dao awakens in the future, it would not impact the blood god realm. Upon assimilating this information, the Nether River smiled subtly, realizing his leverage had significantly increased. He then turned his attention to the world tree and the other spiritual roots. The world tree and its kin, nourished by the merit, radiated an even more resplendent brilliance. The branches and leaves of the world tree swayed joyously, as if dancing, while the surrounding space subtly pulsed with the power of law. Previously on the verge of restoring its status as a chaotic spiritual root, it now appeared rejuvenated, manifesting myriad illusory worlds that flickered and vanished upon its surface. Within it lay 36 calming pearls, their energies intertwining, suffused with the power of the world. Under the immense strength of the world tree, these pearls exhibited signs of merging together. With a mere thought, 3 drops of his essence flew forth from the Nether River, descending upon the 36 calming pearls in the world tree, further refining them towards a state akin to avatars. The leaves of the banana tree shimmered with runes, exuding an imposing aura capable of suppressing time and space. The elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and wind began to evolve, seemingly aspiring to carve out their own realm. Meanwhile, the spiritual root that served as the local world tree incessantly absorbed merit, displaying signs of evolution, as the roots of the 3 trees intertwined tightly, as if striving to merge into a new entity. The Lotus platforms, bolstered by the merits of the Great Dao, also experienced a surge in spirituality. 2 24-petal Lotus platforms directly absorbed the merit to sustain themselves, while the consciousness of the creation Green Lotus began to show signs of manifestation. Suddenly, a flash of green light illuminated the area, revealing an enchanting maiden, whose demeanor was warm and inviting, emanating a gentle aura reminiscent of a spring breeze. Surpassing even the beauty of the 4 flowers, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, as the creation Green Lotus took form. The energies of creation and the previous merits of the Great Dao led to the manifestation of several 3rd grade and lower Lotus platforms, all in female forms. Though their grades were modest, as descendants of the Chaos Green Lotus, their future was promising. The remaining Lotus platforms, those below the 9th grade, also collectively broke through a tier, while those above the 9th grade glimmered even more intensely. With a mere thought, the Nether River conveyed an intention to the 2 24-petal Lotus platforms in the creation Green Lotus, urging them to produce a multitude of postnatal Lotus seeds within their lineage. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to his 3,000 chaotic demon avatars, observing a significant surge in their radiance, indicating a slight breakthrough in their power. Minghe nodded in satisfaction, aware that since his emergence into this vast world, he had possessed the confidence to confront the Heavenly Dao, no longer burdened by the fear of unwarranted exile or confinement. Chapter 90. bestowal of treasures gazing upon the vibrant world before him. A surge of accomplishment welled up within Minghe. His eyes turned towards the woman manifested from the Chaos Green Lotus, pondering her future intentions. As a direct descendant of the Chaos Green Lotus, she had taken form using the seed of the third generation. However, her consciousness was that of the second generation of the Chaos Green Lotus, having been born alongside Pangu. As a descendant of Pangu himself, Minghe regarded her as an equal, hence the term friend. The woman, transformed from the Chaos Green Lotus, bowed gracefully, stating, "I am unworthy of such a title. If you do not mind, I would like to pledge myself to you and await your commands. It is inappropriate for you to address me in such a manner, as we are of the same generation. The Father God would not approve. If you can tolerate it, refer to me as elder brother, and we shall regard each other as siblings henceforth," Minghe replied with a smile. "Little sister pays her respects to elder brother. Please bestow a name upon me." The woman, now named Mu Ling, bowed in courtesy. "There is no need for such formality, for you are the embodiment of the Chaos Green Lotus, endowed with spirit by the creation of all beings. Let us choose a name that reflects your essence. Since your nature is wood, let us surname you Mu, and you shall be called Mu Ling." "How does that sound?" Minghe mused before speaking. "Mu Ling, Ling-er. I am fond of the name that elder brother has chosen. I shall be called Mu Ling from now on," she replied with a radiant smile. Seeing Mu Ling's joy, Minghe also smiled gently. "I shall grant you a Taoist title as well, as you are the manifestation of the Chaos Green Lotus when you venture into the world. You shall be known as the Immortal of the Green Lotus. How does that suit you?" "It is entirely at elder brother's discretion," Mu Ling responded cheerfully. "Very well. You have just taken form and currently possess the cultivation of a golden immortal, which is commendable. However, it is essential to solidify your foundation. Go into seclusion for now. Utilize the wood essence of your original body to attain perfection in your wood attribute, and I shall provide you with materials corresponding to the other 5 elements. Your origins are profound. Strive during this seclusion to consolidate the 5 energies within you and attain the golden immortal Dao fruit." Minghe offered her the sufficient materials required for her cultivation. "Understood, elder brother. I shall commence my seclusion immediately," Mu Ling replied. "Remember, it is crucial to establish a solid foundation and avoid hasty breakthroughs. This is the blood nerve. You can combine it with your Chaos Green Lotus inheritance to derive the most suitable cultivation method for yourself," Minghe advised, handing her the blood nerve. "Yes, elder brother. I understand." The warmth of Minghe's concern filled Mu Ling's heart as she then proceeded to the area beneath 224 petal lotus platforms, beginning her seclusion. The river of Hades turned its gaze towards the other women, each transformed upon their respective lotus platforms, who at that moment possessed merely the cultivation of celestial beings. The river imparted its teachings and instructed them to follow the guidance of the wood spirit, thereafter taking no further interest in their affairs. Raising a hand, it summoned 4 pristine 12-grade pure world white lotuses, calling forth the 4 maidens of Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou, bestowing upon them several lotus platforms. It advised, "You are on the verge of breaking through to the Great Luo golden immortal realm, yet you have never ventured beyond. Your state of mind may thus falter. I shall now impose a seal to temporarily prevent your ascension, allowing you to diligently accumulate your foundations and strive to manifest superior blossoms of the 3 flowers, thereby nurturing your aspirations for enlightenment in the primordial realm. Grateful for the Lord's gifts, we shall forever hold your words dear." The 4 maidens responded in reverence. "Enough of such discourse. Remember, once you depart, unless faced with life and death, the pure world white lotus must never be revealed lightly. Within it, I have left a trace of my power. In times of peril, you may invoke this power for protection." Subsequently, the river of Hades presented several innate spiritual treasures acquired during its travels, bestowing upon each maiden a pair of treasures, one for offense and one for defense. These innate treasures are for your self-defense. In the future, you must only exhibit these artifacts to the outside world, it instructed. "We are honored by the Lord's bestowal and shall abide by your decree." The 4 maidens bowed in respect. "Now, proceed to refine these treasures, finalize your affairs, and set forth. The primordial realm is rife with places thick with malevolent and resentful energy, as well as impurities left in the wake of fallen beings. These factors hinder the development of the primordial realm. During your journey, utilize the power of the pure world white lotus to cleanse these impurities, thus accumulating merit for yourselves. Contemplate deeply on the possibility of devising a method suitable for the beings of my blood sea, one that does not rely on the pure world white lotus to eliminate these pollutants," spoke the river of Hades languidly. Exchanging glances, Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou recognized this as an act of grace and opportunity from the river of Hades, and they immediately bowed in acknowledgement. "We are grateful for the Lord's bestowed opportunity. It shall remain etched in our hearts. Go now." The ancestor of the river of Hades gestured dismissively. "Understood." The four maidens replied respectfully as they withdrew. Chapter 91. The post-Heavenly Dao text and the transmission stele. After the four maidens departed, the river of Hades summoned 108 Blood Sea envoys, bestowing upon them the diagram of the 10,000 Immortals array, along with a substantial collection of post-heavenly spiritual treasures and elixirs refined over the years. It instructed them to select suitable beings and practice the formation of the array together. Additionally, it cast the transformation pool into the essence of the world, nurturing it with primordial power, thereby allowing some of the lesser beings in the Blood Sea to reshape their forms with the aid of the transformation pool. Furthermore, the river of Hades retrieved the heavenly materials and earthly treasures accumulated over the years, resonating with the 3,000 Chaos Demon God avatars. It transmitted a formation it had comprehended during its ascension to the avatars, instructing them to assist in crafting the array's foundation. At present, the Chaos Demon God avatars had ascended to the early stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm under the river's boundless resource expenditure, with 10 of them having attained the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, thanks to the fragments of the 10 complete laws of creation. Thus, the task of crafting the array's foundation was a mere trifle for them. Minghe, having extracted the stones from the Zhou mountain he had amassed over the years, undertook their refinement, ultimately crafting 3,000 exquisite, superior-grade postnatal spiritual tablet. He then fashioned a carving knife imbued with the essence of gung metal. Now, at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he was poised to commence many long-prepared plans. After refining the tablets, Minghe directly linked his primordial spirit to the avatar of Blood God, beginning to assimilate the information gathered during his years of covert observation among myriad races. He subsequently seated himself beneath the Enlightenment tea tree, embarking on the task of organization and synthesis. As time flowed ever onward, the years slipped by like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, 3 yuan meetings had passed, and a glimmer of brilliance danced in Minghe's eyes. While a smile gradually spread across his lips, success had been achieved. After meticulously arranging everything, the river of the Underworld stepped out of the Blood God realm and arrived at the shore of the abyssal Blood Sea. He retrieved the altar, laid out offerings, and lit 3 tall incense sticks. He then silently prayed to the heavens. "Great Dao above, may the Father God Pangu witness. I, a descendant of Pangu, have observed that despite the multitude of beings in the primordial wilderness, most remain uneducated, their spiritual wisdom shrouded in ignorance. They struggle to comprehend the profound intricacies of the innate Dao texts and lack the transmission of cultivation practices. Consequently, chaos pervades the primordial realm, and malevolent energies fill the cosmos. As a descendant of Pangu, I cannot bear to witness such disorder in the world crafted by the Father God. Therefore, I have sought out the myriad races of the primordial wilderness, delving into their civilizational structures. Through the passage of long ages, I have ultimately created the 3,000 post-Heaven Dao texts and a universal cultivation method, intending to benefit the beings of the primordial wilderness and uphold the name of a Pangu descendant. I beseech the Great Dao to grant me clarity, and may the Father God respond favorably." Subsequently, he took out the Blood God essence, using his own blood as ink to inscribe 3,000 characters that shimmered with a faint bloodlight upon it. He then recorded a method applicable to all beings of the primordial wilderness. Upon completing these tasks, he seized the opportunity to extract a carving knife and, along with 3,000 stone tablets, etched the 3,000 post-Heaven Dao text on the front, while inscribing the cultivation method on the reverse. He then continued to pray to the heavens, "Great Dao above, may the Father God observe. As a descendant of Pangu, I have now preserved the 3,000 post-Heaven Dao texts in the original universal cultivation method within the Blood God essence and established 3,000 transmission tablets. I hope to disseminate this knowledge throughout the primordial world with the power of the Great Dao to educate its inhabitants. I plead for the compassion of the Great Dao and the approval of the Father God." In that enigmatic space above the river of the Underworld, the eye of the Great Dao slowly manifested. This eye of the Great Dao seemed to embody boundless majesty and insight, quietly evaluating the results achieved by the river of the Underworld. In an instant, a voice resonating with supreme authority reverberated forth, and a single word of affirmation seemed to stir an invisible force. From the horizon, endless auspicious clouds surged forth as if a mysterious force was propelling them from behind. Following this, celestial flowers began to fall, resembling a dreamlike shower of blossoms, the ground erupted with golden lotuses, which radiated a pure light that illuminated everything around. On the shores of the abyssal blood sea, the previously silent atmosphere was suddenly shattered, and the vitality of creation surged like a tide. In the blink of an eye, a scene of exquisite beauty unfolded, as if this realm had been infused with newfound vigor and vitality. Simultaneously, above the river of the underworld, a large mass of auspicious clouds of merit rapidly converged. This stream of merit resembled a rushing river, imbued with formidable energy. Soon, it divided into 4 distinct paths, each taking its own course. Half of the merit, akin to returning birds, flowed into the merit golden wheel behind the river of the underworld. The merit golden wheel shone brilliantly, as if absorbing this powerful force, becoming more stable and robust. 30% of the merit surged into the blood god essence. The blood god essence flickered with light, and prohibitions sprouted forth like vines. Driven by this immense power of merit, the blood god essence naturally evolved, elevating itself from its original state to that of a post-heaven cultivation treasure, exuding a mysterious and potent aura. 10% of the merit was absorbed by the carving knife. Upon absorbing this merit, the carving knife underwent a transformative change, becoming a supreme-grade merit spiritual treasure, its blade gleaming with sharp and enigmatic light. The remaining 10% of the merit infused the 3,000 transmission tablets. Nurtured by this merit, the tablets radiated brilliance, successfully transforming into high-grade post-heaven merit spiritual treasures. Subsequently, a flash of light occurred, and the 3,000 transmission tablets seemed to fulfill their mission, vanishing from sight and dispersing into the vast expanse of the primordial world, ready to educate its inhabitants on behalf of their master. Chapter 92. The fruit of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Path, watching the 3,000 transmission tablets soar away. The river of the underworld bowed slightly, performing another deep bow, and proclaimed, "The river of the underworld thanks the Great Dao for its favor and the Father God's benevolence." Once the eye of the Great Dao receded, the river of the underworld rose, retracting the altar. The altar, after his numerous offerings, had become increasingly extraordinary, its mysterious power circulating and subtly connecting with the Great Dao. After a thorough exploration of the underworld river, it became evident that this altar could serve as a conduit for prayer to the Great Dao, even in a future where the Heavenly Dao reigns supreme. While this discovery may hold little significance for the underworld river itself, which possesses the innate ability to connect directly with the Great Dao, it is indeed a treasure for other beings who find themselves lost in their quest for enlightenment. The underworld river reflected on the current era, where the Great Dao is ascendant. The magnitude of his actions did not stir any considerable turmoil. In an age dominated by the Heavenly Dao, even the mere emergence of written words would necessitate enduring a tempest of heavenly tribulations. Only those who overcame such trials could savor the fruits of their labor, while failure would result in death and the dissolution of their essence. The very nature of written words was to manifest the Dao in an unequivocal manner, thus warranting such trials. In contrast, the present age is marked by the indifference of the Great Dao towards minor matters. As long as one's actions are beneficial to the cosmos, rewards will be bestowed without hesitation. The underworld river has successfully established the post-Heavenly Dao texts and disseminated universal techniques, sowing the seeds of enlightenment. With the proliferation of the 3,000 Dao teaching stele, an increasing number of beings are being educated. The merits and fortune accrued will gradually descend upon the underworld river, and with the Great Dao's consent, the karmic consequences of educating these beings will be severed, allowing the underworld river to harvest pure fortune and merits effortlessly, leading to a future of assured success. Subsequently, the underworld river prepared to return to the blood sea to consolidate his gains, while simultaneously summoning the avatars of the blood god scattered throughout the primeval wilderness. After several epochs, the foundational basis for the 3,000 chaotic demon avatars had been nearly completed, and the seeds of the post-Heavenly Lotus had been cultivated to fruition. A plan was set in motion, with the intention of amassing as much merit as possible before reaching the pinnacle of the Hongjun Golden Immortal stage, lest he inadvertently fall victim to heavenly retribution. Upon returning to the blood sea, he immersed himself under the enlightenment tree, deeply contemplating, and as his cultivation surged, he naturally ascended to the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, awaiting the moment when his physical form would also achieve this pinnacle, enabling him to condense the Dao fruit and prepare for the breakthrough into Hongjun. With this thought, The Underworld River wasted no time and utilized the Heavenly Dao's power from the Blood God realm to ignite the red lotus of karmic fire for the refinement of his physical body. Simultaneously, he consumed drops of the three light divine water to mend the injuries incurred during the refinement process. As his wounds healed repeatedly, the aura of his physical form grew increasingly formidable. After a millennium, the Underworld River's resistance to the red lotus karmic fire surged dramatically. Originally a companion treasure, it had a natural affinity with the Underworld River and, after enduring such rigorous training for an extended period, coupled with the inherent fire seed within him, it proved ineffective against him at this juncture. However, the Underworld River remained unfazed. With the red lotus karmic fire rendered ineffective, he still possessed the pure world white lotus. After all, he was merely a hair's breadth away from perfection. Subsequently, he employed the purifying power of the pure world white lotus to refine his physical body and purify his bloodline. In less than a millennium, the Underworld River's physique radiated brilliance, achieving a harmonious state, and he directly ascended to the pinnacle of the Great Luo golden immortal realm. Once he adjusted his state, the Underworld River commenced the condensation of the Great Luo golden immortal Dao fruit. A span of 10 epochs passed quietly and under the convergence of his vital essence. The Dao fruit of the Great Luo golden immortal was finally successfully refined. At that moment, the Underworld River stood triumphantly at the zenith of immortality, poised to embark on the sacred path of sanctification. Chapter 93. The formation of the earth veins following the successful condensation of his Dao fruit. The Underworld River emerged from seclusion. The avatars of the Blood God, previously scattered across the vast wilderness, had returned. The Underworld River established a connection with all his Blood God avatars, transmitting a formation to them. Subsequently, the Blood God avatars received the foundational bases from the chaotic demon avatars, along with a tricolored lotus seed, and departed the Blood Sea once more, dispersing along the earth veins throughout the expanse of the wilderness. Now, aside from 8 avatars created from his heart's essence, which had attained the mid-phase of the Great Luo golden immortal stage, an additional 36 avatars had encountered fortuitous opportunities, enabling them to break through to the early phase of the Great Luo golden immortal stage. The River of the Underworld selected 72 fully realized Tai golden immortal incarnations, whose comprehension was sufficient and directly catalyzed them with Hongjun Li, enabling them to ascend to the Great Luo golden immortal level. However, their foundational essence was still lacking, rendering them temporarily incapable of condensing the 3 flowers. After the Blood Goddess incarnations emerged from the sea of blood, he promptly notified the 4 maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhu, of their return. Subsequently, the River of the Underworld produced the Qian Kuan Ding and summoned the Dao Law Wheel for augmentation. Aided by 3,000 chaos demon incarnations that formed an array to assist him, he retrieved the map of mountains and rivers, along with the primordial essence collected by the Blood Goddess incarnations from various regions of the wilderness over the years, and cast them into the Qian Kuan Ding for refinement. The scale of this endeavor was monumental. It was beyond the capabilities of a single individual, thus necessitating the mobilization of nearly all of his hidden resources. The map of mountains and rivers itself was the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures, encapsulating a miniature version of the wilderness world. It was an embodiment of the wilderness, forged from the fusion of the indestructible innate spiritual light. And the difficulty of refining this treasure again through human effort was evident. However, the River of the Underworld was left with no alternatives. Unfortunately, despite his numerous attempts to locate Jin Yuanzi, he had yet to succeed. Even upon discovering Mount Wanshou, the Blood Goddess incarnations scoured it thoroughly. Yet they found no trace of the Earth Book. Similarly, he understood that the 3 Clear Ones and the 12 Ancestor Witches, being innate divinities with powerful destinies and their own missions, could not be disturbed until their destined time came, as the primordial essence instinctively repelled the approach of others. Jin Yuanzi, the original owner of the Earth Book, would have been the most suitable for the task at hand. Yet, recalling the history, ever since the demise of the ancestral figure Hongjun, Jin Yuanzi's Dao heart had languished. Aside from saving a portion of the human race during the witch-demon calamity, earning the title of the ancestor of Earth Immortals, and a brief interaction with Sun Wukong during the journey to the West Calamity, he had little else of note. Thus, the River of the Underworld was left to rely solely on his own means to forge a suitable spiritual treasure for this endeavor. The surging power of the Dao, combined with the law force of the 3,000 chaos demon incarnations, flowed into the Qian Kuan Ding, refining the map of mountains and rivers. The primordial essence of the earth was infused into corresponding nodes as time quietly passed. Meanwhile, the blood goddess incarnations scattered across the wilderness began their own tasks. They delved deep into the earth veins, deploying array foundations that merged into the void, safeguarding the veins within. The array, transformed from the sea of blood creation array, was seamlessly integrated into the earth veins, gradually concealing them within the void. The corrupting energies, such as blood aura and malevolent qi, that had infiltrated the veins from various regions of the wilderness were continuously refined. Through the array's transformation, these impurities were converted into creation energy and pure spiritual essence of heaven and earth, with a portion absorbed into the array space, while the rest re-entered the wilderness. Within the array space, using branches from the world tree and the void treasure tree, array foundations were crafted, transforming the space into a secret realm, where creation energy flourished and innate spiritual essence was continuously transmuted. At the heart of this secret realm lay a pool, diluted with the three light divine water, pure world divine water, and yellow spring blood water, absorbing the creation energy and innate spiritual essence from the surrounding space, which flowed into a tricolored lotus seed at the center. The tricolored lotus seed, nurtured through the energies of creation and innate spirit, radiated a vibrant life force. This tricolored lotus seed was cultivated by the river of the underworld in collaboration with the 24-petal lotus and the wood spirit, merging aspects of the creation green lotus, pure world white lotus, and fiery red lotus, resulting in a postnatal supreme spiritual root level seed, designed to stabilize the earth vein's fortune and secure the secret realm space. With the completion of the secret realm, a considerable amount of malevolent and resentful energies were refined by the grand array, transforming into nourishment for the tricolored lotus seed. 8 mid-stage Great Luo golden immortal incarnations of the blood god carried the tricolored lotus seeds, birthed from the power of the world, to the 8 cardinal points of the surrounding mountains, establishing innate level secret realm spaces linked to the primordial veins, using undiluted divine water to nurture the tricolored lotus seeds. The surroundings also featured branches of the blood god fruit tree, ghostly treasure tree, and void treasure tree, which were of innate mid-grade spiritual root caliber, stabilizing the space. In addition to the 8 mid-stage Great Luo golden immortal incarnations, there were 36 early-stage Great Luo golden immortals and 72 who had yet to condense their 3 flowers, all safeguarding the area through the integration of the earth veins with the great array of celestial and terrestrial forces. The blood goddess incarnation sat cross-legged in the central pool, establishing a connection between the sea of blood and the surrounding mountains through their unique attributes. As everything fell into place, particles of 9 heavens Shirong and various divine soils were released from the hands of the blood goddess incarnations. Driven by magical powers to form the land within the secret realm, countless seeds of spiritual herbs were sown, initiating a sustainable development cycle. While the river of the underworld diligently refined treasures and the blood goddess incarnations labored to construct and protect the secret realm, the wilderness itself flourished with fervor. Since the time of the numerous Yuan meetings, when the river of the underworld disseminated the postnatal Dao texts and universal techniques throughout the wilderness, the lower echelons of life experienced rapid advancement. Though no great figures had yet emerged, golden immortals and Qian immortals were indeed abundant, with a select few exceptionally gifted individuals having already broken through to the Tai golden immortal realm. The first batch of reincarnated innate demigods had also emerged, each quickly attaining the Great Luo golden immortal level in the short span of time. At times, the river of the underworld felt a tinge of envy, as he had spent several epochs cultivating under the pressure of the Great Way and the primordial Father God to reach his current state. Yet, these reincarnated innate demigods, even without their previous cultivation experiences, had swiftly ascended to the Great Luo golden immortal realm, showcasing their remarkable advantages. This era could indeed be referred to as the Age of Innate Demigods, a time when the first generation of innate demigods showcased their prowess. Each innate demigod claimed territories, amassing followers and cultivating a base of power. They sought to find individuals to serve them, ensuring they had a cadre of subordinates to manage their affairs, thus freeing up more time for their own pursuits, while also leveraging their subordinates to gather resources in the vast wilderness. Moreover, mundane matters could be resolved by their subordinates, allowing them more time for cultivation. Gradually, some perceptive innate demigods began to notice that as their followers multiplied, their own cultivation speed markedly increased. Initially, Those who recognized this phenomenon were cautious, quietly consolidating their subordinates. However, no matter how vigilant they were, they could not evade the watchful eyes of others. Some rival innate demigods observed that their once evenly matched adversaries had, within a short time, surpassed them significantly in cultivation, despite having similar qualifications and a history of stalemates. These innate demigods initially suspected that their rivals had stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity. Yet, after a period of observation, they discovered that these opponents were merely gathering followers while their cultivation steadily progressed. Though the reasons eluded them, adhering to the principle of if you can't beat them, join them, they resolved to emulate this approach, recognizing that their rivals had indeed found a new path to success. Thus, these primordial demons commenced their journey of gathering followers. A secret known only to one person can still be concealed. However, once a second person, especially an adversary, becomes aware of that secret, it ceases to be a secret. As these primordial demons amassed their subordinates and enhanced their cultivation, others in their vicinity, sensing a looming crisis, began to emulate this trend, forming their own factions. As they discovered that the more subordinates they possessed, the quicker their cultivation progressed, they too embarked on a frenzied expansion of their power. With the establishment and continuous expansion of various factions in the wilderness, the embryonic form of a dynasty began to emerge. In a bid to strengthen the cohesion of their forces, some factions commenced the stratification of their subordinates by rank. As their subordinates grew increasingly powerful, the first clever entity emerged. To legitimize his rule, the ancestor of inversion, after much contemplation, resolved to offer sacrifices to the Dao, seeking its endorsement. Following a period of preparation, he constructed a 9-tiered altar based on the principle of the number 9 and announced the establishment of the first dynasty. The Dao seemed to recognize that the establishment of a dynasty would aid in the propagation of order within the wilderness, thus supplementing the rules of this realm. Consequently, it bestowed merit upon the ancestor of inversion. Upon absorbing this merit, he became the first to reach the pinnacle of the Great Luo golden immortal realm, garnering immense renown and exerting significant pressure throughout the wilderness. Observing the sudden surge in the ancestor of inversion's cultivation, other primordial demons became envious, and soon, many began to follow suit. In a short span, the wilderness was dotted with numerous dynasties. The first batch of primordial demons predominantly established their own dynasties, among which the most renowned were those later known as the Inverted Dynasty, the Qian Kuan Dynasty, the Yin Yang Dynasty, and the Five Elements Dynasty. The majority, however, remained obscure. There were a few exceptions, such as Hongjun, Luo Ho, Yang Mei, and Hun Kuan, who did not establish dynasties. Some among them preferred a leisurely existence, while others were reluctant to entangle themselves in the web of causality. Additionally, the early advantages enjoyed by the ancestor of inversion rendered it increasingly difficult for others to replicate his success, as the merit available for imitation diminished. Yet, one exception remained. Although Luo Ho did not establish a dynasty, he sought out 13 beings formed from the essence of emotions and desires, using his own blood to transform and control them. Through his cultivation of the demonic path, he also transformed numerous beings, concealing them within the western Mount Meru, quietly nurturing them while observing the tumult of the wilderness. Chapter 96. The emergence of the three heavens after the proliferation of dynasties. Some primordial demons, eager to rapidly enhance their strength, embarked on a path of expansion. Consequently, the conflicts within the wilderness escalated from small skirmishes among beings to large-scale wars involving tens or even hundreds of thousands. In this tumult, countless mountains and rivers were ravaged and destroyed. As these dynasties began their strife, amidst the grandeur of the 9 heavens, 3 figures stood atop the celestial realm, surrounded by the vast starry sky as if it were their royal mantle. Their harmonious voices resonated through the cosmos, empowered by the Dao. The Dao is supreme. We are the Azure heaven, Yellow heaven, and Song heaven, manifestations of the celestial principles, born noble. We honor the heavenly mandate, governing the stars. As all celestial bodies align in accordance with our decree, we command the treasures of the cosmos, the star seal, to suppress the celestial destinies. Let the Dao be our witness, that all beings may know. Following the reverberation of these voices across the wilderness, 365 ancient stars emerged from the sea of stars, each celestial body assuming its rightful place and beginning to operate in an orderly fashion. In an instant, the brilliance of the stars intensified, and even the primordial spiritual energy of the wilderness appeared to thicken. Once the 3 heavens established their positions and the stars commenced their orderly movements, the Dao generously showered them with merit, rewarding their benevolence towards the wilderness. The 3 heavens, in turn, promptly absorbed a portion of this Dao merit to elevate their cultivation, swiftly reaching a level comparable to that of the ancestor of inversion. As the three heavens made their grand entrance and proclaimed the Dao, the river of the underworld took note of their emergence. After all, the resonating Dao voice was impossible to ignore. Shaking his head, he sighed, recognizing that those destined for demise would inevitably meet their end. He recalled that, in the annals of history, although the name of the three heavens resonated, their deeds had never been chronicled. It was said that the 36 heavens of the celestial realm were born from the fusion of the primordial treasure, the star seal, and the essence of the three heavens after their fall. Calculating the timeline, the 36 heavens were completed during the calamity of the witch and demon. Thus it was highly probable that the three heavens perished during the catastrophe of the fierce beasts. In their ignorance of the current state of the wilderness, the three heavens, upon their birth, hastily made their grand debut, seemingly inviting their own downfall. Minghe shook his head gently, choosing not to dwell on the matter. His treasure refinement was nearing completion, and the preparations across the vast primordial land were nearly finalized. Contemplating the ostentatious individual who would soon become himself, Minghe could not help but smile wryly. His path of survival was coming to an end. The days ahead promised to be anything but tranquil. Shaking his head, he offered a faint smile, for even if he chose to be flamboyant once, with his current strength, he could naturally bide his time. However, if anyone dared to provoke him, he would not hesitate to end them on the spot. With that thought, he focused his mind and continued the refinement of treasures. For this was the cornerstone of his future existence in the primordial world. Compared to the celestial path, the current strife among the innate demons was merely a scenic detour on Minghe's journey. 3 days after his emergence, he began to consolidate the starry skies, attracting a multitude of beings from the celestial realm to his side. Yet, some innate star gods had appeared even before his arrival. Although their cultivation and origins were inferior to his, they formed alliances, resulting in a precarious standoff. Battles erupted every 3 days, with larger conflicts every 10 days. Consequently, chaos reigned across the primordial realm, from the heavens to the earth, as all innate demons vied fiercely for territory, seeking to amass more land and followers, hoping to gather fortune and swiftly elevate their cultivation. With the escalation of conflict within the primordial realm, a torrent of malevolent energy and resentment gathered. The waters of Minghe's second blood sea surged once more, and within the gathering grounds of this malevolence, ferocious beasts began to take shape, gradually forming an emerging force. In the northern mountains, 2 beast monarchs, Shini and Luanhui, emerged from the depths, departing the vast mountains to conquer powerful beasts across the primordial realm, gathering them in their domain. Among them were 4 formidable beast kings, and even Shini and Luanhui had expended considerable effort to subdue them. Their cultivation was merely a hair's breadth below that of the 2 beast monarchs, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. Tao Tai, lacking a physical form, was born to wield the law of devouring, an insatiable creature with a mouth capable of consuming everything, including mountains, vegetation, and living beings. Qiangqi, resembling a tiger with wings, was born to command the law of calamity, adept at manipulating hearts and reveling in warfare. Wherever Qiangqi roamed, chaos and misfortune followed. Tao Wu, resembling a fierce tiger with a long tail, possessed the innate ability to govern the law of corruption, excelling in transformation and deception, leading others to ruin and self-destruction, leaving enemies bewildered even in death. Chaos, formless and ever-changing, governed the law of disorder, bringing collapse and confusion wherever it went, capable of disorienting opponents and distorting their perception of reality. After gaining initial control over the beast forces, Shini and Luanhui began to divide their responsibilities. Luanhui remained stationed in the vast mountains, while Shini proclaimed himself the sole beast monarch, leading the 4 beast kings into battle across all directions, establishing the beast dynasty. With the aim of annihilating the primordial realm and returning to chaos, they essentially became adversaries to all existing factions. Currently, the northern region was home to over 20 dynastic powers, among which 4 were particularly formidable: the Wujie dynasty, the 5 Elements dynasty, the Qin Kuan dynasty, and the Kunwa dynasty. They were the first to notice the rise of the beast dynasty. Among these 4 dynasties, only the rulers, each an elder, had attained the cultivation of Great Luo golden immortals. However, upon the emergence of the beast dynasty, 5 Great Luo golden immortals appeared, with Shini being particularly unfathomable, instilling fear in all. Under the pressure of the beast dynasty, the 4 major forces were compelled to unite, declaring an alliance to resist the beast dynasty. Additionally, They sought to recruit powerful experts from outside while simultaneously launching internal campaigns to reclaim weaker dynasties in the north, amassing fortune and enhancing their strength. Preparing to cultivate powerful subordinates, aiming to possess the capability to contend with the beast before they struck. In a flash, the northern lands were engulfed in a full-scale dynastic war as smaller dynasties began to fall. Some rulers, caught off guard, found both themselves and their dynasties obliterated. However, most rulers fled before their dynasties were destroyed, some disheartened, retreating to secluded mountains to occupy sacred lands and engage in seclusion for arduous cultivation. Others, unwilling to concede, lurked in the shadows, closely monitoring the four major dynasties, operating outside their perception, sowing discord and chaos. This led to significant vulnerabilities within the four major dynasties, and the once consolidated fortune began to leak. The rulers of these dynasties, furious yet helpless, found themselves besieged by these hidden saboteurs. Though their own cultivation outmatched these adversaries, the minions of the Hidden Ones proved to be a formidable challenge. In a moment, the four major dynasties found themselves in turmoil. Grappling with the consequences of their own establishment, as monarchs, they bore crowns heavy with responsibility. The turmoil among their ranks led to widespread dissatisfaction and unrest among the populace, reflecting upon their own fortunes as they dwindled and diminished. As the four major dynasties faced internal strife and external threats, they remained oblivious to the scheming within the Beast Dynasty, which was plotting to strike while they were vulnerable. Deep within the 10,000 mountains, in a magnificent black palace, a figure clad in a black and gold robe, exuding an air of authority, sat upon a blood-red throne. His eyes flickered with a savage crimson light. Standing before him were four beings radiating a brutal aura. One of them bowed and spoke. "Master, the four major dynasties are expanding too rapidly, their foundations unsteady. And now is our opportunity to strike." The other three nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Master. This is the perfect moment for us to eradicate the four major dynasties, devouring their essence and claiming the northern continent for ourselves, strengthening our beast lineage." Sheni nodded. "Very well then, let us engage in battle. You four will strike together and first eliminate the Kunwu Elder. I shall hold off the other three dynasties' elders." "Obeying your command." The four beast monarchs responded in unison. Within the palace of the Kunwu dynasty, Elder Kunwu was furiously raging, cursed remnants of the dynasty, lurking in the shadows like vermin. "If you have the ability, face me openly instead of wreaking havoc from the dark." Just as Elder Kunwu's anger had not yet subsided, for streaks of black light suddenly surged toward him. His brow twitched, and instinctively he tried to evade, but he could not completely escape, suffering a strike that staggered him. Had it not been for the innate spiritual treasure that instinctively protected him, this blow could have severely wounded him. While his injuries were not grave, they stirred his blood. "Who dares to ambush me?" Elder Kunwu scanned his surroundings, only to realize he had been encircled by four grotesque beings. "Chaos, Tao Tai, Jiangqi, and Tao Wu, it is you four beasts. Do you wish to incite war?" he exclaimed, warily glancing around, wondering if Sheni lurked in the shadows. Although these four beasts were troublesome, their cultivation still fell short of Elder Kunwu's. There remained a glimmer of hope to survive if he fought them. However, if Sheni also intervened, there would be no escape. "Spare your breath. There is no one else here. Today you will undoubtedly perish, and the Kunwu dynasty shall meet its end." Jiangqi sneered. "Enough talk. Let's strike." With that, Tao Tai charged forward, eager to engage. The other three beast kings followed suit, unleashing their powers to jointly assault Elder Kunwu. In a moment of unexpected turmoil, Lord Kunwu found himself caught off guard, teetering on the brink of bloodshed as he cursed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Damn it, damn it." Despite his meticulous strategies to regain control, he faced the four formidable beast kings. Although their cultivation was slightly inferior to his, they were nonetheless his equals, and their fearlessness in the face of death fueled their wrath. Once the battle commenced, their eyes blazed with fury, disregarding any form of defense as they launched themselves into a frenzied assault. In an instant, Lord Kunwu was battered and bruised, his breath faltering, causing him to cry out in desperation. The events unfolding in the Kunwu dynasty did not go unnoticed by the other three dynasties, whose rulers promptly rose to aid their ally, having sworn a solemn oath to assist one another. However, as they approached the borders of Kunwu, they were intercepted by a figure wielding a dark spear. "Shin and I, what are you plotting? Step aside at once," bellowed the ancestor of the five elements. "This path is blocked. If you wish to fight, then let it be so. Today, Kunwu shall surely perish." Shin and I replied coldly. "Why waste words? Let us take advantage of his isolation and eliminate him," declared the ancestor of Yin Yang as he initiated an attack. The other two did not hesitate. with the ancestor of Qian Kuan summoning his divine artifact, while the ancestor of the 5 elements unleashed a radiant burst of 5-colored light. Shen and I, undeterred, raised a soul-devouring spear, ready to confront them with unwavering resolve. Chapter 99. The Demise of Lord Kunwu as the battle raged. Beast King Shen and I held his ground against 3 opponents, refusing to yield. Within the Kunwu Imperial City, Lord Kunwu struggled under the relentless assault of the 4 Beast Kings. His roars of defiance ringing hollow as he could not shake off the onslaught of Taodai and his comrades. His vitality waned with each passing moment. Meanwhile, after the 3 ancestors departed from the dynasty, a horde of ferocious beasts emerged from the void, attacking any living being in sight and laying waste to the surroundings. Led by generals such as Huado, Zhuhai, and Gu Jiao, they surged toward the capitals of the 4 dynasties. The remaining guardians within the dynasty, sensing the chaos, erupted in fury. Shen and I, you dastardly fiend! You dare to wreak havoc upon our dynasty in our absence! They shouted. Victory belongs to the conqueror, Shen and I scoffed, channeling his power into a more ferocious assault. The ancestors of Yin Yang and Qian Kuan, witnessing the dynasty's precarious situation, fought valiantly. Yet they could not escape Shen Ni's clutches and return to their realm. In the Kunwu Imperial City, Lord Kunwu's situation grew increasingly dire. The odds of 4 against 1 were already against him, and now the backlash from the dynasty's own fate threatened him further, pushing him to the brink of ruin. After enduring in vain for what felt like an eternity, his eyes filled with determination. If you desire my demise, then I shall take you all down with me. Kunwu Pearl, explode for me. He summoned the supreme innate treasure, the Kunwu Pearl, directing it toward Taodai. A surge of energy erupted as the Kunwu Pearl detonated, startling Taodai, who instinctively activated his most potent defense. Simultaneously, Lord Kunwu transformed into a streak of blood, seeking to escape amidst the chaos. You think you can flee? This is your tomb. Qiying spread his wings, swiftly blocking Lord Kunwu's path and repelling him with a single strike. Die, all of you. Lord Kunwu's eyes blazed with fury as he compressed his peak Daoyuo Jingxian power back into his core, unleashing a cataclysmic self-detonation. The force of his explosion severely injured Taodai, who had been unable to fully evade the blast, while the other 3 Beast Kings sustained minor injuries, their breaths unsteady. Nevertheless, these injuries were trivial for the Beast Kings, whose very essence was forged from the resentment of chaotic demonic spirits. As long as the calamity energy in the world remained abundant, they could swiftly recover. Only Taoya's condition posed a slight complication, requiring a few more epochs for healing. In the current state of chaos in the primal world, dynasties clashed, each striving to expand their territories while countless beings either perished or sought refuge within the dynasties, subsequently engaging in battles against one another. Amidst the turmoil, the 4 Beast Kings regained their composure. Taodai retreated to the 10,000 Great Mountains to recuperate, while the other 3 made haste toward the battlefield where Shen and I and the rulers of the 3 dynasties were engaged. As the 4 Beast Kings rushed to the fray, remnants of the dynasties that had previously hidden emerged, seizing the opportunity to raid the treasure vaults of the 4 dynasties, hoping to plunder the accumulated wealth of years. However, upon breaching the vaults, they found little of value, believing they had been preempted by others, unaware that far away, a figure was diligently crafting treasures, carefully monitoring the vast riches within the secret realm of the blood god's avatar. Chapter 100. The Birth of a Treasure. The fall of Qian Kuan as Lord Kunwu's self-detonation unfolded. All beings of peak Daoyuo Jingxian in the primal world turned their gazes northward, pondering which fellow cultivator had fallen. Who has perished? One murmured. In a world where the number of peak Daoyuo Jingxian cultivators was scarce, the thought that one could slay such a being sent waves of unease through the hearts of the primordial demon gods, their attention drawn to the distant battlefield. They witnessed Shen Ni's overwhelming prowess as he faced 3 peak Daoyuo Jingxian cultivators single-handedly, bolstered by numerous ferocious beasts at his command. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon the primordial demon gods. At last, amidst the diverse thoughts and keen observations of the primordial demon gods, deep beneath the blood sea of the netherworld, the river of the dead exhaled a breath, gradually withdrawing its power as the avatars of the demon gods returned to their formations to recuperate, the Heavenly Dao while fading from view. Finally, the fruit of labor bore results as a scroll emerged from the Qian Kuan cauldron. The river of the dead could not help but erupt in laughter. Ha, ha, ha. After enduring 10 epochs, countless instances of depleted power, and the consumption of a third of the blood god realm's essence, I have finally succeeded in remaking this spiritual treasure. The scroll bore a striking resemblance to the previous national landscapes, yet the scenes captured within were far more vivid. By infusing it with power, one could observe occurrences across the primal world. The scroll seemed to pulse with extraordinary energy, hinting at a potency that surpassed that of a supreme, innate treasure. Approaching the essence of a primordial ultimate treasure, yet not quite achieving it. A half-step to the realm of the ultimate treasure. The river of the underworld infused the scroll with magical energy. Once the scroll unfurled, it absorbed a wisp of the earth's essence, which, through a connection of the primordial spirit, was transmitted to his 296 billion blood god avatars. These avatars sprang into action. Injecting this essence into the earth veins they guarded while simultaneously extracting a fragment of breath and essence from the earth veins to return to the river of the underworld. This essence was then infused into the scroll, from which a method of treasure refining emerged from the river's consciousness. After a brief contemplation, it was imparted to the blood god avatars. The avatars promptly retrieved a small piece of stone from the Zhou mountain, employing the treasure refining technique to forge it into seals, which were then placed within the essence of the earth veins for nurturing, allowing them to freely interact and share their essence. After bestowing the treasure refining method upon the blood god avatars, the river of the underworld retracted the scroll and seated himself upon the 24th grade fiery red lotus, commencing the restoration of his magical energy and the depleted essence, remaining unconcerned with the ongoing battle in the northern wilderness. In the northern wilderness, as the three fierce beast kings arrived on the battlefield, the situation for the three ancestors of Yin and Yang grew increasingly dire. One divine reversal was already sufficient to challenge them, and now with three adversaries, only slightly inferior. Joining the fray, the three ancestors felt an overwhelming sense of despair, an impending shadow of defeat weighing heavily upon their hearts. The combat escalated into a frenzy, with the Beast Kings leading their strongest generals seeking to annihilate the four great dynasties in a single confrontation to seize complete control of the north. Meanwhile, the three lords of the reincarnated chaotic demon gods, desperate for survival, unveiled various hidden trump cards, resulting in a temporary stalemate. Ultimately, the divine reversal proved superior, seizing a fleeting opportunity to severely injure the ancestor of heaven and earth. Realizing escape was futile, the ancestor of heaven and earth, in a moment of desperation, summoned his accompanying innate treasures, the Heaven and Earth Pearl, the Heaven and Earth Map, and the Heaven and Earth Ruler, to self-destruct alongside him. With the detonation of these three supreme innate treasures and a peak Great Luo golden Immortal, a crack appeared in the blockade of the four divine reversals. Seizing this moment, the ancestor of the five elements and the ancestor of Yin and Yang reversed the essence, briefly transforming into a chaotic state, and swiftly fled through the gap, disappearing into the wilderness to heal in silence. Chapter 101. The Four Seasons Purification Spell following the demise of the ancestors of heaven and earth and Kunwo, as well as the escape of the ancestors of Yin and Yang and the five elements. The northern continent of the wilderness fell entirely under the dominion of the Beast Emperor dynasty. The landscape was awash with sorrow, with the cries of the suffering echoing throughout. Blood flowed into the seas, and piles of corpses were left in the wake of devastation, except for a few beings raised by higher-order beasts. There were no other life forms to be found across the northern continent, as the flora and fauna had been obliterated by the ferocious beasts. As heirs to the chaotic demon god's resentment towards Pangu, the beast tribes were predominantly driven mad by this malice, their minds consumed by thoughts of rampant slaughter and destruction. Were it not for the bloodline pressure exerted by the higher-order beasts, the feral beings would have likely surged forth from the northern continent to wreak havoc upon the wilderness. After the beasts had completely occupied the northern continent for 3 epochs, the spiritual energy sharply diminished, and the mountains and earth veins were nearly overrun by malevolent energy. Even the blood god avatars of the river of the underworld, hidden away, began to succumb to this encroaching corruption due to their connection with the northern continent. The entire region was enveloped in a thick miasma, rendering it perilous for any life forms, aside from the beasts, to enter the northern continent. Even a mere breath of spiritual energy risked miasma infection. Just as the river of the underworld awakened from his recuperation, he received word from his blood god avatars regarding the dire situation in the northern continent. Descending into the avatars, the river surveyed the area, and his heart sank with the weight of the circumstances. The current condition of the northern continent was abysmal, although the earth veins still existed. The essence they emitted was tainted with malevolence. Should this miasma persist for several more epochs, the northern continent would be beyond salvation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the river of the underworld summoned Minghe, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou to assess their conditions. With the 12th grade purifying white lotus and the Hongjun bestowed by the river, Coupled with the aid of the Great Dao's merits and the fortune of the Blood Sea, they had accumulated sufficient time to cultivate. To their astonishment, the four women bloomed a 12-grade heavenly flower. According to Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou, during their breakthrough at the 11-grade heavenly flower, they had exhausted their energy, rendering the fortune and Hongjun Li ineffective. Ultimately, they channeled all their Dao merits into the heavenly flower, which allowed them to successfully manifest the 12-grade heavenly flower. Now, having reached the pinnacle of the early Luo Golden Immortal stage, a further period of cultivation would likely enable them to produce the 12-grade Earth flower without difficulty. Minghe was genuinely pleased for the four maidens. For the ability to attain the 12th rank of the three flowers while still a Luo Golden Immortal augured well for their future prospects of transcending to the level of Human Luo Golden Immortal. As his devoted attendant, their fates and fortunes were inextricably intertwined with his own. If they were to grow stronger, how could it not bring joy to Minghe? After delving into matters of cultivation, Minghe inquired whether they had comprehended the techniques he had instructed them to develop during their previous departure from the primordial chaos. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he took the techniques into his hands and began to examine them. The methods were quite refined, emulating the purifying power of the pure world White Lotus, designed to eradicate the malevolent energies from the Earth's veins and the cursed locations, thus purifying the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. After a brief contemplation, Minghe made slight modifications to the cultivation method, enhancing its purifying power while reducing the output of magical energy, rendering it more suitable for dissemination, thus allowing most sentient beings to practice it. He subsequently named this technique the Four Seasons Purification Spell, reflecting the unique characteristics of the four maidens. Minghe then instructed Mylan, Zhou, and the other maidens to impart this technique to 108 Blood Sea envoys, enabling them to share it with the selected members rehearsing the myriad celestial formation. These individuals could be regarded as the elite forces of the Blood Sea, as well as beings of golden immortal status within the realm of Blood God. He directed the four maidens and the 108 envoys to train these beings together, organizing them into small teams. This arrangement would facilitate mutual support when they entered the primordial chaos, allowing them to journey safely in teams. Chapter 102. The Sea Stabilizing Pearl transforms into the World Pearl. After organizing the four maidens, Minghe called upon his adopted sister. At this moment, Mu Ling had already ascended to the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, a testament to her extraordinary lineage as a direct descendant of the Chaos Green Lotus. Her innate talent and fortune were exceptional. Thus it was only natural that she achieved the Great Luo Golden Immortal status through the 12th grade Heavenly Flower. Observing his sister's rapid progress, Minghe smiled faintly, remarking that it seemed Lingo had been diligently practicing over the years. "That is only to be expected," she replied, her radiant smile illuminating the atmosphere. "I wish to assist my brother as soon as possible." After a moment of contemplation, Minghe spoke. "Lingo, although you are a descendant of the Chaos Qinglian, you have not accrued much merit since the creation of the world. As you traverse the vast wilderness, unforeseen circumstances are inevitable, and you must strategize to accumulate some merit for your protection. I previously instructed the four maidens of Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum to establish a spell for cleansing the world through the four seasons, which can dispel the malevolent and resentful energies of the wilderness, restoring the natural environment. You should practice this spell and, alongside your sisters, venture into the wilderness to purify the malevolence and gather merit." As he spoke, he raised his hand, imparting the technique to Mu Ling. "Thank you, brother, for your thoughtful planning," Mu Ling expressed, deeply moved. "There is no need for such formality between us. Moreover, since your essence is that of the creation Qinglian, adept in the powers of creation, I shall instruct them to not only cleanse the malevolence but also restore the veins of the earth and the mountains. You can delve into creation and devise a technique specifically for repairing the land's veins. Subsequently, you can lead the beings from the Lotus Pool to accumulate merit together." Minghe remarked with a smile. Mu Ling's eyes brightened with joy as she exclaimed, "How could I have not thought of that? You are indeed clever, brother." Enough chatter. Proceed directly to the Wu Dao tea tree and contemplate, Minghe advised. "When you emerge from your meditation, we shall discuss the Dao together." The four maidens have also attained breakthroughs to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and the Blood Sea envoys have gathered sufficient merit. You might as well impart the Dao to them and assist in their breakthroughs," Minghe added with a resigned smile. Mu Ling responded with a smile of her own. "Very well, brother, I shall go at once." With that, she made her way to the Wu Dao tea tree, brewed a cup of Wu Dao tea, and began her contemplation. The river of Hades immediately proclaimed throughout the blood god realm, "I, the ancestor of Hades, shall deliver teachings in the Blood Sea after the Yuan meeting. All beings within the Blood God realm are welcome to attend, having attained the Dao fruit of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. He possessed the cultivation necessary to transcend to the Primordial Golden Immortal realm. Yet, he had hesitated on certain matters, which had delayed his breakthrough. Now, having emerged from seclusion, he found the perfect opportunity to resolve these issues during the Yuan meeting. Once his plans were realized, he would promptly ascend to the Primordial Golden Immortal rank. Otherwise, he risked being overtaken by others. A swift advance would lead to further advantages. He was determined not to miss the fortune of being the first to break through to the Primordial Golden Immortal. Without further hesitation, the River of Hades retrieved the Calming Sea Pearl from the World Tree. This Calming Sea Pearl, no longer a mere 36, had transformed since being refined with his essence blood into a state akin to a doppelganger. A fragment of his primordial spirit had merged with the innate intelligence of the 36 pearls. Over the years, while nurturing it within the World Tree, he had also guided the primordial spirit to allow the pearls to consume one another. With the assistance of the World Tree's power, this process had been executed without peril. Ultimately, the 36 pearls fused into a singular entity, absorbing vast amounts of world energy during its genesis, successfully evolving into a premier innate treasure. The current Calming Sea Pearl was no longer aptly named. It could now be referred to as the World Pearl. Its exterior appeared ordinary, devoid of any extraordinary features. Yet a probing primordial spirit would discern the immense world power contained within. Originally, each of the 36 Calming Sea Pearls could manifest a premier small thousand worlds. When 24 were combined, it equated to a medium thousand worlds, with an inexhaustible source of magical power. This was instrumental in assisting the Radiant Lamp in attaining the esteemed position of the ancient Buddha. Had it not been for the influx of disciples from the Eastern sects, and the desire to eliminate the threat posed by Laozi's transformation into a Buddha, the position of the present-day Buddha might very well have fallen to the Radiant Lamp. Once the 36 Calming Sea Pearls merged, a qualitative transformation occurred. The 36 premier small thousand worlds would metamorphose into 36 medium thousand worlds, reaching the level of a great thousand world. Chapter 103. The five maidens deliver teachings after examining the World Pearl for a time and feeling the connection with it. The River of Hades smiled gently, temporarily storing the World Pearl within his primordial spirit for final nurturing. He then surveyed the World Tree, experiencing a similar resonance, and decided to incorporate it into his primordial spirit for further cultivation. Subsequently, he retrieved the Primordial Five Directions flag, which had fully restored its essence and even experienced significant growth over the years while nurtured in the Lotus Pool. The River of Hades no longer hesitated, allowing 5 drops of his essence to flow forth, while extracting a strand of his primordial spirit. He refined the innate 5-direction flags into a state of external manifestation, retrieving a vial of blood-replenishing elixir and a spirit-replenishing pill, which he swallowed. Subsequently, he transformed shards of the creation jade plate into his external manifestation as well, nurturing them within his primordial spirit. After completing these preparations, the River of Hades realized that time was of the essence. Any delay in recuperation might jeopardize the upcoming sermon. Thus, he resolved to postpone further actions until after the sermon. Without dwelling on other matters, he settled upon a 12-petal pristine blue lotus, harnessing its transformative power to catalyze the medicinal potency within his body, initiating his recovery. The River of Hades aimed to restore himself to his peak state swiftly. In order to confront the forthcoming changes, time passed swiftly, like a fleeting arrow, and soon the moment of the sermon, which the River of Hades had designated, approached. Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou, along with 108 Blood Sea envoys, had disseminated the 4 seasons purification spell among the suitable denizens of the Blood Sea. The techniques of the Wood Spirit had been developed, having undergone discussions with the creation demon incarnations among the River of Hades' 3,000 avatars, ultimately taking shape and being named wielding creation. When mastered to a profound level, it could even rectify the deficiencies of heaven and earth. The Wood Spirit directly imparted this knowledge to the beings within the Blood God realm. Although most beings would find it challenging to attain a high level of mastery, they could easily mend minor veins and mountains. Among those who grasped the essence particularly well were the various beings transformed from lotuses within the Lotus Pool. Perhaps due to their shared origin, even those with higher cultivation levels from the Blood Sea did not comprehend as deeply as these beings. Of course, the most proficient cultivators were the spirits that had transformed from the pristine blue lotus. The beings emerging from the Lotus Pool possessed innate talents and thrived in an environment ideally suited for their cultivation. The first batch of 24, who had transformed alongside the Wood Spirit, had already reached the Tai Golden Immortal realm, while subsequent transformations had attained the Golden Immortal stage. It could be said that the strength commanded by the Wood Spirit's followers was, apart from the River of Hades, the most formidable. With a century remaining before the sermon, the River of Hades finally regained his full vigor. After a brief organization of the sermon content, the appointed time arrived. Given that Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou had not yet delivered a sermon despite their extensive cultivation, he decided to allow them to take turns speaking before he presented his own teachings. Subsequently, the River of Hades extracted the Blood God Nerve, channeling his magic to envelop the entire Blood God realm. With the assistance of the Blood God Nerve, the teachings they imparted would be more readily absorbed by the beings, achieving an efficacy comparable to the 6 cushions of the Purple Cloud Palace. The Blood God Nerve had truly become a treasured tool for enlightenment, coupled with the emanations from the Enlightenment Tea Tree and the 3 great red robe mother trees. Waves of radiance circulated among the various beings, ensuring that the effect of attending a sermon within the Blood God realm would be at least tenfold greater than that experienced externally. As the teachings of the 5 daughters of the Wood Spirit resonated throughout the Blood God realm, the listeners were enraptured in a state of comprehension. Some appeared enlightened. Others were animated with joy, while some bore furrowed brows in contemplation, and a few even wept openly, showcasing the myriad expressions of sentient beings. With the influence of the Blood God Nerve, it felt akin to a one-on-one sermon, creating independent spaces for each listener, thus eliminating concerns regarding distractions to others. At the inception of the teachings, the River of Hades elucidated the subtleties of the primordial Dao body, emphasizing that the beings within the Blood Sea should either refrain from taking form or, upon choosing to do so, must fully embody a human shape devoid of any unsightly racial traits. The inhabitants of the Blood Sea revered the River of Hades as a deity, and thus, upon reaching the stage of transformation, they entirely opted to adopt human forms. As a result, a harmonious assembly of primordial Dao bodies emerged, bringing a sense of solace to the River of Hades. Chapter 104 concludes with the 6 individuals having completed their teachings. Time flows like a fleeting shadow, and those enraptured by the discourse felt as if only an instant had passed, while 5 millennia slipped away silently. Each of the 5 women imparted their wisdom for a millennium, and once the final speaker, Autumn Chrysanthemum, completed her exposition, she sat in quiet contemplation. Following this enlightening session, the 5 women, having identified gaps in their understanding, began to reassess their respective paths. The River of Hades, witnessing this, smiled gently and commenced his own teachings. As his voice resonated, the gathered beings became increasingly entranced, immersing themselves in the essence of the Dao. With the aid of the Blood Nerve, they embarked on the most suitable paths for themselves. This series of discourses transitioned from the realm of Earth Immortals to that of Great Luo Golden Immortals, presenting an extraordinary boon to the denizens of the Blood Sea. However, without the Blood Nerve to harmonize the teachings and provide precise guidance to each being, confusion could arise from the differing interpretations of the 6 speakers. This chaos could hinder personal advancement and lead to regression on the Daoic path. As time passed, another millennium slipped by, and the teachings of the River of Hades neared their conclusion. From his vantage point, he observed a multitude of beings who had elevated their cultivation levels during this discourse. Among them, 108 Blood Sea envoys successfully condensed their celestial flowers, entering the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortals. Despite the River of Hades exerting considerable effort to assist them, only the first 3 managed to form the 11-petal celestial flower. Of the remaining envoys, 36 achieved the 10-petal celestial flower, while 69 others condensed the 9-petal variety. Nonetheless, these accomplishments were commendable, as they possessed the potential to reach the pinnacle of the Hongjun Golden Immortal realm. Among other beings in the Blood God realm, 12 distinguished individuals also condensed 10-petal celestial flowers, attaining the Great Luo Golden Immortal status. Additionally, numerous entities broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal and Golden Immortal realms. Among the Wood Spirits, 3 also condensed 10-petal celestial flowers, entering the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. The majority of those at the Golden Immortal level advanced to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, bringing immense joy to the Wood Spirit, who now found herself surrounded by capable subordinates. In the Lotus Pond, a significant number of Lotus platforms emerged, 3 of which were transformed into women of the 9-petal variety, each originating from distinct Lotus platforms and possessing innate superior spiritual roots, promising a bright future. The Lotus Pond, whether due to the confluence of the River of Hades fortune or the abundance of divine water, flourished with vitality. Although most were below the 6-petal level, they still qualified as primordial roots. Moreover, after enduring a prolonged period of growth together, influenced by the Daoic essence from earlier cultivation of three-colored lotus seeds, the pond also exhibited several two-colored and three-colored lotus platforms, signifying a thriving environment. Chapter 105 marks the completion of the 6 individuals' discourse. Once the beings below the Tai Golden Immortal level awakened from their enlightenment, the river of Hades instructed them to return and assimilate the insights gained from the teachings while also practicing practical combat techniques. Upon learning that the wood spirit had comprehended the art of transformation and passed it on, he casually directed the blood nerve to impart the ground-like golden radiance he had grasped in his earlier years. Reflecting on the emergence of the renowned twin celestial powers from the blood sea, the river of Hades felt a surge of delight. With a subtle movement of his primordial spirit, he communicated with the 3,000 incarnations of chaotic demons, encouraging them to explore the other 34 celestial powers and the 72 minor earth powers, ultimately compiling them into a comprehensive tome. This would empower the beings of the blood god realm in their ventures, whether in combat or in seizing opportunities. Such contemplations were but fleeting moments. As the river of Hades surveyed the nearly 200 Great Luo golden immortals and over 1,000 Tai golden immortals beneath him, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. His meticulous nurturing had borne fruit, and the current strength of the Underworld blood sea rightfully positioned it as the foremost force in the Hongjun continent. Should he pursue the unification of Hongjun, even with the primordial demon gods obstructing him, there remained a glimmer of hope for success. Dismissing these thoughts, the river of Hades signaled to the 4 women, Minghe, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou, to serve a cup of enlightenment tea to the elites gathered before him. He then released a celebratory cloud from above, connecting it with that of the 5 women, initiating a discourse. It is rare for beings to unveil their celebratory clouds during discussions. Even when they do, it is merely to illustrate their own Dao for better comprehension. The connection of celebratory clouds implies the exposure of one's cultivation secrets to others. Had it not been for the wood spirit and her companions, whom he personally guided, he would not have chosen this method of discourse. Despite the minor drawbacks of connecting celebratory clouds, it undeniably facilitated understanding. In an instant, wondrous phenomena unfolded, and the essence of the Dao emanated from the 6 interlinked clouds, allowing the gathered beings to quietly experience the teachings manifested by the 6 speakers. This process continued for 3,000 years, during which the 5 women drew profound insights from the river of Hades Dao, resulting in breakthroughs that propelled their cultivation to the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, culminating in the formation of 12-petal earth flowers. Their realms officially ascended to that of the Hongjun Golden Immortal. The river of the Underworld has also reaped substantial benefits. Although the 5 maidens are far inferior to him in terms of cultivation and realm, their paths diverge from that of the river, leading to different insights. Through this interconnected understanding, they have provided significant assistance to him. The 4 maidens, Minghe, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou, each embody the principles of metal, wood, water, and fire respectively. In the river's vision, these 4 principles could be woven together to give rise to the cyclical seasons, allowing the 4 maidens to evolve into goddesses of the seasons, thereby securing a divine position within the primordial realm. However, their current cultivation is insufficient. They must first prepare adequately. The principle of creation embodied by the wood spirit ranks among the top 10 of the myriad principles. This discourse has afforded the river profound insights into the path of creation. After all, he intends to establish the Azure race in the future by contemplating now. He can mitigate potential flaws in the race he creates. He desires the Azure to diverge from the legendary portrayal, where the females are celestial beauties and the males grotesque, marked by depravity and cruelty, and most critically, incapable of procreation. With his thoughts momentarily unfettered, the river turned his gaze to the wood spirit. The creative force of the principle of creation encompasses all things and can also transform them, sharing numerous similarities with the earth attributes nurturing and proliferation of life. Now, as he prepares to send the 5 maidens to the primordial realm, he wishes to equip them with additional means. Thus, he instructed the beings under his command, who had already transcended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, to make arrangements. Every millennium, one Great Luo Golden Immortal would impart teachings for a century to the beings of the blood god realm, enhancing their strength while also addressing their own deficiencies. Subsequently, he allowed them to return and organize the necessary affairs in preparation for their journey to the primordial realm. Chapter 106. The creation of heaven and earth once the beings departed. Only the 5 maidens of the wood spirit and the 6 of the river remained. The river turned his attention to the wood spirit. Linger, can you utilize the principle of creation to manifest a power akin to earth that complements the laws of Minghe? Lan, Zhou and Zhou. The wood spirit shook her head. I do not know. It requires experimentation. The river of Hades nodded gently and said, then you 5 shall proceed to conduct your experiment. After a gathering of the Yuan, accompany me to the primordial wilderness. Yes. The 5 daughters of the wood spirit replied in unison. Upon returning, each should adjust their subordinates accordingly. This time, Mei, Lan, Zhou. And Zhou will lead the teams to eradicate the malevolent energy of the primordial wilderness. Linger, you shall guide your kin to restore the ravaged mountains and lands. Go to my avatar in the realm of artifacts and acquire additional spatial treasures to retrieve the bodies of the deceased beings, preventing further pollution of the primordial environment. Also, bring along ample divine soil and divine water. In severely affected areas, utilize sacred objects for assistance. Spoke the river of Hades in a calm manner. Our esteemed elder brother. We are most grateful. The 5 daughters of the wood spirit responded in unison. Minghe waved his hand, allowing them to return and prepare, while he summoned the Qian Kuan Ding and utilized the needles of the 5-pine tree to forge 5 celestial swords. He inscribed upon them the profound insights he had garnered regarding the 5 elements grand array. These celestial swords were not merely embodiments of the 5 elements. Rather, Minghe made subtle alterations to better suit the wood spirit, enabling a harmonious collaboration with the 4 maidens of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum in the manifestation of earth through creation. He did not revert the 5 swords to their innate state. Instead, they were crafted as exquisite postnatal spiritual treasures, perfectly tailored for their current use to maximize their combat potential. With a simple toss, the 5 swords soared into the hands of the 5 maidens, and he plucked a 12th grade fiery red lotus from the abyss of karma, tossing it to the wood spirit. Although the wood spirit's essence was the creation blue lotus, which boasted formidable defenses, it was not practical to manifest her true form in battle. Moreover, the fiery red lotus, while not aligned with her attributes, shared a common origin, making it more suitable for her enlightenment. After all, it would be remiss for his younger sister to lack what the others possessed. Now, the 5 maidens were well equipped, adept in both offense and defense, armed to the teeth, ready to confront danger with the ability to both fight and flee. With his heart at ease, Minghe took a moment to recuperate and restore his own state before preparing for his own endeavors. He retrieved the world pearl, which had been nourished through his primordial spirit during a multifaceted gathering. The essence of the world pearl now resonated harmoniously with Minghe, perfectly intertwining. After observing it for a while, he temporarily integrated 3,000 chaotic demonic avatars into his own orifices, providing him with magical power and insights into the laws. He then swiftly flew into the eye of the blood sea, directly entering the chaos, remaining vigilant as he withdrew the 24-grade Lotus platform to safeguard himself. He left the world pearl in place and, with a mere flash, entered its interior, finding himself alone within. Inside the world pearl, an abundance of world power surged forth, and one could faintly observe chaotic spiritual energy being continuously drawn into the pearl, transforming into its primal essence. However, the current state of the world pearl resembled that of Pangu before the creation of the primordial world, chaotic and nebulous, devoid of any vitality. The difference lay in that one was composed of chaotic energy, requiring unparalleled strength to manifest a world, while the other was rich in world power. Naturally suited for world creation, its difficulty reduced by innumerable folds. Observing the scene before him, Minghe hesitated no longer. He summoned the Hongming measuring ruler, transforming into a colossal figure that stood tall and resolute, and began to execute the 9 opening techniques. This artifact represented the pinnacle of his offensive might, forged from merit, embodying vast and boundless power, perfectly suited for the act of world creation. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, Minghe brought down the Hongming measuring ruler, which forcefully tore apart the hazy interior of the world pearl, creating a massive rift. Through this fissure, a torrent of world power surged forth, gradually differentiating into yin and yang energies. Seizing this momentum, Minghe wielded the Hongming measuring ruler, unleashing a series of opening techniques. With each strike, the landscape within the world pearl underwent monumental transformations, as pure energy rose and turbid energy sank, giving rise to the nascent forms of heaven and earth. As the world gradually took shape, the tumultuous world power began to evolve within. The forces of yin, yang, and the five elements surged violently, with earth, fire, water, and wind rampaging through the newly formed realm, which appeared to struggle under the fury of these forces, seemingly on the verge of reverting back into world power. Upon witnessing the situation, the river of the underworld promptly cast forth the banana tree, which served to suppress the tumultuous forces of earth, fire, water, and wind within the cosmos. Though the banana tree's rank was not exceedingly high, it was aptly suited for the task at hand, gradually calming the elemental chaos and allowing it to flow gently into the world. The primordial five directions banner also emerged from the depths of his soul, settling at the five cardinal points of the newly formed realm. The primordial five elements array was activated, not only suppressing the elemental forces of the universe, but also drawing forth more chaotic energy from the void, transforming it into the vital essence of this nascent world. Having accomplished these feats, the river of the underworld consumed several yellow plums, restoring his magical power while simultaneously continuing to expand the universe. He aimed to seize this opportunity to create a vastly larger domain. Time swiftly passed under the diligent exertion of the river of the underworld, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, 50,000 years had elapsed. Ultimately, he set aside the primordial measuring ruler. Through the river of the underworld's relentless efforts, this realm had approached the limits of a great thousand worlds. Even with the sustenance of yellow plums and an abundance of elixirs, he was nearing the brink of exhaustion from the pressures of creation. The primordial measuring ruler emitted a low hum, signaling its nearing limits, while the 3,000 chaotic demon avatars within him appeared listless, indicating their excessive depletion. At the moment the river of the underworld ceased his efforts, the universe began to exhibit signs of closure. He did not dare to be negligent. Releasing the world tree from his soul, as the world tree soared from his consciousness, it began to grow rapidly, its roots delving deep into the earth, and its trunk ascending swiftly until its crown pressed against the heavens. In a brief moment, a colossal tree stood majestically at the center of the newly opened world. The five directions banner, stationed at the five corners of the realm, was summoned by the river of the underworld and melted into the newly birthed world, merging with the outer layer of the world pearl, forming a protective barrier for this nascent realm. The inherent spiritual essence of the primordial treasures within began to autonomously absorb the elemental forces of the universe, initiating the gestation of the first batch of demon gods. After the banana tree had redirected all elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and wind in the newly formed world, it emitted a wave of energy and astonishingly broke through to become a supreme primordial spiritual root. Its four leaves shimmered with brilliance, each exuding an aura rivaling that of the highest grade primordial treasures. At that moment, a misty aura flickered within the newborn world, as the supreme and precious purple chi enveloped the sky, and a colossal column of profound yellow light pierced through from beyond the world. Surpassing the grand merits of the last blood god realm's creation, this profound yellow virtue manifested within the new world, with 50% merging directly into the merit golden will behind the river of the underworld, causing it to radiate with overwhelming brilliance. Its essence comparable to that of a primordial supreme treasure. 10% of the merit infused the five spiritual essences of the five directions banner, enhancing their origins. Half of the merit integrated into the banana tree, which shimmered with light, its spiritual essence surging, subtly nurturing a sentient consciousness within. Another 15% merged into the world tree, which appeared to grow even taller, slightly expanding the heavens once more. While the remaining 20% flowed into the primordial measuring ruler, which flickered with profound yellow light, seemingly giving rise to new constraints, augmenting its formidable power. The river of the underworld has left its mark within the world pearl, and the consciousness embedded in the world tree has been extracted, transforming into the celestial principles of this newly birthed realm, or perhaps one could refer to it as the essence of a vessel spirit. The world pearl has transcended its status as a mere innate treasure. It now encompasses a premier vast world, with the innate five-element flags in the world tree having become inseparable elements of this realm. The connection with the river of the underworld is now more intimate, akin to the emergence of an external dantian, merging directly with the river of the underworld. Chapter 108, Constructing the Laws. As the river of the underworld gazes upon the expanse of this new cosmos, a sense of disquiet envelopes it. After a meticulous examination, enlightenment dawns. It is the laws that are amiss. Despite the myriad treasures enhancing this nascent world, elevating its spatial integrity, spiritual essence, and stability to the pinnacle of vast world standards. The laws within are merely in their infancy. Currently, the only fully realized laws within this world are the elemental laws that constitute its fundamental essence and the 5 element laws. Even the river of the Underworld's intrinsic laws, the blood laws, remain unfulfilled due to its lack of enlightenment. In the Primordial Era, the Father God Pangu initiated the creation of the cosmos, birthed the wilderness, and one must not overlook that Pangu himself was conceived from the chaos green lotus, accompanied by the creation jade disc. Upon entering existence, he possessed complete mastery over the 3,000 laws. During the creation of the cosmos, he vanquished 3,000 chaotic demons, utilizing their essence to bolster the foundational power of the wilderness, alongside the 4 chaotic treasures, the heaven-opening axe, the chaos green lotus, the creation jade disc, and the chaos pearl, which were all disseminated throughout the wilderness. Though the chaos pearl is seldom mentioned, it is highly probable that many of the pearl-like treasures within the wilderness are derivatives of it. It seems to have suffered a stroke of misfortune, having been shattered by the heaven-opening axe before its emergence. This event further augmented the foundational essence of the wilderness, leading to a realm characterized by stable space and perfected laws. In contrast, the world established by the river of the Underworld, the blood god realm, is directly reliant on the wilderness, existing in a state akin to a dual system within one nation, sustained by the laws inherent to the wilderness. The newly established realm, aside from being an innate treasure and embodying the essence of the innate 5-element flags, possesses little else. It stands somewhat isolated, with the world tree naturally capable of supporting the cosmos and nurturing laws. Otherwise, this world would likely face imminent collapse. Unless the river of the Underworld were to transform this vast world into a purely singular attribute realm, directly enacting the blood laws as the sole governing principle, such an action would stifle the realm's potential for growth. The river of Hades is capable of acceptance and will even actively embrace the law of blood as the principal law governing this realm. It encompasses the myriad of 3,000 laws within the law of blood, allowing this world to gradually evolve, while steadfastly refusing to permit the existence of a singular law, which would only serve to obstruct the river of Hades on its path forward. Contemplating this, the river of Hades raised a hand and retrieved fragments of the celestial jade disc, seamlessly integrating them into the newly birthed cosmos. These fragments had been thoroughly refined through the essence of blood, becoming akin to avatars, and thus, with the power emanating from within, their fusion proceeded unimpeded. A phantasmal wheel of celestial law manifested in the skies of this nascent world, within which only a dozen laws materialized, while the rest appeared somewhat ethereal. Gazing upon the wheel of celestial law, the river of Hades declared, "Since this realm belongs to me, let it henceforth be known as the realm of Hades." With that, it introduced the 3,000 chaotic demonic avatars into the realm of Hades, temporarily merging them within the 3,000 laws of this domain, facilitating the growth of the laws through its own cultivation. As the river of Hades revisited the realm of Hades, it possessed a comprehensive understanding of the laws of creation and the laws of the soul. The first batch of sentient beings within it began to gestate. Although they bore some innate deficiencies, the mere existence of life would allow for continuous cultivation, thereby refining the laws of the world through their endeavors. This exemplifies the benefits of the path of cultivation in the world, wherein myriad beings nourish oneself. The river of Hades now considered itself a practitioner of the world's path. Without lingering further, the appointed time for the Yuan Wei was approaching. The river of Hades stepped out of the realm of Hades, integrating the world pearl into its being, while placing 2 innate treasures within the world pearl to assist in subduing the realm within it. It then swiftly returned to the blood god realm along the designated coordinates. Currently, the roots of the world tree within the realm of Hades had penetrated through the void into the chaos. The innate 5 elements formation had transformed into the membrane of the world, directly connecting to the chaos and refining its power into the world. Thus, there was no longer a need to constantly leave the world pearl in the chaos to absorb strength. It could be carried personally, serving as a source of support. Upon returning to the blood god realm, the river of Hades quietly contemplated the insights gained from the development of the world, feeling an elevation in its realm. With aspirations to break through to the mixed Yuan golden immortal stage, it chose to suppress its eagerness with the innate treasures, knowing that the breakthrough would come in due time. After a millennium of quiet reflection, the appointed time for the Yuan Wei arrived, and those destined to accompany the river of Hades into the primordial wilderness gathered. The river of Hades made simple arrangements for them, assigning Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou to lead 4 directions, guided by the earth veins to cleanse the malevolent aura. The wood spirits and their 3 Great Luo Golden Immortal can each lead a faction, following the likes of Minghe, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou to restore the ravaged mountains and lands. The western region was to be avoided, as it lay near the Mount Shumi area, while the northern region was deemed unworthy of visitation, as any repairs would be undone by ferocious beasts. Nonetheless, numerous Great Luo Golden Immortals were dispatched to search for any heavenly treasures or the remains of beings. Since the first batch of beings entering the primordial wilderness was not forcibly conscripted by the river of Hades, but rather chosen of their own volition, their numbers were relatively modest, comprising only about 1/5 of the direct lineage's strength. However, the river of Hades believed that once this group returned, the remaining diligent cultivators would inevitably feel restless, as the merit of such endeavors is always in abundance. After arranging the beings of the blood god realm, the river of Hades headed directly towards Mount Zhou. With the interconnectedness of the earth veins, it took merely a millennium to reach the foot of Mount Zhou, a journey that would have otherwise consumed dozens of times that duration had it been undertaken by flight. Upon arriving at Mount Zhou, the river of Hades, adhering to tradition, extracted the altar and offered 3 fragrant herbs to the Pangu father god before ascending towards the summit, as if aware of the river of Hades' intentions. This ascent was met not with resistance, but rather with a propelling force aiding its climb. With the support of its own strength and this newfound impetus, the river of Hades reached the pinnacle of Mount Zhou in a mere century. After a brief adjustment and restoring its composure, the river of Hades solemnly took out the altar and placed the newly refined map of mountains and rivers upon it. Simultaneously, the 12,960,000,000 incarnations of the blood god, dispersed throughout the primordial wilderness, solemnly retrieved stones from Mount Zhou to forge seals. Together, they prayed to the Great Dao above, may the Pangu father god take heed. Today, the descendant of Pangu, the blood sea river of Hades, beseeches heaven and earth. The Pangu father god opened the heavens and created the primordial wilderness, transforming himself into all things and granting the beings of heaven and earth a land of bliss. Yet, although the beings of the primordial wilderness possess steadfast hearts in seeking the Dao, they are preoccupied with their own desires, leaving nothing to return to heaven and earth. In their selfishness, they act recklessly, resulting in endless strife and the continual depletion of the primordial source, causing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to deteriorate. The river of Hades is filled with trepidation and deep concern. If the beings continue to engage in ceaseless conflict, the realm opened by the Father God shall ultimately be unable to bear the burden and may face destruction. After days and nights of contemplation, a method emerged to be offered to heaven and earth. Today, I, the descendant of Pangu, the blood sea river of Hades, am willing to transform myself into a bridge of communication through the 12,960,000,000 incarnations of the blood god, establishing the mountain protection formation of the cycle of heaven and earth, beginning at Mount Zhou and culminating at the blood sea of the underworld. This formation shall draw spiritual essence from the chaos, refined through the power of Mount Zhou, circulating through the earth veins to stabilize the primordial wilderness. The earth veins of the entire primordial wilderness shall nourish Mount Zhou, reinforcing its formidable power. The blood sea shall extract harmful elements from the mountains and earth veins, discharging them into the chaos, using the scroll upon the altar as a precious treasure to stabilize the cycle of heaven and earth, assisting the operation of the earth veins. As long as the formation remains intact, the primordial wilderness shall endure. May the Great Dao grant us this boon, and may the Father God bear witness. With that, the river of Hades bowed deeply. After the prayer concluded, the 12,960,000,000 incarnations of the blood god, holding their seals, bowed in unison with the river of Hades. The air fell into a profound silence as the eye of the Great Dao materialized above the river of Hades. Observing it intently for a moment, permitted, a vague voice of the Dao resonated forth. Subsequently, a great power surged from the eye of the Great Dao, merging into the 12,960,000,000 incarnations of the blood god. Instantly, the incarnations transformed into an invisible bridge, connecting the vast network of mountains and earth veins throughout the primordial wilderness via their bloodline ties. The swirling chaos was drawn in from the heavens, filtered through the grand formation, and converted into gentle chaotic spiritual essence, which flowed into Mount Zhou, further transforming into pure innate spiritual essence, circulating through the earth veins of the primordial wilderness. Ultimately, any residual impurities unable to be absorbed were expelled by the blood sea into the chaos, where they were eradicated and corroded. This cycle continued endlessly. The spiritual essence within the earth of the primordial wilderness surged, becoming a tenth denser, while the turbid malevolent aura was drawn into the underworld blood sea, where it was collected by the spiritual treasures, nourished by the chaotic spiritual essence. The body of Mount Zhou subtly grew, with the protection of the river of Hades and the incarnations of the blood god. Even if Gong were to shatter his head against it, he would not succeed in toppling Mount Zhou again. Soon, a purple aura descended upon the primordial wilderness. Golden lotuses blossomed everywhere, and a fragrant aroma filled the air, causing many beings to transform due to this wondrous phenomenon. Above the river of Hades, the merits of the Great Dao coalesce into clouds, which, after a brief moment, disperse into countless fragments. Of these, 40% settle upon the merit golden will behind the river of Hades, while 30% transform into billions of portions scattered within 12 billion and 96 million secret realms. Within the avatar of the blood god of the river of Hades, the remaining primordial spirit directly merges with the merits of the Great Dao, evolving into a merit Dharmakaya. The remaining 30% of merits seamlessly integrate into the scroll formed from the map of mountains and rivers, whereupon the scroll radiates with brilliance and restrictions arise, instantaneously maturing into a congenital supreme treasure. The influx of merits continues unabated, yet it seems unlikely to evolve into a congenital merit treasure. Rather, it appears to cultivate restrictions, trending towards the evolution of a chaotic spiritual treasure. However, the current merits are insufficient for this transformation. As long as the formation endures, a trickle of merit will flow in. Provided the formation remains intact, the primordial chaos will remain steadfast, ensuring that one day it will indeed evolve into a chaotic spiritual treasure. The scroll gleams with light, and the three characters of the Earth God ranking materialize upon it. This is a direct bestowal of a name from the Great Dao. Possessing this ranking allows one to appoint deities of the earth. Previously, it was not that the river of Hades did not wish to name it, but such a treasure, intertwined with fate, cannot be casually named. An incorrect name could impair its functions and potentially forfeit divine destiny. Thus, the river of Hades left it blank, harboring the intent for a name bestowed personally by the Great Dao. Once the Earth God ranking absorbs the merits, a line of text manifests upon the seals held by the merit Dharmakayas across the 12 billion and 96 million realms of primordial chaos. Simultaneously, within the Earth's veins, divine positions spontaneously gestate, entering into each merit Dharmakaya, and the seals transform into various forms, such as the mountain god seal and the land seal. Henceforth, within the primordial chaos, the most formidable cohort of land and mountain deities has emerged, each possessing at least the cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal, with many reaching the level of the Luo Golden Immortal. Even without cultivation, the merits that stabilize the Earth's veins propel their advancement. Meanwhile, at the summit of the surrounding mountains, before the river of Hades, a celestial fruit position materializes. This celestial fruit position is a testament conferred by the essence of heaven and earth to those who have rendered significant contributions, enabling the manipulation of the powers of heaven and earth, functioning comparably to the positions of sages. Yet, the strength of fruit positions varies, with differing authorities associated with each. The fruit position before the river of Hades is the most supreme, granting permissions within the cosmos equivalent to that of a sage, yet devoid of the constraints that bind sages. The river of Hades also willingly accepted, directly refining it. After the refinement, the title of the fruit position emerged, the ancestor of earthly deities, named the Yellow Emperor. The river of Hades chuckled to himself, realizing that he had completely seized the opportunity from Xinyuanzi. The ancestor of earthly deities surpassed the ancestor of earthly immortals by an immeasurable degree, one being a gift from heaven and earth, the other a decree from living beings. As for the title of Yellow Emperor, it is not exclusive to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but signifies his authority as the sovereign of the earth, the ruler among mortals. Chapter 111. The Awakening of the Earthly Path. When the merit of the Great Dao descended, the entirety of the primordial chaos was stirred. The first batch of innate deities and demons turned their gazes towards Mount Zhou, eager to discern who had acquired such immense merit. The previous instances of merit had primarily occurred within the blood god realm, where the fluctuations of merit were obstructed by the realm's barriers, thus going unnoticed. However, this time it unfolded atop Mount Zhou, attracting the attention of the entire primordial chaos. Such colossal merit led the innate deities and demons to ponder the identity of the river of Hades. Yet, atop Mount Zhou, the aura of Pangu was thick and palpable. Out of reverence and fear for Pangu, these innate beings could only sigh in resignation and return to their own sanctuaries. Nevertheless, the name of the river of Hades was etched in their memories. At this moment, within a mountain range near the western part of the primordial chaos, in an area enveloped by an innate formation, a gigantic fruit tree stood at the center of the formation, adorned with 36 fruits resembling infants. Above the crown of the fruit tree, a book of earthy yellow shimmered with a radiant glow. At the moment the merit of the Great Dao descended, the book seemed to sustain a grievous blow, its radiant light dimming instantly. A core of earthly essence, nurturing at the center of the fruit tree, appeared to resonate, its essence trembling slightly, as if soothing the book. After a brief moment, the radiant light within the book re-emerged, though some of its permissions had vanished, and the remaining defensive power had been augmented. Had the river of Hades been present, he would have marveled at the impartiality of the Great Dao. Though it stripped away the book's authority to confer divinity, it simultaneously fortified its defensive capabilities. Returning to the main narrative, after refining the fruit position of the Yellow Emperor, the river of Hades sensed his consciousness being drawn into a certain space. The aura within this space felt remarkably familiar to him. After a moment's contemplation, he realized it was the essence of the primordial chaos. This indicated that he was now within the essence space of the primordial chaos, stirring a sense of excitement within him. To engage with the essence of the primordial chaos up close is an extraordinary opportunity for any being within that realm. Minghe could not help but glance around, and there, in the primordial space, 3 astonishing spheres of light stood in triangular opposition. One sphere shone with a resplendent purple-gold hue, emanating an aura of supreme nobility, reminiscent of a sovereign gazing down upon all. The second sphere transformed endlessly, lacking a fixed form. Gazing upon it felt akin to being drawn into various lives, resembling a mischievous child, defying comprehension. The final sphere, tinted a rich earthy yellow, radiated an essence of profound virtue and the capacity to embrace all, akin to a gentle mother. At that moment, Minghe found himself enveloped within the embrace of the earthy yellow sphere. Suddenly, a revelation surged into Minghe's mind, and he instantly comprehended that the purple-gold sphere represented the source of celestial law. Its fluctuating aura indicated an impending emergence. The ever-changing sphere was likely the source of human destiny, still ensnared in a deep slumber. Currently, amidst the primordial chaos, beings were fervently pursuing the path of enlightenment, rendering the awakening of human destiny infeasible. It seemed that only with the rise of humanity, through extensive proliferation and the ensuing complexity of human emotions, would the possibility of awakening arise. The earthy yellow sphere encompassing him was the source of terrestrial law. Ordinarily, this source would awaken only during the cycle of reincarnation. Yet due to Minghe's extraordinary actions, the source had been significantly invigorated, resulting in its unexpected awakening. This also placed Minghe in a state akin to unity with the law. This unexpected gratitude from the source of terrestrial law prompted Minghe to share his experiences from the primordial realm through a process of deduction. Although the source of terrestrial law was inherently accommodating, it did not wish to be fully consumed. Thus, it communicated to Minghe that its awakening was transient, capable of little beyond requesting his assistance in restraining the celestial law to prevent the primordial realm from descending into chaos. Chapter 112. The primordial golden immortal. Upon entrusting Minghe with this task, the source of terrestrial law, concerned for his safety, left a fragment of its essence within Minghe's Dao fruit, allowing for a brief awakening in critical moments. Following this, a gentle force prepared to send Minghe back. In response, he swiftly conveyed a thought to the source of terrestrial law while tearing a piece of cosmic merit, receiving Minghe's mental transmission. The will of the terrestrial law paused momentarily in silence before dividing the merit into 3 portions, sending 2 into the sources of celestial and human law, while carefully extracting a minuscule fragment of essence from each. The terrestrial law also contributed a fragment of its own essence before sending Minghe away. Upon returning to the summit of the Zhou mountain, Minghe felt an unparalleled clarity envelop him. Though his time within the primordial source had been brief, he sensed a subtle elevation in his foundation. The aura surrounding him had been purified by the primordial essence, rendering it far more refined. Anyone witnessing him would hardly believe that he hailed from the most polluted depths of the blood sea in the primordial realm. Gazing at the 3 strands of primordial power in his hand, though they were but a mere trickle, they radiated an astonishing aura. Minghe smiled gently, collecting these strands into the primordial space of his realm for nurturing. At this moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to. He retrieved 2 Lotus platforms and the primordial measurement stick, summoning 3,000 avatars of the chaos demon gods to guard him. Minghe then settled upon the blazing red lotus, preparing to transcend into the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Having undergone the cleansing of the primordial space, his cultivation had reached a point of undeniable pressure, and he was fully prepared to break through without the need for further restraint. However, given the immense commotion created, the time required for this breakthrough would not be brief. And to avoid disturbances, he temporarily released the 3,000 avatars to safeguard him. Fortunately, although these avatars were birthed from the blood of the chaos demon gods, they bore Minghe's potent essence. Due to his several actions, the will of Zhou Mountain was particularly amiable toward them. Otherwise, they would have been extinguished upon their emergence. As time flowed unceasingly, 3 cycles passed, and Minghe successfully broke through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. The prolonged suppression had propelled him directly to the pinnacle of the initial stage of this realm, which also explained his lengthy seclusion. During the first cycle, he had achieved the breakthrough, while the subsequent 2 cycles were devoted to solidifying his realm and digesting the insights gleaned from his recent endeavors. Among these insights, the most significant stemmed from his experiences within the primordial source. Although the duration was short, the direct confrontation with the essence had greatly fortified his foundation. In truth, considering Minghe's current state, there were no remaining barriers to his breakthrough into the realm of the primordial Great Luo golden immortal. The profound depth of his foundation merely required diligent accumulation of spiritual power for a seamless ascension. For practitioners, reaching the realm of the primordial golden immortal demanded a greater quantity of spiritual energy than all previous realms combined. This very reason led to the prohibition of achieving this status beneath the celestial law in the future primordial realm, wherein the teachings of the venerable Hongjun and his method of severing the 3 corpses would be esteemed by the celestial law. The river of Hades is reluctant to incur further debts with the heavens, for he has amassed considerable merits, as long as he is not ensnared by the heavenly principles. Even the celestial order cannot directly impose upon him. Thus, his daily cultivation, which previously involved transforming chaotic spiritual energy through the blood god realm, has now evolved. With the establishment of the river of Hades realm, he can conveniently carry it with him, enabling him to directly absorb chaotic spiritual energy. The refining effect of chaotic spiritual energy on the physical body is immensely potent. Throughout his extensive practice, aside from the initial stages when he actively tempered his body, he has relied on chaotic spiritual energy to hone his physical form. Consequently, his physical prowess has remained on par with his magical cultivation. Now, with the river of Hades realm at his disposal, he can continuously refine himself, leading to an increase in both his physical and magical cultivation speeds. Chapter 113. The Reason for World Creation. Upon reaching the realm of the primordial golden immortal, one embarks on the path of understanding the fundamental laws. Akin to the quasi-saints of later ages, bearing the title of saint necessitates a connection to the Great Dao, or heavenly principles, wherein one's own accomplishments are entrusted to these higher powers. In the current primordial landscape, since the heavenly order has yet to manifest, a breakthrough into the primordial golden immortal realm allows the river of Hades to directly entrust his achievements to the Great Dao's cosmic flow, continuously drawing nourishment from it to enhance his understanding of the laws and ultimately attain higher realms. However, while the river of Hades respects the Great Dao and believes in its impartiality, he is aware that entrusting his accomplishments to the heavenly currents will impose certain limitations. Thus, entrusting them to the Great Dao's cosmic flow may also entail certain deficiencies. As long as his cultivation remains low, especially before reaching the heavenly realm, he should face no issues. Yet, he consistently remembers that the ultimate goal of cultivation is to achieve the Great Dao and even transcend it. After all, did not the father god Pangu fall when he sought to break through the realm of the Great Dao? Perhaps the Great Dao is indeed impartial, but that holds true only when one does not pose a threat to it. Should the river of Hades attain sufficient cultivation in the future and desire to surpass the Great Dao, the question remains, will the Great Dao still be impartial? After all, within the realm of cultivation, there exists the Great Dao realm, who can guarantee that the current Great Dao was not shaped by some being's cultivation and introspection. If one day the river of Hades reaches the Great Dao realm and the beings under his dominion suddenly seek to stand on equal footing or surpass him, he would undoubtedly be displeased. Thus, ever since acquiring the sea-calming pearl, the river of Hades has been scheming to utilize the world he has created to entrust his achievements, allowing the heavenly principles within that world to connect with the Great Dao and facilitate his cultivation. Although this introduces a layer of complexity in the newly established world is still governed by the Great Dao, the fact that it has been refined with his essence makes it a part of him. In critical moments, he can abandon the world, extract his achievements, and sever ties for survival, ensuring a safeguard for future power enhancement. Consequently, the river of Hades has continuously suppressed his cultivation, willingly foregoing opportunities for breakthroughs to first establish the river of Hades realm before pursuing further advancement. Fortunately, all his plans have succeeded. In the future, if the Great Dao proves genuinely impartial and does not hinder him, it will merely reflect his excessive caution, should the situations he envisions arise. Today's choices will serve as a guarantee for his future path to enlightenment. Ultimately, the River of Hades successfully entrusted his achievements to the heavenly currents of the River of Hades realm, where his power remains unaffected beneath the Great Dao. However, once the Heavenly Order emerges, he will only be able to manifest the realms of the Great Luo Golden Immortal in ordinary circumstances. Only by surpassing the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal can this predicament be resolved. Nevertheless, with the River of Hades realm accompanying him, he can reveal his true cultivation at any moment and fear no challenge. After completing his preparations atop Mount Zhou, the River of Hades turned his gaze towards the sky. He has traversed the primordial lands, yet the starry expanse above has eluded him due to his insufficient cultivation, having recently emerged from the blood sea of the Underworld. He had already arranged everything prior to his departure. It is said that on the Tying Star dwells the reincarnated goddess Washu, the most beautiful being in the primordial realm. He is curious to see how she compares to the spirit of wood. Additionally, the purple micro-emperor star, born from the ancestral aperture in Pangu's brow, should possess a standing and essence that do not pale in comparison to the supreme stars of the sun and moon. Yet, why do later generations not report any formidable innate beings emerging from the purple micro-emperor star? Now that his cultivation and physical form have reached the realm of the primordial golden immortal, he no longer fears the ninefold celestial barrier. It is time to ascend and explore. Chapter 114, The Ninefold Celestial Barrier, Part 1. Filled with anticipation and curiosity, the River of Hades took flight towards the heavens, swiftly arriving at the ninefold celestial barrier. Upon entering the first layer, the barrier of gravity, he was immediately met with an overwhelming gravitational force pressing down upon him. It felt akin to his initial entry into the primordial realm, experiencing the dual pressures of the Father God Pangu and the Great Dao. However, now that his physical body has attained the primordial golden immortal realm, this formidable pressure remains within his capacity to endure. As Minghe directly employed his cultivation technique, he harnessed the pressure to temper himself while ascending further into the sky. Gradually, he acclimated, reminiscent of his earlier ascent of the surrounding mountains. As he soared, Minghe sensed that he had transcended a barrier, and a rich essence of life surged into his being. Extending his perception, he confirmed that the energy flowing towards him was indeed the vital force of Imu. Representing growth and vitality, the Imu energy contained an immense life force. Even a small amount could greatly benefit the body. However, within this profound space, the Imu energy appeared to be inexhaustible, becoming increasingly potent the higher he ascended. Initially, as the Imu energy flooded into him, Minghe's pores expanded, eagerly absorbing the life force within. Yet, he soon realized that he was struggling to keep pace with the influx. The dense life force threatened to overwhelm him. Nevertheless, Minghe remained unperturbed, for he was now a man who carried the world within himself. The Nether River continued its insatiable absorption of the ethereal energy of wood, simultaneously invoking the world pearl to release its capacity for absorption, channeling what it could not consume into the world pearl. Gradually, the ethereal energy of wood in the surrounding space began to dwindle. It was then that the Nether River advanced further, only to suddenly perceive a verdant orb floating ahead in the expanse. Minghe stepped forward and retrieved the bead, refining it slightly to discover it was indeed one of the 9 great spiritual beads, the wood spirit pearl. With a faint smile, he thought to himself that it seemed he was nearing the completion of his collection of the 9 great spiritual beads. After putting away the wood spirit pearl, Minghe swiftly exited this layer of barrier and entered the next realm. As he stepped into this new space, he was immediately greeted by an intense wave of heat. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this place was akin to a gathering ground for the primordial divine fires. Here, one could find nearly all of the 10 great primordial divine fires, including the true fire of the sun, the true fire of the Yin, and the southern brightly fire, among others. Minghe's desire to collect surged within him. The River of Hades now possesses the accompanying spirit fire, the crimson lotus flame, and the south bright leaving fire obtained from the immortal volcano. Consequently, the River of Hades directly extracted the fire spirit pearl, simultaneously refining itself with the fierce flames while gathering fire seeds. After all, such a rich source of divine fire would be irreplaceable once the 36 heavens had evolved. As it progressed, the collection of divine fire grew increasingly abundant, to the point where the fire spirit pearl began to struggle under the weight of its burden. Thus, the River of Hades channeled a portion of the flames into the underground of the River of Hades realm, transforming them into earth fire. Unbeknownst to him, the River of Hades traversed yet another layer of boundary, and a chilling aura instantly roused him from his reverie. Casually, he cast the fire spirit pearl into the river of Hades' realm, suspending it in the sky to temporarily serve as a sun. Subsequently, he surveyed the surrounding space, where a pervasive essence of pure metal chi enveloped the atmosphere. The river of Hades felt a surge of astonishment during his previous treasure-hunting endeavors in the West. Whether amidst the plain cloud realm banner or the location of the golden spirit pearl, the metal chi present, though evident, was far less dense and pure than that found here. The river of the underworld stirred with unease. Was there something amiss in the starry expanse? Why was the protective barrier at its center so formidable? In a moment of bewilderment, the river chose to relinquish these thoughts, producing the golden spirit pearl. It began to absorb the quintessence of metal energy from the surrounding space. As the golden spirit pearl neared saturation, the once ethereal metal energy gradually transformed into a liquid form before its very eyes. Without hesitation, the river of the underworld stowed away the golden spirit pearl and summoned the world pearl, drawing in all the concentrated metal essence and directing it towards the farthest western reaches of the realm. With the influx of this metal energy, a multitude of metallic veins began to emerge in the extreme west of the underworld realm. As it pressed onward, the metal essence fully liquefied, giving rise to a lake of metal in the western expanse of the underworld. Chapter 115, The Ninefold Heavenly Barrier, Part 2, as it approached the boundary of the realm. The surrounding metal energy had solidified into crystalline forms, each crystal blanketing the ground. The river of the underworld, undeterred, waved its hand grandly, collecting them all. Venturing into the starry sky, the river initially believed that its fortunes lay within the cosmos, hoping for the chance to acquire the legendary supreme innate spiritual root, the celestial treasure tree. Yet, it was astonished to find that even before entering the starry expanse, it had already reaped such bountiful rewards. As Minghe grinned, his anticipation for the forthcoming journey heightened. Stepping through the layer of golden energy, he directly entered the layer of divine waters, which resembled the previous layer of divine fire, a veritable paradise of celestial waters, including the likes of the 3,000 weak waters, the primordial heavy water, and the lunar divine water. Thus, within Minghe's realm, mighty rivers emerged, with various divine waters nourishing the world while simultaneously transforming into spiritual entities suitable for the local realm. Upon emerging from the layer of divine waters, Minghe was greeted by the sound of rushing winds. Indeed, he had entered the layer of divine winds. As he soared within, he felt as if he were being mercilessly shredded by the winds, both his physical body and primordial spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, he possessed a substantial amount of the three light divine water. Each cycle of destruction and restoration served as a rigorous trial for his body, enhancing both his physical form and primordial spirit. Simultaneously, Minghe took out the world pearl, intending to draw the divine winds into his realm. He planned to create a layer of divine winds in the heavens. With the world pearl's influence, the intensity of the winds surrounding him significantly diminished. He was not overly concerned. With the presence of chaotic energy, he could hone his body and spirit at any moment, and this minor trial was inconsequential. What mattered most was seizing opportunities, for they may not present themselves again. As Minghe ascended, the divine winds in the surrounding space intensified. However, facing a self-sustaining vast world, their potency was rendered ineffective. Wherever Minghe traversed, the space fell into tranquility, with all divine winds entering his realm. Approaching the edge of the divine wind layer, he suddenly sensed a pulling force. A fortuitous opportunity was at hand. Without hesitation, Minghe raised the world pearl and drew near the source of this alluring energy. Before him appeared a cerulean pearl, with the surrounding winds being absorbed into it. It was none other than the wind spirit pearl, one of the 9 sacred pearls. With only one pearl remaining to complete the set, Minghe could not help but gaze upward, his eyes glimmering with expectation. Casually tossing the wind spirit pearl into the layer of divine winds within his realm, Minghe continued onward. Before long, he breached another boundary, and a resounding rumble echoed in his ears. Upon glancing up, he realized he had indeed entered a realm akin to a paradise of thunder. Within this space were the 9 heavens thunder, the purple heavens divine thunder, and the thunder of creation, among others. True to form, Minghe extracted the world pearl and fervently absorbed the incoming thunder, delegating its management to his Dao avatar. After all, heavenly tribulations symbolize the trials of the Dao. A world devoid of tribulations lacks a soul, Minghe wryly mused. As he progressed, the thunder intensified along his path. The Dao avatar promptly manifested a thunder tribulation pool to contain these celestial thunders. Throughout his journey, the heavenly tribulations fell like rain, unceasing. Creating a thunder tribulation pool allowed for the compression of thunder into tribulation liquid, serving both as a source of energy for the heavenly punishments and as a glimmer of hope for beings undergoing tribulations. Minghe felt he had been quite benevolent towards the creatures yet to emerge within his realm, just as he was nearing the exit of the Thunder Layer. A tugging force once more beckoned him. Minghe surmised that, if all went as expected, it must be the final pearl of thunder from the 9 sacred pearls. Approaching the source, he found his conjecture confirmed. Thus, he successfully collected all 9 sacred pearls, though each was merely a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. The complete set of 9 pearls was extraordinary. After all, these pearls constituted the 9 primordial sources of the world. Now that he had gathered them, they would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. However, Minghe did not dwell on this. He entrusted the 9 pearls to the Dao research within his realm and pressed onward on his journey. Chapter 116. Arrival in the starry sky. As Minghe stepped beyond the boundary of the Thunder Layer, the light before him dimmed instantaneously. Yet, it was not an engulfing darkness. Rather, it resembled the twilight illuminated by the moon. The air seemed to be suffused with the chilling power of the moon, potent enough to freeze time and space. For a moment, even with Minghe's cultivation, he felt the cold, a cold that transcended mere weather, an icy essence that gnawed at his bones, incessantly eroding both his physical form and primordial spirit, invoking a profound sense of chill. The Nether River understood that this was the insidious effect of the Yin energy, infiltrating everywhere. In its gentler moments, it could bestow blessings upon countless beings, serving as a precious resource for the demon clans of future generations to cultivate their powers. Yet, few could truly grasp the corrosive nature of the Yin force. It was only now that the Nether River felt its presence. The dense, inescapable Yin energy enveloped him tightly, eroding his flesh, primordial spirit, and magical essence. The Nether River could only sense that within him, everything seemed to have solidified into a singular mass. The river of the Underworld did not dare to be careless. While diligently refining the energy of the lunar essence, it skillfully employed the World Pearl to draw forth the power of the lunar sphere, guiding it into the realm of the river of the Underworld, where it harmoniously combined with the Spirit Pearl, transforming into the moon of that domain. Thus, as it ascended, the river of the Underworld ultimately reached the final layer, where a sensation entirely contrary to the lunar essence permeated the atmosphere, transitioning from the gentle warmth of spring sunlight to the overwhelming feeling of impending dissolution. The river of the Underworld was graced with the emergence of a radiant sun. Upon stepping beyond the layer of the solar seal, the river of the Underworld cast a glance back at the desolate expanse of the ninefold celestial layer, a faint smile gracing his lips. One wonders what expression might adorn the face of anyone who, having ascended from the peaks of Zhou Mountain, traversed the trials of gravity, only to find the vastness ahead utterly devoid of substance. Yet, the pressures that loom over Zhou Mountain are not easily surmountable. The primordial wilderness stretches infinitely, and the river of the Underworld has merely claimed this particular realm atop Zhou Mountain. Naturally, the other regions of the ninefold celestial layer shall gradually fill in the void. The river of Hades reflects upon its own gains. Indeed, as astute as I am, one merely needs to broaden their horizons, for opportunities abound everywhere. No longer shall I linger. Having reaped the benefits of this realm, it is time to gaze upon the starry expanse. I wonder how the cosmos has fared over the past 3 days. On the banks of the River of Oblivion, as one gazes into the starry sky, 2 colossal celestial bodies come into view, one dark and one bright, standing at opposite ends of the cosmos. The River of Oblivion understands that these are the 2 eyes of the primordial deity Pangu, transformed into the Sun Star and the Moon Star, the 2 supreme celestial entities of the primordial universe. After some contemplation, the River of Oblivion decides to journey towards the Sun Star. In the moment of creation, Pangu feared that the stars might fall and wreak havoc upon the primordial realm. Thus, he utilized the handle of the axe of creation to forge the Chaos Bell, a treasured artifact that suppresses the cosmos. Ultimately, the Chaos Bell landed upon the Sun Star, which originated from Pangu's eye. In later times, Dong Huangtai emerged, wielding the power of the Chaos Bell, capable of single-handedly confronting 6 ancestral shamanic beings. The River of Oblivion had long coveted the Chaos Bell. Unlike the other 2 artifacts of creation, which lacked coordinates, the Chaos Bell had a clear direction. As a descendant of the primordial deity, how could he not reclaim the Chaos Bell for his father? With this thought in mind, the River of Oblivion surged towards the Sun Star. Throughout the journey, he sensed no living beings, which caused him to furrow his brow in confusion. Was there truly no sign of life? Had the 3 heavens descended into the primordial realm? Indeed, legend spoke of the 3 heavens battling against the deities, ultimately leading to their demise. Was it mere coincidence? The River of Oblivion's mind stirred as he connected to the northern continent, where the former avatars of the blood god now resided as mountain deities and land spirits. Upon learning that the 3 heavens had indeed ventured to the northern continent with a multitude of celestial beings, The River of Oblivion shook his head in disbelief. Their luck was indeed high, yet the three heavens were stubborn. With their current cultivation, descending was one thing, but ascending back was not guaranteed. The nine heavens would treat every being equally. Chapter 117, The Cosmic Treasury. After soaring through the cosmos for several millennia, the River of Oblivion finally arrived at the outskirts of the Sun Star. He couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the cosmos, rivaling that of the primordial realm. Even after enduring the trials of the immortal volcano and the fiery layers of the nine heavens, upon witnessing the Sun Star, he was still struck with awe. The boundless flames of the sun burned fiercely, radiating heat so intense that it caused ripples in the void. Strangely, gazing at the sunfire filled him with warmth and hope, as if it harbored infinite creation. This brought to mind the widely accepted truth that the sun provides warmth and hope to humanity. All living things depend on its light for growth, and all malevolent forces dissipate beneath its rays. Thus, the sunfire embodies not only heat and flame but also the fire of hope and illumination. At that moment, the River of Oblivion sensed an exuberant energy emanating from the Sun Star. Whether it was due to the arrival of the Pangu bloodline or the River of Oblivion's newfound understanding, the celestial body seemed to rejoice in his presence. Regardless, the Sun Star welcomed his entrance. A gentle smile graced his lips as he stepped into the Sun Star, thankful that through his relentless efforts, his bloodline had evolved into the pure lineage of Pangu. Had it not been for this transformation, the Sun Star would have been a forbidden realm for him, where even the approach could lead to annihilation. Now, he walked with an easy gait, searching through the Sun Star and recalling to retrieve the World Pearl to absorb some sunfire, nourishing the sun of his own realm. After a millennium of searching within the Sun Star, he finally approached the core area. Throughout these years, he had not encountered significant fortunes. Yet materials like sun essence gold were abundant in his realm. For nearly 8 epochs, no one had visited the Sun Star, resulting in a considerable accumulation of debris. After a millennium of effort, he managed to clear much of it, likening his actions to a thorough cleaning for the eyes of his father deity. As he pondered this, the River of Oblivion could not help but silently criticize the three heavens. It was not that he looked down upon them. They were the first generation of celestial rulers. Yet they had failed to enter even one of the three supreme stars. Instead of diligently cultivating and managing the cosmos, they hastily descended into the primordial realm to confront fierce beasts, meeting their demise without complaint. Speaking of Emperor Jun and Tai, they too were favored by fortune. Tai emerged with the innate treasure, the chaos spell, while Emperor Jun possessed 2 exceptional innate treasures at birth, alongside the legendary Fusong tree, one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots. It is said that the Sun Star also houses the exceptional innate treasure, the Sun Essence Wheel, which, when combined with the Moon Essence Wheel of the Moon Star, wields power comparable to that of innate treasures. Emperor Jun presented it as a wedding gift to the second-generation moon goddess, Shihi. Upon their emergence, they became the rulers of the cosmos. While the previous generation of mighty star deities had all perished, leaving behind a vast cosmic treasury, it is rumored that in later times, the 365 celestial banners at the heart of the Zhou Tian star array were at least exceptional postnatal treasures, while the additional 900 auxiliary banners were of superior postnatal quality. With the construction of the 36 heavens, it was truly a magnificent spectacle, adorned with intricate carvings, and equipped with standardized gear for the myriad of demon soldiers. Reflecting on this, the River of Oblivion could not help but curse the three heavens again. These three foolish beings, also celestial rulers, paled in comparison to Emperor Jun and Tai, making it clear that without comparison, there could be no harm. Chapter 118. Sunlight illuminates just as the River of Oblivion gathered his scattered thoughts and prepared to step into the core of the Sun Star. A sudden roar of a beast echoed through the air. A chill coursed through Minghe's heart. How could there be any living beings on the Sun Star at this moment? Not daring to be careless, Minghe immediately summoned the fiery red Lotus and the primordial measuring ruler. He directed his gaze toward the source of the beastly roar and beheld a gigantic black sphere hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Within this dark orb, a blood-red eye glared with a savage and frenzied intensity, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. As Minghe was momentarily taken aback, he found himself unexpectedly hurled backward, prompting him to quickly gather his thoughts and face the foe at hand. This black sphere revealed itself to possess the formidable strength of a Hongjun golden immortal, its physical prowess seemingly surpassing his own. However, he sensed no significant magical energy emanating from it. This realization brought a sigh of relief, though its physical capabilities were superior. With the innate treasure by his side, vanquishing this sudden adversary would not pose a monumental challenge. Yet, a cloud of confusion enveloped Minghe's mind as he fought. pondering the striking resemblance this entity bore to the legendary sun candle of later generations. While many might have remained oblivious to such tales, Minghe was fortunate enough to have familiarized himself with them. Though it had escaped his thoughts until now, the likeness grew increasingly pronounced. But if this indeed was the sun candle, how could it appear in such a terrifying form? In mythological lore, the sun candle, also known as the divine radiance, was born from the primordial essence of chaos, a confluence of the purest yang energy and the essence of the sun. It manifested as a colossal black sphere, embodying the utmost yang aspect within the duality of existence, representing the sun itself. Upon its form, one could witness the phenomena of supreme goodness and brilliance within the cosmos. It was the mightiest and most revered of sacred beasts, once honored as divine by mortals. Accompanying the sun candle was the inspector, conceived after the chaos had been unraveled. This entity, birthed from the essence of the utmost yin and the moon's purity, took the shape of a hollow white ring, symbolizing the most exquisite stars of the night sky. It was the second most potent sacred beast in the celestial hierarchy, known as the guardian of the night and representative of the moon. Yet, the creature before Minghe, reminiscent of the sun candle, possessed crimson eyes and radiated a palpable malevolence. Unmistakably a savage beast, utterly devoid of the sanctity attributed to the legendary sacred beings. However, if this creature was not the sun candle, how could it exhibit such overwhelming strength? Even after the great upheaval of creation, Minghe had only recently transcended to the realm of Hongjun Golden Immortal. While the beast before him clearly possessed the physical might of at least a mid-stage Hongjun Golden Immortal, instilling within him a sense of trepidation. Not daring to underestimate this foe, Minghe summoned the powers within the Minghe realm, exerting all his strength to wield the primordial measure of heaven, ultimately investing considerable effort before he could vanquish the beast. As he gazed upon the lifeless form before him, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, questioning the true nature of this entity. Just as he prepared to investigate further, a faint golden orb emerged from the black sphere. Sensing the essence of the orb, Minghe, emboldened by his skills, approached and grasped it in his hand to explore its nature. A subtle thought radiated from the orb, settling upon his brow. With a gentle smile, he extended his consciousness to absorb the information contained within the thought. It turned out that this savage beast was indeed the sun candle, born alongside the inspector at the dawn of creation, yet it had not awakened to consciousness or refined its essence. Both sacred beasts had been tainted by the malevolent energy of the primal chaos, which obscured their original spirits. They fell to the sun star and the yin star, where the foul energies coalesced, shrouding them in darkness. Despite being forged into formidable beings through the purification of the sun's true fire and chaotic energies, they remained unable to awaken their true wills, subjugated instead by the malevolent forces that governed their bodies. This golden orb was a remnant of the sun candle's untainted primordial spirit, which, upon the beast's demise, sensed the essence of Pangu's bloodline. Before its consciousness faded, it managed to expel this fragment of true spirit, yearning to seek aid from the Pangu bloodline to rescue its sister, the inspector. If that were not possible, it sought liberation for her, for their current state as sacred beast was a profound insult. Chapter 119, The Fusang Tree and the Emperor Juntai. In that moment, Minghe felt a pang of sorrow. Such a powerful sacred beast had met such a tragic fate. Reflecting not only the misalignment of the sun candle and the inspector with their era, but also the omnipresent dangers of the primordial world and the capriciousness of fate, the river of Hades could not help but relinquish the trace of pride that had emerged after breaking through to the realm of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. He became cautious once more, recognizing that the path of cultivation is fraught with trials and tribulations. Only by exercising utmost prudence and never underestimating any adversary can one reach the other shore and attain transcendence. In that fleeting moment, the river of Hades felt a subtle elevation in his state of mind. With a gentle smile, he casually crafted a spirit-nurturing vessel, into which he encapsulated a fragment of true essence, infusing it with a portion of the divine trisolar water for nurturing. This trisolar water, revered as the premier healing substance of the primordial world, holds the potential to mend any affliction, possibly aiding in the recovery of that fragment of true essence. After securing the remains of the sun's illumination, the river of Hades stepped into the core region of the sun star. The temperature here was at least doubled compared to the periphery, and it only intensified as one approached the center. The dense true solar fire resembled a gathering of molten lava. The river of Hades was unabashed. He produced the world pearl and began to transport the true solar fire, causing the sun within his realm to shine ever brighter. As the true solar fire thinned, he observed the ground below, where countless solar crystals were densely clustered, formed from the concentrated essence of the sun, far surpassing the quality of the refining materials found in the outer regions. The river of Hades parted its lips, invoking the Father God above, as it prepared once more to assist in the cleansing of your eyes. After thoroughly purging the entire core area, the river of Hades found itself perplexed, for it had not glimpsed the Fusang tree or the two crows. Subsequently, a realization dawned upon it. As a central figure in the Great Calamity, how could it possibly lack the protection of a formation? With this thought, the river of Hades summoned the fiery red lotus, seated itself cross-legged upon it, placed the primordial measurement ruler upon its lap, and with all its might, activated the Pangu bloodline, beginning to sense with exquisite precision. Minghe pondered to himself, though our destinies may not intertwine, the chaos spell will undoubtedly resonate with the bloodline of Pangu. With that thought, he released his perception entirely, commencing a search in the core region, harmonizing with the power of the bloodline. As expected, in less than a century, he sensed a subtle disturbance in a particular direction. He summoned the Homage Liang Tian, anchoring the location firmly in his mind. Minghe recalled that he had previously searched this area, acquiring a considerable amount of refining materials. Indeed, the concept of opportunity is ineffably intricate. Without fate, one might fail to perceive what lies before them. Minghe chuckled, even in the absence of destiny, with sufficient strength, one could assert their will. With the assistance of the Homage Liang Tian, he spent a millennium refining the formation. Minghe stepped into the spatial realm of the formation, and before his eyes stood two entwined mulberry trees, towering towards the heavens, their trunks immense, devoid of leaves. The interlacing branches above naturally formed a nest-like structure, within which waves of solar fire danced. Minghe attuned his senses, and it appeared that two primordial entities were gestating within, likely to become the future Emperor Jun and Tai. Driven by his yearning for the chaos bell, Minghe soared forward, and indeed, beneath a grayish bell, he beheld a pale golden orb trembling slightly, seemingly instinctively aware of his formidable presence. Beside it lay another orb, nearly identical, illuminated by a faint glow from a scroll and a book hovering above, seemingly safeguarding this radiant sphere. The river of Hades carefully sensed the current state of Emperor Jun. Tai had yet to fully develop his spiritual intelligence, merely embodying an instinctual essence, continuously absorbing the powers of the sun star to nurture his own being. Chapter 120. The Celestial Stars and the Primordial River Luo. After some contemplation, the river of Hades refrained from hastily seizing the chaos bell. Instead, he descended from the Fusang tree to first collect the celestial treasures within the arrayed space. Most of these were materials of a solar nature, all gathered into the realm of the river of Hades. During this process, he also discovered a diminutive palace, with a bit of refinement. The name of the palace emerged, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Solar Divine Palace, a defensive treasure of spatial attributes. In later times, this palace was regarded by Emperor Jun as the celestial treasury, left at the birthplace of Emperor Jun and Tai. Following the fall of the demon court, many beings sought it in vain, and it ultimately fell into the hands of Luya. Additionally, at the juncture of the two main trunks of the Fusang tree, he stumbled upon an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Sun Essence Wheel, an offensive treasure. It was likely destroyed alongside Shiha during the last great battle of the witch and demon clans. As for these acquisitions, the river of Hades felt a sense of satisfaction. However, in comparison to the grand finale that awaited, they were but trifles. The river of Hades once again turned its gaze toward the chaos bell, directly releasing a pulse of bloodline essence to approach it. The chaos bell did not resist the river of Hades' contact, however. A stream of information flowed into the depths of its consciousness. At present, the chaos bell cannot depart from the cosmos, for the mission bestowed upon it by the primordial deity Pangu to safeguard the celestial expanse remains unfulfilled. Although the cosmos has undergone significant evolution, it has yet to attain complete stability. With a deep sigh, Minghe reflected on the formidable nature of the Nine Heavens Tiantra layer, realizing that it was likely the Divine Father's intention to safeguard the still volatile cosmos from disturbances. Though a tinge of regret lingered, he had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality. After all, the intricacies of the protagonist of a calamity were not easily altered. Ultimately, he could simply wait until after the calamity of the wraiths and then seek his opportunity. Suddenly, Minghe recalled the illustrious Zhou Tian Xingdou formation, which he believed was derived from insights gleaned from the Chaos Bell's surface. He endeavored to communicate with the Chaos Bell, hoping to gain further understanding. To his relief, the Chaos Bell did not impede his efforts, recognizing the purity of his Pangu bloodline. Had it not been for its own mission, the Chaos Bell might have accompanied Minghe. Consequently, the Chaos Bell unshackled its restraints, allowing Minghe to delve into comprehension. With the bell's consent and the aid of the Enlightenment Tea, within a single Yuan meeting, Minghe successfully comprehended the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation and grasped a portion of its restrictions after conversing with the Chaos Bell. Subsequently, he could forge a replica of the Chaos Bell to summon it back should it ever become lost in the void. In later times, Emperor Juntai, lacking the authority of the Ziwei Emperor Star, would directly substitute the Chaos Bell for the Ziwei Emperor Star, employing the Huda Luoshu to evolve the Hongyuan Helio formation, thus mastering the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation. The fusion of these two formations provided immense power, enabling the resistance against the 12 capitals of the Witch Clan's divine killing formation. Though Minghe had not acquired the Chaos Bell, he had gleaned invaluable insights from the formation. He resolved to journey to the Ziwei Star to seek alternative methods. For the potency of the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation was indeed remarkable and would greatly benefit the Minghe realm. After expressing his gratitude to the Chaos Bell, Minghe turned his attention to the Huda Luoshu. Although he desired these exquisite innate spiritual treasures that decipher the secrets of heaven, he hesitated at the thought of bearing the substantial karmic weight of a protagonist of calamity. Nonetheless, he found the Hongyuan Helio formation within these treasures particularly intriguing, as it could potentially enhance his own Heavenly Wheel reincarnation guardian formation. Without further hesitation, disregarding the quivering of the primordial essence, Minghe seized the Huda Luoshu and began his contemplation. Perhaps due to the interconnected nature of the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation, he completed his understanding in less than 10,000 years. This formation was designed to mimic the layout of the primordial mountains, rivers, and other natural features, embodying the myriad phenomena of existence. If the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation represented the sun, moon, and stars, then the Huda Luoshu encompassed the geography of mountains and rivers, including the vast rivers or oceans, the skies, and the myriad creatures, portraying the transformations of the primordial world. Moreover, the formation possessed the extraordinary ability to obscure the passage of time within its confines, allowing one to witness snow-capped mountains transforming into oceans and vast seas receding into fertile fields. The illusions upon the Huda Luoshu could encapsulate a lifetime of myriad experiences in a mere instant, as if eons had passed or countless calamities had unfolded. After comprehending the two formations, Minghe next turned his gaze towards the Fusang tree, encountering a dilemma akin to that with the Chaos Bell. The true fire of the sun was excessively intense, and before the emergence of the Sun Star God, the Fusang tree was tasked with safeguarding the Sun Star, regulating the true fire of the sun, and nurturing the Sun Star God. In this current phase, it was unable to depart from the Sun Star. Although the river of the Underworld felt a tinge of disappointment, it did not press the matter. It produced the divine water of the three lights and communicated with the spirit of the Fusang tree, proposing an exchange for several main branches. It remains uncertain whether the Fusang tree was swayed by the lineage of Pangu or the divine water's essence, but ultimately, three principal branches fell into the hands of the river of the Underworld. Observing this, the river promptly handed over a vial of the divine water to the Fusang tree and placed the three branches into the Sun Star within the domain of the river, nourishing them with the divine water. Subsequently, the river bid farewell to the chaotic bell and the Fusang tree, disregarding the discontent of the river diagram and Lo Shu, and turned to depart from the Sun Star. Upon exiting the Sun Star, the river paused for a moment to contemplate, then stood still as his magical energy surged. From within him emerged countless figures, the incarnations of the 3,000 chaotic demons. The cosmos was vast, and apart from the 365 principal stars, the river did not perceive any other celestial treasures capable of influencing him. However, each star was replete with the essence of the stars, which might seem commonplace to the star gods under his command, as such essences were ubiquitous among the stars. Yet, given the river's nature, how could he allow treasures to lie before him uncollected? Moreover, these star essences were vital materials for crafting the star banners. Nonetheless, the cosmos was too expansive. Traversing it alone would consume an indeterminate amount of time, and the river was reluctant to squander moments on the ordinary stars. While he could create ordinary incarnations, it was evident that even the descendants in later generations could transform a single hair into an avatar. As the progenitor of such transformations, it was implausible that the blood goddess avatar, having subdued the primordial chaos, could not spawn other incarnations. Although the first batch of ancient star gods had descended into the primordial realm, dangers still lurked in the cosmic expanse. The malevolent energy in the cosmos was no less than that on the primordial continent, with fierce beasts prowling about, making it perilous for ordinary avatars to venture forth. At present, the river's incarnations of chaotic demons had reached at least the late stage of the Great Luo golden immortal realm, and it was time for them to explore. Even if dangers arose, they could endure until other avatars or the river himself arrived for assistance. After instructing his 3,000 avatars to gather star essences, the river continued his journey towards the Ziwei Emperor Star high above. As for why he did not visit the Moonstar first, it was because the river deemed that although the Moonstar goddess was the most beautiful of the primordial realm, she was also a reincarnated chaotic demon, and her temperament remained uncertain. Furthermore, the moon's ethereal glow likely resided there as well, leaving the river to ponder the situation before proceeding with caution. After dispatching the moon demon avatar, he set his course directly for the Ziwei star. The Ziwei star, also known as the North Star, is a celestial body that remains eternally still, situated at the heart of the cosmos, exalted and revered. It is said to be born from the ancestral aperture of the Pangu Father God, a natural sovereign star, thus earning the title of Ziwei Emperor Star. As he approached the Ziwei Emperor Star, the river perceived its extraordinary nature. Surrounding stars collectively exerted their power to protect this imperial star. Had it not been for the river's comprehension of the grand celestial star array and the resonance with his own bloodline, the ancestral power within the Ziwei Emperor Star would have prevented him from even drawing near. At this moment, the river finally grasped the predicament of the 3 days. Though they commanded the celestial star gods and garnered recognition from other stars, the 3 principal celestial bodies each had their own sovereigns, indifferent to the 3 days. Watching helplessly as the 3 most significant treasure troves of the cosmos lay before them, yet remaining inaccessible, it was no wonder that the 3 days chose to descend into the primordial realm to confront fierce beasts. For the rest of the primordial lands had already been divided among the dynasties. Returning to the matter at hand. Even though the Ziwei Emperor Star did not resist the river's arrival, it took him over 10,000 years to finally set foot upon its sacred ground. This delay was attributed to the vastness of the cosmos and the time spent dispelling the obstructive stellar forces. It appeared that the Ziwei Emperor Star had suffered some impairment to its spirit, offering no warm welcome to the river's approach. Upon entering the Ziwei Emperor Star, he found himself enveloped in a dreamlike realm. An infinitely towering tree rose like a colossal pillar, piercing the clouds. Its crown sparkled with starlight, resembling a myriad of dazzling gems embedded within, akin to a sky full of stars shimmering above, radiant and resplendent. As the river of Hades advanced, he approached the colossal tree, extending his senses. The ethereal messages that resonated within informed him of this magnificent tree's true name, the celestial fruit tree. An extraordinary innate spiritual root. When the triad convergence blossoms, it yields its fruits, producing 365 celestial fruits in a single season, each capable of bestowing the consumer with a corresponding celestial physique. The primordial celestial fruits grant a physique comparable to that of the first generation of star deities, thereby transforming anyone who partakes into a potential star deity in reserve. Furthermore, if the celestial fruits were to be placed in worlds of lesser rank, they could directly evolve into a sky filled with stars. Currently, the celestial fruits adorning the tree are the very first harvest, imbued with nearly 8 epochs of spiritual energy, ensuring that even in the vast expanse of the myriad worlds, they could evolve into stars of profound origin. Although Minghe felt a hint of excitement, he refrained from stepping forward to pluck the starry fruit. This restraint stemmed from the unmistakable presence of an aura of supreme nobility emanating from the heart of the starry fruit tree. This aura appeared to be intrinsically linked to the Ziwei Emperor Star beneath his feet. However, Minghe sensed no trace of spirituality within it. As the river of the underworld extended its consciousness, it sensed a unique aura, recognizing the primordial essence of the purple tenuity star. A sense of perplexity washed over the river, for it could not comprehend why, despite the essence being condensed, it lacked any form of sentience. Had it not been for the starfruit tree's vigilant presence, this primordial essence would likely have dissipated back into the purple tenuity star long ago. Strangely, the sentience within the starfruit tree was remarkably feeble, rendering any communication impossible. With a heart full of questions and uncertainty, the river decided to refine the starfruit tree in hopes of extracting some information. Through the process of refinement, the river ultimately discerned the peculiar circumstances surrounding the purple tenuity star. It transpired that in the primordial days, when the vast expanse of stars was newly formed and the purple tenuity monarch was in gestation, a chaotic demonic entity, slain by the father Pangu, had its fragmented true spirit awaken. This spirit, imbued with a portion of the star demon's primordial essence, sought to merge with that of the purple tenuity monarch, aiming for a rebirth within the primordial chaos. However, the nascent true spirit of the purple tenuity monarch fiercely resisted this invasion. With the aid of the accompanying treasure, the star seal, and the innate spiritual root of the starfruit tree, the purple tenuity monarch managed to hold its ground against the star demon. Over the course of their prolonged struggle, both entities grew increasingly weakened. Ultimately, the purple tenuity monarch made a desperate choice, merging directly with the essence of the starfruit tree. In this climactic moment, both their true spirits perished, and the accompanying treasure, the star seal, unexpectedly soared away from the purple tenuity star, ultimately claimed by the three heavens. The starfruit tree, however, having deeply rooted itself within the purple tenuity star, retained a flicker of sentience, albeit dulled. After subduing a fragment of the star demon's essence deep underground, it was left with only the instinct to grow and protect the essence of the purple tenuity monarch. This led to a situation where the primordial essence of the first purple tenuity monarch persisted without any sentience, thereby preventing the birth of a new purple tenuity monarch. Perhaps, after an extensive passage of time, should the sentience of the starfruit tree rejuvenate, it might refine the essence of the purple tenuity monarch and ascend as the new monarch. Reflecting on this, the river of the underworld furrowed its brow, noting that no tales of the purple tenuity monarch and the starfruit tree had reached the later generations. It was only during the time of the canonization of the gods that it was rumored that Bo-Ikao might have been the reincarnation of the purple tenuity monarch, ultimately returning to the heavenly court and being conferred the title of the purple tenuity emperor. The purple tenuity emperor was originally intended to hold a celestial fruit position, not quite on par with the positions of the saints, yet not far behind. After all, the powers of the purple tenuity govern the celestial bodies above and the underworld below. It is said that the emperor of Pangu was but an incarnation of the purple tenuity emperor, and that the transitions of mortal dynasties were influenced by the fluctuations of the purple tenuity star. This position, steeped in significance, bore heavy karmic weight, making it perilous for those lacking sufficient fortune. Perhaps this was why, despite the guardianship of myriad stars and the presence of innate treasures, the original purple tenuity monarch ultimately met with the demise of its true spirit. The position of the purple tenuity monarch remained vacant until the canonization period, when a purple tenuity emperor emerged, albeit merely as a hollow facade. With these thoughts in mind, the river turned its gaze once more to the starfruit tree. Perceiving an opportune moment, given the current state of the starfruit tree, it seemed improbable that it could restore itself before the emergence of the heavenly way. Even after such an emergence, the heavenly way would likely not permit such a being to manifest in the world. Thus, it might be more prudent to transform it into my avatar, allowing me to embody the name of purple tenuity and establish the dignity of the purple tenuity star. With this resolve, the river hesitated no longer, directly splitting off a fragment of its primordial spirit, tearing away a portion of the Great Taoist merit, and entering the starfruit tree, merging with its remnants of sentience. Subsequently, it procured a piece of 9 heavens earth and, through the application of its powers, enveloped the roots of the starfruit tree. Then, it retrieved an 8 treasures glazed bottle, pouring the entirety of its 3 light divine water over the starfruit tree. With the aid of the Great Taoist merit, the river's spirit swiftly refined the residual sentience of the starfruit tree. From that moment forth, the starfruit tree became an extension of the river. With the assistance of the 9 heavens earth and the 3 light divine water, the sentience of the starfruit tree rapidly revived. The river patiently observed, and when the avatar's recovery reached a significant point, it began to guide the avatar toward the essence of the purple tenuity monarch, initiating the process of refinement. This was destined to be a prolonged endeavor, however. Due to the dissipated sentience within the essence of the purple tenuity monarch, even a lengthy process posed no danger. Once the river's avatar completely refined the essence of the purple tenuity monarch, it would ascend as the new monarch, further augmented in potential due to its fusion with the starfruit tree. The nether river placed the 8 treasure glass bottle upon the fork of the starfruit tree, allowing it to naturally gather the light of the sun, moon, and stars, thus generating the divine water of the 3 lights. This water can frequently nourish the starfruit tree, enhancing its essence. In comparison to being held by the nether river, it is evident that the Zhou Emperor Star, the gathering place of celestial bodies, is far more suitable for the 8 treasure glass bottle. Upon receiving the intention of the nether river, the 8 treasure glass bottle immediately emitted a joyful tremor. With a faint smile, Minghe paid no further attention and, with a wave of his hand, harvested the first batch of starfruits, 365 in total, without a single one missing. He temporarily stored them within the realm of Minghe, intending to deal with them upon returning to the Blood Sea. Subsequently, Minghe commenced his search across the Zhou Emperor Star. Although the Zhou Emperor had encountered misfortune, it was only logical that the principal star, as the sovereign of all stars, would harbor more treasures than just these. Indeed, as Minghe continued his exploration, he amassed an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, eventually discovering an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the chart of the celestial constellations. This artifact contained the power of the celestial bodies, allowing its wielder to command the entire celestial array and establish the grand formation of the celestial constellations single-handedly. Initially taken aback, Minghe soon realized that this was indeed more impressive than the Hongjun Luo formation manipulated by Emperor Jun, which relied on the chaotic bell to control the celestial array. Upon further reflection, he deemed it only fitting. The authority to command the celestial bodies inherently resided within the Ziwei Emperor Star, the dominion of the Sovereign of Stars. Thus, the existence of such a formation was entirely reasonable. Emperor Juntai's manipulation of the celestial array was merely an appropriation of the powers of various deities, forcibly claiming the position of star god, taking advantage of the absence of the Ziwei Emperor, and utilizing the Sun Star's might without proper cooperation from the Ziwei Emperor Star. It was no surprise that he lacked the flexibility afforded by the chart of the celestial constellations. Shortly after acquiring the chart of the celestial constellations, Minghe stumbled upon a new treasure deep within the heart of the Ziwei Emperor Star, leaving him astounded. This treasure was none other than the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Book, which included the God Sealing List and the God Smiting Whip. Minghe was momentarily dazed. Could it be that, in Pangu's divine plan, the Ziwei Emperor was destined to become the future ruler of the Heavenly Court? Such a possibility seemed quite plausible. The ancestral aperture at the center of one's brow was indeed the realm of the divine court within living beings. As a being born from the essence of the Ziwei Emperor Star, wielding the authority to seal gods seemed entirely appropriate. If that were the case, then the Ziwei Emperor should not have ended up in such a predicament. Could it be that some malevolent force had orchestrated his downfall? Reflecting on the fate of the first Heavenly Dao, Minghe found this theory quite convincing. Nonetheless, he swiftly suppressed this thought. After all, he was the one currently reaping the benefits. He resolved to diligently cultivate his powers, for once he had achieved a higher level of strength, he could shatter any schemes devised against him. Thus, Minghe reaffirmed his determination. After thoroughly scouring the Ziwei Emperor Star and discovering nothing further, he summoned back the avatar of the Star Demon God, entrusting the chart of the celestial constellations to him. Minghe instructed him to guard the star fruit tree while also cultivating, as this location was indeed the most suitable for the Star Demon Goddess practice. Subsequently, Minghe took the fragment of the Star Demon Goddess essence and exited the Ziwei Emperor Star. As for the protective formation, he deemed it unnecessary. For with the Star Demon Goddess avatar safeguarding the chart of the celestial constellations, he could easily mobilize the celestial powers surrounding the formation, which would likely pose a headache even for saints. News from the Moon Demon Goddess avatar reached him. Tying Yueying had gathered a host of celestial beasts to besiege the great formation outside the Moon Star. With Tying Yueying, a ferocious beast wielding the power of the moon, present, the great formation was in dire straits. Thus, after leaving the confines of the Ziwei Emperor Star, Minghe hastened towards the Moon Star. By the time Minghe arrived at the Moon Star, the grand formation had already been breached. The Moon Goddess, under siege by the ferocious beasts led by Tying Yueying, appeared utterly beleaguered. Perhaps it was in this tumult that the Moon Goddess would meet her demise, which might explain why later generations spoke little of Washu, only recalling the names of Shiha and Changshi when mentioning the Moon Goddess. The river of the underworld did not hesitate. It swiftly retrieved the primordial measuring ruler and struck towards the Dark Moon's ethereal glow. Given the current state of the Dark Moon's ethereal glow, it was evident that the river of the underworld could not facilitate her restoration. Thus, it was imperative to honor the wishes of the solar candlelight and assist her in liberation. With the river of the underworld confronting the mightiest of foes, the Dark Moon's ethereal glow, it was clear that the other ferocious beasts stood no chance against the Moon Goddess. As the river of the underworld aided the Dark Moon's ethereal glow in her emancipation, the Moon Goddess simultaneously dealt with the remaining ferocious beasts. The river of the underworld was not in haste to engage in conversation. Instead, it meticulously gathered a fragment of the true spirit of the lunar shadow and placed it alongside the fragmented true spirit of the solar radiance for nurturing, before subsequently collecting the body of the lunar shadow. Only then did it direct its gaze towards the lunar goddess, offering a faint smile. The lunar goddess, Wanshu, promptly approached and bowed in gratitude, saying, "I, Wanshu, the lunar goddess, am profoundly thankful for your assistance, dear friend. May I inquire your esteemed name? I vow to repay your kindness. Dear Wanshu, there is no need for such formality. I am the Blood Sea River of the Underworld. Our encounter is destined, and my arrival today was primarily aimed at the lunar shadow. The act of saving you is merely fortuitous. Do not dwell upon it." The River of the Underworld replied with a gentle smile. "How can one easily dismiss a life-saving grace? If you do not mind, I humbly invite you to the lunar star for a conversation, so that I may express my gratitude," Wanshu said with a light laugh. "Very well. Please, dear Wanshu." The River of the Underworld responded with a subtle smile, gesturing with a hand. Thus, the two entered the lunar star, arriving beneath the towering laurel tree. Upon witnessing the magnificent tree, the river of the underworld could not help but exclaim, "You are truly fortunate, my friend, to have such a divine entity by your side. Do not jest. This laurel tree is a spirit tree of the lunar star, sharing a common origin with me. However, it is too deeply entwined with the essence of the lunar star to take form. If you wish, you may attempt to nurture it. Its blossoms, when steeped in water, can purify the primordial spirit and significantly aid in cultivation," Hongjun explained, noticing the admiring gaze from the river of the underworld. Hongjun felt a stirring in her heart and subsequently severed a branch of the laurel, offering it to the river of the underworld. Chapter 125. A discourse with Hongjun, the river of Hades, without hesitation, smiled as he accepted the laurel branch. "I happen to have some knowledge about spiritual roots. Hence, I shall not stand on ceremony with my friend Hongjun this time. Here is some 3 light divine water. I kindly ask you to bestow it upon the laurel tree, so it may restore itself swiftly. My dear friend, you are far too courteous. You possess profound fortune," Hongjun exclaimed, gazing at the 3 light divine water with admiration. He lifted his hand, receiving the water and offering it to the laurel tree. As they conversed, the two friends arrived beneath the laurel tree, seated at a stone table. Hongjun invited the river of Hades to sit and took out the lunar divine water to brew 2 cups of osmanthus tea. "Please, my friend." Hongjun gestured for the river of Hades to partake in the tea. "Certainly." The river of Hades, not one to be impolite, lifted the teacup and savored the drink. Instantly, he felt a lingering fragrance upon his lips and teeth, as if his very essence had been refined. "Truly extraordinary," he remarked in admiration. Subsequently, he produced some enlightenment tea leaves and, using the 3 light divine water, prepared a cup for Hongjun. In the spirit of reciprocity, as he beheld the laurel tree before him, the river of Hades felt a stirring in his heart. He retrieved a jade slip, inscribing therein a method for brewing wine, and presented it to Hongjun. "This is a brewing technique I stumbled upon. It can serve as a delightful diversion. Might I exchange it for some osmanthus flowers to aid in my winemaking endeavors?" Hongjun accepted the jade slip, examined it briefly, and praised, "My friend, you are truly talented. Just a few osmanthus flowers, nothing more. If you desire them, feel free to take as many as you wish. Over the years, I have gathered quite a collection." With that, he offered a spatial spirit treasure filled to the brim with osmanthus flowers. The river of Hades did not hesitate to respond. "Then I shall be equally unreserved." Hongjun couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Friend, may I inquire if you have any pressing matters that bring you to the starry expanse?" The river of Hades does not conceal its intentions. It is a moment of stillness that ignites a yearning for movement, a desire to behold the vastness of the starry sky and to seek any fortuitous encounters within it. Furthermore, it hopes to find like-minded companions with whom to engage in philosophical discourse. With this in mind, let us engage in such discourse. Upon hearing this, Hongjun smiled faintly and spoke. "Excellent," nodded the river of Hades. Thus, the two commenced their philosophical exchange. Given the current state of the river of Hades, it had reached a point where the laws of blood could no longer be enhanced before breaking through to the mixed origin golden immortal realm. It was imperative to comprehend other laws and draw parallels. Moreover, the laws of the lunar essence would greatly benefit the construction of the lunar star within the realm of the river of Hades. The river of Hades had a profound understanding of the laws of blood, yet despite having forcibly established a vast world, the realm appeared complete only on the surface. The absence of certain laws rendered many aspects superficial, relying solely on the might of formations and the power of the world tree to sustain the world's hierarchy. Therefore, although the river of Hades remained a mixed origin golden immortal, for the blood god realm to develop normally, it needed to gain deeper insights into other laws. Perhaps it would soar to great heights once the avatars of the chaos demon god matured completely. As their discourse continued, the river of Hades gleaned substantial insights into the laws of the lunar essence, leading to notable growth of the lunar star within its realm. Once their discussion concluded, the river of Hades wished to depart without lingering too long, for it had already spent considerable time away from the blood sea, and the circumstances in the wilderness had undergone significant changes. It yearned to return and assess whether any plans were necessary. Thus, it addressed Hongjun. "This discourse has been immensely beneficial for me. I wonder what your future plans may entail?" Hongjun, taken aback by the implication of the river of Hades' departure, responded, "Have I not provided adequate hospitality? Have I neglected you, my friend? Do not fret, my friend." The river of Hades reassured. "It is merely that I have been away from the blood sea for a considerable time. My journey through the starry sky is concluded, and I wish to return to my sanctuary for quiet contemplation. Seeing the resolve in the river of Hades, Wangshu understood its intent and retrieved a spiritual treasure along with a laurel leaf from her sleeve. Presenting them to the river of Hades, in gratitude for your life-saving assistance, I can offer this supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Moon Essence Wheel. As a token of my appreciation, should you ever require aid, simply crush the laurel leaf, and I shall certainly come to your side. The river of Hades was momentarily taken aback by the Moon Essence Wheel and promptly declined, saying, "You are far too generous, my friend. My actions were merely fortuitous. I cannot accept such a grand gift. Besides, you have already expressed your gratitude. If you feel compelled to offer something, perhaps you could provide me with some lunar essence for my treasure crafting. The wilderness is perilous. It would be prudent for you to retain the Moon Essence Wheel for your own protection." Seeing the river of Hades' firm stance, Wangshu relented and gifted all the lunar essence she had collected over the years along with the laurel leaf. With this, Wangshu would not hold back. She promised to assist the river of Hades in whatever future endeavors it pursued. With that, the river of Hades took its leave, inviting Wangshu to visit the Blood Sea should she find herself in the wilderness, assuring her that it would await her arrival. Having spoken, the river of Hades soared into the sky, departing swiftly. Chapter 126, an additional offering for the esteemed patron. Wangshu stood motionless, watching the retreating figure of the river of Hades, momentarily lost in thought, before turning to return beneath the laurel tree. As the river of the Underworld swiftly ascended to the ninefold celestial layer, it was met by 2,999 avatars of the chaotic demon god, all awaiting its arrival. Upon the river's arrival, the demon avatars exchanged no words, silently returning to the realm of the river of the Underworld, their consciousness intertwined, allowing for an unspoken sharing of their findings. Although their discoveries were not of the highest caliber, the journey through the starry expanse was deemed worthwhile. Gazing upon the realm of the Underworld, composed of majestic mountains formed from the essence of stars and unique celestial materials, the river could not help but feel a sense of wonder. Upon re-entering the ninefold celestial layer, it chose a different orientation, only to realize that traversing from the starry void to the primordial wilderness did not necessitate passing through the ninefold celestial layer. Despite some obstacles, the river, with its formidable cultivation, descended with ease. This revelation quelled a prior curiosity. How, when the ninefold celestial layer had once required assistance for its passage, could the 3 days manage to descend with their subordinates? It seemed that climbing back up would now prove to be a challenge. Casting aside such contemplations, for they bore little relevance to its current state, the river resolved to return to the Blood Sea. After a journey spanning 10 millennia, the river finally arrived at the Blood Sea, reflecting on the myriad experiences encountered along the way. Even the river found the events to be unpredictable. The 3 days had surprisingly allied with the ferocious beasts, launching assaults on several sovereigns of the empires, resulting in a division of territory near the northern continent between the 3 days and the divine reversal. The empires were rife with unrest, as each sovereign was consumed by thoughts of vanquishing rival factions to expand their dominions, thereby amassing greater fortunes and accelerating their ascension in power. Amidst the ceaseless conflicts among the empires, even the 3 days, closest to the realm of the ferocious beasts, remained oblivious to the ominous aura unleashed by the great battles, which seemed to resonate with the calamity of heaven and earth. The once pure spiritual energy became tainted with a hint of malevolence. As this malevolence accumulated, the strength of the ferocious beast empire quietly surged, with an increasing number of newly spawned beasts and the enhancement of existing ones. The ruler of the ferocious beast empire, Divine Reversal, selected 36 formidable generals from the 4 great beast kings, such as the Gu Eagle and the Calamity Dao, to lead their forces across the primordial wilderness, subtly gathering the newly emerged ferocious beasts. Under the restraint of the beast kings, these newborn creatures remained relatively quiet, unbeknownst to the sovereigns of the empires. As they busied themselves expanding their territories, the once primitive and ferocious beasts had silently amassed formidable strength within their domains. Although these beast factions were well concealed, the river of the Underworld, with its extensive network across the primordial wilderness, had already taken note. As a cultivator inclined towards nurturing and development, the river harbored a disdain for the destructive nature of the mindless beasts but recognized the necessity of their presence to eradicate the chaotic demon gods reincarnated as primordial deities. Left unchecked, these primordial beings would continue to grow stronger, posing a threat to the native life forms of the primordial wilderness, which had evolved from the legacy of Pangu, the progenitor. Even now, the Dragon clan remained hidden within the 4 seas, quietly developing, while the Phoenix clan seldom ventured beyond the realm of the eternal flames. and the Qilin clan could only operate within the vicinity of Zhou Mountain, wary of the primordial deities. Contemplating this, the river of the Underworld dismissed any thoughts of warning the Empire's sovereigns. Though reluctant to witness their destructive conflicts within the primordial wilderness, it had done all it could. The name of the Great Mountain Protection Array was not bestowed lightly. It served to safeguard the Zhou Mountain Pillar. Given the nature of the Blood Sea, the essence of the fallen beings, transformed through the array, contributed to the sustenance of Zhou Mountain, ensuring it no longer existed solely as a consumer without replenishment. Chapter 127. Upgrading the spirit-infusing banners. No longer preoccupied with the tumult of the primordial wilderness, the river stepped into the Blood Sea. Over the years, the countless fallen beings had caused the sea's surface to rise noticeably. The 300,000 spirit-infusing banners were filled to capacity. While numerous wailing souls floated in the newly formed Blood Sea, the river could only smile wryly at this sight. Not in a hurry to enter the Blood God realm, it directly requested fragments of the World Tree from the heavenly avatar residing in the realm of the Underworld. After refining these remnants with the Qian Kuan Cauldron, they were integrated into the 300,000 spirit-infusing banners. A series of intricate hand seals were executed, imbuing each banner with prohibitions. Following a brilliant flash of light, the aura of the 300,000 spirit-infusing banners became concentrated, enveloped in threads of virtuous radiance. Upon a thorough examination of the River of Oblivion, it became evident that although the 30,000 banners had not ascended in rank, their essence had significantly thickened, and the direction of their restrictions had altered. Within the 30,000 auxiliary banners, a vast world had been established, while the 72 earthly fiend banners had birthed a minor thousand worlds. The 36 celestial banners housed a medium thousand worlds, and the 9 principal banners nurtured a grand thousand worlds. However, these realms were rather simplistic, lacking in diverse regulations, and their spatial integrity appeared feeble, far from the stability of a conventional world. It seemed that all the laws governing these worlds were derived from the inherent effects of the spirit-concealing banner, manifesting notably in the functions of soul absorption and nourishment, while also capable of drawing in the attributes of celestial energy from the surroundings to convert into resources for the cultivation of soul entities within these worlds. Furthermore, these realms repelled all fleshly beings. Should a corporeal entity intrude, it would either be assimilated as nourishment, transformed into the world's resources, or breach the barriers of the realm to escape. As the spirit-concealing banner completed its evolution, a forceful attraction emanated from it, accompanied by an intangible wave of energy. The wailing remnants of souls in the Blood Sea were promptly drawn into the spirit-concealing banner, while the souls drifting towards the Blood Sea were hastened, directly merging into the spirit-concealing banner. Minghe carefully sensed the powerful suction, which seemed to solely target the soul bodies. Despite being in such close proximity to the Blood Sea, not even a single drop of blood was drawn. Observing the 30,000 soul-gathering banners before him, which, with the operation of the Blood Sea soul-gathering formation, appeared to slowly form a layer of domain, Minghe could not help but raise an eyebrow, feeling that he had inadvertently created something extraordinary. Suppressing a particular thought deep within his heart, he stepped directly into the Blood Sea after confirming the formation was functioning normally. Every return to the Blood Sea brought Minghe a profound sense of ease and contentment. While others might view it as a filthy abyss, to Minghe, it was a place of great familiarity. The Blood Sea had nurtured him, and he had traversed his initial confusion within its depths. Moreover, the Blood Sea, through Minghe's continuous improvements, had shed its associations with filth and could even be described as a sacred land of primordial chaos. The air was rich with spiritual energy, saturated with blood vitality, and it harbored a separate world teeming with countless spiritual roots. Upon returning to the Blood God realm, Minghe first sensed his surroundings but found no trace of Mu Ling'er and the other 4. It seemed that many beings in the Blood Sea had also diminished in number. After communicating with the heavenly path of the Blood God realm, he learned that, over the years, as the conflicts in the primordial chaos escalated, the accumulation of malevolent energy had surpassed the cleansing efforts of Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou. Thus, these 4 had been leading teams to purge the malevolent energy, while Mu Ling'er assisted with her kin. As the first batch of Blood Sea beings returned to recuperate, they could not contain their eagerness to help, requesting to venture out again. Had it not been for Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhu's steadfast adherence to Minghe's instructions, restricting the cultivation levels of those who ventured out, the Blood God realm would likely have become desolate. Over these years, there had indeed been individuals attempting to target Mu Ling'er and her group. But under the intimidation of the substantial force of the Luo Jingxian within the Blood Sea, they were compelled to withdraw. Ultimately, these individuals merely collected corpses, cleared malevolent energy, and repaired the land without encroaching on territories or attacking opposing forces. Consequently, the rulers of those dynasties turned a blind eye, tacitly allowing the Blood Sea beings to handle the aftermath of the conflicts. Chapter 128. Refining Stars during the process of purging malevolent energy. There were initially some fierce beast factions that attempted to obstruct the efforts, for the vengeful malevolence harmful to other beings was the finest nourishment for the beasts. However, those dispatched were of insufficient strength to contend with the Great Luo Jinxian of the Blood Sea. The fierce beasts were rapidly developing and deemed it unwise to reveal their power too soon. Ultimately, Shun Ni decided to allow his subordinates to disregard the situation, as the cleansing speed was outpaced by their growth. In this environment, the Blood Sea beings who ventured out gained considerable benefits. They adhered to Minghe's teachings, refraining from absorbing merits to elevate their cultivation. Instead, they followed Minghe's example, condensing a merit golden wheel behind their heads. However, due to the limited merits, most only managed to form a single merit ring. Upon learning of these circumstances, Minghe smiled faintly. The Blood Sea had indeed begun to walk the right path. Yet it was now the end of the 7th epoch, with malevolent energy increasingly pervading the spiritual atmosphere, and the situation in the primordial chaos growing tense. With war seemingly imminent, to avoid unintended casualties and to prevent being drawn into a great calamity, Minghe stirred his primordial spirit, instructing his avatars across the primordial chaos to notify Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Mu Linger about the current situation, urging them to lead their team back to the Blood Sea. If there were any unwilling to return, they would leave their fates to destiny. For not everyone could maintain their composure in the face of opportunity. After notifying the 5 women, Minghe chose not to concern himself further with matters in the primordial chaos. He took the world pearl and entered the chaos, having previously gathered the 9 great spiritual pearls and acquired numerous resources in the starry sky. It was time to digest these gains. Transitioning into the realm of Minghe, he first extracted the branches of the Fusang tree and the laurel tree, placing them into the compendium of herbs for nurturing. The time flow within the compendium had reached 100,000 times that of the outside world, significantly enhancing the efficacy of cultivating spiritual roots. With this singular spiritual treasure, the entire Blood Sea could be assured of ample alchemical resources. Subsequently, Minghe retrieved 365 star fruits and, utilizing the Qian Kuan Ding, refined them, returning to their primordial essence. He then integrated them into the 365 great stars within the Minghe realm, while also refining a substantial amount of stellar essence to replenish the 12,960 auxiliary stars. Finally, he solemnly extracted the remains of the Sun Candle and the Yin Shadow, employing the cleansing divine fire from the 24th grade White Lotus alongside the Qian Kuan Ding for repeated refinement, eliminating all malevolent and resentful energies from the corpses, restoring them to their original sacred states, the sources of the sun and the moon. Upon completion, Minghe directly infused them into the Sun Star and the Moon Star within the Minghe realm, utilizing the heavenly path power of the Minghe realm to thoroughly merge the Yin and Yang spiritual pearls originally placed within the Sun Star and the Moon Star. Instantly, the Sun Star and Moon Star radiated brilliantly, their foundational essence greatly amplified, finally resembling the countenance of supreme stars. The river of the underworld extracted the remnants of the luminous essence of the sun and the ethereal spirit of the moon, placing them into the primordial realms of the solar star and the lunar star for nurturing. When they re-emerge, they shall become the deities of the sun and moon in the realm of the river of the underworld. Subsequently, the river of the underworld turned its gaze towards the Ziwei star. Although the Ziwei star in this realm did not originate from the Pangu ancestor S aperture as in the primordial times, and thus was not inherently the sovereign of the stars, the river of the underworld, as the creator of this realm, understood that while the statuses of the sun and moon are exalted, their responsibilities render them unsuitable for the role of the sovereign of the stars. Moreover, the sun and moon, though inherently attracted to one another, exist in opposition and require a mediator to harmonize their essence. Thus, the river of the underworld conceived the idea of creating a sovereign of the stars, with the Ziwei star being the most fitting candidate. A plethora of stellar essence was refined and merged with the primordial source of the star god, infusing the Ziwei star. Furthermore, a trace of energy was extracted from the 365 major stars and the 129 600 auxiliary stars, assimilating it into the Ziwei star, thereby establishing its imperial status as the Ziwei Emperor Star. Chapter 129, the Celestial Star Array and the River of the Underworld-S Ground Refinement Array with the River of the Underworld-S Endeavors. Two supreme stars positioned themselves on either side in the lofty expanse of the River of the Underworld. At the pinnacle of the celestial constellation, a great violet star shimmered, intermittently emanating an air of unparalleled nobility. The celestial bodies encircled the supreme stars like vigilant guardians, laid out behind the three supreme stars. As the River of the Underworld-S thoughts stirred, the celestial star array was instantly activated, with countless stars revolving around the three supreme stars, adhering to a designated trajectory. The heavens of the Underworld River realm appeared as if they had been torn asunder, with vast amounts of chaotic spiritual energy being drawn in from beyond the realm. Through the refinement of the grand array of the celestial bodies, this energy transformed into a rich source of innate spiritual essence. Under the influence of the grand array, the concentration of spiritual energy within the Underworld River realm surged once more. Observing this, the essence of the Underworld River stirred, and half of the innate spiritual energy converted by the grand array was intercepted by the myriad stars, merging into the very essence of the stars, thereby enhancing their foundational strength. As the grand array functioned seamlessly within the Underworld River realm, the Underworld River could not help but smile faintly as it validated his thoughts. He then signaled to the Dao of the Underworld River realm to conceal the brilliance of the grand array, so that it appeared unchanged at first glance. Though wisps of innate spiritual energy infused with stellar power flowed into the Underworld River realm. Subsequently, the Underworld River approached the World Tree, contemplating the intricacies of the Primordial River Luo array while integrating insights from the previously established cycle of Heaven and Earth Protective Array. He aimed to innovate and create a formation applicable to the terrain of the Underworld River realm. After 3 cycles of the Yuan meeting, bolstered by the Dao of the Underworld River, he successfully devised a new array. This new formation utilized the authentic mountains, rivers, and myriad phenomena of the Underworld River realm to replace the illusory images produced by the Primordial River Luo array. Employing the ability to merge with the Earth's veins from the cycle of Heaven and Earth Protective Array, stripping away all offensive and illusory capabilities, leaving only the most fundamental defensive and refining powers. Leveraging his dominion over the Underworld River realm, he manipulated the positions and flows of the mountains and rivers to compose the array, subtly connecting it with the grand array of the celestial bodies. By drawing upon the chaotic energies from beyond the realm through the circulation of the earth veins, he refined and transformed them into pure heavenly and earthly spiritual essence to nourish the realm. After meticulous consideration, the Underworld River confirmed the array's integrity and named it the Underworld River Refining Earth Array. He then utilized the avatar of the Dao of the Underworld River to adjust the directional flow of the mountains and earth veins according to the Underworld River Refining Earth Array, redistributing them throughout the realm. Once the rearrangement was complete, he focused his mind and activated the array. As it operated, the Underworld River realm witnessed a resurgence akin to the celestial splendor above. The mountains and rivers echoed with thunderous sounds as copious chaotic spiritual energy was once again drawn into the Underworld River realm through the circulation of the earth veins. This energy transformed into heavenly and earthly spiritual essence, with half retained within the mountains and rivers to fortify their foundation, while the other half surged into the Underworld River realm. With the enhancement from the 2 grand arrays, the stability of the Underworld River realm space increased significantly, and the richness of the spiritual essence became unparalleled. Even in the absence of the heavenly laws, the current Underworld River realm stood equal to any great world, with solidified space and abundant spiritual energy, further augmenting the Underworld River's strength. Meanwhile, under the deliberate control of the Underworld River, the 2 grand arrays converged at the World Tree, allowing strands of chaotic spiritual energy to be directly infused into the World Tree, accelerating its growth and raising the limits of the Underworld River realm. Once all was accomplished, even the Underworld River felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Yet, gazing upon the orderly, flourishing, and thriving state of the Underworld River realm, he felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. Chapter 130. Breakthroughs to Primordial Golden Immortal. Once the Underworld River realm was running smoothly and back on track, he sat cross-legged beneath the World Tree to recuperate. This experience had been quite extensive, and combined with the accumulation of time, the Underworld River sensed an opportunity for breakthrough. As the underworld river rested and prepared for his advancement, the vast wilderness was anything but tranquil, with individuals like Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou returning to the Blood Sea. The aura of malice surged once again within the wilderness. Many beings, under the influence of this malevolent energy, lost their previous calm and became irritable and agitated. Throughout the wilderness, the sounds of battle erupted intermittently. In this tumultuous environment, the fierce beast forces thrived, quietly amassing strength potent enough to shake the entire wilderness. Amidst the ongoing conflicts, the weaker dynasties fell one after another, while the surviving dynasties grew stronger. In the northern continent, from amidst the 10,000 great mountains, a black pillar of light shot into the sky, emanating a ferocious and tyrannical aura, a pressure far surpassing that of the Great Luo golden immortal enveloping the entire northern continent. The rulers of the savage beast dynasty, Shun Enai and Luan Hui, simultaneously broke through to the realm of primordial golden immortal. As they both achieved this breakthrough together, and due to their shared affiliation with the beasts, the signs of their advancement merged, leading the first batch of innate divine demons to sense a being breaking through to the primordial golden immortal realm. However, they were unaware that there were two individuals breaking through. They merely assumed that Shin Enai had outpaced them. While Shin Enai and Luan Hui continued to seclude themselves to consolidate their cultivation, the rulers of various dynasties, awakened by the formidable strength of the savage beast dynasty, began to feel restless. The first to lose their composure was the Three Heavens dynasty, closely linked to the savage beast dynasty. Having once allied with them, they were acutely aware of the beast's merciless brutality. The Three Heavens understood that if they did not devise a strategy, their fate would be one of annihilation. After deliberation, the mightiest among them, the celestial ancestor of the azure sky, gathered the fortunes of the Three Heavens dynasty and entered seclusion to break through to the primordial golden immortal realm. Meanwhile, Huang Tian and Song Tian busied themselves, seeking to unite numerous powerful dynasties in a collective effort against the savage beasts. Other major dynasties also felt the threat posed by the savage beast dynasty. In response to Huang Tian and Song Tian's call for unity, they readily agreed. While the powerful rulers of the dynasties had already begun their seclusion to break through to the primordial golden immortal realm. In less than 1,000 years since Shin Enai and Luan Hui's breakthrough, the strongest among them, the inverted ancestor, was the first to break through to the primordial golden immortal realm, thus becoming the leader of this dynasty alliance, establishing the inverted royal city as the alliance's headquarters. The Five Elements ancestor and the Yin-Yang ancestor, who had previously fled from the dynasty abandoned by Shun Enai, now seemingly free from the shackles of royal affairs, wholeheartedly devoted themselves to their cultivation, soon following in the footsteps of the inverted ancestor to successfully break through to the primordial golden immortal realm. Having been located by Huang Tian and Song Tian and persuaded out of a desire to resolve their past grievances, the Yin-Yang ancestor and the Five Elements ancestor joined the alliance against the savage beasts, while all dynasty rulers focused their attention on the savage beasts. Atop a peak in the Kunlun Mountains, a venerable Taoist with white hair and a kind expression, with a piece of a broken jade disc hovering above his head, sat cross-legged on a 12-petal golden lotus, meditating. Suddenly he uttered a soft command. Cut. Immediately, the jade disc above him shimmered with brilliance, and a Taoist, resembling him with white hair, white eyebrows, and white robes, emerged from the disc. I am Hong Tian, honored Taoist. The newly appeared Taoist greeted the seated figure. I am Hongjun, honored Taoist. We are one body, no need for excessive formalities. Return now. Hongjun spoke softly. Understood. With that, Hong Tian transformed into a streak of light, merging into the auspicious cloud above Hongjun's head. Following this, Hongjun's entire aura fluctuated, and he ascended to the realm of primordial golden immortal, or rather, the quasi-saint realm. In the west, within the mist-laden peaks of the Shumi Mountains, a defiant young man clad in black, with a piece of a broken jade disc above his head, sat cross-legged on a 12-petal black lotus. A surging intent to kill radiated from him, enveloping the entire Shumi Mountains in a blood-red haze. The young man's aura surged explosively, swiftly breaking the barrier between the Great Luo golden immortal and the primordial golden immortal realms, his murderous intent palpable. Muttering to himself, he declared, Pangu, I shall use this wilderness to avenge my fallen body. Once I break through to the primordial Great Luo golden immortal, this world shall become my slaughterhouse. Hongjun and Luoho's breakthrough, shrouded by the divine creation jade disk, went unnoticed in the primordial wilderness. It appeared that both wielded significant power over this artifact, leading them to a profound realization. Only by vanquishing one another could they attain enlightenment. Chapter 131. The Fall of the Three Heavens. With the alliance fortified by three supreme golden immortals, the sovereigns of various dynasties felt a temporary sense of security. Driven by their yearning for strength, they retreated into seclusion to break through to the realm of supreme golden immortals. Huangtian and Songtian also returned to the Three Heavens dynasty to commence their own periods of meditation. Perhaps spurred by impending calamities or perhaps due to their prior accumulation of power, the sovereigns now sensed the opportune moment to ascend, and extraordinary phenomena erupted skyward. The beast sovereigns did not lag behind. The four great beast kings similarly sensed the moment to break through and entered their own states of seclusion. In an instant, the primordial wilderness fell into an eerie tranquility, as Shini and Luanhui stabilized their realms and perfected their spiritual treasures. They learned of the alliance formed by the Three Heavens and the many dynasty sovereigns, aimed at combating the beast sovereign dynasty. With the three supreme golden immortals poised to make their breakthroughs, urgency gripped them. After deliberation, Shini and Luanhui resolved to initiate the war while the other sovereigns were still in the midst of their ascension. They communicated with the 36 fierce generals to prepare for an all-out assault once the four beast kings emerged from seclusion. Subsequently, Shini and Luanhui stealthily set out to eliminate their former allies in the Three Heavens. Upon their arrival at the Three Heavens retreat, Qing Tian had only just managed to stabilize his realm. Huang Tian and Songtian had barely breached the supreme golden immortal level and were yet to familiarize themselves with its powers. Moreover, the combat prowess of beasts at the same level far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators, not to mention that they faced two formidable beast kings. The outcome was predictable. Shini wielded the soul-devouring spear, confronting the weaker Huang Tian and Songtian, intent on swiftly dealing with them. Luanhui, armed with the innate treasure, the six paths of reincarnation plate, clashed with Qing Tian, who, despite a valiant effort, could only offer feeble resistance. Meanwhile, Huang Tian and Songtian were left to endure the onslaught, their demise merely a matter of time. Huang Tian and Songtian, battered and bruised, roared in fury. Shini, you have gone too far. Shini merely responded with a cold smile, intensifying his assault. In that moment, Huang Tian and Songtian found themselves deprived of even the opportunity to retort. A wave of desolation surged within them as they reflected upon their grand aspirations of ruling the heavens and managing the celestial spirits, only to discover a scarcity of resources and a lack of spiritual entities beyond the essence of stars. Ultimately, they resolved to enter the primordial wilderness, aiming to establish an immortal dynasty. Yet, after an arduous struggle against the beast sovereign dynasty, they found themselves unable to claim a single territory and were forced into an alliance with the beasts, extinguishing several dynasties before finally securing their foothold in the wilderness. Little did they anticipate that they would meet their end just after achieving the status of supreme golden immortals, with their ambitions of imperial grandeur and supreme paths slipping away from them. They were on the verge of becoming mere ashes of an era, souls claimed by Shini. In a tempest of indignation and despair, their gazes turned frenzied as they faced Shini. Shini, since you are so aggressive, do not expect to escape unscathed. We shall fall together. With that declaration, Huang Tian and Songtian's bodies began to swell, their auras becoming increasingly unstable. Realizing the peril, Shini unleashed a full-force strike, sending Huang Tian and Songtian hurtling away while activating his defenses and fleeing. Accompanied by two resounding explosions, Huang Tian and Songtian exploded, leaving behind only two remnants of celestial essence. Although Shini managed to withdraw in time, he was still caught in the explosive aftermath, spitting out a mouthful of blood and sustaining minor injuries. Meanwhile, Qing Tian, engaged in combat with Luanhui, sensed something amiss upon hearing Huang Tian and Songtian's anguished cries. As their self-detonation occurred, Qing Tian's body momentarily halted. Luanhui seized the opportunity, launching a full assault with the six paths of reincarnation plate. By the time Qing Tian regained his composure and attempted to defend himself, it was too late. He was grievously wounded, his aura faltering. With Shini having recovered his composure, he joined forces with Luanhui to besiege Qing Tian. Already severely injured, Qing Tian stood no chance against the combined onslaught of Shini and Luanhui. With a final, unwilling roar, he was swiftly beheaded by the six paths of reincarnation plate, unable to even self-destruct. Chapter 132. Mid-stage Supreme Golden Immortal with Qing Tian's fall. The pure celestial essence and the star seal erupted from his form, swirling through the remnants of Huangtian and Songtian's celestial essence, ascending into the cosmos. Sheni and Luanhui attempted to obstruct this exodus, but were thwarted by an attack emanating from the star seal. In a flash of brilliance, the star seal, carrying the essence of the three heavens, vanished into the void. Resigned, Sheni and Luanhui ordered their beast subordinates to obliterate the Three Heavens dynasty before retreating to the 10,000 Great Mountains to recuperate and prepare for the impending counteroffensive against the Dynasty Alliance. During the conflict between the Three Heavens and Sheni and Luanhui, the leaders of the Dynasty Alliance, Reversal Ancestor, Yin-Yang Ancestor, and Five Elements Ancestor, perceived the disturbance. However, the distance was too great, and the assault from Sheni and Luanhui had been too rapid. By the time the three ancestors arrived at the former territory of the Three Heavens, they were met with the sight of countless beasts rampaging through the realm, slaughtering and laying waste. Sheni and Luanhui had vanished without a trace, leaving the ancestors with no choice but to retreat to the Alliance headquarters, where they convened all representatives of the dynasties to devise a strategy. They agreed to launch a joint offensive to eradicate the Beast Sovereign dynasty once the secluded sovereigns emerged. Perhaps due to the downfall of the Three Heavens, the fortunes of the Beast Sovereign dynasty surged, or perhaps it was the rising malevolence in the heavens. The top 5 among the 36 fierce generals, Gu Jiao, Zhu Huai, Ho, Ao Yin, and Zheng, sensed the opportunity to break through to the supreme golden immortal realm and enter their own states of seclusion, plunging the primordial wilderness back into silence. In the chaos, a transparent pearl continuously absorbed chaotic energy, accompanied by 2 small 24-petal lotus platforms also drawing in the chaotic essence, their auras restrained. Within the pearl, the once dormant Minghe surged with newfound power, breaking through to the mid-stage of the supreme golden immortal realm. Having stabilized his cultivation, Minghe opened his eyes. Twin beams of brilliance swirling within, gazing at the realm of Minghe, where the 2 grand formations had been in operation for over a cycle of the multiverse. The innate spiritual energy within the Nether River realm grows increasingly dense, giving rise to a plethora of flora and fauna. Under the influence of this rich primordial essence, many plant spirits awaken their consciousness, flitting about the land. However, due to the absence of any teachings within the Nether River realm, these beings possess no means of cultivation, relying solely on their instinctive ability to absorb and expel spiritual energy. As the heart of the underworld stirred, the blood divine nerve materialized in his grasp. Left upon the world tree, the avatars of the chaotic demon god took turns imparting wisdom to the beings of the underworld. Sensing the frail essence of the laws, the heart of the underworld could not help but smile wryly, pondering how long it would take to elevate these 3,000 laws to perfection through these entities. At a loss, he ceased his contemplations, exited the underworld, and casually stowed away the world pearl along with 2 lotus platforms. Upon sensing the imprint of the blood sea, he made his way toward it. In the realm of chaos, there exists no distinction of up or down, nor a concept of time. Without the guidance of coordinates, one could easily lose their way in the void, potentially witnessing the transformation of the world itself. The 2 lotus platforms had now attained the status of innate treasures, and any further elevation would necessitate a return to chaos to forge them into chaotic spiritual treasures. Although it appeared that the difference between innate treasures and chaotic spiritual treasures was but a step, it must be noted that the former were more suitable for the primordial realm. However, once the heart of the underworld achieved the status of a Great Luo golden immortal, he would be required to dwell in chaos for an extended period, thus necessitating the prior preparation for his treasures to possess chaotic attributes. The metamorphosis of innate treasures into chaotic spiritual treasures demanded substantial amounts of chaotic spiritual energy, gradually accumulating to effect a qualitative change. Fortunately, the 2 lotus platforms originated from chaos and could autonomously absorb chaotic essence, thereby maturing and constructing their own restrictions. This significantly conserved the heart of the underworld's time and effort. Otherwise, he would have needed to refine the chaotic essence slowly and infuse it into them for adaptation, only then allowing for self-enhancement. Thus, the heart of the underworld often left the 2 lotus platforms outside the world pearl, both to safeguard the pearl and to enable them to absorb chaotic essence autonomously for their transformation. Chapter 133, The Path to Certifying as a Great Luo Golden Immortal upon returning to the Blood Sea. The heart of the underworld learned of the breakthroughs of divine reversal and others to the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, as well as the demise of the Three Heavens dynasty and the fall of the Three Heavens. He could only sigh, acknowledging the whims of fate. and chose not to dwell further on the matter. As for the primordial essence of the three heavens that had been swept away by the star seal, it was likely returned to the ninefold heavenly gangs. The heart of the underworld had no intention of assisting the avatar of the Zhou Emperor in reclaiming the star seal. According to legends of later generations, after the fall of the three heavens, the star seal, carrying the essence of the three heavens, returned to the starry skies. Ultimately, the star seal merged with the primordial essence of the three heavens, absorbing the ninefold heavenly gangs, and gradually transformed into the 36 heavens of the celestial realm. A process that concluded only during the calamity of the Witch and Demon era, after which it was claimed by the demon court. Minghe contemplated the inadequacy of a single innate treasure's power to establish the 36 heavens. It became evident that this was most likely a process propelled by the Dao itself, representing an evolution of the world. The heavens symbolize the majesty of the celestial order, carrying out the mandates of heaven, embodying its principles, and serving as its original seat of governance. Thus, Minghe had ample reason to believe that prior to the successful gestation of the 36 heavens, no individual could approach it, rendering any futile efforts unnecessary. With this thought in mind, Minghe ceased his musings and summoned the 5 daughters of the Wood Spirit to assess their cultivation achievements. The 5 approached and paid their respects to Minghe. He surveyed them with a discerning eye, perceiving the restrained aura they emanated, and could not help but nod in satisfaction. Each of the 5 had reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, their energy solidified. They were all of the 12th grade, possessing 3 flowers, each with a golden wheel of merit coalescing behind them. Indeed, your diligent practice during this period is commendable, Minghe remarked with a smile. The Wood Spirit took a step forward, responding with a smile. With the guidance of our elder brother, we dare not be negligent. Minghe waved his hand, acknowledging the tumultuous changes sweeping through the primordial world, cautioning that despite their newfound strength, they should remain vigilant. He paused momentarily before continuing. It is imperative to swiftly transcend to the primordial golden immortal realm to secure some self-preservation capabilities. You are on the brink of consolidating your Great Luo Golden Immortal Dao fruit, and soon you will need to break through to the primordial golden immortal realm. There are important considerations I must share with you, as this pertains to your future paths. Upon hearing this, the Wood Spirit daughters all became solemn and turned their gazes toward Minghe. He spoke with a measured tone, before reaching the primordial golden immortal. One remains within the realm of celestial cultivation. Upon entering the primordial golden immortal, one embarks on the path of Dao certification. As cultivators progress through the golden immortal realm, they must refine their own principles. However, in the subsequent stages, whether as a Tai golden immortal or a Great Luo golden immortal, there is no explicit pursuit of these principles. This does not imply that principles lack significance. On the contrary, it is through the foundational experiences gained from the Golden Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal stages that one can navigate the path of principles with greater ease. To certify the Dao is to validate one's own path, to establish its rightful name. Thus, as one steps into the primordial golden immortal realm, it is essential for the cultivator to manifest their Dao within the vast river of the Dao, enduring its trials. If they pass these tests, proving their Dao's viability, they can entrust their Dao within the great river of the Dao. After all, prior to certifying as a primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, one's own Dao remains fragile, necessitating a vessel for support. Entrusting oneself within the great river of the Dao offers the advantage of its protection, allowing for coexistence with the Dao, and also enables rapid personal enhancement through the power of the Dao. Yet, such a course of action places the control of one's Dao fruit into the hands of others, inevitably subjecting it to certain limitations. Ultimately, as one progresses, reclaiming the essence of one's own Dao fruit becomes paramount, achieving unity with the primordial. The second approach involves forging one's own world, entrusting the Dao within the river of the Dao in that world, and communicating with the great Dao through the will of that world for cultivation. Although this may prove more cumbersome, it affords a future with fewer constraints. The third method entails seeking innate spiritual treasures that resonate with one's essence to anchor one's Dao. Provided the quality of the treasure is sufficiently high, one may cultivate through it, and some treasures inherently harbor a complete Dao, potentially facilitating swifter advancement. Upon concluding his words, Minghe turned his gaze towards the 5 maidens, eager to observe their choice. Chapter 134. The choice of the 5 maidens. After listening to Minghe's explanation, the 5 maidens did not hasten to make a decision. They lowered their heads in contemplation for a moment before directing their questioning eyes towards him. Mu Ling was the first to speak, inquiring, "Brother, might you enlighten us on the method you employed to transcend to the realm of the primordial golden immortal?" The four maidens, Mei Lan, Zhou, and Zhou, also cast their expectant gazes towards Minghe. Minghe smiled faintly. "I have forged a vast world of my own to house the fruits of my cultivation. After all, the essence of our cultivation is the convergence of our vitality, spirit, and energy. While this makes us stronger, should any issue arise with our repository, what may merely signify a severance of the path for other practitioners could spell our demise. Such an essential matter, how could it be entrusted to another?" The five maidens nodded in unison. Mu Ling hesitated, then could no longer restrain herself. "Brother, can we not place our faith in the Great Way? It is not a matter of distrust in the Great Way, but rather a need for caution on the journey. To successfully cross to the other shore, one must be prudent. Matters concerning life and death cannot be left to others," Minghe elucidated. The five maidens fell into contemplation. Initially, they had indeed considered entrusting their fruits of cultivation to the river of the Great Way, but after hearing Minghe's explanation, that notion dissipated. The purpose of cultivation is to attain ultimate freedom and transcendence. If it were possible, who would willingly subject themselves to another's will? As for the method of creating a world, they pondered it briefly, only to dismiss the idea. Although their current cultivation level could indeed allow them to establish a small world, without the appropriate treasures to stabilize it, any world they created would be fleeting. They could not simply replace their fruits of cultivation with another world when the time came. Moreover, the repercussions of a small world's destruction would not be easily resolved, even if they were its sovereigns. Reflecting on the path of shared origin spiritual treasures, the four maidens turned their gaze towards Mu Ling, for it seemed she alone possessed the capability to achieve this. After all, her essence was that of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, and within the lotus pond, there were two other primordial blue lotuses. After some contemplation, Chunlan's eyes suddenly brightened, and she bowed to Minghe. "My lord, might we entrust our fruits of cultivation within the world you have created?" The other four maidens' eyes also sparkled with realization. Yes, brother, we can place our fruits in your world." Mu Ling stepped forward, grasping Minghe's arm, her smile radiant. "Indeed, it is possible. Furthermore, if you entrust your paths to my realm, it will also stimulate the evolution of the laws within it. However, considering the implications for your own paths, I urge you to deliberate carefully," Minghe replied solemnly. "There is nothing to contemplate. We four are but your devoted handmaidens, our fates intertwined. All that we possess has been bestowed upon us by you, and we have nothing to offer in return. If this course of action can assist you, we shall proceed without hesitation," the four maidens declared in unison. "Indeed, brother, without you, Minghe would never have had the chance to take form. I believe you would never harm us, and I wish to follow your footsteps to the other shore. You cannot abandon me, brother," Mu Ling chimed in with a smile. Minghe chuckled helplessly and gently patted the head of the wood spirit. "Well, since it has come to this, you should all descend and make the necessary arrangements for your respective matters before retreating into my Minghe realm for seclusion. Coincidentally, my avatars of the Chaos Demon are also on the verge of breaking through to the primordial golden immortal stage, and you can gain further insights during this period." The five women responded in unison, then proceeded to organize their affairs. 200 years later, they entered the Minghe realm for seclusion together. After sending the five women into the Minghe realm for their retreat, Minghe found himself rather idle, his cultivation having just reached a new height. Further training at this moment would yield minimal results. He then recalled the Minghe Earth Refinement Array. Although he was not the Heavenly Dao of the Hongjun realm and could not manipulate the heavens and earth as he could within the Minghe realm, as the god ancestor of Earth, he possessed the authority to make some adjustments to the land of Hongjun. Previously, the great array of heaven and earth rebirth at the mountain was somewhat lacking in intricacy compared to the Minghe Earth Refinement Array. While it had connections to the water veins of Hongjun and could exert some control, it ultimately fell short in terms of mastery. Moreover, during the initial phase, with the blood goddess avatar personally overseeing it, the situation remained stable. However, for the steady development of Hongjun, it was essential to appoint new mountain gods and land deities. With the earth god list in place, Minghe's contributions would not be overlooked, and it would also provide the beings of the Blood Sea with a future. They could not remain confined to the blood god realm indefinitely. Time passed quietly as Minghe silently contributed to Hongjun. Meanwhile, the innate divine demons breaking through to the primordial golden immortal stage had stabilized their realms and successfully emerged from seclusion. On the side of the Beast Emperor dynasty, the 4 great Beast Kings and 5 Beast Generals had also shattered the shackles of the primordial golden immortal stage, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. The atmosphere between the Beast Emperor dynasty and the alliance grew tense, and soon, the once tranquil Hongjun was filled with alarm. The scattered races that had yet to join the major dynasties began to hide, hoping to avoid the impending conflict. The alliance had commenced assembling a formidable army, advancing toward the borders of the Beast Emperor dynasty, which was not to be outdone. The 4 great Beast Kings had already arrayed their forces along the northern frontier. A great battle was on the verge of eruption. Dark energies surged in the skies above, and calamity loomed. The alliance cultivators, struck by the oppressive aura, felt their murderous intent surge forth, their inherent brutality ignited. On the side of the beasts, the impact of the calamity energy only served to amplify their ferocity, leading to a collective surge in their cultivation levels. Amidst the escalating tension, it remained uncertain which side would strike first, and thus, the conflict ignited. Caught off guard, the alliance was swiftly besieged by the 4 great Beast Kings and their formidable army, breaching their defenses. The inversion ancestor urgently mobilized troops, led by the ancestors of Yin-Yang and the 5 elements, to the front line, gathering forces for the inversion ancestor and gaining precious time. Under the fierce resistance of the ancestors of Yin-Yang and the 5 elements, the alliance army was finally given the opportunity to regroup, with the inversion ancestor leading them to the forefront. Without the intervention of the beast sovereigns Shen-Ni and Luan-Hui, the beast army was driven back to the northern continent. Under the leadership of the inversion ancestor, the alliance forces entered the northern continent, where the inversion ancestor, along with the ancestors of the 5 elements and Yin-Yang, led the already ascended primordial golden immortal lords toward the 10,000 mountains, confronted by the 4 great beast kings. Accompanied by 5 generals who had also reached the primordial golden immortal stage, a fierce confrontation ensued. In the depths of the 10,000 mountains, 2 ferocious presences surged skyward. As Shen-Ni and Luan-Hui's auras escalated to the mid-level of the primordial golden immortal stage, the alliance members were startled by this overwhelming force. The emergence of these 2 mid-level sovereigns undeniably intensified the gravity of the situation. The inversion ancestor's gaze sharpened as he cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. These 2 have significantly increased their strength and must not be underestimated." Despite the alliance's numerical superiority in primordial golden immortals, the beasts were inherently powerful. And with their 2 sovereigns now at mid-level, the inversion ancestor, along with the ancestors of Yin-Yang and the 5 elements, maintained a facade of calm and strategic command. Yet a shadow loomed over their hearts. This battle would not be easily won. The situation grew increasingly delicate. The inversion ancestor and his companions, wary of Shen-Ni and Luan-Hui, who had both reached mid-level primordial golden immortal, hesitated to unleash their full potential. The powerful beasts, too, sought to buy time for their sovereigns to stabilize their realms. As both sides became cautious, the battle between the 2 armies raged fiercely, turning the northern continent into a colossal meat grinder. Initially, the alliance army maintained a disciplined formation, engaging steadily with the beast army. However, as the beast forces charged fearlessly, the alliance's ranks began to falter, plunging the battlefield into chaos, with combatants intertwining in a tumultuous melee. Amidst the escalating conflict, the oppressive calamity energy grew ever more intense, clouding the minds of the alliance soldiers, turning their eyes crimson and igniting their primal instincts to fight, devoid of reason. Explosive sounds echoed across the battlefield, with countless beings choosing self-detonation in their final moments, attempting to take down their adversaries. This frenzy further fueled the chaos, affecting the high-level confrontations as well. The cautious guards against the potential emergence of Shen-Ni and Luan-Hui waned, leading to casualties among the mid-level primordial golden immortal participants. The alliance cultivators, influenced by the calamity energy, became reckless in their assaults, discarding caution for sheer aggression, while the beasts, invigorated by the same energy, found their ferocity amplified. After the 4 beast kings successfully withstood the combined might of the alliance's 3 ancestors, the remaining 5 beast generals unleashed their overwhelming power against the onslaught of over 20 primordial golden immortals, momentarily holding their ground. However, defeat was merely a matter of time. Despite their formidable strength, the beasts were ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of their foes. Just as the 5 beast generals were about to unleash their final gambit, 2 sudden attacks struck from outside their encirclement. One innate divine demon was felled by a shot to the back of the head, his primordial spirit extinguished, while another attack struck a reigning lord, obliterating half of his form, and drawing his true spirit into a mysterious disk. With the fall of these two innate divine demons, two youths clad in black entered the fray. Shen Ni wielded a soul-devouring spear, his eyes radiating boundless brutality, while Luan Hui, adorned with the Six Paths reincarnation disc above his head, bore a gaze that seemed to draw one into the abyss. As Shen Ni and Luan Hui seized the initiative, their entrance marked the demise of two mid-level primordial golden immortals, restoring a flicker of clarity to the minds of the Alliance's leaders, who had been clouded by the calamity energy. Without flickering in their eyes, the two beast sovereigns wasted no time. Shen Ni swiftly ensnared 10 mid-level primordial golden immortals with his spear, pulling them from the encirclement. The cycle of reincarnation was not to be outdone. The six paths of reincarnation emerged, and the dark radiance expelled 6 Hunyuan golden immortals from the battlefield. Subsequently, a flurry of punches sent another 4 Hunyuan golden immortals reeling away from their original positions. In an instant, only 5 Hunyuan golden immortals from the Dynasty Alliance remained, alongside 5 fierce beast generals who had just endured a brutal beating. The Gu Jiao cackled ominously at the 5 Hunyuan golden immortals before him, declaring, "The tides of battle have shifted." The fierce beasts, led by Zhou Huai and others, charged forward, embodying their relentless combat style, fearless and willing to exchange injury for injury. The 5 Hunyuan golden immortals found themselves beleaguered, struggling to defend themselves against the onslaught. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the 4 great beast kings sensed a surge of momentum with the entry of 2 sovereigns into the fray. In an instant, they grasped the sovereign's intentions and unleashed their full power against the 3 venerable ancestors, Dian Dao, Yin Yang, and Wu Xing, aiming to eliminate them on this battlefield and deny them the chance to assist their allies. The 3 ancestors, recognizing the fierce beast king's arrival, attempted to extricate themselves to intervene, but were met with a ferocious assault from the 4 beast kings, rendering them unable to escape. As the situation grew increasingly dire, they were compelled to devise a means of withdrawal, abandoning their prior restraint and launching a full-scale counterattack against the 4 beast kings, escalating the intensity of the conflict. The 4 beast kings found themselves suppressed, barely able to hold back the 3 ancestors of the Dynasty Alliance, preventing their escape. Chapter 137. Reincarnation sustains injury as the northern continent descended into chaos, with the sovereigns of the dynasties ensnared in their battles against the fierce beasts. The 31 fierce beast generals, who had remained hidden until now, emerged, each accompanied by a cadre of newly arisen fierce beast warriors, born from the accumulation of malevolent energy over the years, appearing at the capital cities of various dynasties. In their quest to engage in the war against the fierce beasts of the northern continent, nearly all powerful individuals within the dynasties were summoned, including the sovereigns themselves. Though some formidable figures remained to guard the homelands, they were evidently outmatched against the brutal and powerful fierce beasts. While the dynasty sovereigns were fully occupied defending against the assaults of Shen Ni and others, they sensed their own territories under siege, inciting a wave of urgency. Yet they found themselves unable to shake off the fierce beasts' interference and could only fight desperately to eliminate their foes and hasten back to their capitals. Shen Ni and Reincarnation each faced 10 Hunyuan powerhouses. Despite their superior strength granting them an initial advantage, they could not swiftly dispatch their adversaries, as the ancestors of the Dynasty Alliance were equally determined to return to aid their homeland, gradually turning the tide of battle back to a stalemate. The crux of the conflict now rested on whether the venerable ancestors, Dian Dao, Yin Yang, and Wu Xing, would first vanquish the 4 great beast kings to reinforce other battlefields, or if Gu Jiao, Zhou Huai, and the other 5 fierce beast generals would eliminate the 5 dynasty sovereigns to support their beast king leaders. Yet, events unfolded with unexpected abruptness, as both sides fought desperately to eliminate their opponents. One dynasty sovereign suddenly coughed up blood, his energy waning in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Reincarnation prepared to strike him down, but fortunately, the other 9 sovereigns intervened, preserving his life. Although he narrowly escaped death, the dynasty elder felt no relief. The sudden decline in his vitality stemmed from the fall of the imperial city and the destruction of his dynasty, compounded by the fact that his hard-won offspring, born within the city, had been devoured by the fierce beasts. The backlash of fate, coupled with the anguish of losing his child, drove his already eroded mind into madness. His eyes turned crimson as he furiously charged at Reincarnation, caught off guard amidst his engagement with the 9 dynasty sovereigns. Reincarnation was unable to evade the explosive onslaught of this sovereign. despite possessing a cultivation level above the adversary. Sustaining a direct hit from a Hongjun Golden Immortal as self-detonation resulted in severe injury, causing reincarnation to spew forth a mouthful of blood, his aura dwindling. The remaining 9 dynasty sovereigns, too preoccupied with their fallen comrade, seized the moment to unleash a frenzied assault on reincarnation. True to his nature as a fierce beast monarch. Even while gravely wounded, reincarnation displayed no signs of panic in the face of their relentless attacks. A beam of light emanated from the 6 paths of reincarnation, temporarily suppressing his injuries. The laws of reincarnation surged wildly, clashing with the 9 dynasty sovereigns, leading to a momentary stalemate. As this deadlock persisted, a new development unfolded on the battlefield involving the venerable ancestor and the 4 great beast kings. At the moment when reincarnation was gravely injured and bleeding, Xiongqi's guard faltered, exposing a critical vulnerability. The yin-yang ancestor seized this chance, unleashing a ray of yin-yang divine light that immobilized Xiongqi in place. The other 2 ancestors did not let this opportunity slip away, simultaneously employing the divine light of reversal and the divine thunder of the 5 elements to send Xiongqi hurtling away, stripped of combat ability. Chapter 138. The 4 great beast kings faced defeat as Xiongqi fell into a state of grave injury and was eliminated from the fray. The other 3 beast kings, Chaos, Tao Tai, and Tua La, could not withstand the onslaught any longer, retreating steadily under the assault of the 3 venerable ancestors. The most powerful among them, the reversal ancestor, struck first, utilizing the reversal divine seal to severely injure Chaos. With bloodshot eyes, Chaos opted for mutual destruction, unleashing a self-detonation. Although the reversal ancestor had prepared for this, he still sustained minor injuries from the explosion. As Chaos self-detonated, the combatants engaged in the ongoing conflicts across the other 3 battlefields since the shift in momentum. The fierce beasts grew anxious, realizing the current situation was turning unfavorable. The 5 fierce beast generals unleashed their utmost strength, putting the 5 dynasty sovereigns in jeopardy. On reincarnation's side, he could not afford to be careless. Now heavily injured, he knew that the reversal and his companions would undoubtedly target him first. In that critical moment, reincarnation cast aside all restraint, pushing the laws of reincarnation to their utmost limit, sacrificing his own cycle of reincarnation to restore himself to peak condition. Before the 9 Hongjun Golden Immortals could react, he unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation, directly sealing 6 dynasty sovereigns within its grasp, trapping them in an endless cycle of reincarnation. Having successfully suppressed the 6 Hongjun Golden Immortals, the 6 paths of reincarnation was rendered temporarily unusable, returning to reincarnation. Despite the absence of its assistance, facing merely 3 Hongjun Golden Immortals, reincarnation appeared to be in complete control. However, the immense burst of energy had exhausted him, preventing a swift resolution against the remaining 3 dynasty sovereigns. As reincarnation's overwhelming presence instilled fear in the dynasty sovereigns, a few of them wavered, contemplating retreat. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Shen-Ni fully activated the soul-devouring spear, striking swiftly and consuming 3 dynasty ancestors. The scales of victory seemed to tip in favor of the fierce beasts. Just then, the reversal ancestor and his 2 companions joined forces once more, delivering a blow that sent Tao Tai flying, scattering his essence and inflicting severe wounds. Following this, the 3 combined their might to slay Tua La, then aimed to breach into reincarnation's battlefield to eliminate him first. Simultaneously, under the relentless assault of Gu Jiao and the other fierce generals, the 5 dynasty sovereigns could no longer withstand the pressure. With one of their own slain, the remaining 4 resorted to self-detonation. Despite Gu Jiao and the others being somewhat prepared, they still suffered significant injuries, though they managed to maintain their combat capacity. After the demise of the 5 dynasty sovereigns, Gu Jiao and his fierce generals, driven by a shared resolve, clashed mid-air with their adversaries. Though it was evident that their strength paled in comparison to that of the 4 great beast kings, especially in their current wounded state. The inversion ancestor and the 3 others were unwilling to waste any more time, fearing that Shen-Ni might intervene, causing unforeseen complications. The 5 elements ancestor stepped forth, unleashing the 5 elements diagram to establish a grand formation that ensnared the 5 members of the Gu Jiao within its confines. The inversion ancestor and the yin-yang ancestor advanced, joining forces with the remaining 3 rulers of the dynasties to launch a concerted assault on the cycle of reincarnation. Despite the formidable strength of the reincarnation, the inversion ancestor was not an ordinary primordial deity, being the first to establish a dynasty, although currently at a slight disadvantage. having lost the initiative and being one minor realm below the reincarnation. The latter's continuous use of secret techniques had depleted its energy, making it difficult to replenish in the moment. Utilizing the inversion seal, the inversion ancestor seized the opportunity while the reincarnation's magical power was waning and lacking suitable spiritual treasures. Alongside the assistance of the yin-yang ancestor and the three dynasty rulers, rendering the reincarnation powerless to retaliate. On the other side, Shen, witnessing the current state of battle, was in a state of urgency. The soul-eating spear struck repeatedly. Although it failed to slay the 7 dynasty rulers immediately, it rendered them incapable of defending themselves, suffering continuous injuries, with defeat merely a matter of time. Chapter 139. The conclusion of the dynasty alliance and the beast war under the relentless assault from the inversion ancestor. The yin-yang ancestor and their comrades, the reincarnation's magical energy could not recover, leaving it riddled with wounds. Having previously employed a forbidden technique to restore itself once, it found no further chances for recovery. Surrounded by numerous dynasty rulers, the reincarnation felt the impending doom of its existence. Regret filled its heart for having been careless, leading to this dire outcome. In a fit of desperation, it resolved to perish along with its foes, thinking that at worst, it could begin anew after the great calamity. Mobilizing the last remnants of its magical energy, it charged recklessly toward the inversion ancestor and others. Sensing the peril, the inversion ancestor and the yin-yang ancestor swiftly retreated from the impending explosion, only sustaining minor injuries from the residual shockwave. The remaining 3 dynasty ancestors, however, were not so fortunate, as they were caught directly in the reincarnation's self-detonation, consumed by the 6 paths of reincarnation, which then flew towards the remaining source of the reincarnation. Wailing in despair, just as the inversion ancestor intended to seize the 6 paths of reincarnation, it unexpectedly radiated a blinding light, whisking away the reincarnation's source at a rapid pace towards the surrounding mountains. Caught off guard, the inversion ancestor failed to intercept it, missing the priceless treasure, leaving it with a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet, there was no time for lamentation. It steeled itself and wielded the inversion seal against Shen. In the face of the situation, Shen could no longer afford to hold back and unleashed his ultimate trump card, the incomplete chaotic treasure, the world-destroying mill. Sacrificing his own blood, he forcibly activated the world-destroying mill to strike at his adversaries. In an instant of contact, the 7 dynasty rulers were obliterated. The inversion seal in the inversion ancestor's hands was also instantly shattered, but it bought him a brief respite, albeit at the cost of sustaining severe injuries. Witnessing the carnage before him, the yin-yang ancestor dared not conceal any further. He summoned the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, to shield himself, thereby averting a fatal end. Meanwhile, the 5 elements ancestor, having ensnared the 5 beast generals within the formation, stood momentarily stunned upon the emergence of the world-destroying mill. The mill was said to appear at the end of every era, erasing all traces of existence and returning the world to chaos. How could it manifest now? Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the Gujiao 5 realized they were no match for the 5 elements ancestor. They exchanged glances and simultaneously self-destructed, knowing that as long as resentment and malice lingered in the primordial realm, they could eventually return. Their collective explosion shattered the 5 elements formation, reducing the 5 elements diagram to fragments. The 5 elements ancestor, caught unprepared, suffered terrible injuries from the onslaught. On the other hand, upon seeing the Taiji diagram in the yin-yang ancestor's possession, Shen furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of the situation, for it was a defensive primordial treasure. However, with matters having escalated to this point, there was no turning back. On the side of the beast, he was the last remaining combat force. While the opposition consisted of 2 severely injured foes, one wielding the primordial treasure. Determined, Shen resolved to risk a drop in his realm. Vowing to eliminate the 3 ancestors today, for the grade of the world-destroying mill was beyond his current capabilities to wield effortlessly. His eyes glowed crimson as he channeled half of his essence blood into the world-destroying mill, which surged forth once more towards the inversion ancestor and his allies. The inversion ancestor, gravely injured, could not evade and, in a moment of desperation, chose to self-destruct, diminishing the mill's power. The yin-yang ancestor, positioned behind, exerted all his effort to activate the Taiji diagram. Although their origins were the same, the reincarnation of the chaotic demon god caused the Taiji diagram to repel, forcing him to barely maintain control. While he managed to withstand the assault of the world-destroying mill, he too was grievously wounded. Observing Shen's erratic breathing and the instability of his essence after 2 uses of the world-destroying mill, the yin-yang and 5 elements ancestors exchanged glances. resolved to vanquish Shin-Ni even in their injured state. At this critical juncture, the 31 beast generals dispatched to dismantle the dynasty alliance unexpectedly returned. Despite being mere Luo golden immortals, they showed no fear against the two severely injured primordial golden immortals. They charged forward, intercepting the attacks aimed at Shin-Ni. Then swiftly turned their blades towards the two ancestors. In their weakened condition, the two ancestors struggled to defend themselves, and after slaying 11 beast generals, the yin-yang ancestor hastily summoned the Taiji diagram, transforming it into a golden bridge, allowing the 5 elements ancestor to escape alongside him. Chapter 140. Embracing life thus concluded the war between the dynasty alliance and the beasts. While it appeared that the beasts emerged victorious, 2 of their rulers were left dead or severely injured, and Shin-Ni's realm had suffered a decline, leaving uncertainty about when he would recover. Among the 4 beast rulers, only 2 remained, both in a state of significant injury and requiring countless ages to recuperate. Of the 36 beast generals, merely 20 Luo golden immortal level remained. The situation for the dynasty alliance was even graver. Only the yin-yang and 5 elements ancestors managed to flee, while all the other ancestors had perished, leading to the total demise of the dynasties. Witnessing the deaths of their rulers, the morale of the allied forces plummeted, resulting in a scattered retreat. The beasts pursued for a while but ultimately fell back, as both sides had suffered considerable losses, marking a mutual devastation. Shin-Ni, surveying the current state of the beast realm, realized that further aggression against the primordial realm was no longer feasible. He promptly ordered all beasts to return to the 10,000 Great Mountains, thereafter retreating to close themselves off for healing. Most beasts complied with Shin-Ni's command and returned to the mountains, but some remained in the primordial realm due to the absence of their higher-ups. With the collapse of the dynasty forces, the previously subjugated races began to assert their independence, gradually ushering in an era of diverse factions. Naturally, the remaining beasts in the primordial realm frequently launched attacks on various races. Due to the near annihilation of the upper echelons of the imperial dynasty, the myriad beings of various races were left with only rudimentary bloodline inheritances, facing immense challenges in their cultivation, while also contending with the threat of ferocious beasts. Consequently, the 3,000 Dao tablets, handed down by the venerable ancestor of the Nether River years ago, began to flourish. The myriad beings eagerly engaged in the study of the postnatal Dao texts, diligently practicing the techniques bequeathed by the ancestor of the Nether River. In a fleeting moment, the entire primordial world seemed to settle into tranquility as the malevolent aura of calamity gradually subsided, and the ferocious beasts retreated into the vast mountains, silently licking their wounds. At a time when both the ferocious beast dynasty and the imperial alliance had suffered grievous losses, the ancestor of the Nether River, having emerged from his studies of formations, refocused his attention. With the resonance of their primordial spirits, the mountain deities and land spirits of the primordial realm made subtle adjustments to the formations before turning their gaze toward the realm of the Nether River. At this juncture, the 5 daughters of the Wood Spirit had successfully transcended into the early stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal and entrusted their Dao fruits to the Great Dao River of the Nether River. All 3,000 avatars of the Chaos Demon Gods also broke through to the early stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal, placing their Dao fruits within the Great Dao River of the Nether River. Even the starry avatars of the stellar demon gods returned after the situation of the avatar of the Emperor of the Purple Violets had stabilized completely. The Nether River realm suddenly acquired an abundance of primordial golden immortal Dao fruits, although it did not directly absorb the power of these Dao fruits to nourish itself. The laws contained within the more than 3,000 Dao fruits were distinctly revealed before the celestial path of the Nether River realm. The power of the laws within the river of the Underworld surged dramatically in that fleeting moment, reaching the pinnacle of the vast cosmos, embodying a complete spectrum of laws, with the predominant force being the law of blood, far surpassing other realms governed by singular laws. After assessing the cultivation levels of the 5 beings, including the Wood Spirit, the river of the Underworld felt a sense of satisfaction and directly returned to the Blood God realm with his 3,000 chaotic demonic avatars and the 5 women, including Wood Spirit. Upon returning to the Blood God realm, he instructed his 3,000 chaotic demonic avatars to venture into the Primordial Era, assisting the incarnations of the Blood God in reinforcing and modifying various formations, particularly in the ravaged northern continent. Simultaneously, he directed Mylan, Zhou, and the 5 women to inform their subordinates to seize this rare moment of tranquility to roam the Primordial Era and accumulate merit. Having arranged everything, the river of the Underworld crafted a reclining chair and leisurely settled by the Lotus pond to relish life. Each day was spent either sipping tea and engaging in conversation with the 5 women or casting a fishing line at the pond, refraining from using any magical powers, simply embracing the process of enjoyment. He also ingeniously created mahjong and poker using special materials, rendering them impervious to divine perception, filling the blood god realm with joyous laughter. Thus, he indulged in a leisurely celebration for an entire Yuan festival, allowing the tightly wounded hearts of those who had tirelessly cultivated and meticulously planned over several epochs to completely relax. With the greatest moral binding formation of the Primordial Era in place, the river of the Underworld felt fearless, undeterred by even the potential scrutiny of Hongjun or the direct involvement of the Heavenly Dao. Yet, it is said that in this world, one must be wary of uttering the name of the Heavenly Dao, for it may summon its presence. Chapter 141. The Emergence of the Heavenly Dao. The retreat of the Supreme Path. With the arrival of the final Yuan festival of the 7th epoch, a profound resonance dawned upon the minds of all beings. While fishing by the Lotus Pond, the river of the Underworld felt a stirring within his heart. Promptly retracting his fishing rod and gathering the 5 wood spirits along with all beings of Tai Golden Immortal status or higher who remained in the Blood God realm. Journeying to the shores of the Blood Sea. There, he unsealed the formations within the Blood Sea, allowing the beings of the Blood God realm to keenly sense the expanse beyond the Blood Sea. Moments later, a mist of purple aura enveloped the heavens, as celestial flowers rained down and golden lotuses emerged from the earth. The calamities within the Primordial Era, already diminished, were further suppressed. 2 colossal eyes manifested in the sky, their watchful gaze perceivable from every corner of the primordial realm. One eye emanated a chaotic aura, radiating an indifferent cold light, with the Supreme Path will appearing behind it, embodying the Supreme Eye of the Path. The other eye, slightly smaller, was shrouded in purple aura, with the Heavenly Dao wheel faintly visible behind it, its gaze scanning the masses below as if surveying a horde of ants. This was the newly birthed eye of the Heavenly Dao. A profound message resonated in the hearts of all beings. From this day forth, the Heavenly Dao would gradually assume governance of the primordial realm, while the Supreme Path would slowly withdraw from it. The analogy could be drawn as if the primordial realm were a nation, the Supreme Path its emperor, and the Heavenly Dao its crown prince. Now, the emperor wished to step down, entrusting the crown prince to govern, with the emperor gradually fading from existence. Once the crown prince fully took over the nation, the primordial realm, the emperor would retreat entirely. Upon receiving this revelation, the Supreme Eye and the Eye of the Heavenly Dao began to blur, while the Supreme Path will started to shine with brilliance. The river of the Underworld sensed that the laws of the Supreme Path had become extraordinarily vibrant, manifesting before the eyes of all beings. At that moment, all beings found it remarkably easier to comprehend the laws, and those who had struggled at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm, unable to grasp the essence of the laws, finally attained a glimpse of understanding, stepping into the golden immortal realm. As time gradually passed, the final Yuan festival of the 7th epoch came to a close, giving way to the first Yuan festival of the 8th epoch. The Supreme Path will vanish from sight, and the laws of the universe reverted to their previous state, albeit with an even greater obscurity. The laws of the Heavenly Dao began to evolve throughout the primordial realm. In the fleeting moment of the Supreme Path's departure, a golden pillar of light erupted from the East Sea, suffused with the aura of the primordial golden immortal. Simultaneously, a crimson beam ascended from the vicinity of the undying volcano in the south, while a 5-colored light shot skyward near the central mountain, heralding the emergence of 2 more primordial golden immortal presences. Upon witnessing this, Minghe sighed inwardly. The protagonist of the Dragon Han calamity had emerged, heralding yet another turbulent era in the primordial world. Following a Yuan meeting after the retreat of the Great Dao, a multitude of beings surged forth from the 4 seas, proclaiming themselves as the Dragon Clan, led by the ancestral dragon of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal rank, who reigned supreme over the vast oceans. In the southern realm of the immortal Fire Mountain, birds soared from the volcano, their resonant cries echoing across the land. With their resplendent, multicolored wings unfurling, the Phoenix clan announced their emergence, under the leadership of the ancestral phoenix of the same celestial rank. In the central lands, a towering cliff ascended, suffused with a 5-colored auspicious light. From the mountains emerged colossal beasts of vibrant hues, encircling a magnificent creature that radiated 5-colored brilliance as it ascended the cliff. The Qilin clan proclaimed their existence, with the ancestral Qilin of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal rank as their leader, designating the surrounding mountains as their sacred ground, strictly forbidding other beings from encroaching upon it. Though the 3 clans had declared their presence, the current abundance of resources in the primordial world, coupled with their relatively small populations, allowed for a peaceful coexistence with the myriad of other races. perhaps influenced by Minghe and the teachings disseminated through the doctrine stones scattered across the primordial expanse. Most beings practice the universally balanced and harmonious techniques imparted by Minghe. Consequently, encounters among beings were often filled with mutual respect, addressing one another as fellow Taoists or elders, and fostering an atmosphere rich in philosophical discourse, rendering the primordial realm a rare haven of tranquility. In this context, the 3,000 doctrine stones began their evolution towards the post-heavenly treasures of virtue. While the aura of blood godliness deepened, the fortunes and merits of Minghe surged correspondingly. With the assistance of such fortuitous energies, Minghe's cultivation progressed smoothly. After the Great Dao's withdrawal, a brief retreat allowed him to effortlessly break through to the late stage of the Hongjun golden immortal realm, deepening his comprehension of the various laws beyond that of blood, though the law of blood remained at a precarious 99%. As he had yet to ascend to the Hongjun Luo golden immortal realm, his mastery over it grew increasingly adept, instilling confidence that a monumental breakthrough awaited upon his eventual ascension. With the culmination of his efforts, Minghe found himself in high spirits after reaching the late stage of the Hongjun golden immortal realm. His merits, fortunes, and spiritual treasures could be deemed unparalleled in the primordial world. With the protective formation of reincarnation surrounding him, concerns for his safety were alleviated. It was time to strategize for his disciples. Coincidentally, an item in his possession had lingered for quite some time. With a glint in his eyes, Minghe summoned the 5 maidens, Muling and Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhu to his side. Upon their arrival, he inquired about their recent progress before casually producing the falling treasure money and the Qiankuan cauldron, presenting them to Muling. He advised, "Your mastery of the laws of creation has reached considerable depths. The Qiankuan cauldron, formed from the lotus pod of the chaotic Azure Lotus, is intrinsically linked to you and will greatly aid your future cultivation." Muling smiled radiantly at Minghe, thanking him. "Thank you, brother." Subsequently, he handed the Hongmeng measuring ruler to the other 4 maidens, stating, "This Hongmeng measuring ruler, in conjunction with the falling treasure money in Linger's possession, should facilitate the opening of the trading avenue between heaven and earth. I urge you to bring along 108 Blood Sea envoys for further exploration. Should this endeavor succeed, it will yield great merit and benefit our Blood Sea." The 5 maidens nodded in unison, with Muling joyfully caressing the Qiankuan cauldron. After a moment's thought, Minghe plucked 4 leaves from the banana tree, preserving its vitality with the 3 light divine water to prevent its essence from waning due to the departure of the 4 exceptional innate spiritual treasure leaves. However, even so, it would be arduous for the banana tree to produce leaves of innate spiritual treasure quality again. At most, it might yield some top-tier post-heavenly materials infused with the powers of earth, fire, water, and wind. He promptly refined the 4 banana leaves into 4 exquisite innate spiritual treasure fans, presenting them to Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, stating, "These fans are for your self-defense, perfectly complementing the purifying world White Lotus in both offense and defense. Together, you 4 can also establish the 4 symbols great array with your current cultivation. Even the complete Hongjun golden immortal would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with you." The 4 maidens were profoundly touched, bowing deeply to Minghe. "Thank you, Ancestor, for your profound generosity in bestowing us such precious treasures." They then turned to Muling, saying, "As for the trading avenue, please invest considerable effort. I shall ensure that the Blood Sea envoys cooperate fully with you. I have an idea that is quite suitable for them and intend to encourage their initiative in this matter." Muling nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, brother. Linger will see to it that this matter is executed flawlessly." Minghe acknowledged her with a slight nod and refrained from further comment. The 4 maidens looked at Minghe with a hint of curiosity, and Chunlan spoke. "Might we inquire what task you wish us sisters to undertake? We shall endeavor to fulfill it without hesitation." The River of Hades waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is not as grave as it seems. If this matter is executed well, it shall present a great opportunity for the 4 of you, replete with immense virtue." The 4 maidens exchanged puzzled glances, yet refrained from voicing their confusion. They had unwavering faith in their master's arrangements. After all, throughout their time in his service, they had never witnessed him engage in any futile schemes. As Minghe contemplated, he refrained from excessive conversation, nodding to Muling, signaling her to descend and facilitate the matters concerning the avenue of transactions. He then waved his hand, leading the 4 maidens into the realm of Minghe. Exercising the authority of the World Master, he orchestrated the evolution of the 4 seasons, the rise and fall of the sun and moon, and the cycle of time within Minghe's domain. Gradually, a profound understanding began to illuminate the eyes of the four maidens. Although the present era of the primordial world possessed its own method of chronological reckoning, the demarcation of time remained obscure. The sun and moon often manifested simultaneously in the sky, leading to prolonged days and nights. The cyclical nature of the seasons was also not distinctly perceptible, as one location could witness all four phenomena concurrently. The beings of the primordial world grasped the concept of time through an innate sense rather than a structured understanding. Indeed, the beings of this realm, born as immortals and inherently extraordinary, found no insurmountable challenge in such an environment. However, should entities below the immortal realm come into existence, such conditions could prove fatal. Chapter 143, The Market Part 1. As long as there are sentient beings, the emergence of avenues for trade is inevitable. Even now, beings engage in barter. Minghe's intention was to establish a stringent framework for transactions, thus securing an advantage and garnering the fortune associated with the avenue of transactions. The cyclical nature of the seasons and the passage of time would, after the emergence of the heavenly path, undergo self-regulation and gradually take shape, subsequently to be discovered and organized by sentient beings. Minghe aimed to exploit this temporal gap. Seizing the moment before the heavenly path fully manifested and became aware of this endeavor, thereby claiming a portion of the associated fortune and merit. Moreover, the embodiments of Milan, Zhou, and Shoju were inherently aligned with the four seasons. When Minghe had previously conferred upon them the surnames of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, merit had descended upon them. The names and titles of primordial deities are not arbitrarily chosen. They encompass a certain fortune. Now, the four maidens not only resonated with their intrinsic forms, but also, due to the merit they had received, directly claimed a portion of the seasonal fortune. While it may not guarantee an immediate ascendancy to the rank of the deity governing the four seasons, securing a preliminary position as a divine envoy representing the seasons would suffice, further paving the way for a sustained fortune. Observing the four maidens entering a state of enlightenment, Minghe chose to refrain from further interference. During the process of evolving the seasons, he gained clarity on the necessities of the current Minghe realm. However, this matter was not urgent. Everything would proceed after Mu Ling completed her tasks. At present, Minghe's intention was to forge a furnace and refine some auxiliary items for Mu Ling and others, which would be essential for the subsequent establishment of marketplaces and trading venues along the avenue of transactions. The more thoroughly preparations were made in advance, the greater the merit that could be accrued later. Furthermore, Minghe was eager to discern the distinctions between the merits of the heavenly path and those of the avenue. Following the three gatherings, the primordial land continued to flourish. The myriad races of the primordial world, often threatened by ferocious beasts, exhibited a remarkable harmony, with minimal discord. The ferocious beasts, primarily preoccupied with recuperating from their injuries and seclusion, were relatively subdued, save for a handful of lower beasts, whose muddled intelligence occasionally led them to wreak havoc across the land. A group of cultivators, gathered to observe the Dao monument, found their attention suddenly captivated by a peculiar structure outside the monument. Confused, they began to inquire among themselves, "What is that?" Yet, all responses were met with shaking heads. At that moment, a being transformed into a primordial Dao body emerged from the building, approached them with a bow, and greeted, "Greetings, fellow Daoists. Might I inquire if you are here to engage in transactions at this marketplace?" The group collectively shook their heads, and one being stepped forward to ask, "What is a marketplace? What does trading entail?" The being who had emerged smiled gently and explained, "A marketplace is a place for transactions. Trading involves exchanging valuable items that you no longer need for those that you require." The group nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. The marketplace being smiled and continued, "If you are interested, allow me to guide you inside for a tour. I am one of the guides of this marketplace, responsible for leading newcomers. You may rest assured that powerful beings oversee this marketplace, prohibiting any acts of violence. Furthermore, every 1,000 years, there will be a great being imparting teachings. You have arrived at an opportune time. Within a year, there will be a session for imparting teachings, and all of you are welcome to enter and listen." Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of attending the teachings of a great being, and they eagerly followed the guide into the marketplace. As the guide led them further, he elaborated, "Transactions within the marketplace utilize spiritual currency. You may exchange any items you no longer need at the exchange hall for spiritual currency to facilitate your trades." He gestured towards a building at the entrance. indicating that it was the exchange hall. Spiritual currency is categorized into 3 tiers. The lowest tier is the white spiritual coin, which contains pure magical energy and a trace of Dao essence. Any being below the golden immortal level can directly absorb it to enhance their cultivation without fear of instability. The middle tier is the golden spiritual coin, which contains not only pure magical energy and Dao essence, but also high-grade elemental energy. For golden immortals and Tai golden immortals, it aids in both condensing elemental energy and achieving the primordial harmony of the 5 elements. The highest tier is the blood spiritual coin, which, in addition to the fundamental magical energy, is infused with pure blood essence, promoting the cultivation of both physical form and magical energy. Additionally, it contains the power of enlightenment. With sufficient blood spiritual coins, beings can directly enter the realm of enlightenment. Upon reaching the Great Luo golden immortal level, the primary focus is on comprehending the cosmos and continually strengthening one's Dao. With enough blood spiritual coins, even a Great Luo golden immortal can achieve sudden enlightenment. It is said that above these 3 tiers of currency, there exists the holy spiritual coin, which aids in the comprehension of laws and proves beneficial even for primordial golden immortals. The guide spoke with a hint of longing, then casually produced a white spiritual coin and offered it to the group. Chapter 144. The Market, Part 2. Please take a look. This is the white spiritual coin. The guide continued. The leading being accepted the white spiritual coin, astonished by its purity of magical energy and Dao essence. Given his current celestial level of cultivation, this single coin could save him a century of arduous training. The other beings took turns examining the coin, equally amazed that such a small item could be a treasure for enhancing cultivation. Seeing the leader preparing to return the coin, the guide subtly nodded and smiled, saying, "This coin is a gift for you, a token of our newfound connection. I hope we can become friends." Given the guide's generosity, the leader no longer hesitated. Accepting the coin with a smile and a respectful gesture of thanks, the guide waved his hand and continued. Most of the buildings within this marketplace are available for rent. The shops line the streets, and there are also cultivation chambers available for lease. Fighting and the destruction of private property are strictly prohibited in the marketplace, which allows some dedicated Taoists to reside here long-term. Just as he spoke, a group of guards clad in defensive spiritual treasures and wielding long spears approached. The guide nodded to them and explained, "These are the marketplace's security team. Should any disputes arise, you may seek their assistance for mediation. And under no circumstances should you resort to violence." The leading being nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you for the information, fellow Taoist." The guide nodded and continued. Behold the 3 grand halls at the center. The hall in the middle serves as the office for the marketplace, where one can lease caverns or shops and resolve disputes. Furthermore, if one needs to commission a task or seek a specific item, they may post requests here in exchange for a certain amount of spiritual currency. The crowd collectively nodded, indicating their understanding. The guide further explained, on either side of the office are the Spirit Elixir Pavilion and the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, where various cultivation elixirs and magical artifacts can be purchased, should you have any particular needs. The alchemists and craftsmen here can create bespoke items for you in exchange for a suitable amount of spiritual currency. The crowd's eyes sparkled with intrigue, eager to learn more. Noticing their enthusiasm, the guide smiled and said, "Allow me to lead you on a tour." With that, he took the lead. Along the way, many beings displayed expressions of wonder, feeling as though their eyes had been opened to a new world. After guiding them through the exchange of spiritual currency, the guide bid them farewell. Above in the heavens, the river of the Underworld, accompanied by 5 maidens, concealed their figures and observed the scene. The river of the Underworld turned to Mu Ling with a smile. "Linger, how fares the accumulation of wealth?" Mu Ling replied with a grin, "It is nearly complete. Upon our return, we can begin preparations for the grand offering to the Dao." Upon hearing this, Minghe smiled and nodded. The path of trade is distinct from other postnatal paths. As long as one discovers it first, one can attain merit. The path of trade necessitates clear regulations, stringent systems, and precise measurements to ensure smooth circulation, thereby establishing the true essence of the path. The criterion for evaluation is the subtle aura that emerges when a transaction succeeds, which Minghe has aptly named wealth chi. Over a multidimensional conference ago, Mu Linger, along with her companions, devised a method for converting fallen treasure coins into spiritual currency. Subsequently, Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhou formulated a comprehensive set of trading standards using the primordial measuring rod. After nearly 2 epochs of refining, Minghe presented the 3,000 marketplaces he had prepared, initially intending to station the 3,000 chaos demonic god avatars there. However, following the emergence of the Heavenly Dao, which harbored a disdain for the aura of the chaos demonic gods, Minghe prudently recalled the avatars to the realm of Minghe. He summoned a cadre of formidable beings from the Blood Sea, along with eloquent entities, to oversee the operations of the various marketplaces. Now, after a trial run of over a multidimensional conference, with modifications made, the standards for establishing the path have finally been met. The river of the Underworld once again turned its gaze upon the 4 maidens of Orchid, Lily, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum. How fare you in your understanding? Spring Orchid stepped forward to respond. We are prepared. Once Miss Ling's matters are resolved, we shall announce the opening of the primordial world. If that is the case, then let us return, replied the river of the Underworld, and with that, he led the 5 maidens back to the Blood Sea. Upon their return, the 5 maidens devoted a century to preparation, borrowing the river of the Underworld's customary altar to commence their rituals. In this era, the Great Dao gradually receded, with the Heavenly Dao governing the primordial world, rendering communication with the Great Dao far more challenging than before. Although the 5 maidens each possessed the merits of the Great Dao, enabling them to connect with it and draw its gaze, the presence of the river of the Underworld's altar facilitated a direct link to the Great Dao, allowing them to enhance its power afterwards, thus making their task considerably easier. With all preparations complete, the 5 maidens stood upon the altar, performing their respectful salutations. It was the wood spirit who began to recite the sacrificial verses, Great Dao above. May the Heavenly Dao witness. Offspring of the chaotic Azure Lotus, wood spirit of the Blood Sea, we beseech you to gaze upon us. Since the inception of the primordial world, myriad beings have emerged, yet most of these new life forms remain ignorant and devoid of any heritage. Fortunately, the esteemed river of the Underworld has shown mercy, establishing 3,000 tablets of transmission to enlighten these beings and impart the methods of cultivation. From that moment forth, life flourished, yet it lost sight of its original intent of mere survival, often engaging in relentless conflict over opportunities and treasures, as well as resources for cultivation. Witnessing this, the wood spirit felt a deep sorrow, yet thanks to the benevolence of the river of the Underworld, a precious artifact was bestowed, through which the wood spirit comprehended the principles of trade. With the support of Orchid, Lily, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum, they established standards and regulated the rules of exchange, now functioning seamlessly within the primordial world. Today, the wood spirit, accompanied by the 4 maidens, boldly approached the Great Dao to petition for the establishment of a path of trade, invoking the treasures of gold and silver to stabilize the fortune of transactions and employing the measurements defined by the primordial cosmic caliper to regulate their actions. We hope for the Great Dao's approval. As the last words fell, a colossal purple eye appeared above the 5 maidens, its gaze cold and seemingly tinged with dissatisfaction regarding their audacious act of escalating their report. However, it did not erupt in anger, but instead fixated its stare upon them. The 5 maidens felt a chill run down their spines, yet with no response from the Great Dao, they dared not move, remaining in their position of reverence. After a brief moment, a hazy voice resonated from the heavens, approved. Upon receiving the Great Dao's response, the 5 maidens breathed a sigh of relief. Following the pronouncement, a cloud of merit emerged from the void, hovering above their heads before dispersing. Since the wood spirit had contributed the most effort, she received 3/10 of the merit, while the 4 maidens of Orchid, Lily, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum shared the remaining 3/10 equally, with the treasures of gold and silver and the primordial cosmic caliper each receiving 1/10 of the merit. The river of Hades and the enlightenment tea tree shared a portion of the merit, dividing it equally, while the remaining fraction was dispersed among those who aided the 5 maidens in facilitating the transaction. The enlightenment tea tree garnered its share of merit due to its provision of the ethereal essence necessary for forging spiritual currency and its ability to bestow enlightenment. The colossal violet eye suspended in the sky observed the genuine response of the Great Dao to the 5 maidens, descending with a reward of merit. Reluctantly, it had no choice but to follow the path of the Great Dao, bestowing an equivalent measure of merit. After casting a profound glance at the assembly, it vanished from sight. The river of Hades noted the dissatisfaction with the Heavenly Dao, but chose not to dwell on it. The Heavenly Dao disdains any sentient being that seeks to transcend its dominion. Given the current state of the Blood Sea, Even inaction would not spare it from the Heavenly Dao's disdain. Therefore, seizing the opportunity while the Great Dao had yet to fully retreat, it was paramount to extract as much advantage as possible. After all, such an opportunity to acquire double merit was rare, since the emergence of the Heavenly Dao. Whether through the 3,000 preaching steel scattered across the primordial realm, the cyclical protective formations of heaven and earth, or the purification arrays within the blood sea, the merit received had always been doubled. After contemplation, the river of Hades decided to condense the acquired Heavenly Dao merit into a golden wheel of merit. If the river of the underworld were to unveil its grandeur before the masses, the radiant golden wheels of merit would likely dazzle the eyes of all onlookers. Each day, wisps of benevolent power coalesce into the golden wheels of merit, which become increasingly solidified. The foremost of these wheels, embodying the essence of the Great Path, may soon rival even the most treasured artifacts. The 5 wood spirits have steadfastly followed the river of the underworld, accumulating dual layers of merit wheels. As the architects of the seasonal cleansing incantation and the manipulation of creation, the beings of the blood sea have diligently purified malevolent energies and mended the geographical landscapes. Each day, threads of merit also gather upon their wheels of virtue, with their own merit already substantial. The river of the underworld seeks to nurture the beings of the blood sea. The previous seasonal cleansing incantation and manipulation of creation were but trials. Once every being possesses a wheel of merit, who would dare claim the blood sea to be a realm of filth? Chapter 146. The seasons established. Seizing the moment while the might of the Great Path still lingers, the wood spirit descends from the altar, and the 4 maidens of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum bow once more. With the Great Path above, may the heavenly way bear witness. Spring orchid, summer bamboo, autumn chrysanthemum, winter plum. We beseech the Great Path to cast its gaze upon us. As the primordial world unfolds, bestow blessings upon myriad beings. Yet, the temporal order of the primordial realm is clouded, and yin and yang are askew. Today, we shall manifest the scenes of the 4 seasons to restore the primordial order. We implore the Great Path for assistance. Upon concluding their words, radiance envelopes the 4 maidens, each conjuring a vibrant tableau. In the realm of spring orchid, life awakens. Flowers bloom, and orchids sway amidst the verdant foliage, a vivid representation of spring's arrival. In the domain of summer bamboo, the sun blazes overhead, life thrives, and a warm breeze permeates the air as emerald bamboo flourishes beneath the scorching sun, accompanied by the chorus of cicadas heralding the summer scene. In the area transformed by autumn chrysanthemum, leaves fall like golden rain, fruits ripen, and a bountiful harvest emerges, with clusters of chrysanthemums peeking through the trees, signaling the season of plenty. In the realm of winter plum, snowflakes dance, blanketing the earth in silver, as a chill envelopes the surroundings, and amidst the icy expanse, a lone plum blossom stands resilient, heralding the arrival of the harsh winter. Once the 4 maidens complete their manifestations and return, they bow respectfully once more, their expression solemn. The atmosphere falls into silence, and after a moment, a cloud of mysterious yellow appears above their heads, splitting into 4 and merging into the golden wheels of merit behind them. An invisible aura sweeps past, and henceforth, the primordial realm experiences a clear succession of seasons. While yin and yang gradually find balance, the eye of the heavenly way reappears, casting a dispassionate glance at the maidens, showering them with merit before vanishing once more. Consequently, the 4 seasons envoys, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, become the embodiments of the seasons, wielding divine authority in the absence of the seasonal deities, orchestrating the cycles of the seasons and restoring the balance of yin and yang. A beam of light emerges from the foreheads of the 4 maidens, a fragment of their essence detaching to integrate with the divine realms, transforming into 4 divine manifestations. The maidens exchange glances, nodding in unison at the divine forms, which respond in kind before disappearing into the cosmos to fulfill their divine duties. With a satisfied smile, Minghe reveled in the success of his intricate plans, which elevated his spirits considerably. However, recalling the earlier demeanor of the heavenly path, a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes, hinting at a touch of pride. Could it be attributed to the recent emergence of new life? He soon shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and turned his attention to the 5 individuals before him. He spoke, "In this endeavor, not only have you all accrued merits, but your fortunes have also experienced a significant surge. It is the perfect opportunity for you to enter seclusion and cultivate diligently, striving for an early breakthrough." The 5 women exchanged glances and, in unison, bowed to Minghe, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder brother, for your thoughtful planning on our behalf. Minghe nodded slightly, acknowledging the rare opportunity, and urged the 5 maidens to retreat for their seclusion. They bowed respectfully and departed, eager to absorb the profound insights they had gained from their recent endeavor in establishing their paths. Once the maidens had left, Minghe turned his gaze towards the altar. From his first offering to the Pangu, the Father God, to this present moment, he had consistently utilized this very altar. Now, suffused with the essence of the Great Dao, it had become increasingly extraordinary. Minghe gently caressed the altar, contemplating that it deserved a name. Henceforth, it shall be called the Altar of the Path of Offerings. The altar quivered faintly, as if expressing delight, and then, with a flash of brilliance, the 3 characters Altar of the Path of Offerings manifested upon its surface. With a faint smile, the river of Hades settled into a meditative posture upon the sacrificial altar, embarking on a secluded retreat to prepare for a breakthrough into the realm of the perfected golden immortal. The altar exuded a rich aura of the Dao, perfectly suited for his contemplation of the great principles. As time flowed effortlessly like a swift shuttle, a millennium of epochs passed, an unprecedented period of rapid development in the primordial world. With the equilibrium of yin and yang and the alternation of the seasons, the harsh environments within the primordial realm began to transform, allowing even the frailest beings to venture beyond their abodes. Moreover, markets sprang up across the land like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, enabling exchanges of goods without conflict, allowing beings to focus on their cultivation. In this brief span, the overall level of cultivation throughout the primordial realm surged significantly, truly becoming a time when Great Luo walked freely and golden immortals were as common as dogs. While the primordial world thrived vigorously, unbeknownst to all, in the long-silent northern continent, the Beast Emperor and the remaining 2 sovereign Beast Kings had quietly regained their strength and achieved new breakthroughs. The 20 remaining Beast Generals under their command also successively ascended to the level of the perfected golden immortal. Compared to the time before the Great Conflict, the strength of the beast had undeniably grown even more formidable. Unbeknownst to many, the malevolent aura in the heavens and earth began to rise once again. With a hint of melancholy, Minghe opened his eyes. Despite having achieved the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm and having harvested the fruit of the primordial golden immortal Dao, he found himself unable to transcend to the Great Luo golden immortal stage. This was perplexing, for all conditions appeared to have been met. Minghe mused to himself. In Chapter 147, the 5 daughters of the Wood Spirit had already advanced to the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal realm and had departed from their seclusion to the Hongjun, where they initiated marketplaces in various locations to accumulate fortune. During the time Minghe was in seclusion for 100 yuan meetings, he had already reached the consummate stage of the primordial golden immortal and condensed the fruit of the primordial golden immortal Dao. Having long since satisfied the prerequisites for breaking through to the Great Luo golden immortal, he chose to remain in seclusion in pursuit of that breakthrough. However, after nearly 900 yuan meetings, his realm had stabilized to an unyielding degree, yet he remained unable to advance further. It was not until a vague message permeated his consciousness that he began to gain some clarity. The Heavenly Dao summoned the formidable beings of Hongjun to the northern continent to eradicate the ferocious beasts. Initially, Minghe was somewhat puzzled, but upon contacting his avatars in Hongjun, enlightenment dawned upon him. After such an extensive period of cultivation, the once formidable beast dynasty had finally regained its strength and was once again stirring within Hongjun. If they merely harmed a few beings, the Heavenly Dao might tolerate it, for they were but insignificant creatures. However, these ferocious beasts wreaked havoc upon their emergence, polluting the pristine heavens and earth. With the Great Dao yet to fully recede, the Heavenly Dao did not wish to be perceived as negligent in its oversight. Thus, it utilized merit as a lure, calling upon the beings of Hongjun to collectively vanquish the beasts and eradicate them from existence. For Minghe, the opportunity for breakthrough lay within this war against the beasts. To attain enlightenment, one must traverse the trials of life and death, carving a path through adversity. Over the years, Minghe had harbored no enmity towards others, and his battles had been few and far between. Therefore, it was essential for him to endure a war of blood and fire, to slay formidable foes, and to undergo a transformation of will in order to succeed in his breakthrough. Having realized this, Minghe quietly reflected, "It seems my opponent this time is Shan and I. Apart from him, no one else can provide me with the necessary pressure." Resolute in his thoughts, he rose, taking with him the fiery red lotus and drawing forth the Yuan Tu, a peach, as a companion spirit treasure and a weapon of slaughter. It had long been nurtured within Minghe's body, now yearning to unleash its fury upon the world. Upon its emergence, Yuan too, Abhij resonated with a clarion sound. Seemingly eager for battle, Minghe smiled as he soothed the two swords, urging them to be patient. This time, he would ensure they had ample opportunity to slay. Just as he was about to step into the sea of blood, a thought occurred to him, prompting him to halt and retrieve a scroll. Indeed, it was the Heavenly Book, the List of Deification. When he first acquired the List of Deification, Minghe had contemplated inscribing the rulers of the Dynasty Alliance and the monarchs and generals of the Beast Dynasty upon it. He intended to resurrect them upon their demise by guiding a thread of their true spirit through the list. Yet, he discovered that at that time, it was simply impossible to inscribe their names. The River of Hades speculates that the Heavenly Book, as an extension of the celestial forces, symbolizes the authority of the 36 heavens. At that time, it is possible that the celestial way had yet to manifest, and the heavenly realm was not yet in gestation, which rendered the act of writing impossible. Thus, the divine list was temporarily set aside for a more opportune moment. Now, with the celestial way having emerged and the heavenly realm beginning to take shape, another great war looms on the horizon, with numerous experts participating. The River of Hades yearns to ascertain whether the divine list can now be utilized. Upon retrieving the divine list and perusing it, he is delighted to discover that it is indeed operational. Without further hesitation, he channels his powers and inscribes the names of divine beings such as Shun Ni, Tao Tai, and Xiong Qi onto the list, along with the roster of all practitioners above the Great Luo Golden Immortal level who are set to engage in battle. The dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin are not excluded, although aware that they will not perish this time, with the imminent calamity of the Dragon Han. It is prudent to be listed early to avoid being forgotten later. Yin Yang, the 5 elements, and Luo who are also included, as none shall be overlooked in the divine list. Holding the divine list, the River of Hades muses about the immense power that will manifest when his Z-Way avatar arrives and takes charge of the divine list, using it as a foundation to establish the Z-Way imperial court. After securing the divine list, he plans to have his avatar conceal it within the earth's veins during the battle against the ferocious beasts, collecting true essences. Without further contemplation, the River of Hades activates his escape light and swiftly heads towards the northern continent. Upon the River of Hades' arrival at the northern continent, the battle there is already raging fiercely. The battlefield is roughly divided into 4 regions, one led by the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin alliances, and another comprising forces unwilling to join the Triclan alliance. In recent years, apart from the sporadic disturbances caused by ferocious beasts, the wilderness has been relatively tranquil. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, due to their powerful bloodlines, possess formidable strength, albeit their numbers are scarce. To bolster their strength, the Triclan continually forges alliances with various races, amassing a considerable number of powerful beings, thereby enhancing their renown across the wilderness. With the celestial decree to eradicate the ferocious beasts, these 3 clans are the most proactive in rallying strong allies to form an alliance and head to the battlefield. Conversely, races that prefer not to be entangled with the Triclan have spontaneously united, forming another faction on the battlefield against the ferocious beasts. The 4 factions have divided the seemingly endless ferocious beasts into their respective territories. Among those unwilling to join the Triclan alliance, the River of Hades also discovers some beings from his blood sea. Additionally, he senses familiar presences such as Yang Mei, Luo Hu, and Hongjun. Even their old adversaries, Yin Yang and the 5 elements, are once again participating in battle. Although the River of Hades has not encountered these ancient ancestors aside from Yang Mei in recent years, he has recorded the auras of these innate deities through his numerous avatars scattered throughout the wilderness. However, despite detecting their auras, he fails to locate their figures, leading to a smirk as he muses that they must be adept at survival. Even Yin Yang and the 5 elements, after enduring so many setbacks, have become wiser. Choosing not to pursue these concealed innate deities, the River of Hades sends a message to the wood spirits and the 4 maidens Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhu, who have also been summoned by the celestial decree, urging them to conceal their powers and protect themselves while discreetly safeguarding the beings of the Blood Sea, and surreptitiously delivering the divine list to his avatar within the earth's veins. He selects a formidable beast resembling a horse yet bearing hints of a dog, with long, flowing mane and a massive form, an early-stage primordial golden immortal beast general, to engage in combat. Upon sighting this beast, the River of Hades experiences a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the legendary hound. intrigued by the notion of zombies. He wonders whether this creature could be the fabled hound that transformed into one of the 4 great zombie progenitors. Nevertheless, with its primordial gold and immortal strength, it should not be lacking in prowess. In a fierce confrontation, the enigmatic Minghe engaged in a few exchanges with the formidable beast, Han, and soon discerned that this creature possessed an extraordinary physical prowess, confirming his suspicions. Minghe, suppressing his true strength, awaited the ultimate clash to unfold. Meanwhile, tumultuous battles raged across other fronts. The ancestral dragon transformed into its true form, its colossal, million-mile-long body undulating through the sky, as its immense claws ruthlessly seized upon the horde of beasts. Where it passed, anguished cries echoed, and the accompanying beings seized the opportunity to strike, momentarily gaining the upper hand against the surrounding feral creatures. The ancestral phoenix, enveloped in blazing flames resembling a mobile sun, plunged into the ranks of the beasts, engulfing vast swathes of them in an instant. Birds of various kinds circled above, occasionally diving down, their talons flaring as they struck, piercing through the bodies of numerous beasts. The leader of the Qilin clan, drawing upon the power of the earth, caused tremors with each step, unsettling the nearby beasts, and with a single hoof, could reduce them to mere pulp. The beasts that followed roared fiercely. Tigers lunged, eviscerating their foes with a swipe, while fierce bulls charged, hurling beasts into the air, transforming them into mere remnants. Those factions unwilling to join the 3-clan alliance showcased their own abilities, some invoking water magic to freeze vast numbers of beasts, while others summoned blades of wind to cleave through their foes. The intensity of the battle between the surrounding forces and the beasts escalated, the din of warfare resonating through the air. Concealed in the shadows, the Hongjun Golden Immortals sprang into action. The weaker among them coordinated to confront a major beast general, while the stronger ones engaged individually, carving out their own battlegrounds. The beasts, not to be outdone, unleashed their hidden strengths as the 36 formidable generals, fully replenished, launched a sudden assault, inflicting severe injuries on several Hongjun Golden Immortals. The 2 great beast kings, Taotai and Xiongqi, finally made their appearance. Taotai roared furiously, transforming into a black hole that sought to engulf the ancestral dragon, while Xiongqi flapped its wings, tearing through the fabric of reality as it charged towards the ancestral phoenix. Meanwhile, the ancestral Qilin was impeded by a formidable insect, possessing 6 pairs of wings and an impenetrable body, a mid-stage Hongjun Golden Immortal, which danced through the air, leaving a trail of wounds upon the ancestral Qilin. As Minghe cast a fleeting glance, he was surprised to see a 6-winged golden cicada, a fierce beast whose clan had developed remarkably swiftly. It was high time for Shun and I to make an appearance. Minghe raised his gaze towards a certain void, where a pulsating aura of a late-stage primordial golden immortal was discernible, seemingly on the verge of eruption. Chapter 149, The Great Battle Against the Beast, Part 2. Noticing that Shun's presence had reached the late-stage primordial golden immortal level, Minghe did not dare to be careless. He discreetly communicated with Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhu, urging them to remain vigilant while he engaged in combat with the roars of the battlefield, simultaneously observing the unfolding situation. The scene resembled a meat grinder. However, as the battle had just commenced, the calamity aura was not overwhelmingly dense. Currently, beings above the Great Luo Golden Immortal rank could still maintain their composure, while those beneath it were consumed by crimson rage, resorting to mutually destructive tactics, striking one another in a vicious cycle. As the number of fallen beings increased, the calamity aura in the heavens began to diminish, intertwining with the remaining combatants. The creatures of the Blood Sea were relatively better off, most of them possessing the merits of the Great Dao, allowing them to maintain their calm in the prevailing density of calamity aura. Conversely, the situation for other beings was dire. Explosions once again echoed across the battlefield. When unable to overpower their foes, self-detonation became a common strategy, dragging their enemies down with them, a grim norm that had taken hold. It was as if the cycle had formed a circle, perpetually repeating itself. The madness of the beings intensified the calamity aura, and the thickening calamity aura further fueled their frenzy. The river of Hades furrowed his brow, realizing that it was imperative to swiftly eliminate these fierce beasts and formidable foes to bring an end to the battle. Otherwise, even the creatures within the Blood Sea would likely succumb to despair. At that moment, a hidden aura stirred, and a spear lunged toward an unassuming primordial golden immortal. Just as it seemed that the primordial golden immortal would be pierced, a multitude of fine threads erupted from him, ensnaring the soul-devouring spear and preventing it from advancing. What was this? The threads of causality. Could this individual be the reincarnation of the causal demon god? Upon witnessing those threads, the river of Hades was momentarily taken aback. As the saying goes, space reigns supreme, time is revered. When fate is not in play, causality holds the throne. As for the law of power, it transcends the myriad laws, a force birthed from the fusion of the 3,000 laws by the primordial Father God, representing a confluence of might rather than mere strength. If the ancestor of the river of Hades could devour or integrate the 3,000 laws through the law of blood, then the law of blood would be equivalent to the law of power of the primordial Father God. As one of the top 5 chaos demon gods, he was expected to be particularly favored by the primordial Father God. However, considering the similarly fortunate Minghe, the ancestor of the river of Hades found solace. This individual's methods were no less formidable than Minghe's, remaining concealed while employing the power of causality. The future Western saints were likely his handiwork. After all, in the West, many ideologies bore the shadow of causality, such as the notion that past lives dictate present outcomes. Given this individual's temperament, had it not been for the edicts of the Heavenly Dao and the entanglements of causality, it was improbable that he would have manifested, and it was surprising that he was the first target of the divine reversal, indicating a significant apprehension on the part of the divine reversal. The suspected reincarnation of the causal demon god, under attack by the divine reversal, curled his lips into a cold smile. With a gesture of his hands, the threads of causality tightened instantaneously, aiming to crush the soul-devouring spear. The divine reversal let out a cold snort, divine power surging within. As the soul-devouring spear emitted a ghostly light, breaking free from the constraints of the threads. Simultaneously, the causal being waved his hands, transforming the power of causality into enormous chains that ensnared the divine reversal. The divine reversal's form flickered, evading the chains, and retaliated with a thrust of his spear toward the causal being's chest. The causal remained unperturbed, surrounding himself with the power of causality, forming a protective shield. Yet, he ultimately underestimated the divine reversal's ferocity and the sharpness of the soul-devouring spear. The causal shield shattered almost instantaneously, causing a change in the causal being's expression. You have already reached the late stage of the primordial golden immortal. The divine reversal chuckled coldly, aiming to pierce through the causal being. At a critical moment, a force of space emerged, momentarily blocking the soul-devouring spear. The causal being strained to evade, yet was still left severely injured, half of his body obliterated. Although his primordial spirit was not devoured by the spear, he was gravely weakened. At that juncture, Minghe, Hongjun, and Luo simultaneously repelled their respective opponents, revealing their true forms as they charged toward the divine reversal. The ancestors of Yin and Yang, along with the 5 elements, joined forces to set up the Yin-Yang 5 elements formation, trapping their original adversaries within its confines. Even the long-dormant ancestor of the Chaos Kuan emerged to assist the 2 ancestors of Yin and Yang. However, the divine reversal showed no signs of fear, sending forth the world annihilation mill toward Minghe, while wielding the soul-devouring spear to attack Luo and Hongjun. Confronted by an opponent whose cultivation surpassed theirs by a minor realm, both were cautious. The auspicious clouds of the myriad heavens appeared, enveloping Hongjun, while Luo summoned the 12th grade mysterious water black lotus, standing atop it to safeguard himself. As Minghe beheld the celestial celebration cloud and the black lotus of Xianshui, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and the suppressed urge to collect surged within him. The black lotus of Xianshui requires no further elaboration. It is a manifestation of the lotus seed from the 36th rank of the Chaos Blue Lotus, possessing formidable defensive capabilities akin to the 12-rank lotus platforms. Additionally, it harbors the essence of destructive laws, rendering it both a shield and a weapon, a truly remarkable entity. It was under the protection of this lotus that the demon ancestor Luo ultimately succeeded in the evolution of the heavenly demon realm. The origins of the celestial celebration cloud are equally extraordinary. Formed from the righteous aura emanating from the chest of the primordial deity Pangu, and the clouds exhaled from his mouth. Lacking a specific rank, it hovers above, repelling all evils and impervious to myriad laws, serving as a defensive treasure that rivals the innate treasures of the highest order. Chapter 150. The function of righteous aura. What the river of the underworld values most is not the defensive capabilities of the celestial celebration clouds, but rather the immense righteousness it embodies. In a previous life, as an avid reader, I often indulged in tales of scholars and poets, cultivating righteousness to vanquish demons and evil spirits. Although in the current primordial world, ordinary righteousness may seem insignificant, the righteousness contained within the heart of the Pangu, the Father of Gods, is extraordinary. The Kongtong seal has been in the hands of the river of the Underworld for a considerable time. Yet due to the stagnation of humanity, its divine properties remain dormant. However, after years of study, the river has come to realize that the Kongtong seal is not merely a supreme treasure of humanity, capable of suppressing the fate of the human race, but rather a genuine treasure of the human way. The reason it resonates more with humanity in later times is likely due to Nuwa's mingling of her own essence when she created humankind. Being the sovereign of the demon race herself, she infused her creation with a trace of the demon's fate. Furthermore, the extensive intermarriage with the shaman clan has also imbued them with some of their fate. The demon and shaman races encompass all beings in the primordial world. Thus their fates converge upon humanity. Humanity is no longer merely human. It can be said to contain the blood of myriad beings, which is why it has been acknowledged by the Kongtong seal as a treasure of the human way. Additionally, due to humanity's weakness, which aligns with the celestial order's design, the human race has garnered attention from both heavenly and earthly beings, becoming the central figure in the earthly realm. The Kongtong seal, as a treasure of the human way, embodies both the martial and literary paths, two pinnacle doctrines. However, unlocking its potential is no simple task. If the celestial celebration clouds could be obtained, one could harness its righteousness to comprehend the power of the literary path and thereby forge a literary way of one's own. This would grant one a voice among humanity in the future. Contemplating this, the river's gaze turned once more towards the battlefield of Hongjun and the others, specifically the celestial celebration clouds and the Xian Shui Black Lotus. The two spiritual artifacts trembled as if they sensed being observed, causing both Luo and Hongjun to feel a chill down their spines and become more cautious in their combat. However, Shen and I remained unperturbed, relentlessly suppressing Yang Mei with the world-destroying mill. Had it not been for Yang Mei's mastery of spatial laws allowing him to evade, he would have been obliterated long ago. The soul-eating spear in Shun Ni's hand kept striking, and despite the protection of two supreme treasures, he appeared quite beleaguered when facing Shun and I, whose cultivation surpassed his own. In a moment of desperation, Luo summoned a spear strikingly similar to the soul-eating spear, the god-slaying spear. The moment it appeared, both spears quivered violently, as if yearning to merge, causing Shen Ni's offensive to falter. From a distance, the river of the Underworld observed with astonishment. Initially, upon seeing Shen Ni's soul-eating spear, he had thought it to be the god-slaying spear wielded by the future demon ancestor Luo, not realizing there were indeed two spears. It is said that the god-slaying spear is forged from the root of the chaos blue lotus, rooted in chaotic malevolence. Thus, its evolution into the unparalleled weapon of destruction surpasses even the Pangu banner. It now appears likely that it is indeed formed from the root of the Chaos Blue Lotus. And perhaps only by merging the two spears could one attain the true god-slaying spear of unmatched lethality, calming the soul-eating spear in his grasp. Shen Ni's gaze towards Luo became increasingly lethal, as the embodiment of the Destroyer Demon God and the Slaughter Demon God. Combined with the grievances of the Chaos Demon God, Shen and I sought to devour Luo, the reincarnation of the Slaughter Demon God, to complete himself. Now further augmented by the weapon-s causal relationship, Shen and I became increasingly frenzied, launching relentless attacks aimed at Luo's forehead, momentarily disregarding Hongjun by his side. Luo, battered and howling, cast a resentful glance at the calm Hongjun nearby. Witnessing Luo's dire straits, and motivated by the instinct of survival, Hongjun reluctantly intervened. Truth be told, upon first encountering Luo, an unbidden animosity had arisen within him. Had Shen and I not been so formidable, he would have relished the spectacle of Luo's downfall, fearing that he might be next. From afar, the river of the Underworld couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, they were natural adversaries. Suddenly, the river's brow furrowed, inadvertently. The causality that had been severely weakened by Shen and I had quietly vanished. Upon careful sensing, not a trace of its essence could be detected, as if it had never existed. Internally cursing, he acknowledged the swift escape of such an entity that had evaded the grasp of the father of Pangu. He decided not to concern himself with the causality, for it had not been heard of in later times. As long as it did not provoke the Blood Sea in the future, all would be well. Redirecting his attention to the battlefield involving Hongjun and the others, he discovered that those who had survived the chaos were indeed extraordinary. Yang Mei appeared to be struggling under the weight of the world-destroying mill. Yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on the battlefield of Hongjun and the others, yet again a display of feigned effort. It was likely that the Heavenly Dao had promised something to Luo and Hongjun. Otherwise, how could these two, so obstinate in nature, persist in their conflict with Shin'en'ai? Chapter 151. The Battle of the Fierce Beast comes to an end. The River of Oblivion once again cast its gaze upon the battlefield of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin. Following this fierce clash of beasts, their epic is destined to unfold. Truly, the Ancestral Dragon possesses formidable strength. Every part of its being transforms into a weapon, bravely withstanding the abyss forged by the gluttonous beast, shattering it repeatedly. In another expanse of the sky, the Ancestral Phoenix relentlessly assails the monstrous Qiongqi as the southern brightly fire rains down upon it, igniting anguished roars from the creature. Meanwhile, the primordial Qilin braces itself, its limbs firmly planted on the ground, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that renders the six-winged golden cicada unable to approach. On the battlefield below, the five daughters of the wood spirit unleash their formidable prowess, each engaging a formidable beast general without exerting their full strength, simultaneously safeguarding the denizens of the Blood Sea while effortlessly countering their adversaries. The River of Oblivion did not emit a sound, yet it conveyed a silent caution to them, urging vigilance against unforeseen mishaps. Observing the battlefield below, where the myriad of life forms clashed with the ferocious beast army in a gruesome spectacle, a sigh escaped his lips. It was time to conclude the conflict. Regrettably, he had not summoned Hongjun to retrieve the Pangu banner, and he was left uncertain whether it was even in his possession at this moment. Resolving not to linger in hesitation, Yuan Tu and Abi exerted their full might, swiftly vanquishing the creature known as Jiang. As they prepared to collect its remains, they were startled to see Zhang's true spirit ascend from the corpse, dividing into three and darting in disparate directions. Legend has it that Jiang was a transformation of a fragment of the skull of the primordial deity Pangu. Upon death, its true spirit fragmented into three parts, each merging with different corpses to become the progenitors of the three great zombies, their bodies endowed with self-awareness, evolving into formidable warriors. As the river of Hades stirred slightly, it disregarded the three fleeing fragments of true spirit and directly stowed away the corpse of the hound, hastening toward the battlefield of Hongjun and the others. Upon witnessing the sudden eruption of the river of Hades, who swiftly vanquished their adversaries, the wood spirits were poised to unleash their full power in a bid to slay their foes. However, upon receiving the telepathic message from the river of Hades urging them to conserve their strength, they reverted to their original rhythm. The five fierce beasts facing the five women felt a chill run through their bodies in that fleeting moment, only to return to their previous state, leaving them with a sense of bewilderment. The River of Oblivion paid no heed to anything else. Yuan Tu and Abi directly launched an assault on Shin'en'ai. Shin'en'ai was preoccupied with suppressing Hongjun, while Luo relentlessly attacked him, continuously inflicting new wounds. Suddenly, two swords flew in from nowhere, striking Shin'en'ai and sending him flying. Luo and Hongjun, who had been feeling exceptionally aggrieved under Shin'en'ai's blows, were momentarily taken aback. Hongjun had already drawn a fragment of the Pangu banner, only to stow it away again. The River of Oblivion cast a glance at Hongjun before disregarding him entirely, resuming the charge towards Shin'en'ai. Yuan Tu and Abi danced elegantly in the hands of the River of Oblivion, emitting a series of melodic hums, seemingly rejoicing at the long-awaited opportunity to fight alongside their master. The two treasured swords worked in perfect harmony, forcing Shin'en'ai to retreat repeatedly, prompting an enraged roar from him. The River of Oblivion pressed on relentlessly, launching a series of merciless attacks, determined to eliminate Shin'en'ai swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications. Having already engaged in battle, the River of Oblivion was resolute in avoiding any unexpected turn of events. With all his might, he wielded the twin swords, leaving Shin'en'ai no opportunity to catch his breath. Shin'en'ai, overwhelmed and unable to retaliate, had no choice but to summon the world-destroying mill with a move of his spirit to counter the River of Oblivion. A soft chuckle escaped from the depths of the Nether River. It was merely a defective version of the apocalyptic, grinding mill, not the formidable force it once was in its prime. He was not intimidated in the least, and directly manifested the 24th rank of the fiery red Lotus to counter the onslaught of the apocalyptic mill. As a flawed creation, the current level of the apocalyptic grinding mill was merely that of an innate treasure. Its master lacked the strength to control it fully, leaving it to act autonomously. Despite its fierce capabilities, it stood little chance against the fiery red Lotus, which was also an innate treasure, particularly since the Nether River's cultivation surpassed that of the divine reversal, allowing him to wield the fiery red Lotus with ease. The apocalyptic grinding mill incessantly attacked, striving to extinguish the fiery red lotus. However, after a prolonged assault, it could not even breach the defenses of the lotus. The river of Hades showed no inclination to grant the god of rebellion even a moment's respite, relentlessly launching a series of assaults with his dual swords. Observing the sudden emergence of the river of Hades, who single-handedly overpowered the god of rebellion, the recently replaced Hongjun and Luo exchanged glances of astonishment. They had always believed that within the vast wilderness, apart from the god of rebellion, no one could challenge them. Little did they anticipate the sudden appearance of such a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Yang Mei's eyes widened in surprise. Realizing the profound depth of the river of Hades' cultivation and unmeasurable strength, he was indeed a match even for the god of rebellion. After a moment of reflection, the three elders decided not to linger. Since their presence was no longer required here, they could seek out lesser beasts to assert their dominance and vent their frustrations. With the arrival of the three ancestors onto the battlefield, the tides quickly turned against the fierce beasts, as one by one, their formidable generals fell to their blades. Ultimately, the trio joined forces to slay the gluttonous Taodai, who was engaged in battle with the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin. Sensing the peril, the six-winged golden cicada made a hasty retreat, sacrificing its golden wings to escape the dire situation, vanishing from sight in an instant. As the battlefield around the river of Hades fell silent, he ceased to hold back. Merging his twin swords into a singular force, he unleashed a powerful strike that sent the soul-devouring spear flying. The god of rebellion let out a roar of defiance as he was cleaved in two. His essence and remains were subsequently absorbed by Yuan Tu and Abi. After all, in essence, Yuan Tu and Abi could be regarded as demonic swords, true treasures of slaughter. With the annihilation of the destructive and murderous essence within the god of rebellion, they were bound to experience significant enhancement. The world-destroying grinding mill and the soul-devouring spear were also claimed by the river of Hades. With the demise of the god of rebellion and the high-ranking beasts, the horde of savage beasts, now leaderless, descended into chaos, turning upon one another. Lacking in intelligence, they relied on the higher-ups for guidance through their unique connections. Now that their leaders had perished, they reverted to their primal instincts, embodying a bloodthirsty and savage nature. Under the siege led by the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans alongside the myriad beings forming a loose alliance with the Blood Sea and other entities, the savage beasts were swiftly annihilated. Yet, as long as the heavens and earth bore the lingering resentment of these ferocious spirits, they would inevitably return one day. With the downfall of the savage beasts, the myriad beings erupted in deafening cheers. After a considerable time, they regained their composure, only to be met with the sight of countless corpses strewn across the battlefield. Some could not suppress their tears. The battle had been perilous, and despite their victory, many kin and friends had perished amidst the carnage. Deep within the earth, the river of Hades sighed softly as he stowed away the divine ascension list. This battle had not only recorded the feats of the great beings he had inscribed, but had also captured a multitude of powerful Tai golden immortal-level true spirits, who would serve as heavenly soldiers in the future. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, followed by a cascade of celestial phenomena. Golden lotuses erupted from the ground, momentarily dispelling the bloodthirsty aura that enveloped the battlefield. A vast expanse of merit clouds appeared in the sky, comparable to the time when the river of Hades created the post-Heavenly Dao text and established the 3,000 tablets of enlightenment. However, sensing the nature of these clouds, the river of Hades dismissed them as mere celestial merit and did not dwell on them. Ultimately, due to his slaying of the god of rebellion, he garnered the lion's share of merit, 3/10, while Hongjun, Yang Mei, and Luo each acquired 1/10 for their earlier contributions in defeating numerous savage generals and 2 savage kings. Yin Yang, the 5 elements, and the mixed Kuan also received a shared portion of 1/10 for their considerable efforts. The dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, who had valiantly engaged the savage army, collectively obtained 1/10 of the merit, while the remaining 2/10 were distributed among countless beings present, aiding them in healing their injuries and enhancing their cultivation. After collecting the merit, the mixed Kuan, Yin Yang, and 5 elements exchanged pleasantries with Hongjun and Yang Mei, nodding towards the river of Hades and Luo before vanishing without a trace. Luo, with a cold huff, cast a wary glance at the river of Hades before disappearing as well. Yang Mei approached the river of Hades and spoke, "Friend of the river of Hades, it has been some time since we last met, and your cultivation has grown remarkably deeper. Likewise, dear friend Yang Mei, you too have become increasingly extraordinary," replied the river of Hades with a smile. At that moment, Hongjun joined the conversation. Is this esteemed friend the one who once resonated through the primordial chaos, establishing the Earth God lineage and earning the merit of the Great Dao? I am Hongjun. Honored to meet you. Minghe smiled lightly. Taoist Hongjun, you flatter me. It is merely a matter of some fortune on my part. At this moment, the Ancestral Dragon, Ancestral Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin stepped forward to pay their respects. We pay our respects to the three esteemed elders. They discerned that the individuals before them were likely the reincarnations of the chaos demonic deities. However, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from Minghe, for the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin were all manifestations of the corporeal essence of Pangu, the primordial god. Thus, in the presence of Minghe, who bore the profound bloodline of Pangu, they naturally felt a sense of kinship. Minghe and the others returned the gesture with a bow, saying, "There is no need for excessive formalities among us. Our cultivation levels are quite similar. Let us engage as equals." The three from the Zhou clan reciprocated with another bow, replying, "If that is the case, we shall forego further formalities and acknowledge you, fellow Taoists." All of them were individuals of admirable pride. Their earlier humility in presenting themselves as juniors was merely a display of modesty. Now, with Minghe's words, they felt no need to decline any longer. The three from the river of the Underworld also returned the gesture with a smile. Suddenly, Hongjun spoke. "Esteemed friends, the battlefield before us, if left unaddressed, is likely to breed an unparalleled calamity, bringing ruin to all beings in the primordial realm. It would be prudent for us to join forces to seal it away, banishing it to the land of the void." Just as the others were about to respond, Minghe waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such measures. I shall leave this battlefield to be dealt with by the denizens of the Blood Sea. Since we have the rare fortune of gathering today, let us celebrate our great victory with a feast, and in doing so, engage in philosophical discourse to share our insights and learn from one another." He gestured towards the location of the 5 wood spirits. The 5 maidens were diligently gathering the fallen, employing the 4 seasons purification spell to cleanse the battlefield of its bloodthirsty malice and deathly aura, bringing clarity to all that they touched. Upon hearing Minghe's words, Hongjun and the others were momentarily enlightened. "You are indeed fortunate to have their assistance here. We need not worry any longer. Thus, we shall heed your suggestion and proceed to celebrate, as well as exchange thoughts and knowledge." At present, the marketplace of the Blood Sea had been thriving for over 1,000 cycles in the primordial realm, its offerings far more varied than in its earlier days. Establishments for dining and tea were plentiful, and the spiritual food and wine served therein were beneficial to cultivators. Not only those like the Ancestor Dragon, who had long been active in the primordial realm, but even those like Hongjun, who had spent years in seclusion, were not unfamiliar with these delights. The river of Hades has nurtured numerous branches of the Enlightenment tea tree, supplying various marketplaces. The vast multitude of spiritual roots within the Blood Sea is periodically harvested to brew spiritual wine, which is then dispersed throughout the markets. The crowd hurriedly made their way to the nearest marketplace, where, following a lavish banquet, they commenced their discourse on the Dao. Throughout the exchange, the resonant sounds of Taoist teachings permeated the air, unreservedly shared in the presence of all beings in the marketplace. After a span of 30 gatherings, the discussions among the river of Hades and others concluded. Although none divulged the essence of their unique paths, each participant, being above the level of primordial golden immortal, possessed distinct insights into the Dao. Through their interactions, they each reaped significant rewards from the collision of perspectives. On the shores of the river of Hades, having vanquished the divine adversary and thus dismantled the final barrier to transcending into the realm of the Grand Luo golden immortal, the protagonist, after a profound discourse, finds that although the cultivation levels of those present may not rival his own, their insights into the Dao are remarkably exceptional. This exchange has bestowed upon him a plethora of new realizations, enabling him to embark upon his own journey of transcending into the Grand Luo golden immortal upon his return to the Blood Sea. Following the completion of their philosophical discussions, the participants bid each other farewell, preparing to return to their respective sanctuaries to assimilate the knowledge gained. In the marketplace, the beings present have reaped the benefits of this enlightening discourse, although few could grasp the entirety of the teachings. The subtle influence of the Dao has undeniably enhanced their innate understanding, which will play a crucial role in their future cultivation endeavors. Chapter 153. The Three Clans Campaign and the Establishment of the Dragon Clan. After the emergence of the marketplace in the River of Hades, the 5 daughters of the Wood Spirit received some instructions before the River of Hades made its way directly to chaos. It entered the realm of the River of Hades and began a period of seclusion, preparing to break through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. In the vast wilderness, following the demise of the ferocious beasts, calamity dissipated completely. The myriad beings welcomed a flourishing development, while the wood spirit and others worked diligently to dispel the malevolent aura and mend the damaged mountains and earth alongside the beings of the Sea of Blood. Marketplaces across various regions bustled with activity. Creatures flocked in abundance, eager to enjoy this rare period of peace and relaxation. The Ancestral Dragon, Ancestral Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin, after 100 epochs of seclusion, had digested the benefits gained from the recent calamity, elevating their cultivation to the peak of the mid-stage primordial golden immortal. However, they found themselves unable to advance further to the late stage of the primordial golden immortal, no matter the effort. This predicament reminded them of their time battling the ferocious beasts, although brief. The sense of fortune they felt as they were hailed as leaders during that period illuminated a path toward breakthrough. Consequently, they dispatched powerful beings from their clans to rekindle alliances with the previously allied races. Given the strong bloodlines of the three clans, many lesser bloodline races sought to elevate their lineage by merging with them or forming close ties through marriage. For instance, the dragon clan attracted the shrimp, crab, turtle, and carp races to willingly submit. The phoenix clan saw the Qingluan, Jinji, sparrow, and white crane clans join their ranks. Meanwhile, the Qilin clan persuaded the horned horse, tiger, lion, elephant, and dog races to align with them. Subsequently, due to their camaraderie forged in battle, the three clans reached an agreement to categorize the myriad beings of the wilderness into three types: scaled, terrestrial, and avian, with each clan tasked to reclaim their respective domains. Thus commenced an expansive campaign. The dragon clan navigated the waters to reclaim all aquatic territories. The Qilin traversed various wondrous locations in the wilderness to rally powerful allies, while the Phoenix clan soared through the skies to bring all avian creatures under their banner. As a result, the wilderness was abuzz with activity, and various factions closely observed the movements of the three clans. Smaller races, seeking self-preservation, either sought refuge with the three clans or united to form new alliances. After a frenzied expansion over 10,000 epochs, where those who followed thrived and those who resisted perished, the three clans finally achieved their goals and paused their advances. The wilderness then entered a period of tranquility, during which the three clans silently consolidated their territories and digested their expanded powers. Those who had escaped to the marketplaces during the expansion or invested significant fortunes to settle there finally exhaled in relief. Although previously constrained by the prohibition against fighting within the marketplaces in the presence of powerful overseers, even the three clans dared not offend them lightly. Thus, many beings either expended vast sums to purchase residences in the marketplaces or sought employment within them, while affluent races relocated their entire clans to various marketplaces for habitation. While the protection of the marketplaces momentarily alleviated their fears for survival, witnessing the relentless expansion of the three clans left many anxious, especially those unfamiliar with the strength of the marketplaces, who worried that continued growth might render the marketplaces unable to shield them. With the three clans finally halting their march, a collective sigh of relief was heard. The clans had not been disinterested in seizing the marketplaces. The potential benefits were enticing. However, they had received stern warnings from their leaders, who understood the formidable backing the marketplaces possessed. Since the marketplaces had not interfered with their expansion, the clans preferred to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Thus, after a century of calm, one fateful day, the waves of the eastern sea surged violently, parting the waters as figures emerged from the depths to construct an altar upon the shore. The Ancestral Dragon, alongside the Azure Dragon, Candle Dragon, and numerous leaders of scaled races, stood upon the altar. Once preparations were complete, they all bowed in unison, proclaiming, "Heavenly Dao above, I, the Ancestral Dragon, now carry the scaled tribes to beseech the heavens. We, the Dragon Clan, cannot bear to see chaos among the scaled tribes. Thus, we unify them, commanding the four seas, and granting amnesty to all scaled beings, using the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Ancestral Dragon Pearl, to stabilize the Dragon Clan's fortune. From this day forth, the scaled tribe shall follow the Dragon Clan as their leader. May the Heavenly Dao witness this." Upon completion of the invocation, they bowed once more, becoming the first beings to invoke the Heavenly Dao in such a manner. The Ancestral Dragon originally intended to directly worship the Great Dao, but given its gradual retreat, he feared it would overlook such trivial matters. Moreover, the current authority had shifted to the Heavenly Dao, although many beings in the wilderness had yet to fully comprehend this change. Becoming the first to declare allegiance to the Heavenly Dao would undoubtedly garner its favor and yield greater benefits. Thus, the Ancestral Dragon boldly aligned the Dragon Clan with the Heavenly Dao's chariot. The Heavenly Dao did not disappoint, while the Great Dao had not yet fully receded. It welcomed the opportunity to showcase its power within the wilderness. Consequently, it bestowed the greatest benefits permissible within its rules. Following the Ancestral Dragon's prayer, extraordinary phenomena occurred in the heavens above. Celestial flowers rained down, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and a vast expanse of merit clouds gathered above the Ancestral Dragon and his companions, before dispersing. 60% merged into the Ancestral Dragon's body, causing his aura to surge as he swiftly broke through to the late stage of the primordial golden immortal. 20% infused the bodies of the Dragon Clan's powerful beings, each experiencing a significant boost in strength. 10% entered the Ancestral Dragon Pearl, which shimmered with brilliance, hinting at new restrictions intended for growth, while the final 10% scattered among the scaled tribes, granting them minor enhancements, alleviating some of their grievances regarding their forced integration into the Dragon Clan. As the merit descended, a misty light enveloped the scaled tribes, accumulating their fortunes alongside that of the Dragon Clan, coalescing into a golden dragon of fortune that merged into the Ancestral Dragon Pearl. With the gathering of fortunes, the Ancestral Dragon sensed his cultivation speed accelerating once more, leading to greater satisfaction with his decision. Chapter 154, The Establishment of the Phoenix and Qilin Clans upon witnessing the tremendous benefits the Ancestral Dragon had gained. Surpassing their own cultivation, both the Ancestral Phoenix and Primordial Qilin felt envious. Although the relations among the three clans were currently amicable, it was evident that the total fortune in the wilderness was limited. Each clan desired to harness this fortune to aid their cultivation, making conflict among the three clans inevitable. With the Dragon Clan seizing the initiative and reaping substantial rewards, the Phoenix and Qilin clans needed to act swiftly to catch up. Otherwise, in a scenario where the strong would overpower the weak, they risked being absorbed. The leaders of both clans instructed their members to prepare diligently, planning to honor the heavens in a century's time. As time flowed relentlessly, a century passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the southern Immortal volcano, an altar rose prominently. The Ancestral Phoenix and Ancestral Queen, accompanied by numerous leaders of avian tribes, stood upon the altar. They bowed reverently to the heavens and proclaimed, "Heavenly Dao above, I, the Ancestral Phoenix, now carry my kin and the avian tribes to beseech the heavens. The management of the avian beings in the wilderness is chaotic and lacks understanding of the heavenly will. The Phoenix clan shall align with the natural order, unifying the skies and protecting the avian tribes. Using the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Phoenix staff, we shall stabilize the fortune of the Phoenix clan. Henceforth, the avian beings shall regard the Phoenix as their sovereign. May the Heavenly Dao witness this." Having spoken, the Ancestral Phoenix, along with the avian tribal leaders, bowed once more. With the Dragon Clan paving the way ahead, the various avian tribes bore no grievances. After venerating the Ancestral Phoenix, they gazed skyward with eager anticipation, awaiting the descent of merit. Moments later, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded in the heavens. Although it was less grand than the establishment of the Dragon Clan, the distribution of merit still enabled the Ancestral Phoenix to attain the late stage of the primordial golden immortal. The other avian tribes also experienced their own enhancements, with the Phoenix clan's strength significantly augmented. Ultimately, the fortunes of the avians coalesced into a resplendent seven-colored phoenix, which merged into the Phoenix staff. In the heart of the primordial land, at the foot of the surrounding mountains, the Qilin clan refused to be outdone. They constructed a grand platform where the leader, the first Qilin, stood alongside the chieftains of the beast clans, offering their prayers to the heavens. "Heavenly Dao above, we, the Qilin clan, in conjunction with our kin and the leaders of the beast tribes, pledge to restore order to the chaotic primordial realm. We vow to govern this land and quell the turmoil using the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qilin seal, to stabilize our fortunes. Henceforth, the beast shall regard the Qilin as their sovereign. Let the Heavenly Dao bear witness." After this declaration, they once again performed a bow. The Heavenly Dao bestowed upon them a merit similar to that granted to the Phoenix clan, enhancing the strength of the Qilin clan. The fortunes of the beast transformed into a five-colored Qilin, which merged into the Qilin seal. Thus, the three clans nominally divided the primordial realm. The Dragon clan reigned over the seas, commanding the waters. The Phoenix clan soared through the skies, becoming the sovereign of the heavens, and the Qilin clan led the beasts, claiming dominion over the primordial land. For the time being, the primordial realm found a semblance of tranquility. The three clans diligently organized their territories, consolidated their strengths, and gathered their fortunes. While the leaders of each clan once again entered seclusion, seeking to harness these fortunes to further elevate their powers. In the depths of chaos, two Lotus platforms cradled a singular pearl, voraciously absorbing the chaotic essence. Within the pearl, beneath the world tree, the once dormant river of Hades surged with newfound vitality after 10,000 epochs, emanating an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the entire realm of Hades. Subsequently, the realm shimmered with vibrant colors, flowers cascaded from the heavens, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth, filling the world with an atmosphere of jubilation, celebrating the breakthrough of its sovereign. Within this realm, exotic flowers and plants swayed gracefully, their latent spiritual essence flourishing. The spirits of flowers, birds, fish, and insects surged with vigor, giving rise to a new generation of sentient beings. At the moment the river of Hades achieved enlightenment, the entire realm seemed to be revitalized. The complete blood law manifested like a chain, interlinking the myriad laws within, integrating into a cohesive framework. At this juncture, the realm of Hades finally transformed into a vibrant microcosm. Although many laws remained incomplete, the dominant blood law had been comprehended by the river of Hades, merging with the blood laws of the universe, granting this world a steadfast foundation and igniting its flourishing development. Chapter 155, Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. The river of Hades gradually opened its long dormant eyes, and two beams of brilliance shimmered within their depths. In the stillness of the nether river, a profound awareness enveloped him as his essence harmonized with the blood law he had comprehended. No longer merely a passive understanding or borrowing of the law, it felt as though he had become the blood law itself, achieving a state of unity where the law and he were indistinguishable. Thanks to the accumulation of insights over time, upon breaking through, he seamlessly integrated the myriad of laws he had previously grasped into the blood law. He successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the first level of the primordial golden immortal realm, on the cusp of transcending to the second level. The cultivation within the primordial golden immortal realm shares certain similarities with that of the golden immortal realm. Utilizing the innate laws refined in the golden immortal stage, one enters the primordial golden immortal realm. To further advance, one must continuously expand and elongate their innate laws. By slowly accommodating other laws into one's own, those laws become an integral part of the innate laws. It is not necessary to fully comprehend each law. To do so would elevate one to the status of Pangu rather than a primordial golden immortal. A mere third comprehension of the other laws suffices to integrate them into one's own, thereby enhancing one's realm. Successfully refining 8 additional laws while at the first level of the primordial golden immortal allows one to ascend to the second level, and similarly, 9 laws must be refined at each subsequent level, continuing until a total of 108 laws are mastered, culminating in the 12th pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal. The difficulty of the 12 levels of the primordial golden immortal increases with each stage. As conflicts inevitably arise between the various laws, the more laws one integrates, the greater the potential for conflict. Fortuitously, luck and merit can mitigate such conflicts, which explains why the 6 sages, after achieving sainthood, still vie for fortune. To transcend into the realm of the primordial Tai Chi golden immortal, or the heavenly path, one must perfectly meld these 108 laws, weaving the embryonic form of the heavenly path through the blood law. An entity like the heavenly path of the primordial world is an anomaly. It is a progeny of the Great Dao, with one individual mastering 3,000 Great Daos, melding them into the law of power and vanquishing 3,000 chaotic demons. The foundational strength of the entire primordial world is astonishing, directly nurturing the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, each a pinnacle of the primordial Tai Chi golden immortal. However, such formidable existences are also constrained by the rules, rendering them devoid of sentient will. For the Nether River, with the presence of the Nether River realm and the myriad avatars of the chaotic demons, the cultivation within the primordial golden immortal realm is comparatively straightforward. If all proceeds smoothly, after breaking through to the heavenly path realm, his cultivation will likely advance effortlessly before he attains the Great Dao realm. Once he has organized his insights, the Nether River turns his gaze upon the Nether River realm, which is currently radiating with joyful energy, the surging spiritual essence invigorating the beings within, causing their spiritual awareness to swell significantly. The river of Hades observed the avatars of the chaotic demon god once more and discovered that they had transcended the late stage of the primordial golden immortal realm, possessing a profound comprehension of the loss. However, perhaps due to their essence being merely a drop of demonic blood extracted from the river of Hades' own origin, coupled with the blood essence derived from the fallen demon gods in the blood sea, they lacked the fortuity of the river of Hades. Consequently, their cultivation had stagnated, and breakthroughs were no longer as effortless as before. Aside from the 10 avatars of the chaotic demon god, which served as references for the complete 10 laws, the other avatars found their understanding of the laws increasingly arduous as they progressed further. The river of Hades furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering how to resolve this predicament. These chaotic avatars of the demonic gods were, after all, the foundation upon which his future path to enlightenment rested, embodying his grand aspirations. Should he remain stagnant, it would undoubtedly impede his future cultivation endeavors. Perhaps it was time to set his plan into motion. Having grasped the circumstances within the realm of Hades, he departed from it, retracting the World Pearl and the 2 Lotus platforms, before returning to the Blood God realm. Upon his arrival in the Blood God realm, he received a transmission from the Dao avatar of the Blood God realm, indicating that the Primordial Dao wished to investigate the sudden emergence of the primordial Human Dao Yuojin Immortal. The river of the Underworld contemplated for a moment, allowing the heavenly path of the Blood God realm to release its obstruction, permitting the heavenly path of the primordial world to enter. After all, the Blood God realm is not akin to the river of the Underworld. It exists in dependence on the primordial world. Although it possesses an independent will of the heavenly path, it merely functions under a one-country, two-systems framework alongside the heavenly path of the primordial world. The sudden emergence of a Great Luo golden immortal necessitated the attention of the primordial heavenly path, which must administer a trial to allow continued presence within the primordial world, whilst adhering to the regulations set forth by the heavenly path, ensuring no chaos ensues in the primordial realm. Thus, the river of the Underworld refrained from permitting the heavenly path of the Blood God realm to intervene. With the current merits of the river, should he choose to resist, the heavenly path would have no recourse against him, let alone a mere trial. However, he did not entirely forego all resistance, as he chose to sequester certain significant artifacts directly into the river of the Underworld, intending never to release them, such as the Lotus Pool. The consciousness of the heavenly path manifested a colossal purple eye within the Blood God realm. As it surveyed the realm, a flicker of astonishment arose. Despite the river of the Underworld having secured the vital treasures, the remaining spiritual roots and spiritual treasures were still astonishingly remarkable. The heavenly path's giant eye soon shifted its gaze to the river of the Underworld, showing no surprise, for it had previously summoned the river for battle. Aware of his impending breakthrough. Chapter 156. The desire to create sentient beings. The eye of the heavenly path fixated on the river of the Underworld, transmitting a message that henceforth he must not tread upon the primordial world again. Minghe merely smiled and shook his head, jesting that if he were to attain the status of a Human Dao Yuojingxian, he would no longer tread the primordial wilderness. What, then, would be the purpose of all his prior schemes? Upon seeing Minghe's refusal, the eye of Heaven's Dao flickered with a hint of anger, yet felt utterly helpless. After all, the merits of the Great Dao embodied within Minghe were exceedingly vast, nearly binding him to the entirety of the primordial land. Even the Eye of Heaven could not easily act against him, especially since the Great Dao had not yet fully receded. Reluctantly, the Eye of Heaven took a step back, demanding that Minghe refrain from interfering in the developments of the Heavenly Dao and from recklessly disrupting the balance of the primordial realm. Minghe readily agreed. His inherently languid nature made him disinclined to meddle in the affairs of the primordial world unless absolutely necessary. However, should the Heavenly Dao dare to manipulate the primordial realm as it had in Minghe's memories, causing it to degrade, he would not hesitate to intervene. After reaching this accord, the Eye of Heaven withdrew, somewhat disgruntled, even too apathetic to impose the standard tests for Human Dao Yuojingxian. Minghe's breakthrough lay outside its jurisdiction, and imposing such tests would only serve to solidify Minghe's cultivation. Moreover, should an excessively forceful attempt inadvertently lead to Minghe's demise or strike the merit golden wheel, the Eye would face punishment from the Great Dao, rendering the endeavor futile. As the Eye of Heaven departed in resignation, Minghe smiled faintly. After all this plotting, was it not for this moment? As long as the Heavenly Dao did not personally intervene, who within this primordial realm could possibly contend with him? At that moment, the 4 maidens, Mu Ling, Mei, Lan, Zhou, and Zhu, arrived, drawn by the manifestation of the Eye of Heaven. Over 10,000 yuan had passed, and most of the resentment and malice from the northern continent of the primordial realm had been dispelled. The mountains and landscapes had largely returned to their former states. The remaining subtle aspects required no effort from the maidens. A portion of the Blood Sea beings would remain on the northern continent to complete the task, thus allowing them to accumulate some merits. After arranging for the Blood Sea beings, the 5 maidens returned to the Blood Sea to enter secluded cultivation. They had all reached the late stage of Hunyuan Jingxian and possessed exceptional treasures. With their current strength, few in the primordial realm could rival them. The 108 Blood Sea envoys, having been nurtured by Minghe over an extended period and benefiting from the increasingly rich fortunes of the Blood Sea, had all broken through to the early stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. However, the beings of the Blood Sea preferred to remain low profile, thus remaining unknown to outsiders. If the current strength of the Blood Sea were revealed within the primordial realm, it would undoubtedly astonish all. Fortunately, Minghe was not breaking through within the primordial realm, but remained in the blood god realm, allowing no one to realize that a Hunyuan Dao Jingxian had emerged silently within the Blood Sea, wielding such formidable power. Observing that Mu Ling and the others had achieved the late stage of Hunyuan Jingxian, Minghe retrieved the blood-red clay lumps he had nurtured within a formation for 12 billion and 96 million years, initially intended for the creation of the Azure race. Yet, gazing upon these clay lumps, now imbued with profound energy, he realized that creating the Azure race from them might not be feasible, as the Heavenly Dao would likely not tolerate their emergence, potentially leading to divine retribution upon their birth. Now that Mu Ling had reached the late stage of Hunyuan Jingxian and had honed her mastery of the laws of creation to 95%, Minghe decided to have her collaborate with the avatar of the creation demon god to utilize these clay lumps within the Minghe realm, thereby creating a new batch of beings whose cultivation would aid in elevating the laws of the Minghe realm. Previously, while refining these clay lumps, Minghe had infused them with his blood essence in the blood soil of the Yellow Springs, making them particularly suitable for the Minghe realm, which was primarily governed by the laws of blood, while also integrating the 3,000 laws of the universe. He brought Mu Ling into the Minghe realm, handing her the clay lumps, instructing her to refine them anew using the Qian Kuan cauldron. Additionally, he shared with her the recorded forms of the 3,000 chaos demon gods from his lineage, directing her to use the clay lumps to create beings resembling these divine forms, which would then be taught by the avatars of the 3,000 chaos demon gods. The true forms of the chaos demon gods were the most aligned with their respective paths, and thus the current bodies of the 3,000 avatars bore certain resemblances to the Dao bodies of the chaos demon gods. Minghe's approach, cultivating the laws of blood through an innate Dao body, was rather rare. He wished to experiment with the notion that perhaps beings created using the forms of the chaos demon gods would grasp certain aspects of the laws more swiftly. Chapter 157, The Creation of Life After Some Experimentation. It became apparent that solely relying on the abilities of Mu Ling and the creation demon god's avatar to create beings with innate Dao bodies akin to the creation demon god was feasible. However, the creation of other Dao bodies resembling those of the chaos demon gods proved to be quite a challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Minghe discerned that this was likely a limitation of the Great Dao. The chaotic demonic deities were inherently exceptional, their forms not easily replicated. However, this posed no challenge for Minghe. If it were possible to create a similar Dao body of the creation demon god, then it stood to reason that other chaotic demonic deities could also be emulated. The Dao body of the creation demon god was crafted by its own avatar, thus providing a method for the replication of others. With Minghe's guidance, the Wood Spirit also comprehended the task at hand, summoning the Qian Kuan Ding. It repeatedly refined the clumps of clay, infusing them with abundant creation qi, while simultaneously activating the laws of creation in concert with the avatar of the creation demon god, imbuing these clumps with a vibrant essence of life. Subsequently, Minghe called forth all 3,000 avatars of the chaotic demonic deities, initiating a collaborative effort. The Wood Spirit